lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go.
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go.
I'm who they test. like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPLI show, where today I am going to be accompanied by my partner, Mirko.
Glad to be here, Eterna. And man, we have a lot of good MLBB talk, fun and interesting ones with a lot of coaches, analysts, and even some players as well. We're gonna have a fun match as well. But before that, we're gonna go invite a very special guest into the MPLI show.
This man has single-handedly forged the MLBB community here and is a very influential person, especially in the esports industry.
The only man crazy enough to pull off the Layla as a roamer on his streams. Here it is.
Hi, Mirko Eterna, hi.
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 Thank you so much for being here. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good today.
That's
Yeah,
great.
as usual, right?
Have you been busy? Or, what are you busy with at the moment?
But it's kind of like a busy day for MLBB scene.
Very.
So yeah, like you guys already know, like MPL ID is just over. So yeah, so here we go. Next is MPLI.
Funnily enough, you've been in the MPL scene for such a long time. You're a veteran in this game. You're a very experienced caster and analyst. So honestly, everyone here watching the MPLI show, even me and Eterna, we would like to really know how the journey progressed from the beginning on Wawa for you as an analyst, as a caster. Tell us a little about that.
All right, so if you're talking from the beginning, it's gonna take a very, very long time.
Okay.
But to cut it short, I think that I'm just lucky to be here. There is so many competent people out there, and luckily that I stick to my dreams. Yeah, so this is the dreams way. It is really hard, right? But the booming for esports starting at 2017, and suddenly boom, here we go.
Following your dreams. Sometimes it does work, especially for Omwawa's case, man.
And you've been in the industry for so long, so one of the main questions that I'm sure a lot of the viewers would like to know as well is, what do you think about Indonesia as a region, especially in MLBB?
Indonesia as a region, we have a good pool of so many potential players, but we have to dig it up, right? We just see a couple of players playing, but there's a lot of potential out there. So I think that every team, they should open their eyes and go search for that player, doing some tests.
You're right.
Trials.
They need to be
Trials.
trialed, they need to be tested, especially in the international scene. And right now, we have a few teams later on in today's episode. It's about the teams from Singapore in MPLI 2022. So let's just get right into it. Let's talk about RSG Singapore, the champions of MPL Singapore. They were able to beat Slate Esports 4-3.
Yeah.
And obviously, we want to know the analyst's opinion on their victory.
I think at RGSG, they are pretty good. This is their year, I guess, because they already become like a back-to-back champions for the MPL SG. And I think at RGSG, they have a coach. It's from Indonesia.
Yeah, they do.
It's Saint Lucas, right? So Saint Lucas probably is bringing something new to RSG. So that's why they're having like their champion, back-to-back champion.
All right. Well, you're talking about their strengths, their weaknesses. What do you think? How do you think they're going to perform in this tournament, especially MPLI 2022, with a lot of strong teams from every single region right here from the flags you see?
Yeah, I think that from SG, they could become dark horse, the team from SG. Both of these teams could become dark horse. Because one, they have the coach from Indonesia, right, from RGSG, and previously the second place, it's called EVOS SG previously, right?
Yes.
Right now it's Slate Esports. And they're playing really well. Nobody knew their strategy. So that is their key point to go, or maybe to become the dark horse here at MPL.
Omwawa, as a veteran in this field, what do you think? What's your analysis about this?
I think that they come in here with a very new meta. Like last year is very different from this year, right? This year we are more focusing probably on the jungler that could sustain more damage or even playing as much as objective as they can. So yeah, so right now for the meta, PH is very, very strong.
You're saying this, so PH, why do you think PH is a bit stronger?
I think that they are really strong enough because they have a very unique hero pool. They could just use any hero to go into the jungle.
Wise?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Right? And also they could execute their strategy really well. You know, like if you pick unique hero and you can't execute it, but PH, they can execute it as well. So yeah, PH is very strong, but do not forget Indonesia as well. We are very, very strong region as well. I mean, like it's so contradictory between PH and also Indonesia, right? PH, they play really macro play, but from Indonesia, we play the micro play.
Well, with that though, I do have a little bit of a question again. Since we're on the point of Indonesia, I want to know your opinion, Omwawa, on the differences between Indonesia and Singapore, the play style. Because today's episode, remember, we're going to be talking to the Singaporean teams.
It's all about the micro play, right? You get it pick off one time, all of your objective will be gone if you're fighting against the Indonesian team. So I think that the play style from Singapore is kind of like a mix between the PH and also from Indonesia. There you go.
And we'll see exactly how they fare this year, right? Because they've had a lot of time to analyze these games.
It's crazy, right? All these regions have been improving so much. And while we're on that note, while we're on SG, let's invite RSG, SG, and Slate Esports to call right now. Here from RSG, SG, we got Bray, we got Brandon, the manager, and the jungler for Team Slate Esports. We have FMM, my personal favorite in the gold lane, Adamir as well, my favorite as well in the XP lane. But welcome guys to the show. Welcome to the interview segment in the MPLI show. It's me, Mirko, Eterna, and we also have Omwawa over there.
Hi guys. How are we feeling? How are we feeling today?
Okay. Normal.
They're feeling okay.
Thanks for having us on the show, man.
No worries, man. It's a pleasure having you guys on the show. But obviously, right now, I think it's time for that first question, right? Coming into this, I guess we're gonna start with RSG, SG first here. You guys can go for the answer first. So I want to get some answers here for you guys. How do you think? What's your analysis on the field of participants this year?
Okay, for this time around, I think there's definitely a lot of like world-class opponents. From Indo side, I think we have Onyx. For the BH side, we have like Blacklist, this kind of world-class opponents. So we already seen how on the stage their performance and all. So I think they're definitely a big threat to us, lah.
What about Bray? Bray, who are you looking out for?
I would look up to like all the international teams lah, because I rarely go against them like in tournaments, and I only go against them in like training in scrims. So I would like to officially play a proper tournament with them. So it's like more fun and interesting for me. Yeah.
Anyone in the jungle in particular that you want to face off, or maybe who's your idol, who you look up to, and you're going to be facing in MPLI?
Maybe Kaidi, I think.
Ooh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, he's been such a monster, even in MPLID.
For Adamir though, here, your role swap into the XP lane, obviously. Here, in Slate Esports. What about you? You know, coming into MPLI 2022, the list of participants, and obviously that XP lane. Who are you looking forward to the most?
I'm looking most forward to fight against Onyx ID. Because I want to experience how Kyrie plays the jungle. I understand his rotation.
Okay, so he just wants to read Kyrie out. All right, there you go. Okay. Just for RSG as well, just an addition here, because last time around, in the captain's draft, you guys were pitted up against the same org, your brotherly org, RSG SG and RSG PH. Obviously, Bray, you weren't in that roster, but maybe Brandon, if this happens again, right? You're up against RSG PH again. It's a pretty MSC champions. They have some titles, they have some achievements, they're pretty strong. What do you think? What do you think will happen if it happens again, this match?
There's definitely a chance that we'll go against them again. But like what our team in RSG always quote, our biggest enemies are ourselves. So if we can't beat ourselves, we can't proceed lah. So I guess it's a challenge for us, lor. Yeah.
Hope you can go through that hurdle once again. And now, honestly, I have another question for RSG first before we head on over to the boys down there, Slate Esports. What do you think are the aspects of your game that you should still improve? Obviously, when you beat Slate Esports in the grand finals of MPLSG, it was a 4-3, right? It wasn't an easier route. So there's definitely going to be some room for improvement. What are those improvements that you guys are looking to make?
I would think mainly focus on our communication, because sometimes if we play and we mess up, we don't want to like show our emotions out because it may affect our mental. So I think communication, we still have a huge room for improvements lah.
Communication.
Communication. It's very important, but maybe from Brandon, do you see anything as the manager as well that the team needs to improve on other than communication?
Actually, I feel communication is really the biggest thing in our team. But if you want to say one more thing, I don't know if I can say chemistry.
Okay.
Because sometimes when you play with your team, and then sometimes there's just this feeling that just doesn't match well, and then it just doesn't work out lah. Like the team fights and all. People you are like aiming and all. So I guess maybe for this point, maybe they have to play a lot more with each other and then find this chemistry in them.
Now this is interesting, right? Because technically, Slate Esports is a new team, but a lot of the team members are already experienced, of course, coming into this upcoming MPLI. Now the question is, what are you guys preparing in particular?
I believe we are preparing more for FMM's side because it's his first international tournament. So he might not know what to expect. So we've just been mentally prepping him for it.
So the last thing that we want to ask, of course, is do you guys have anything to say to your fans? Let's start with RSG SG.
Thank you to the fans for supporting us. And for this series, we will make sure we do you all proud and go far. Yeah.
Slate Esports?
I'd just like to say thank you to all the state fans and do continue to support us. Hopefully we will put on a good performance during this MPLI and hope you guys will have fun watching. That's the most important, right?
All
All
right.
right. Thank you so much, RSGSG, as well as Slate Esports. But don't go anywhere
Why?
because we have something very interesting after this.
What's that?
We're gonna have a fun match between both of you guys.
Well, this is definitely going to be a match to watch, especially for Blacklist, right? They're going to read from this match.
Exactly.
Wow, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready for the new meta.
Are you guys ready as well?
Ready, man?
Let's go. I'm going to be with Slate Esports. Omwawa is going to be with RSGSG. We're going to be battling it out, but first, we got to get the rules first. From
Yeah.
Eterna, we got to play it by the rules.
Okay, so this fun match is gonna be a 3v3. So Team Miracle versus Team Omwawa. And don't forget, there are gonna be a bit of rules coming into this fun match, okay? So you're not allowed to recall, both of you, no recalling, no jungling at all. So no buffs, no creeps, no nothing, no lethal wanderer. That's also not allowed. You guys are gonna be placed in the mid only, so you can't stray from that mid lane. And don't forget that you guys are gonna be using the exact same 3 heroes that I will be randomly taking out of a fishbowl. Oh, I forgot one thing.
What?
In order to win, you guys need to be able to break that first turret.
So, doesn't matter how many kills we get.
No,
First turret. All right.
first turret. Are you guys ready?
So
ready.
ready. Never been ready like this before.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go straight into the fishbowl. Remember, the 3 first heroes that I take out are the heroes that you guys need to be using in the fun match.
Drum roll. For the first hero.
I honestly
What's it
can't
gonna be?
find it.
It's fine. It's
I
fine.
honestly can't find
Take
it.
your
Oh, I
time,
found one.
Eterna. Oh,
I found one.
There you go. That's a
Found one.
special one right there.
I found one. Okay. Are you guys ready?
I see an A.
Can I peek first? Am I allowed to peek first?
You can do whatever you want, I
Okay,
guess.
don't look first. Oh, this is one of my favorite heroes.
Chang'e.
Layla.
No.
No, it's a mage.
It's a mage.
Valentina.
No, it's Eudora.
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 Okay, Eudora is gonna be the first hero that you guys can use.
Okay.
So you guys can pick amongst your team, right? 3v3. Okay. Our
Next
next hero.
What is it gonna be, Omwawa?
Okay, I found one.
No, mage is only. Mage is only Omwawa. No Layla.
Oh, this is a really good one too, but it's kind of OP.
Kind of open.
It's kind
Valentina.
of OP.
It has to be Valentina.
No, it's because of the range.
What is it?
Sparsa.
Fast. All right.
All right. Meta hero, at least the meta hero. Are you ready? Omwawa. One more hero, and we're going down. We're
Both
going.
of these heroes are very reliant on that level 4, so.
True.
Oh, there are 3. Okay, I'm gonna pick a random one. 3. Okay.
Let's see. Another. The last
Wait,
one.
I'm gonna peek
Drum
first.
roll. for
Don't
the
look.
last one. I can't look.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Okay, the third one is Veil.
Oh, it's very.
Yeah, there's a lot of
alright.
burst here.
Yeah.
But all right, those are the 3 heroes that we are going to be playing. So for both of the teams, same 3 heroes. I think it's time to just jump into the game.
Yeah, let's go. Team Omwawa
shot
with
game.
RSGSG and Team Miracle with Team Slate.
Hey guys, we have the better skins, okay? Team Mirko is the better skins. So we're chilling, we're chilling.
We're gonna see, do skins really matter in the game? It's now going straight into the land of Dawn here. 3v3, remember, mid only, no jungling, no recalling. Guys, don't forget.
We can turtle, right? No?
No,
Okay, my
no
bad.
turtling.
Okay, let's go, let's go. Let's beat Mirko, guys.
Got him, bro.
First flame shot, taken out. Oh, flame shots all over the place. I don't even know what's happening right now.
So cool, oh my god, dude.
Okay, I have a
Someone's really
spoiler.
low.
Someone's in the bush.
Wow, thank you.
Am I allowed to be biased like that?
Yes, please
I'm the
help
best
us.
caster right now, okay?
Oh. I got you, Sena.
Nice.
I got you, Wawa.
Oh no, oh no.
So let's just
First one down.
chill. Let's just
Oh
chill,
no,
shall we?
FMM. He gets taken
I hit him
down.
away, I hit him away. Oh, nice one, nice one.
Next one's next.
Let's get him,
Omwawa.
Omwawa.
He's the last one standing here from
Bye.
his own team, but they're all running.
We got him, Adamir.
The double kill is gonna be secured by Adamir here from Team Mirko. Wrong bush, guys. I just want to say that. Wrong
The
bush.
caster is telling us information. Shush.
Okay, they're all for that prime position, but they have to be careful next to the Eudora.
I'm based, dude. I should have
Oh
built.
no! Oh my god, Adamir! He's so low!
Guys. Oh my god.
Osana goes in with the wings by wings. Wish also.
Get him,
But here we go. Omwawa gets taken down once again. Omwawa, come on.
Chill, dudes.
0-2-1.
Oh shit,
It's still on the early game.
0-2-1. That's true,
That's
right?
right, that's right.
Above minute number 5.
Yeah.
That's when things get scary. But right now, still free for all.
We got him dead. Oh no.
Oh, beautiful
Not
for
in
the
range,
airstrike
mate.
here by Wish. And the flame shot is actually going to be able to take
who
down
hit him?
Sana down.
Smack him, Wawa. Smack him.
You can see Wish is quite low here. The flame shot doesn't connect, unfortunately, for that team. The stuns come through as a Wawa.
Oi.
might
Dude,
be caught.
FMM is OP.
Combo.
Still able to get out alive for the moment. Oh, the flame shot nearly takes a Wawa down.
Oh.
A sliver of health, but beautiful combo here.
Guys, look at my HP, guys.
Cannot lah, need to wait leh. That one. My ulti cool now.
Oh, they're going to be able to get a little bit of that gold shield, though. That's a little bit
Guys,
more.
look at the strat. Look at the strat. Look at the strat.
here.
I'm gonna get full HP. Look at that strat. Big brain.
Suicide strat from Mirko. I just gotta. Nicely done. Nicely done. Makes sense. Good timing. Oh no, FMM. He gets taken down here. A lot of pressure on Team Omwawa because his gold shield is off the grid. Oh, that's not good. One member taken down from Team Omwawa right now with a beautiful feather airstrike comeback after he killed himself under the turret. Truly is a beautiful meta here in the land of Dawn. I'm gonna say that both of these teams are in the bushes waiting for that perfect moment.
Got him, boys.
Oh, there you go!
I'm not sure.
One member gonna be taken down. 3v2 situation. Are they gonna be able to get the last 2 people remaining?
Turu dia.
And that's it. Oh! Wish is actually gonna be taken out instead.
The turret,
2v2.
guys. Oh.
Turret!
Oh my
No!
god.
Oh my god, perfect!
Adamir, do it.
No!
Let's go.
Congratulations for Team Omwawa. No, not Team Omwawa. Sorry. Team Omwawa's, you know, they won in my heart, bro. They won in my heart.
It's okay. RSG also won MPL Singapore, so it's a trade. It's a trade. I think Slate got the better trade.
That's not a fair trade, though.
It's not a better trade. Apparently it's not worth, but hey, you got a new mid laner, Slate, so it's all good, right? right after that crazy fun match, ladies and gentlemen, you saw our flex picks, you saw our crazy picks. Now you guys can also join battlefy.com/oneesports, all to just participate in a tournament where you guys can pick up your best heroes as well. So go ahead, register in the website battlefy.com/oneesports once again to go and join in the crazy and fun community tournaments.
Man, today was filled with so much fun. We had really great conversation. We had a really good fun match as well. That unfortunately Omwawa had to lose. But unfortunately, Omwawa, Mirko, our time is up today.
Man, it's unfortunate, but obviously, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for watching and catching today's episode of the MPLI show. And obviously, thank you as well for Omwawa for being here.
Thank you, Etana.
Even though you took a loss, you won in our hearts, Omwawa. You won in our hearts. And especially RSG Singapore and Slate Esports as well. Thank you guys so much for joining in the fun and for the interview. Good luck to you guys in the upcoming MPLI.
Don't forget, for those of you watching, to like, share, subscribe, and allow everyone else to join in the fun that we had today, of course. And don't forget to follow our social media.
Man, you can go ahead on social media and type in at One Esports because you guys can find it all right here. Ladies and gentlemen, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all that goodness, and even TikTok and Discord if you guys want to go in with your discussions. But with that, it's been a great day for MLBB and for talks with everyone here. Mirko and Eterna
Signing out. Bye-bye.
Top 20 countries, 5 teams, 1 champion. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPLI 2022. It's Mirgani and as well as Mirko here accompanying for you today. But boy, oh boy, Mirko, how are you feeling?
Man, I am feeling stoked. MPLI 2022, we're back again on the caster desk for today.
Yes.
And we have 4 incredible matches for you guys. We witnessed the captain's draft on the 28th of October. We saw the teams that are going to be playing, and today, these are going to be really, really big matches, especially our first match, which we are going to be looking forward to. Burnix Flash going to be taking on Orange Esports. Both the Cambodian and the Malaysian representatives going head-to-head.
It's going to be the battle of the orange here for our first match. But, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you that MPLI is being held in private and with limited guests. And, of course, all of the production team, casters, players that attend the venue have undergone a mandatory COVID-19 test and are practicing a very strict health protocol in adherence with government guidelines. So, guys, we are still battling COVID-19. You should stay safe and watch MPLI 2022 as well.
Stay safe, stay at home, because, hey, we've got you covered for 5 days from the 2nd of November, which is today, all the way till the 6th of November with all the MPL Invitational goodness that obviously is amazing, but it's only amazing because of our official partners and sponsors, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, McDelivery, and Logitech.
Thank you for our sponsors and partners. If not because of them, of course, MPLI 2022 would not be here. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the first day of MPLI 2022. It's just going to be a small taste, but we got to say bye-bye, technically, to 4 teams.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is a single elimination, so yes, for the teams, they're only going to have 1 chance this entire tournament. 1 match, 1 mistake, and it might just be all over. So they need to really be careful in how they play the game, how they execute their game plans, and especially the draft. Maybe they need to safeguard their way in the game, and you guys can do exactly that same thing with HSBC. You guys can catch right now the how to farm and spend gold in MLBB videos to discover how to use the valuable assets, and you can translate that over to your real-life financial management.
It's going to be very, very important here. Farming gold and as well as farming gold in life as well. But when you got the gold, when you got the bread already,
the bread, the money,
What do you think I should spend it on, Mirko?
Well, honestly, man, if you want to fold your opponents in the land of dawn, you need the best, the unrivaled gaming experience, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. You see how there's a 5G on it? Means that it's 5G. You can say goodbye to any sort of network lag that you've experienced on any other phone, Gani.
It's so smooth. The
So
graphics so clean as well. And of course, the battery life is just so long lasting. This phone is the phone to look out for perhaps in the next 5 years.
7.6
years.
inch, Gani.
That's huge.
With the dynamic AMOLED, 2x Infinity Flex display as well. Man, it's such a big display, but it doesn't lose any of that quality at all. And guess what? It's also has a 120 hertz refresh rate. So
That's
my
fast.
monitor at home, not even as good as the screen here. But obviously, Gani, when you already have such a massive, a good phone to play Mobile Legends, you need something else here.
I need to upgrade as well. Perhaps in my gaming experience,
Ooh.
my daily gaming experience, check out Logitech here, Mirko. What does it offer?
Well, play your way to the Aurora collection, the headset you see right here from Logitech G, and you guys can find yourself in the new age of play. This obviously is also the official partner for MPL Invitational 2022 by One Esports.
It's gonna be very, very interesting. And of course, welcome to a new age of play with the Aurora collection
Go ahead.
by Logitech G.
Logitech G.
Logitech G, ladies and gentlemen, that's a G. And of course, you need to follow our platforms here. Follow One Esports. We have Twitter, we have TikTok, Instagram, and as well as Facebook. For what? For information, updates, perhaps memes as well.
Ooh.
I am a meme enthusiast.
A meme lord?
A meme lord as well. I'm a walking meme. So perhaps you might check me out at those platforms.
Absolutely,
You know?
man. Again, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. You guys can find all sorts of esports news, and you can just join in the fun as well, because there's going to be a lot of clips from MPL Invitational for sure as well. But while you're on that, while you're following us, there's going to be a few links as well here that I want to tell you guys about, right? You guys can right now register and win on oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. Now, what do you get the chance to win? Venom. The Venom skin line, the Venom skin collection, you get the chance to win. All you need to do is register for updates.
I gotta be honest with you, Mirko. I got some Venom skins.
Oh.
And I'm so intrigued to even join myself here. oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. Just check it out, and perhaps again you might win that Venom skin collection.
Hey, you said you already have a few Venom skins, but you
not
want...
all.
Yeah, exactly. You want to
Exactly.
complete that collection, and you guys can do that exactly. But, you know, sometimes, Gani, when I'm playing MLBB, I really wonder, what kind of MLBB hero am I, right? In the land of dawn. I think for you, you're a roamer.
I
You
am.
have that glorious hair.
Ooh, thank
I
you
think
very
you're
much.
Tigreal.
I might be Tigreal, but I need to check out where at oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to check out what actually am I, what hero am I to perhaps know better about the game, maybe.
Absolutely. You know, if you ever wondered in the game while you're playing, hey, what MLBB hero am I? Maybe you could go and check it out. But what else can you check out? The watch party for MPL Invitational right now. You guys can actually go and watch together with your friends at the dedicated locations. And you guys can check it out right now, because this MPI watch party is presented to you by HSBC. And RSVP now. Automatically stand a chance to win up to 500 $500 worth of prizes
Wow.
and diamonds just by watching with your friends.
That's amazing, right? And again, of course, while you're in that watch party, perhaps you might find your squad or a new squad. Check out the community tournaments, One Esports, of course. Check the link, check the site, battlefy.com/OneEsports. Again, perhaps you need a new squad.
Yeah.
You know, a new season is now open, new patch, and you need to find new friends. Check the site out.
Go ahead, don't miss it, ladies and gentlemen. This is your chance to get that glory, the tournament glory for yourselves with battlefy.com/OneEsports. Once again, go and show the world what you've got, right? But, hey, Gani.
Yes.
There's a fun little thing that we're going to be doing right now.
Tell me.
Actually, you know, that MPLI, we have our own pick'ems. We have the pick'em games.
Pick'ems, right? All right.
And we might get to see, actually, the pick'ems right now, Gani. And you guys can still, by the way... Oh, no, the pick'ems are done. We have to take a look at the results
Okay.
very, very soon. Very soon. But, Gani, what about you? What's your pick'em?
My pick'em is, I gotta say,
You're an Onyx man.
I am, but I'm trying
But there
to.
are two Onyx this time.
There are two Onyx. I gotta say, still, Onyx ID.
Onyx ID. Okay.
What about you, Mirko?
Well, for me, I did give out my prediction. I think Blacklist International.
Ooh, I feel like they have a big chance, especially with their main 5 here in their lineup. So perhaps Blacklist might win it all. But then again, we are still looking for that one team that will prevail in MPLI 2022. Which team you got, which country you got, spam it in the chats. And of course, I want to see your positive support.
Absolutely, man. Go and give the teams all the support in the world from you guys because it really does mean a lot. And for me as well, actually, even though my prediction says Blacklist, I am rooting for the underdogs, right?
Tell me.
There are a lot of underdog teams here, a lot of teams that did not qualify to M4, and I think they have nothing to lose. They can just go full out crazy, go and don't hide any strategies, don't hide any secret techniques, because again, single elimination.
I somehow agree with you because remember, the teams that are participating in M4, they gotta like somehow hold back. I'm not saying holding back, but saving strat. That's perhaps they need to. Perhaps that is the way to go really go on to really surprise the opponents at M4. But in MPLI, the teams that are in M4, they might go all in. And remember, exhaustion, that's also a part of the equation here.
Absolutely, you know, that's maybe the reason that a lot of these teams aren't actually playing their main lineups, right? Coming in from all the different teams, we've seen all their lineups, but firstly, we're going to take a look at today's schedule first. Gani, for match number 1, again, it's the Orange Derby. Orange Esports takes on Burn X Flash. For match number 2, it's RRQ Sena up against Geek Fam ID.
Of course, in match 3, we got the Battle of the Philippines. It's Omega and as well as RSGPH. Match 4, Alter Ego will take on Rebellion in an Indo v Indo closing match. It's going to be very, very interesting here. So technically, we are going to see 1, 2, 3, 4 countries battling it out in day 1.
This is going to be insane, man. Again, it's going to be Indo in the second match, Philippines, and then Indo again. So this is the first kind of international matchup. Orange Esports from Malaysia going to take on Burn X Flash, the champions of Cambodia. But just to give you guys a little bit of a visual, once again, this is the single elimination bracket for MPL Invitational 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, the prize pool is going to be 100,000 USD. But yeah, we have to say bye-bye to 4 teams today. So it's going to be very, very hard realizing that Indo v Indo, so say bye-bye to 1 Indo team, PH
two
v
Indo
PH,
teams.
2 Indo teams are going to say bye-bye. But the battle between Malaysia and as well as Cambodia, that's going to be the one to watch.
It is. It definitely is, right? I think for today, there's going to be a lot of highlight matches. If you can see on the left side, there's a shadow of unpredictability. There's a shadow of doubt towards a lot of these teams because, again, for these teams, mostly, they've gone and opted for their secondary lineup, something of a mix, right, in their strategies. But for the first match, fun fact, both teams are using their main lineups, both from Orange Esports and Burn X Flash. So that's why Gani mentioned earlier that you guys really need to keep an eye on match number 1 because they're going all out, Gani.
Because I feel like, especially in the Cambodia scene in like particular, it's just so, it's growing exponentially and we can see the passion in this country. It's such a young scene. It's just so refreshing to see the players.
Absolutely, man. You know, and for every single region, we've seen a lot of new champions rise up from Malaysia and from Cambodia. But, Gani, I think we're going to go for a call with the other casters across the different regions right now. Ring the phone right now. Let's call them.
Ring!
Hello, everybody!
Hello. We got PH, we got Malaysia, we got ID, and as well as we got Cambodia in the house. What's up, y'all?
Let's start actually with Philippines, right? Manji and Chantel, how are you feeling? And how are you feeling for actually match 1? Oh, unfortunately, I think we're having audio issues here.
We can't hear
We'll get
you.
back to them. We'll get back to them.
We'll get back to you. We'll get
Maybe.
back to you. Let's move on to Malaysia first,
Yeah,
perhaps.
Orange Esports are playing.
Mars and Monchel, how are you all feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling great, man. I'm ready to get that victory.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Mar.
He's confident, man.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
Yeah.
Malaysia is up in the first match, and he is ready to take on Cambodia. So let's talk immediately to Korea. Niker, SE Gamer, what's up?
They said it's gonna be. They're confident. Are you confident too?
What's up, bro? Today I'm so great, bro, with my homie.
Yeah.
And very happy and ready for today. Yeah.
Do you think Burn X
And
Flash
how about
will win?
everyone? Excuse me?
Do you think Burn X Flash is gonna win up against Orange?
Oh, I hear you so low.
Unfortunate,
Oh,
but hey, man.
unfortunate. It's all right. It's all right, Niker, SE Gamer. We got you. I
We're
feel like
feeling good.
Cambodia is ready to take on Malaysia. Mars Monchel, you
Yeah.
better watch out.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the ID here, the party of the stream. Ranger Mascabe, what's up?
Hey, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Doing good, man. He's learned some English.
We're good.
I love it. I love it.
Oh. Hello, Chantra, Majin, Mars, Munchel, Nika, ST Gamers, Mirko, Goni. This is gonna be awesome and amazing, alright?
Yeah, me and my partner is really excited and can't wait for the first match because you know Orange Esports versus Burn X Flash.
Of course, yes, I know.
Exactly. They know the first match.
That's the point.
I love it. That is why Indonesia is the party of the stream. But let's get back to Chantal and Manjin. How are y'all feeling?
Yeah, hi guys. We're really excited for today's match because we get to see the Filipino players in Burn X Flash.
Yeah, we're so hyped, and of course we're glad to be with you guys in this broadcast. Thank you so much to One Esports, and we're excited to see the Philippines own the entire tournament once again.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Shots fired, Manjin.
We're just calm here, you know. We're calm here.
Hey, currently they are the region to beat. They are the region to beat. They're number one.
Sorry.
Thank you, guys.
I couldn't disagree with you.
Maybe wants to say
Pride.
something.
Yeah, if you guys want to bring the pride, I'm really excited because the Indo pride as well.
Yeah,
Because on the
oh.
mainstream, on English caster, we have Goni and Mirko as well.
You guys
Things are getting hot in here, you know.
afraid.
It's getting personal now. It's getting
We
personal.
have pride as well.
We're friends.
It's hot. It's hot.
Oh
What a way
man,
to start day one.
this is the right way to start day one.
I love it. I love how we set the tone. All right, Malaysia, I gotta watch you as well. Mars and Monchel, you gotta step up. And of course, Cambodia, bro. All eyes on you, actually.
Yeah.
Some people say silence
Thank
is
you.
victory.
Oh,
So you
Silence.
just keep quiet, just watch.
sometimes less is more. Yeah? So we have different approaches already. Philippines, Indonesia, we're going
Cambodia,
at it.
Yeah.
Cambodia and Malaysia, they're chill. Niker, SE Gamer, any final thoughts before we get into match number one?
What? Can you say again?
Any final thoughts before we get into match one?
Bro,
It's unfortunate.
It's all
man.
right.
It's fine.
all right.
It's fine.
It's chill. All right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's chill,
It's okay.
relax,
Right.
relax,
It's
chill, chill.
Exactly. Ranger Masinkabe got it.
Bro,
So
it's
we
gonna be
are.
hype.
We're gonna see here the tension already build up in day one. I want to see it all happening in day two until the grand finals. Keep your, I guess, country, support your country. And let's see.
So it's just going to be a very interesting, again, day right here. But you know what? Since they've just been going at it, we're going to get back into match number one, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see you guys, everyone. Good luck for the matches. Good luck for the cast. We'll see you.
Break a leg.
Break a leg indeed.
Woo!
Man, everyone's so excited, Goni. Everyone is so excited.
I gotta say, everyone is in the right tone, is in the right state as well. We're competitive. We're competitive. But we're still having fun.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, again, right, they're supporting their countries. We here in the English broadcast are the mediators.
Right.
And again, it's
gotta chill.
Philippines and Indo. We're like throwing punches at each other, man.
It's gonna be so funny that if the champion is not going to be from those two countries?
Yeah, what if...
And it's possible.
It is. It's definitely possible here. Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, all these three regions have been improving so at a very fast pace. But, Gani, we're going to take a look at the VT for the team profiles. First, for both Burn X Flash and Orange Esports.
The Battle of the Oranges. Orange Esports and as well as Burn X Flash Malaysia going head-to-head against Malaysia. It's going to be very interesting because there's Hissa here in the lineup.
Cambodia, yeah, the champions of Cambodia, Burn X Flash, with Hissa and Coach Zico, right? So that's what Manjin and Chantel were saying. They're very interested to see both of these Filipino imports that have been imported over to Cambodia. They were able to get that trophy, but again, we're going to take a look at the team lineups first. Firstly, it's Orange Esports with Stormy, Neo, Amelins, Subway, and Solo Aim. Now for this team, Orange Esports, the way they like to play in Malaysia is they prioritize heavily in that gold lane. They go to the gold lane, they want to play for Amelins, and once Amelins gets that gold, gets farmed up, they are really good at actually roaming across the map with that winning lane in the gold side. But obviously, if they don't get that first winning condition down, they have the backup. Backup is that mid lane. Stormy has just been that consistent member and a secondary carry for Orange Esports. The entire team plays around these two members when it comes down to the team fights. And hey, they have the highest kill participation as a team in Malaysia. But for Burn X Flash, this team, once again, such a meteoric rise for this team. As you can see, Hessa has definitely got to be the core member in this team. But another fun fact would be Burn X Flash. The way they play the game is very similar to Orange Esports. They play heavily to enable Hessa to make those plays, but if Hessa does not get that snowball early on, Seacat's the man to go for.
It's going to be interesting to see the clash of styles here between these two teams. Meanwhile, laning prediction here, it seems like the one lane that really intrigues me is Hessa, and as well as Amelins. The gold lane here, it's going to be very, very critical for both teams. Like you said, Mirko, from the side of Orange Esports, they like to play towards Amelins. So I want to see the response from the team from Cambodia. Will they respond to also backing up the gold lane, or will they play the mirror away?
See, the way they have similar styles in the way that they both play towards that gold lane, but how they enable their gold lane is a bit different. For Orange Esports, the way they enable their gold lane is by ganking, by looking to just push off pressure away from Amelins and to create pressure in the gold lane. Meanwhile, for Burn X Flash, they rotate across the map, they actually look for a trade, and they give Hessa solo time. So even though Hessa is the main carry, perhaps in the team when it comes down to those team fights, he is a weak side player. He doesn't get ganked that often, but hey, Burn X Flash might actually look to play around him here for the matchup against Orange.
You gotta be careful. Remember, like you said, they want to pressure the gold lane. Okay, you go for the mirror play, but then again, how will Hessa handle that? Because it's gonna be very, very hard if you want to farm, but it's always a constant 3v1 in that gold lane. It's gonna be very, very hard for you to get those farm that you need. And as a gold lane, usually you're on a marksman. You are going to have that power spike in what? Minute number 14, perhaps 13, mid-game, late game even. And that is where you just create the impact that you need for the team if you're behind on farm. how are you going to somehow handle that? That's going to be very interesting to watch.
With two teams with very similar playstyles, you really got to look at the drafts, right? Because the drafts are going to dictate the way they play. Their playstyle has been set in both of their respective regions, but once again, if they change something in the draft, if they don't play towards that gold lane, they can certainly just go for an assassin in the jungle. We've seen that rising once again in popularity, but utility junglers have still just been a bit too efficient to kind of throw away, right? The utility jungle currently is still the way to go when it comes down to both of these junglers as well for Orange Esports. Subway is a utility jungler. We can already see as well that CHMA, Chama, from Burnex Flash is also a utility jungler. Both of them preferring, or maybe not preferring, but they have played more utility in the past season.
In the minute that we have left, let's talk about this utility quote-unquote jungler here, because I personally feel in this meta, as a jungler, you need to have three heroes. You need to be good in three roles, and that is fighters, tanks, and as well as assassins. If you can master two, I feel like you're good. But if you can master three, you're all set.
Agreed, right? It's about that versatility currently in the meta. We can see that in every single region, the most versatile teams end up being number one, end up being the champions, or end up being top two, right?
Yeah.
And for Burnex Flash, that was exactly the case as well. They're so creative in the way they play for Hesa because the team naturally is just really good at picking these crazy heroes. Hesa as well. In terms of the hero pool, right before we get into the draft, 20 seconds, Amelens and Hesa. This is a matchup that we've just been talking about. We've been highlighting right before the match even starts. Hesa is a bit more dynamic when it comes down to his hero pool in the gold lane. He can play those 1-1s, the Claude, but he can also play those backline carries like the Irithel. However, if we take a look at Amelens, he is very, very comfortable on the Irithel Melissa, the backline heroes only. We haven't seen him play the 1-1 much, not his comfort. Claude as well, no.
So I guess from that knowledge, perhaps it might be exploited, but ladies and gentlemen, let's start the drafts here. First game for MPLI 2022, Orange Esports and Burnex Flash. Orange Esports will have the blue side here, batting out the two assassins, Gushin and as well as Fanny. Meanwhile, Burnex Flash leading off to Fan 1-1 as well as Grok.
Yeah, the Gushin here has been rising in popularity in the scrims. Right now you can see that it's Prio actually. First ban coming in is the Gushin, the Fanny as well. So there's just a lot of respect towards their jungler, right? Again, but it turns out for Burnex Flash, their jungler here is going to be Xeon. Xeon. So maybe a change of pace again. Chama is the utility jungler here. Xeon might actually go for those assassins here. That's why you can already see the change in the way Orange Esports are drafting. But for Burnex Flash, it's still those three heroes, the Grok, 1-1, and Valentina banned out. Now for the first pick,
Paquito perhaps is open here for Orange Esports to take. If not,
Akai as
Paquito,
well.
Akai can be a viable option, and there you go. Akai is still meta. Why? Because it's such an annoying hero, and it's a flexible hero as well.
Good neutral objective control, very good flex potential. It's just an all-rounder in that jungle, right? Very fast clear.
Crowd control,
does everything
huge.
very, very well. But Burnex Flash now have the chance to actually go for a counter or perhaps just secure two prio picks for themselves. We mentioned again that Claude has just been rising in popularity. Hesa can go for it. They go for the Claude and the Diggy. So instantly, a counter hero up against that Akai with a time journey to cancel out the CC and the Claude as predicted.
I guess the Claude here, it adds just depth to the composition with the AoE of that Blazing Duet. It's going to be very interesting to see here, especially after that Golden Staff and as well as DHS. Akai might be melted down by that Claude. Orange Esports, what will they respond with here? Again, Paquito is a viable option, but Mathilda is going to be the hero that they secure, and not Paquito. It's actually going to be Esparza.
Yeah, another comfort pick for Stormy in the mid lane. For AIM as well, solo AIM here. He's opted to go for the Mathilda. This is what he usually likes. As a roamer, he's a very support slash even assassin-oriented player. Assassin
Saber.
mage. No, not the Saber, but we usually see, the Mathilda, but we also see the Selena Kadita for him, right? So he really likes putting kill pressure on the map. And this combination, the Matilda Farsa, is a combination we've seen many times before here in the patch, and it's a very good mid-control kind of draft for Orange Esports to play around that gold lane. Final pick though for Burn X Flash. They're gonna go for actually the Esmeralda, putting down some XP lane pressure here, and you should see a Dyrok ban right after the Esme pick. They go for it instantly.
I like this Esmeralda pick because why? They have the Diggy that just regenerates shield, and with that Esmeralda, especially if picked up by your opponent, perhaps that might be exploited, and Burn X Flash caught that, and they picked up the Esmeralda, the counter for that Diggy as well. Orange Esports though, they opted for a Barat's ban in the second phase, and to add to that, Burn X Flash adding Leslie. Why? True damage in that late game just burns through Claude, through any hero that Leslie snipes.
It's also a counter towards the Claude,
exactly.
Right? And we've seen this. Hey, Onic ID actually played this Leslie up against the Claude. We saw Omega as well do the same, picking up the Leslie, but it didn't work for Omega in PH. Here, there's still respect given to the Leslie because of just how much of a nuisance she is in that lane up against Claude. Before Orange Esports, we're just seeing a heavy emphasis on the jungle bans, right? 2 assassins already early on, Gushin and Fanny, and then they go for the Barats. They might just go for another, but no. They take out the Fredrin, which is very interesting.
Realizing that they have already picked up the Esmeralda, right? That's perhaps Fredrin jungle is an option for from Orange Esports perspective, but our Burn X Flash here, one hero that is good, picked up. I feel like Lunox. Lunox works well in this composition. Why? It adds more DPS, it adds more power against an Akai. It can just pop that Order of Brilliance to get out of danger, and Burn X Flash with their comp, it's very dive heavy. Esmeralda, Claude, adding Lunox in your composition, perhaps it might work.
It might, right? You're up against this kind of composition. Burn X Flash are still looking for a mid laner unless they want to flex that Diggy into mid. They pick up a Martis.
Wow.
And this, after the patch, Martis and Leomord have both just been
deadly.
Martis has been very popular in the jungle, in ranked games, and even in scrims. Burn X Flash gonna try to maybe find some success here on the Martis, and it should be Martis in the jungle. Up against Orange Esports comp, with Burn X Flash's time journey, I think they can actually penetrate through all the CC and disengage coming in from Orange Esports. Benedetta though becomes the choice for Orange in that XP lane. They need a gold laner, and honestly looking at this comp, I think Melissa suits them the best, but they instead go for a Brody. So similar, I wanted to say Melissa, why? Because of that self-peel with the go away. With Brody, you're a bit safer in lane early on. Meanwhile on the Melissa, you really need to wait for that level 4.
I have to agree. So perhaps Orange Esports is gonna go with the front-to-back comp that Benedetta just adds more depth in the areas of, I guess, it's gonna be a hero that's hard to catch. But now the question is, Benedetta XP. I was questioning, is it gonna be Benedetta jungler or Akai jungler? But I feel like Akai jungler just makes more sense, considering that you are going against an Martis. Burn X Flash, last hero. Looking at Brody and Benedetta now, I feel like still Lunox, no? It's gonna be Diggy mid?
It really depends where they flex this Diggy, right? But they go for the Sicilian. So it's a very interesting draft for Burn X Flash. They have a good mix of dive and actually poke.
Yeah. With that Sicilian, they're not going in one basket with that dive comp, because Martis, Esmeralda, and Claude can do their job. So they add just a powerhouse backliner with that Sicilian. In the late game, it's gonna be very deadly.
It is, but a big question now comes down to the mid control. How's that mid gonna be played out? Because with the Farsa and the Matilda, you're able to clear so fast. Meanwhile, the Diggy and the Sicilian base damage has been nerfed a few patches ago, so that's why we really don't see the Sicilian much in the MPLs. But you're still trying. Again, it's a best of 3, so they can go for a little bit of an experiment in game 1. It does look like it's more risky draft for Burn X Flash. We'll see if they can make this work, if they can execute the game plan set by Coach Zico.
Well, Mirko, ladies and gentlemen at home, are you ready for Game 1 of MPLI 2022 One Esports? Let's just jump into the Land of Dawn to witness our first game of this tournament.
Instantly, right as we get in, we see exactly what we expected, right? In the mid lane, it's going to be Stormy who has more mid control. On that far side up against the Sicilian, and solo aim is going to be a bit more of a nuisance early on in the enemy jungle because D7 has opted to actually play passively on this Diggy. Why the mid control is so important is because of this right here.
Yeah, I mean, Xeon forced to use that retribution early, so I guess Subway has more space to farm with that Kai. Very good job by Solo Aim there, trying to deal pressure, forcing Xeon, who is actually on a very interesting emblem here, the Bounty. Yeah. So, more kills, more gold for you, and Xeon is gonna be the assassin. It's gonna go for the assassin approach here in our opening match.
Interestingly enough, right, for Burn X Flash here, the way they want to play these team fights is, even though they have a lot of pick potential, a lot of single target damage, they want to actually look for those wombo combo dives, right? They do not want to go for these messy team fights. Actually, no, they do want to go for messy team fights, but it has to be coordinated. Meanwhile, for Orange Esports, they're completely fine going for isolated members here with their draft. They actually want to split Burn X Flash up, and they are trying to just stop that team fight potential from Burn X Flash to happen. But it's all going to come down once again to this gold lane. Brody in this lane should have a bit of an edge, but Hesa, with the help of this Diggy, they're going to be able to scale up pretty easily as long as the Diggy just plays around this gold lane and as long as Hesa doesn't go for any aggressive plays early on.
I really want to tackle on the Akai here, Mirko. That heavy spin against a Diggy who has Time Journey, against a Mortis who has Anti-CC. Will it be effective? Let's see the first road to take here. Xeon trying to be zoned out by Neo in the backside, and Subway will have a comfortable turtle take here. Subway taking, will they take a fight here? It seems like Orange Esports go for the discipline round. They do not want business here in the first few minutes.
Well, it's a smart move from both of the teams. Orange Esports, knowing that they have mid control early on, instantly contest for the neutral objective, zoning Burn X Flash away. And it's a wise choice as well for Burn X Flash because they know with the mid control that they have, they don't really have much, right? They choose to actually back off. They don't go for that play, and they're just scaling, waiting for that lead to come through with those power spikes. And it's going to come down from the items. D7 though.
Oh my god, further feathering airstrike as well as circling eagle there will help to take down D7. Diggy goes down first in the Land of Dawn here as Xeon using that retribution to collect that farm. Orange Esports keeping the pressure. D7 respawning in the midst of the war. Xeon trying to find and deal damage, but Subway will get out of that quickly with that gunning win from Solo Aim. Very good disengage.
Orange Esports, once again, like we said in the team lineups, the way they really like to suffocate their opponents is through playing in that gold lane. You can already see the ganks start to happen here, and that's the reason they usually go for just really good mid-control, mid-wave pressure. Because with that and the mobility that they have, they can actually level up their coin farming skills with their player, Amelens, in that gold lane, who has the most damage in Malaysia as well, DPM.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, check out, level up your coin farming, like Mirko said, with HSBC. It seems like just 1 kills in the first 4 minutes. Orange Esports and Burn X Flash still testing the waters. It seems like they do not want to go for the gamble plays. They do not want to go for the risky routes. It's like, we just, oh my god, it's a bit side here. As I speak, Seacats caught just like that, deleted instantly in the mid lane.
This is what we expected to happen again early on, right? Orange Esports are really playing this game super well because they're able to force a lot of these fights to happen. Burn X Flash forced to respond, but at this point, I would actually say Burn doesn't need to respond to these fights. Xeon, though, looking for the opening.
Xeon here, looking for the turtle take. Subway gets it in the first one. Will he repeat it in the second turtle take? Xeon really there for that anti-CC. Solo Aim actually catching the turtle. Subway a little bit in trouble here. ATM is in the party, dealing damage, catching 3 with that feather airstrike. But seems like ATM is going to be the one who is taken down in the backside as well here. 2 members actually down from the side of Burn X Flash. Meanwhile, Neo gets traded back. 2 for 1, plus the turtle. Orange Esports winning everything in that exchange.
Oh man, and again it's Amelins who finds a pick onto the Diggy. It ultimately ends up as a 4 for 1 because they get 3 kills, and they also get the turtle. Burnix Flash were able to get 1 kill, but it's only on to Neo here. And Orange Esports were just able to get that unrivaled gaming experience, maybe perhaps with their Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G, which you guys can also get right now to play like the pros. Fold your opponents in the land of dawn. But back again, Burnix Flash, I don't think they're playing with their winning conditions, right? They're actually playing a bit too aggressive with the composition that they have, and they're already forced to actually swap their lanes. Hesa is going to be in the top side. And with this push, it's actually going, with the lane swap, it's actually going to favor Orange Esports because they can just go for the turret take. ATM can't really contest this right now. That's another objective over to Orange Esports.
It's a little bit unfortunate for his side here, but take a look at this blazing duet. Pop Subway pulls back with that time reverse time, but Subway still manages to get out. Orange Esports, they are ahead here, almost 3,000 gold. And I feel like Burnix Flash, you're right, they need to be able to control the tempo at this point. Orange Esports are the ones who is really in full control. Take a look at here. Sicilian, though, is just still farming stacks. Minute number 20, it's going to be very, very dangerous, actually, for Orange Esports, if it got to that point.
If Burnix Flash are able to slow down the tempo of the game and stop, maybe just play passively, give out objectives, it's fine as long as Hesa and, like you mentioned, CCAT gets the farm necessary, they will be able to ultimately get those item power spikes. Thing is, though, it's easier said than done, right? Because Orange Esports, their composition, it's a snowball comp here. Subway picking up another turtle, 3 turtles over to Orange Esports will mean that they are going to push themselves to a 2.8k gold lead, and that XP lead as well is going to be building.
Yeah, I mean, with the turret collapse spot side also, oh my god, Sion actually caught there with that torn apart memory. Heavy spin connecting onto his ATM. Purify was used, but P7 is also there. It's going to be very, very hard, right, on paper. But Feather Airstrike almost taking ATM down there. Unfortunately, Stormy there didn't get that kill, but Orange Esports just expanding their space.
Ooh, not looking good at all here for Burnix Flash. Looking very good for Orange Esports, who now hold a 4,000 gold lead. And the way they're playing is just so intelligent, right? It's almost like they're playing with the Logitech G Aurora, the Aurora collection here, because they're playing it clean, just like the design, Gani. They're going and they're staying disciplined towards that top side, towards just these objectives, and they're just sieging turrets down, not looking for those fights to give Burnix Flash any opportunity. They're suffocating Burnix Flash without giving them a chance.
Yeah, every outer turret has been popped, and Feather Airstrike, take a look at the damage, is disgusting. ATM instantly deleted. And Orange Esports, with that kill, they have established 5,000 gold lead in their first 8 minutes. Very interesting here, top side now. Perhaps will be the target torn apart memory used to just add pressure again towards the Burnix Flash members. But again here, Orange Esports dominating here in the first game.
Yeah, that's why actually I kind of questioned or doubted their drafts, right? Right as they wrapped up the draft, that Sicilian last pick, I don't know about that. The thing is that mid control is just non-existent, and D7, oh my goodness!
Woo. Nasty.
As
almost.
a roamer, right?
Yeah.
You're almost getting chunked down by one feathered airstrike there. It's definitely not a good look for Burnix Flash currently, but it's a very risky draft that they went for. They're putting all their marbles into that late game. So if they are actually able to withstand the First Lord, if they're able to withstand towards the 13th, 14th minute, yes, they can get those item power spikes eventually.
Yeah.
But Orange Esports, the way that they're playing, I don't think Orange Esports are going to let go or let it go all the way to that 14th minute, to that 13th minute. They have a firm grasp on the game currently with the lead and with their picks.
I completely agree. I mean, Burnix Flash, they are in a 5,000 deficit here. So it's going to be very hard in a sense to turn the game around. But Orange Esports, with this lead, they cannot be overzealous. They need to also stay disciplined, because a moment or two, if they blunder, if they make a mistake, Burnix Flash is always there to catch your mistake and capitalize it. Remember, they have the Claw, they have the Sicilian, which just excels in the late gaming. We are now entering towards that stage where Orange Esports still needs to be, they need to control the game, but they need to be careful to not be overzealous and perhaps overextend here in the next coming minutes.
Farsa, Brody, and Mathilda. Thing is, you know, if we're just talking about that late game, yes, Burnix Flash definitely have a bit of an edge with their composition. And the Esmeralda, the Claude, the Sicilian, and to a certain extent, you can actually say the Diggy as well because of the stacks, right? Of his new passive. But Farsa, Brody, Mathilda, currently in the 8th to 9th minute with the First Lord. Once they take this First Lord, they can actually siege turrets down really easily. You can expect them to actually break or crack the base with the First Lord. Farsa can zone these members away with the Feather Airstrike. You saw how much damage it was doing. Brody, just such a good siege marksman. So good at actually looking for these turrets. And guess what? They also have an escape. If Burnix Flash look for a desperate engage in the defense, Brody can get out with the help of the Guiding Wind from Mathilda. So again, I am not seeing an opening here from Burnix Flash that they can really take. I think in this game, they've opted to go for a very risky, a very experimental draft. We'll see if that pays off in the end, because they can still definitely wait for that item power spike to happen. But if Orange Esports, once again, stays disciplined, if Orange Esports don't make a mistake, it should be Orange Esports that takes this game.
Yeah, and to add to that, they have the Akai as well. With that heavy spin who can just bait out most of the resources that Burnix Flash has, like the Time Journey, perhaps the Purify from that Esmeralda, which just adds more potential for Orange Esports to find. With that Benedetta also diving in, it's gonna be very hard for Burnix Flash to somehow defend this Lord push, even though this is just the first Lord, realizing that they are also 5,000 behind. So it's gonna be very, very hard for Burnix Flash, but anything can happen in the Land of Dawn. I want you who are now watching now to give your support. Malaysia and Cambodia here for our first game. Orange Esports, they are now leading in a very, very comfortable fashion, but can Cambodia turn this around? It's gonna be the question. Technical pause here is still brewing up here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's talk about what happened earlier. I mean, let's recap, right? 3 turtles all fall to the hands of Orange Esports. Second one being to the hands of Mathilda. Still, Orange Esports, with this Akai, their winning condition, their job description with this objective neutral take, still 100%.
Yeah, I think they took too many fights, Burnix Flash. Because for Orange Esports, they just did a very good job. They got a composition where it enabled them to actually secure neutral objectives. They have the Akai, obviously, and again, like we mentioned, that mid-control being just so important in the current meta. Mathilda Farsa is such a nasty combination when you talk about the wave clear it has and just the mobility. You have Wings by Wings, you have the Guiding Wind as well that can bring another player. They can bring those trio, the mid trio, the jungle, mid, and roamer over to the gold lane, over to the XP lane super fast. And that's why they have controlled the neutral objectives, they've controlled the early game. The thing is though, Burnix Flash have been taking a bit too much. They've been going for the contest, even though their composition isn't meant to go for the contest early on. They have a Sicilian. The Diggy can, but I would actually say that the Diggy should just play around the gold lane more often than looking for these contests. Again, that Farsa, much easier to get that item power spike, to get her power spike in general. Just with level 4, you're able to dish out so much damage. Meanwhile, Sicilian, like we've mentioned many times, Gani, you need to wait for those stacks. And because they took too many team fights, the gold lead has built up to this point, and with 3 turtles, I don't think I need to mention how much of an XP lead they have.
I agree. I mean, they should have picked more their fights in the early minutes, but give credit towards Orange Esports as well, who sets up so effortlessly. It seems like in the mid side where Seacat was caught. It was a 4-man setup, and they got it. A very good setup, very good macro sense as well from Orange Esports displayed in our first game. Back to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. It is still 7-1 in the first 9 minutes. Orange Esports, wow, already taking the Lord down here, it seems like. 6,000 gold lead.
Again, right? The way Burnix Flash can actually come back in this game is if Orange Esports makes a mistake in these engages. You can see for the player gold though, Hesa is still up there. 6,280 gold, even though he's been bullied in that gold lane by Amelins, by literally the whole team. Subway, Solo Aim, and Stormy has literally played around that gold lane so often, but Hesa is still at a point where he can deal out damage. Still needs to wait though, because with that golden staff, he can actually look for the big damage. Right now, as you mentioned, that Feather Airstrike just chunks them low.
Oh, Subway with the guiding wind and manages to escape. But now it seems like Burnix Flash, they are still focusing in clearing the minions and Lord bot side. Orange Esports with this Lord that is not enhanced. Seems like they will not find a base turret, or they might force it in the mid side here. Yeah, they may get it here. Base turret mid will be collapsed, and now the bot side perhaps will be the next focus. Will be taken down though. Neo in the backside here. Time Journey has been popped. Neo escapes, but the circling eagle will not be enough to take a member down. Orange Esports taking the 2 base turrets mid and as well as spot. They look to maintain the pressure here in the top side. Burnix Flash still defending this. I feel like a very good effort as well. 5 members still standing, but the feathered airstrike burning Cats in the backside as well. Well, no casualties. A very good offense and as well as defense. Subway though, heavy spin was popped here in the front side, just as a defense. That torn apart memory almost taking down ATM. But at the end of the day, this pressure, the offense, leads to no casualties.
It's just perfect execution from the side of Orange Esports, right? The way that they're actually able to crack the base with the first Lord. Again, if we talk about that first Lord, usually you find value just by getting all the tier 2s. The fact that they're able to get 2 base turrets shows just how good they are at chaining these minion waves, controlling the minion waves to hit at the exact time to get those turret passive and to ultimately take those turrets down. You guys can follow on Esports once again here on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook if you guys want to see all the latest news and information. And right now, we're actually going to take a look at the items where Hesa has completed that DHS Golden Staff, but it might be too late.
Oh my god, Xion gets caught there with Stormy, and perhaps D7 might be next here. Time to be popped. Cats is dealing the main, he is the main damage dealer as of yet. But Hesa needs to be very careful here in positioning as well. Xion actually opted for a tank build with a bounty, so a very interesting approach here, which actually is quite contrast. But top side 2v1, ATM trying to buy time for his team, falling Storm into the turret here again to buy time. But it seems like now ATM will be taken out very shortly as Subway collecting the Lord in the bot side. Amelans with the mega kill.
At this point, right, Orange Esports are just, again, playing it slow. They don't really need to look for these desperate plays. It's Burnix Flash who needs to look for a desperate play, a desperate team fight to come back in this game. They need to look for that coin flip, but it just doesn't feel like Orange Esports are going to give them that opportunity. But hey, you guys have an opportunity to win the new Venom Collection skins with just by registering and winning. oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. Register for your updates right now to get a chance to win that, ladies and gentlemen. Burnix Flash, though, once again, are going to be pinched down, forced inside of their base. With this enhanced Lord, Orange Esports can definitely look for an end.
Malaysia here, Orange Esports looking for the end with the sword push. Xion though trying to find something in the mid side.
Oh my god.
Airstrike just puts the coffin in the table as well here. Oh, heavy spin towards the backside as we're all here trying to buy time. It seems like Lord has been taken care of with Burnix Flash in the backside. A very good defense. But now, Orange Esports, without the Lord, could not maintain pressure here, it seems like. A very good defense overall by Burnix Flash.
And there, in that team fight, you saw the opening. You saw how Burnix Flash can actually win these team fights. It's if they take Amelins down, or just force him to use that flicker, force him to use his resources without you taking that much damage, right? Just now, Amelins was caught. And again, look at Burnix Flash. They're looking for these catches now that they know Hesa has the item Power Spike. Cat is going to get that Power Spike very soon as well. And this is that late game moment that we spoke about. Orange Esports made one mistake. Oh my god, good steal from Stormy. So aware.
Wow, a very good display there. Good, perfectly timed as well. But Orange Esports, they are still leading 10,000 gold here, Mirko. Sure, we are now entering towards the late game phase, but I feel like it's still a factor here. The Immortals, the perhaps Winter Truncheons. But for you guys at home, we got one campaign for you. What type of MLBB hero are you? Check the site out, oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to know more, to have more information. Now, CCAT here, a very important item to know. He has the Holy Crystal. So, combined with the stacks that he has, the damage is gonna be evident here in the line of Dawn. But then again, Stormy, he's been untouchable here at this point. Still zero deaths.
We'll see once again. They're looking for it. Gets the steal actually onto the purple buff. And with this composition, that's exactly what they should do. Because Burnex Flash, look at the gold lead. Slowly but surely are actually nullifying that gold lead, getting it back to 8,000. It was 10,000 earlier. And look at the levels. Look at the items. Hessa has hit level 15. CCAT's level 14, so he's only one level away from Stormy. And guess what? We're in that 16-minute. It's a timer for Burnex Flash, that item power spike. And now you can really understand why Xeon went for the tank build, right? He's that solid front line that they need, because if you take a look at their composition, it's still a very squishy comp. Just put your eyes on Hessa for Burnex Flash. Orange Esports need to nullify him, shut him down if they want to win.
Well, you can see here, Subway and friends, they are maintaining the pressure within the Lord ATM, trying to find an opening in the mid-side. Neo needs to be careful here. No commitments just yet, but ATM is actually already half HP. Solo aim here with the Immortal poked on towards quarter HP. For next flash, they might go for this, realizing that solo aim is quite low. Now ATM trying to find an opening here in the Lord Pit, but has not get the right engage just yet. Subway trying to delay time, and a very good disengage. Orange Esports going for the safe route. The top side is actually slowly pushing now. Orange Esports, are they going to force a fight here? Seems like Burnex Flash caught that, and they disengage as well.
Man, you can see just the level of pressure that Burnex Flash are able to place now that they've hit their power spikes. Remember, they only have one kill. They have no neutral objectives whatsoever. Heck, they don't even have a turret, but again, they can actually push in the team fights. Thing is though, in terms of map pressure, it's still very heavily favoring Orange Esports, and Orange Esports can just use that advantage. They don't need to actually look to commit for this Lord. They can just go back and forth, pushing that top side, but they're looking for a fight here. Hessa.
Oh, Wind of Nature. Very, very clutch there. Torn apart memory. Didn't connect. And now Burnex Flash, they are perhaps looking for another opening here. Oh, Subway and friends, they might commit to this Lord here as Xeon looking for the opening to see the health
ATM
from the Lord. ATM here, full HP, so confident just penetrating towards the orange composition. But as of yet, no real fights open for Emelens and friends. Yeah, just a disengage. Both teams are just seizing at this point.
This playstyle from Burnex Flash, we said it in the draft, it's a very risky draft because they have that late game presence, but not so much early game. And you can see even in the way they play here, in that late stage when they have that item power spike, it's so risky, but they're able to micromanage the waves and going into the team fight at the same time with precision, man. It's actually insane to see here. As you can see, Esmeralda already cutting the waves, buying a little bit of time as they look for an engage once again here with the poke. They faded in the feather airstrike Gani. This is their chance to look for a massive team fight to turn the tide.
Oh my god, Benedetta, he's cutting waves. But now, you can see your Burnex Flash here trying to somehow find the right opening. A very good play by Benedetta. But now in the backside, Hessa might be caught here. Wind of Nature once again pops, but Feather Airstrike actually did not connect here. Fortunately for Hessa, but take a look at D7. He gets taken down as Neo and friends might look for another opening. ATM in the backside, finding two. Neo might be in trouble here. He escapes effortlessly, but ATM now, as the sandbag, will be taken down as that Brody will pick up the kill. Orange Esports now still strong with 5, but Burnex Flash only up with 3 members.
Orange Esports are so good at stopping Hessa. Every single member have just been focusing and targeting Hessa down. They haven't given Hessa an opportunity to look for that blazing duet. Now though, Hessa with no sprint, he's looking for that play. Goes in on the solo aim. Feather Airstrike pop Gani.
Yeah, CCAT here is going to be the target. Circling Eagle. He hits it, but Neo in the backside takes a lot of bullets with that blazing duet. Now someone jumps in. The Lord Take, who will grab it? The Ambulance will secure the kill. And now Xeon and friends finding a kill. Solo aim is the only casualty from that exchange. And Burn X Flash will actually defend it with 5, but luckily for Orange Esports, Ambulance collects the Lord.
That was their chance. That was Burn X Flash's chance to actually look for a turn. Now Orange Esports have another chance to look for the end with the Evolved Lord. It's looking grim for Burn X Flash. For Burn though, they do have a man advantage. They can utilize this. Subway needs to be careful. Orange Esports needs to manage the waves properly to actually wait out for solo aim. If they go together as 5 and they're just able to zone these members away from Burn X Flash from that base, you can expect Ambulance to just go full ham on to the base. And here it is, it's the siege once again from Orange to look for the end.
Yeah, I got a feeling Burn X Flash might defend this. Actually, 5 members now standing strong. They are taking the Lord down. But now it seems like Subway and friends, heavy spin pops. You need to be careful. Wind of Nature pops as well. Subway, very low. Immortal pops here. Oh my god, Burn X Flash catching one. Subway gets taken out. And now Burn X Flash, they did not just only defend the Lord, Evolved Lord, they won the exchange. What the heck is going on?
The gamble paid off. That's what's happening here. Burn X Flash with their composition that everyone doubted. Everyone, the audience and even us, they've finally gotten those power spikes. Take a look at the items, the gold lead that Orange Esports have built throughout this game. The neutral objectives and even the turret take are useless now. Maybe not the turret takes. The turret takes are still definitely map pressure. They can use that wave control that they can use, but neutral objectives, the gold lead, the kills, it is all for naught currently because Burn have all their items completed. That 4,000 gold lead, not relevant anymore. And guess what? Burn can actually use their composition to clear waves a bit better than Orange Esports. Sicilian in the late game stacks up really well. Very, very painful in this later stage of the game. And in 22 minutes, I think the longer the game goes, it's just going to favor Burn even more.
Am I seeing 2 Athenas from D7? Is this right?
Yes.
2 Athenas.
You're seeing it.
Just for Stormy. What the heck am I seeing? But Seacat, yeah, Sicilian opting for that because he has damage from that Sax. He is building towards that utility. Slow effect and as well as burning effect from that going one. So a very smart, intelligent decision as well made by Seacats here. Burn X Flash and Orange Esports now. It's a reset, I feel like. Sure, Burn X Flash, they are behind on turrets, but one good team fight. If they manage to take down 4 or even 5 members from Orange Esports, Burn X Flash might be taking 1.
Oh, Subway needs to be very careful. He might actually be forced to pop that heavy spin. No, he just gets out. Good damage by Ambulance. But this is also a very interesting topic that we can talk about. Ambulance, he's definitely fallen off in this later stage. Hesa is going to be able to output more damage more consistently 100% of the time. Orange Esports do not have enough damage here from their marksman. However, they can actually get some damage done by using Stormy with his Feathered Airstrike. They're going for a gang up top though, but in this late stage, ATM can get out. That Purify helps him to get those stacks away as well. That's a Petrify. 2 ultimates used by Orange Esports for the price of just 1 battle spell, Gani.
I mean, ATM, sure, stat isn't looking good for him, 0 for 1, but what he has done, what impact he brings to the table is immaculate. Now, Feather Airstrike on towards Claude here. He has the Athena, so it nullifies the damage. You can see here that he eats 1 Feather Airstrike, but it's not instantly deleted yet because of that Athena. But now, the Lord is going to be the focus from both teams. You are now seeing here Burn X Flash and Orange Esports teasing at each other once again.
Oh man, look at the damage from Hisa, right? With the golden staff with the DHF, they need to be careful though. Here, that's a Feathered Airstrike popped in. Burner looking for the pick here in that top side. ATM caught in the midst.
Oh my god, now he needs to be careful at the torn apart memory. Finding that one. ATM a little too aggressive. This might cost them the game. Orange Esports 5v4, comfortable turtle take here. We'll see how Xeon will go about this. Seems like he is already in that vicinity here. He is not able to somehow open the map just yet. We'll see though. I mean, they might go all in for this. Oh, circling Eagle towards the backside here. One member, Seacat is going to be targeted. He has the Immortal, but he needs to be very careful. Xeon trying to cover the mid laner as Subway collecting the Lord comfortably. Xeon gets taken out. Oh, Burn X Flash. Situation has been from bad to worse right now.
Man, you gotta start asking yourself now, man. Burn X Flash, ATM has been caught off 5 times, and it's mostly in that lane, Gani, in the XP lane. The amount of times that he's been ganked has it's just turned the game once again towards Orange Esports, and they're looking for the end currently with Hesa trying to clear out.
He got petrified from that blazing duet, but right now it seems like Neo and friends, they are eyeing for that base. It is very exposed, and the Malaysian gets game 1.
Orange Esports strike first. They were in a bit of struggle there. They're struggling to end the game, but in the end, that disciplined play style, the reason of them able to win the game, actually, their winning condition was the turrets in the end. The map pressure that they had to play with, the wave clear that they had to play with, ultimately became the reason as to how they were able to close out the game. Burn X Flash, they can go and defend, they can go and scale, they can go for these team fights, but Orange Esports were never in a place where they had to commit. They could just play with the mini waves, slowly but surely look for that pickoffs, and that's what exactly what they did.
A 23 minutes game, that's quite a long time, but Orange Esports managing to grab game 1 here, ladies and gentlemen, in our first opening match of the tournament. Best of 3, don't worry here, still has a chance, but I do want to note this though.
What?
So unfortunate that Sicilian and Claude could not withstand the pressure from the Malaysians.
I think actually the Sicilian and Claude, Seacat and Hesa were able to withstand the pressure, but it's the Esmeralda.
Amlens.
ATM. Yeah, he was bursted down by Amlens constantly on that Brody. And that's where you need to start asking the questions, right? ATM, he's gotten caught 5 times in that game. He was 0-5-1. That was his final score. And I think he got caught off in that top side alone 3 times. We need to see that adaptation. We need to see an improvement here for Burn X Flash in the way they play throughout that XP lane. Because if this keeps on happening, Hesa can scale all he wants. With a man disadvantage that late in the game, that's 70 seconds on the death timer is gone.
That's the one, I feel like it's partly because he has the Purify. So he has no sprint, he has no escapability. But Arashi, I want to hear your thoughts regarding game 1. What do you see? Please dissect and analyze the first game.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the analytical section with me, Arashi, and that was a very intense game. I mean, early on, you really think that Burn were going to get taken out, but they were able to withstand the aggression. But unfortunately, at the end, the macro play, the strategy, the mind games from Orange Esports were able to prevail and get them the advantage, even though on paper, you do see that the composition of Orange Esports don't really scale as well as Burn's composition into the late game. That is why it's not only about the drafts, it's not only about strategy, it's also about the execution, right? How well they're able to manage the pressure, how well they're able to rotate around the map and get an advantage that way. Overall in the late game, as Mirko was mentioning, you can see that members from Burn got caught, but that's also due to the macro pressure being applied by Orange Esports. They were able to use that Benedetta to be such a nuisance, and despite losing in the range department, they were able to abuse the feathered airstrike and make sure that even though usually Burn would actually get the advantage, they have to keep their guard up at all times, because otherwise they get absolutely destroyed by that late game feathered airstrike from such a long distance away. But now, we take a look at a bit of the items where we can analyze a bit what exactly was going on in that game and maybe why in that late game, Orange was still able to match up to Burn in the team fights in particular. Right here, for both items, right? Off the bat, you do see that everyone is basically on full items. It is a 25-minute game. First game of MPL and already so competitive. But Hesa, with the Thunderbolt, he goes for a bit more tankiness, knowing that there's a lot of burst damage and not as much DPS coming in from Burn X Flash. And if you look at the progression, the gold gain, even though Burn was losing, Hesa was able to actually get his core items all the way to the Golden Staff with the VHS at 7 minutes. So that allows him to still scale very well. And that is why, as Mirko mentioned, towards that late game, they're still able to withstand a lot of that aggression as possible because the range advantage is the only thing he has over CCAT on that Sicilian. Even the Akai, even Subway with the full tank build, having the Radiant Armor as well as the Oracle, he was able to get chunked to almost half HP with a single bat impact, and that is the power of a late game Sicilian. And Orange Esports did very well respecting that, taking as little damage as possible until they decided it's time to push the tempo and go for the fights. You take a look at the post-game stats here. It's one-sided for sure for the side of Orange Esports. They were able to actually get so much domination in the early game, even though Burn X Flash were able to make a bit of a comeback overall. It's just so much more dominant from Orange Esports. Stormy and Amelance. As Mirko mentioned, Stormy was able to do a lot of AoE, zone away CCAT and Hessa, but Amelance was the one dishing out the insane amount of damage, man. In the end, at the end of the game, towards that late game, he was also building a Demon Hunter sword, understanding that he lacks a bit in DPS, so he has burst damage, but against ATM in particular, someone so tanky with so much HP, he understands that the attack speed and the percentage HP damage coming in for the Demon Hunter sword is just that much more important. And I think it's almost very one-sided. I mean, it looks like Burn X Flash were able to almost mount a comeback, but even the Lords, right? The Lords and Turtles are all completely controlled by Orange Esports, so they really understand what they require to win the game. Maybe they don't really win in the fights, but in that objective gameplay, it's solid, man. And the game MVP is going to be Amelance on that Brody. 7-0-5, 92% kill participation. Just staying so safe despite having so many threats. The Claude, the Sicilian. Using the stun at the right time, and of course, when Orange decide, okay, it's time to trap, it's time to ambush ATM on the top side, he was ready up there, he followed up very well, and he's using the torn apart memory at such an opportune moment, and several times, even Hessa, he has to itemize for the Wind of Nature, just in case the torn apart memory is able to chunk him down. That is the pressure that the Brody can actually bring to the table, and this range with the torn apart memory combined with the Feather Airstrike, I think that is what Orange Esports were able to abuse to get the advantage with distance instead of DPS. Because when it comes to DPS and tankiness and late game scaling, Burn had a good chance, but I think they need to adjust in the rotations in the mind games, maybe a bit of the vision gameplay as well. They had a Diggy, but the Diggy was also building tank, so not as much damage in the late game, not as much pressure. And if you look at it, the Diggy doesn't really provide too much being a main frontline, right? Compared to an Akai, for example. So maybe something there needs to be adjusted. Maybe if they want to go for someone tankier, not the Diggy, because even in the early game, I guess going for the time journey is able to nullify the pressure of the engages. But as you can see, with that kind of composition coming in from Orange Esports, you get bursted down before you even get CC locked. So maybe we'll see a bit of what happened here in the highlights for game number 1 between Orange Esports and Burn. And as you can see, all the way since minute number 7, it does seem like Orange were able to control the game so well. And with the objective control, they were able to use all the neutral objectives to ensure that they get more pressure, more map control, and from there on, they are the ones who are dictating the pace. They are the ones waiting for an opportunity to jump in, make a play happen, solo aim, very decisive on that circling eagle. And it seems like Burn just struggles quite a bit in figuring out when exactly are they going to go in. They keep trying to adjust to the aggression from Orange, but Orange were able to abuse that range as we were discussing before. So it makes it very difficult for them to actually get a foothold in these big fights. And of course here, as you can see, without the Fighter Airstrike ready, Burn can just pressure them back away with the damage coming in from the Blazing Duet, from the Claude jumping on the backline, from ATM diving towards the backline as well. All centers on whether or not Orange Esports will be able to get a pickoff and or maybe zone away members. And as you can see, when one member gets isolated, when one member of Burn gets focused down, and the rest of the members are unable to actually follow up and trade back that damage, that is where Orange get an advantage. And right here, they go and focus on that victory. They don't go for the unnecessary fights, and they end the game just like that, even though, as we mentioned, they're supposed to lose in the late game. So it's very smart from Orange Esports, but of course, it's only game number 1, and Burn will be able to adjust and adapt Is this still a best of 3? So we'll have to look forward to game number 2, and let's see if Orange Esports can make this a dominant clean sweep, or if Burn will be able to actually mount a fiery comeback. We'll just have to see. We'll send you guys right back to Goni and Mirko. So guys, take it away.
A very beautiful and insightful analysis there, dissected by the one and only
Book boy.
Arashi. Book boy, book man, cute book boy. But man, game 1 finally done and dusted. It was a rather lengthy game, but I enjoyed it to the very last minute. What I can take from game 1 is actually, even though you're on a Sicilian and Claude, yeah, you managed to drag the game out 20 minutes long, but actually it's still the discipline, the micromanaging waves, the pressure maintaining tempo won you games.
And it also goes to show that for Burn X Flash, right, it doesn't really matter if the carries get to that late stage but have no frontliners. It's a front-to-back composition like we've mentioned before.
Yeah.
The way they play the game, the way they play their team fights, even though they want to go for that dive with the Esme, with the Martis, with the Claude, they need to play front to back still. Claude can't just go alone up against the Farsa, up against the Brody. Arashi mentioned it as well. The Brody can stun you up. The damage from the Farsa is no joke. And they have a lot more damage, a lot more CC to play with as well. That Benedetta with the Petrify definitely can bait out the time journey. And that's the reason you saw that, again, the time journey was just not utilized properly. Not their fault, because it was just good execution from Orange Esports, baiting it out constantly. But like Arashi mentioned, Burn X Flash can definitely learn from game number 1. In the drafts, perhaps, we need to see something different, right? Because if we go to that late stage, the super duper late stage, it does seem like Orange Esports are a bit more disciplined. Their XP laners are a bit calmer, more composed. Meanwhile, ATM, again, that final pick sealed the deal.
Yeah, I don't know. Esmeralda 051, if I'm not mistaken, was his scoreline. Which just, yeah, sure, you want to buy time for your team, but then again, you got to make sure that when you buy that time for your team, your team is able to translate to an objective or other things on the board, which isn't really evident in game 1. But enough talk for game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about game 2. Burn X Flash now will have the first pick. Orange Esports, what will they go for? It seems like Burn X Flash, they opted for a Grok ban. Orange Esports still with that 1-1 banned out for the second game.
Yeah, they've swapped places here as well in the draft. It's Burn X Flash with the first pick this time around. Orange Esports on the red side, second pick. In the bans, we're already seeing a change. Orange Esports banned out the Gushin first, and then the Fanny Faramis. Now they go for the 1-1. So Burn X Flash, I think they might just go for the same, just Valentino ban, or no, they have the first pick. They might actually want to pick up that Valentina for themselves. They might actually be the ones to ban out the Faramis or the Fanny.
We'll see here.
Yeah,
Faramis banned out. So still here, going for the Prio Heroes again. Game 1, Paquito was left open. It wasn't banned, it wasn't picked up as well. So perhaps that is giving the signal that Paquito isn't still Prio. Because I feel like personally, yeah, and I do question Burn X Flash. Why did you go for the bounty emblem but building tank?
Yeah, Xeon.
It doesn't really, I don't know, maybe perhaps my understanding isn't to that level yet, but still, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's an adaptive choice, right?
Perhaps.
Early on, maybe they wanted to create that snowball and go for damage, but they fell behind early on very much. And again, I think it just comes down to the drafts there, right? The draft was a very risky draft. It was a bit one-dimensional in the way they played in the team fights and the way that they have to wait for that late stage, right? Mid-control is super important, especially early on, and that game, it was evident. It was visible. Orange Esports with better mid-control was able to dictate the game tempo, dictate the way the game was played as well. towards their style. Here, Fanny banned out from Orange Esports, which we see an Akai respected from Burnix Flash. Orange Esports might actually want to go for the Valentina ban now because Burnix Flash are leaving it open to first pick it. I don't think Orange Esports are going to let that slide. The Valentina is going to be banned out by Orange, and Burnix Flash have the option now to go for the first pick. Last time they went for a Claude first pick. They can go for a Claude first pick again if they really, really want to play for it, but the Gushin becomes the choice here. Now you really know why they're playing Xeon. Not for the utility, for the assassin. Like we mentioned, Chuma was the utility jungler for Burnix Flash in Cambodia, but he's not playing here.
I cannot wait to see what the Gushin will bring here, especially in the hands of Xeon. Now, Orange Esports, they must have saw this, right? I mean, first game, they banned out the Gushin, but in game 2, they left it open. So, Orange Esports, they have to have something up their sleeves. A good hero against the Gushin is actually the Akai, but it was banned out. So, Fredrin and Mathilda now picked up for their composition. Orange Esports, they are ready here. Burn X Flash. Again, Paquito left wide open. And perhaps now they gotta go for Lilia, I feel like.
Fun fact. This Gushin can be flexed, right?
True.
It's one of the reasons that maybe it is so prio. Not only is it a strong hero, per se, prio hero, just based on the strength in the jungle, but flexed. You can flex it into the mid lane. Zin from RRQ has said that it actually fits better as a mid laner than it does as a jungler, so you might just see that happen. Burnix Flash with the next 2 picks. Claude still up for grabs, a favorite amongst the pro players when it comes down to that gold lane. You're not going to pick it up here though. They actually... A Leslie so early on for Burnix Flash. First phase Leslie. First time we're seeing it. They pick up a Benedetta as well. I guess the idea here is they have so much damage output already, they just want to use that damage output as a distraction to create space for this Leslie.
Anticipating for a Claude pick as well, perhaps here, that Leslie move, adding Benedetta as well. It's gonna be very interesting. Orange Esports here, who plays around Emelance, the gold laner. What are they going off for? I feel like they should pick up the gold laner here before the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, up against this Leslie right now, they can't just go for a bully hero, right? Melissa becomes a very good choice, but they go for the Lilia first. With a bit more sustain up against this dive comp, the Lilia fits perfectly. The Farsa, the Yve, 2 heroes that we usually see is a bit too vulnerable up against this dive. So Lilia becomes just a solid choice here, as Orange Esports will be first to ban in the second phase.
I agree. Lilia, a very fast clearing hero. Like, you keep mentioning the mid control, and Lilia is a hero that just perfect for that mid control. Wave clear very fast, rotates very swiftly as well. Adding Mathilda in your composition, it just adds more mobility as well. Now let's enter the second phase here. Orange Esports, they might go for a ban towards the XP here. But no, Romer, Atlas banned out. A very solid ban here from Orange Esports.
It's a good move by Orange Esports. They noticed that Burn, once again, are looking for kind of that one-dimensional team fight. They want to get that massive momentum with the AoE damage that they have. They need a solid engage to enable that to happen. Atlas becomes instantly the first choice when it comes down to massive engages that clump people up together. A second choice here that can be banned out as well for Orange Esports. Again, I think they might just go for another roam ban. If you go for the jungle, if you go for the mid lane ban, that Gushin is picked for a reason. It's to flex. Let them go for that pick. We already have a Fredrin to cancel out that Gushin with a taunt. They can actually use this to cancel out the high ground heroes as well, like the Farsa and the Yve from Burnix Flash, if they do want to go for it. Orange Esports, another roamer would fit here. Again, looking at that first game, it was Diggy. I don't think Diggy will be banned out by Orange Esports, but they might actually look for
Lolita.
There you go. Another massive ultimate AoE. Lolita becomes the choice for Orange Esports. 2 bans that are already now narrowing it down for Burnix Flash in the way that they want to play. Masha and Phoveus, 2 XP lanes. The response from Burn to enable this Benedetta in lane.
One hero that just pops in my mind here for the side of Orange Esports is Cho Jungler. They might pick it up against the Gushin, against the Leslie. It's a good fit, but no, they add Beatrix first here, so they are leaving that jungler position open. But Beatrix against the Leslie, what do you think about this, Miracle? Because I feel like in the early game, sure, Beatrix might bully Leslie, but towards the late, Beatrix needs to be very, very careful.
I think even in the early game, Beatrix doesn't have any
Power?
crazy means to actually shut the Leslie down. Leslie can use that first ability very easily to just dodge away and to get some poke down. Obviously though, we need to think about it in the grand scheme of things, right? It's the big picture for Orange Esports, because when they pick this Beatrix, it's not to 1v1. Valens or Amelens here never actually goes for duels in the gold lane. It's always the team rotating towards that gold lane. So if we're thinking about it like that, Orange Esports are drafting themselves a very, very good composition. Vernix Flash, go for the Diggy again. They're lacking engage right now. They're really lacking that engage potential. Just like they did in game 1. Vernix Flash have a good poke, have good damage pick-off as well, but Orange Esports have a lot of sustain. They have a lot of disengage. Orange Esports can just play the long game, and guess what? With their resources here, with their abilities, and with the composition that Orange Esports has, it fits. They can actually go up against Burnix Flash like this. If they want to play the long game, if they want to play just the back and forths, Orange Esports has a bit of an edge.
And again, one hero that was banned out in the first game, Barats, was banned out in the second phase. With Matilda, it just suits the play style here. Will they go for the Barats? But no, they add the assassin to themselves here. It's gonna be crazy. Seeing that Burn is lacking with the engage, I feel like Orange Esports with that Hayabusa, it's gonna be deadly.
They don't really have any lockdown aside from the aside from the reverse time, there's no lockdown at all for Burn X Flash. Orange Esports, especially the Hayabusa, is going to be able to bully Hesa, man. Hesa is going to have a tough time in that gold lane. The fact that, again, in terms of mid control, I would give it over to Orange Esports. Gushin is really good in the mid lane with the kill pressure, but wave control not there for Burn. I think it might be a 2-0 here if we're just basing it off of the drafts.
Prove us wrong here, Cambodia. Burn X Flash bring something to the table because, again, a very, very questionable drafts, I gotta say. But then again, perhaps we might be wrong. Orange Esports here, a very solid all-arounder. They have engaged, a very good disengage. They have Peel, someone who can take the damage, and of course, a very, very pass-clearing hero on all of the 3 lanes. So let's see here, perhaps potentially the closing game of the first match. Battle of the Oranges, ladies and gentlemen. Who you got? Burnix Flash or Orange Esports?
The tournament lives are on the line, Gani. Orange Esports, they have the chance to knock Burn X Flash out of MPL Invitational 2022. And Burn, they're 1 game away from getting eliminated. They need to just go all out. No holds barred here for game number 2.
Let's take a step back and dive. Let's talk about the composition here, right? In the early game, Gushin and as well as Benedetta might invade, might go for the engage, might go for the crazy action-packed kills. But it's going to be very, very tough going up against that Fredrin. So let's just jump to the Land of Dawn here, ladies and gentlemen, to witness the second game of Burn X Flash and as well as Orange Esports.
Let's see, man. Again, if we're looking at it here, C-Cat on the Gushin. If he gets the snowball going from the early stage, they actually can look for that snowball, and they can play towards that late game as well for Hesa. This time, Xeon has opted to go for Demon Slayer, so no more bounty for him. And in this gold lane, there's already a chain. See how the Diggy's playing early on, already just to enable Hesa in lane. This is what we expected early on. Amelins dashing forward with solo aim. I don't think that was the right move. He's going to be forced to back off, and Hesa's just going to take this lane slow.
Yeah, I mean, winning that trade bot side, a very important win in the earlier minutes. I mean, he has to recall, but do know that Subway is on that high and dry. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess Subway wants to isolate members from the Burn X Flash to exploit that emblem. Now it's 2v2 bot side. D7 taking a lot of damage there from Stormy. But take a look at Hessa. Subway jumps in with that shadow kill on towards the minions. Not D7, a very unfortunate event.
Oh man, but you know, there's an interesting fact there when they were actually taking the lane slow. Hessa was not last hitting at all. He only last hit that final cannon minion. He would have been able to get a bit more gold to play with, but because of that, I think Amelens, yeah, with a few hits onto the turret, it's not that far off. Burn have a gold lead, but man, I really wonder why he didn't go for those last hits there.
Perhaps he is to focus on chunking HP bars, but the first turtle here has spawned 3 members from the side of Orange Esports rotating towards mid. Still no first blood, but that also happened in the first game. The first blood was in the 4th minute, but now I might be wrong. 3v2 bot side. Oh my god, everything is just happening. First blood from Stormy. And Xeon collecting the turtle. Now we can see here ATM. Hessa, what? He gets taken down. But Burn ATM though, finding compensation, collecting the turtle.
Man, Burn X Flash right now, they're able to trade it with that turtle, but again, this Leslie Diggy combination, they're putting so many resources over down below. If the Beatrix actually gets ahead here, and Orange Esports are able to siege the turret down early on, they're gonna have, again, a chance to dictate the game as they did in game 1. Xeon, go for that steal, gets it.
Oh my god, Orange Esports here now. They are still in the lead. The Subway, though, is quite low, so he could not contest. But Burn X Flash, they have leveled up here in the second game. Their coin farming skills with, of course, HSBC. You guys at home should too. But now it's a setup bot side. 3v2. Shadow kill on towards D7. Easy kill. Collecting that one. But Xeon says he wants the revenge. Is not committed just yet. Orange Esports 3-0 as of now.
And this is exactly what I mentioned early on, right? In the draft, when they pick up that Hayabusa, I really liked Orange Esports' draft because the kill pressure that they have, there's no lockdown at all for Burn X Flash, and guess what? The sustainability isn't even there, right? It's sure you have the Uranus, but I'm talking about that gold lane. Hessa is going to be a free target for that Hayabusa, and even the Diggy. Solo aim here. He's not even at risk of dying, but even if he goes in like this, huh?
Oh my god, Seacat is actually the one who gets taken down. Traded out by the Rover, solo aim, but now Shadow Kill on towards the backside. D7 taking is the recipient of that Shadow Kill, but now it is just 1-for-1. Roamer for mid lane, still heavily favoring Orange Esports. Burn X Flash though, I like what they're doing. They are still staying proactive. Now, with the turtle up, I feel like they have a chance to contest. Let's see.
Again, that was what I was trying to mention, right? The fact that, oh my god, Subway again. He's just zoning Hessa. Just creating so much space for Amelin to take a lot of damage on the turret. Subway needs to be careful though.
Benedetta jumps in flanking, taking Subway down, but now Circling Eagle, perfectly timed final blow there. But Hessa is down, and it seems like the turret bot side will be collapsed here. Seacat trying to do what he can, but D7 gets taken down as well as Seacat jumps in almost to his death, but it is going to be Hessa and D7 and the turret taken down bot side.
This is usually why we see the Leslie pick in the second phase. We don't usually see it in the first phase because it's so easily countered, it's so easily targeted. Orange Esports are doing exactly that to Hessa. Hessa currently now is going to be one level below of Amelin. And guess what? Amelin is on that Beatrix. Like you said, Gani, in this mid-game, Beatrix definitely has a better chance. Also, just a better route to get that item power spike. 1 BOD. And I think that's enough to actually burst down Hessa later on. You can already see the snipes. One Renner shot taking so much HP away from Seacat.
It is very, very evident here. Now, Orange Esports, though, they need to stay disciplined. D7 again, the recipient of that Shadow Kill could not withstand it. And it's just more than enough for D7 to go down. Amelin's here. Half HP, needs to be careful, but Mathilda is in the front lines, giving information regarding the whereabouts of the Burn X Flash's members. Now, you can see here in the mid side, 5 members already stacking up in the mid side here. They want the mid side. Xeon taking a lot of damage. Emelens finding that kill. The Uranus here jumping towards the backside, trying to find Emelens. Hissa finding that kill. But now it seems like Burn X Flash, with that kill, manages to reset the tempo.
And the way Orange Esports are playing here is kind of weird, Gani. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? The fact that they have a lead already, but they're clumping up as 5 instead of using these individual leads to look for more pickoffs with the members that are isolated. Neo has been completely ignoring his lane, giving ATM a chance to actually shove the waves constantly here. And guess what? ATM is going to have a good time if he gets free farm like this. That's a Uranus who needs to scale, who needs to wait for items. He's been free farming for the past, 6 minutes? About to be 7 now. Orange Esports needs to stay disciplined. Just because they won Game 1 and just because they won in the draft here for the early stage doesn't mean Burn X Flash have 0 chance to win. With this composition, Burn can definitely still look for that mid to late game with Hesa on that Leslie.
They gotta play their way here, just like Logitech Chi plays their way with the Aurora Collection. Make sure to check that out. Burn X Flash, they are behind, but it seems like they pick their fights here in Game 2. They know when to commit, when to disengage, and that is what I love to see here in the Land of Dawn. Adaptability. But it's still Orange Esports leading the turtle. Orange Esports, Subway, and Xeon. The battle of the Retributions. Who will get it? Certainly Eagle connecting on towards Xeon, but the Retribution is gonna fall to the hands of Subway, actually. ATM here trying to beat the sandbag in the backside, but now time reverse. Reverse time hasn't been processed just yet. No casualties as of now, but it seems like Burn X Flash still behind on rotations.
Again, Xeon miscalculating on that Retribution. Orange Esports are able to capitalize. Hayabusa was completely stunned in that Retri battle. Burn definitely needs to look for something at this point, and I think that something comes from Hesa. He's the only member who can really carry this team currently in this form. Burn X Flash. They're losing in all fronts, even though Orange Esports aren't as disciplined in Game 1. Orange Esports right now are taking a lot of these skirmishes and a lot of these contests without the setup that they did in Game 1, right? Even in that contest, Hayabusa was stunned up, but he still won the Retri battle.
I have no words. I mean, again now, it seems like Burn X Flash. Oh my god. 7 with that burn. Extra burn, he gets taken down. D7 goes down for the 5th time here in the second game. Not a good look. But on the other side of the map, Xeon here trying to give pressure. Subway still collecting the purple buff, but now he is in a bit of a pickle here. Now Orange Esports team might go for a invade here in the purple buff themselves, and Xeon has no retribution, so this is going to be very, very tricky. Xeon again doesn't get the purple buff, and Orange Esports maintaining pressure all across the board.
It's a disaster, right? Xeon used the Retribution to try to steal Subway's purple buff, and he wasn't able to get that Retribution on time for his own purple buff. So he lost 2 purple buffs there. Orange Esports able to capitalize, and now you can see Orange going back to the basics. The reason they were able to win game number 1. Discipline, right? So they're playing with that again. Neo is in that bottom side, going to match ATM, and this is what they need to do. They're gonna be careful though. C-Cat missed!
Oh my god, 3v2! Shadow kill onto it. C-Cat here. Luckily, there are minions, but now ATM is quite low. Still managed to escape with that flicker. Neo, though, taking a lot of heat here in the bot side. Hessa claiming a kill. 5v4 now, they might look for more. Solo aim, pulled back, reverse time. A time journey was popped as well, but it is not enough to make him survive. 1 for 1 as of now. You can see here, Flash Shoes popped as well to add more burst, but ATM does not care. He wants to go for that 1v2. Can he do it though? The Lord has been secured, but it seems like not enough damage now. Guiding Wind to save Lilia, but now Burn X Flash needs to defend.
Oh man, once again. It's Orange Esports, Stormy!
Oh my god, the shutdown here, but C-Cat gets taken down, and Subway, they might want more here, but luckily, the Shadows did not connect to the other member here, but Burn X Flash finding compensation, taking third bot side.
Yeah, that was very worth for Burn X Flash. Again, C-Cat was able to get that kill. It was a shutdown towards Stormy. So even though Subway was able to look for that 1-for-1 in the end, trading it equally, it was still worth it for Burn. The fact that they also have a Lord up top, they're actually able to nullify this gold lead. Orange Esports, once again, like I mentioned earlier, Gani, they're not playing the way they did in Game 1. They're underestimating Burn X Flash, and they're not giving Burn the proper respect. ATM has scaled. He's a monster, and Orange Esports do not have the damage to actually melt him down. The damage can come from Stormy, but again, it's not a reliable way when you're using those blooms, because again, with the Uranus mobility, you can get out of the glooms.
Man, I have no words here. Slowly but surely, Burn X Flash repping Cambodia here. Orange Esports, they are now pressured. All Burn X Flash needs to do is just stay calm. But Zeon now on this Benedetto using that final blow. But take a look at the shadow kill here and a time journey. Oh my god! 1 HP for Zeon and D7. But in the backside, ATM actually maintaining the pressure as well here, giving the zone towards the members. Burn X Flash and Orange Esports, first 12 minutes here. It's a stalemate.
It is. Burn X Flash, though, I think the longer the game goes, it's going to favor them, Gani, right? It is a stalemate, but it's a stalemate that Burn X Flash want in this matchup. They don't want Orange Esports to do what Orange Esports did in Game 1. They don't want that to happen. They don't want Orange to play it disciplinedly. With this composition as well, the fact that they have so much punish with their comp means that Orange Esports needs to be very careful. They lost their gold lead completely, that 3,000 gold lead that was built, and guess what? Hesa is level 13, same as Amelens. He probably has the same amount of gold as well. Very curious to see if he has hit those item power spikes, because like you mentioned, Gani, late game, true damage, gonna be insane. Amelens, oh my god, if CCAT actually reads this, Amelens showed up on the map. CCAT not gonna go for it just yet.
Oh my god, ATM though! A little too offside there. Of course, 3v1. Unfortunately, Orange Esports, a very, very good setup, punishing that mistake. Now in tier 5v4 as the Lord is now spawning. What do you think of the situation here?
Man, I think ATM, there's just the same kind of same kind of mistake happening to Burn X Flash. The mistake that Orange Esports made, now it's being made by Burn, because again, ATM's not giving the proper respect over to Orange Esports, just walking up in front. Hesa!
Shadow kill onto her, still almost taking the two members down to the backside, but Orange Esports has created space, and Zeon now trying to look for the miracle play. Will he get it? He will not, as Amelens claiming that kill, and the Lord that is now enhanced will fall to the hands of Orange Esports. Now, they are leading in gold, and as well as they are looking to equalize on those turrets as well.
They got the 2,000 gold lead back, and how did that happen? ATM got caught, right? ATM, the man that we said is going to be very hard to kill, played a bit too far. Offside, you could say. Overcommitting and overextending into
overconfident.
Over to the enemy side, and he got punished for it. He is very hard to kill, but it doesn't mean he is unkillable. You can already see the itemization as well. He was confident there because he had a lot of items to go for. But I do want to take a look at Hesa here, who has the Wind Talker, the Berserker's Fury, and the Endless Battle. He's working towards that Melfic Roar right now. Or perhaps he's actually looking to just go for Blade of the Spare. With the true damage, he might just actually be looking for BOD right now as they're looking for a fight once again, Gani.
Shadow kill onto C7 connected, but take a look at that 1 HP, but CCATS gets caught. And now inside, in the base here, Orange Esports, they are still sieging. The Lord charges onto the base turret on side, and it will fall. In Orange Esports, they need to reset because top side is actually slowly pushing, and Burn X Flash does not manage. No, they managed to save that base turret. So Orange Esports now is in a very, very comfortable lead.
Very. Right? 4.6k gold lead with the composition that they have. It's 15 minutes in. It's still within Orange Esports power spike. They're going to be able to end the game with the next Lord if, again, they stay disciplined. It comes down to that. Because the reason it's been flipping for both of these sides, it's been because of both teams being overconfident. It's been because both teams have just been disrespecting each other by the way they position and the way they're taking fights. We'll see once again though. In the skirmishes, Burn X Flash now with Hesa finally getting the orange buff again. With him perhaps getting that BOD or that Melting Roar. Subway's looking for the steal though. Oh my god, Hesa gets it. Gets that orange buff. Subway caught alone, but it might be ATM who's caught alone now.
Oh my god, he needs to be careful here. Remember, the burst damage from Stormy is just evidence. He needs to respect that here. And again, Orange Esports now with it within control. If they can repeat what they did in Game 1, it's going to be so hard for Burn X Flash to somehow turn the game around, because we saw how disciplined Orange Esports can be. So we'll see though, Burn X Flash, they need to adapt as well.
They definitely do. Burn X Flash currently, the way they win is through Hesa, and oh no, ATM, no, it's going to be a chance again for Orange Esports to pick him off.
Yeah, we are now seeing here ATM popping that flicker.
Good escape.
But now he is escaping. He managed to escape. Perhaps Burn wants to re-engage. Emelin's quite alone here in the front side. He gets taken down. Hesa finding the kill. Subway gets taken down. Hesa finding the double. ATM here trying to find more bodies as D7 is the sole casualty here from the side of Burn X Flash. Take a look at Hesa.
God.
The damage, the true damage is evidence. 4 members slain in the Land of Dawn as Burn X Flash now looking for the manhunt. Solo Aim has the Immortal, but now circling Eagle onto it. Seacat does not take it down. Look at it, he gets it. Solo Aim gets the outplay. My God! ATM now still on that manhunt as the 2 members in the mid side is slowly but pushing for that mid.
They're ending!
Ambulance and Subway though have respawned, so only base turret here is the target as the Lord marches top side.
Wow, ATM redeeming himself with that play. That's the reason he went for Flicker this game. Getting out of harm's way, having the consecration and the confidence to pull that play off. We mentioned that he's been overconfident, but there, in that particular situation, that confidence really shined for Burn. And right now, it's their chance to get the game into their hands. The champions of Cambodia looking for the momentum play now with the 2,000 gold lead and with the enhanced Lord now in that top side.
I love to see the adaptation from the side of Burn X Flash. It's gonna be very, it's just so crazy to see Burn X Flash here again adapting mid-game. Now, 18 minutes of game time. Burn X Flash looks to equalize here in this series. Can they make it 1-1? Subway and friends. Subway jumps in immediately with that shadow kill. A questionable move perhaps. Trying to relieve off pressure, but now Lord is marching top side. Taken care of by the side of Orange Esports here as Burn X Flash could not grab the base turret bot side.
The wave control for Burn X Flash, they didn't have that bottom side pushed in. Nice snipe from Amelant, chunking D7 down. They're looking for an engage Subway. Oh my god, that's the damage from Leslie!
1 HP for Subway, but now ATM forcing you that flicker, but now base turret bot side collapse finally. And now Burn X Flash, will they force the fight here? Oh my god, circling Eagle aggressively on towards 1 member there. Subway finding Seacat though, Winner's Truncheon to outplay. But now we can see here Solo Aim trying to escape. Orange Esports and Burn X Flash. 0 casualties, but all of the base turrets from the side of Orange Esports now exposed.
Oh my goodness. Burn again are able to force the game out to 20 minutes with their composition. With a Leslie that's been bullied in the early game. He's only died twice, and like I expected, again, he didn't go for that Melting Roar. He went for the BOD, Gani, because he does true damage anyways. He's going to rely on the Hunter Strike to actually provide that penetration, but with the true damage that they have, they don't really need that penetration that much. Burn X Flash can look for a collapse. As long as they play with Hesa, they're all good, man. Hesa, you saw earlier on, Subway got chunked to 1 HP just by 1 shot. 1 shot from Hesa.
It's so
nasty.
It is nasty, as now the Lord that is now evolved, ladies and gentlemen, has entered the Land of Dawn. One team, both teams rather, will focus on that objective. Is here actually Hayabusa trying to flank towards the backside. Oh my god, Hayabusa, is this a mistake? Oh, Immortal pops and he gets taken down.
Oh my goodness.
A slight misinfo there. The lacking of information. Orange Esports now a 5v4 without their jungler. Burn X Splash might equalize this game.
They actually might. Subway is down. 46 seconds. He went in for an aggressive play, a risky play. Orange Esports wants to look for an opening, but look at that damage.
Oh my god! Ultimate snipe there. But yeah, Xeon will comfortably claim. D7 though needs to pay the price, but ATM does not care. 1v4ing. Trying to bait out everything. Emily gets taken down. Every member now. Hessa though gets taken down. What the heck? One by one, Orange Esports have fallen. But now Stormy is alive. One member that is critical to defend is that Lilia with that skills, with her skills. The fast clearing is just there. We'll see though. Will it be enough? 3v3 now.
It will.
But now Pops. And now we can see here the base is quite exposed. Dion is just focusing on that base. Will he manage to close this game out? Oh my god, the Lord is still up, but the base is quite exposed. And there you go. Burn X Flash equalizing 1-1.
The punish from Burn X Flash towards Orange Esports. Aggressive play. Orange Esports had the game in their hands, Gani. That was their game to win. That was their game to lose as well. Woo. Orange Esports, they collapsed within themselves. They made these uncharacteristic mistakes and they did not give Burn X Flash the proper respect. Burn, they know how to punish, and they did.
A very good quality display there by Burn X Flash. Even though it was rather a back and forth in the early till the mid game, but once they got the not even a firm grasp, but they got a grasp. It's so hard now for Orange Esports, especially Subway made the critical mistake. He wants to find the flank without information, without clear information. Seacat was near that place. He saw that, and boy, Hayabusa was a very juicy target.
More than juicy, way more than juicy. And the thing is, ATM this game on the Uranus a bit more sustainable than the Esmeralda. That's why you saw it was really easy to pick off. And again, Gani, like you mentioned, in game number 1, the Esmeralda ATM went for Purify. I think if he had the sprint, he would have been able to get out. Here, he made the correct adjustment.
Flicker.
He went with Flicker, and aside from that one time that he overextended, he was never picked off. Even when 3 people collapsed onto him, he was able to buy the time for his team to come and back him up. And that was ultimately what gave Burn X Flash the final push to take that game.
I mean, we can see the adaptability from both teams, I feel like, especially in game 2, focusing more on the Cambodian team, of course. Yeah, we saw how Uranus was a little bit offside there in, I don't know, minute number 7, but then the adaptability. All right, ATM, you buy us time and we'll be there for you. And that is what they did in game 2. In Orange Esports, they falter. Game 3, we'll see, but let's talk to Arashi here. Dissect it, please, Arashi. What happened in game 2?
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Back to the analytics. What a back and forth game from both these teams. As Mirko and Goni mentioned, initially you thought that it's a done deal, but this is MPLI, man. You never really know. And that is such, I don't know, in a way it's a confusing game, but it's close and it shows that both these regions are very competitive. No team is really out until it's really over. Initially, it really seems like Burn was having a bit of an advantage, but then Orange were able to adjust, get a bit more of a lead. But then afterwards, as Mirko mentioned, it seems like they were both making quite a few mistakes, a bit uncharacteristic, unlike game number 1. And that allows the game's tempo to just swing back and forth between both teams. And honestly, it's a bit confusing, a bit surprising, considering how methodical both teams were at least attempting to play in game number 1. We take a look at a bit of the items here, and there have been several adjustments. Obviously off the bat, that glowing one on Seacat, it sounds like it's good for harassment, for poke damage, but as burst damage source, considering that Fusion has a lot of instances of damage, the Glowing One will augment and improve on that a lot more. And Stormy, of course, on that Lilia with the Ice Queen One, Glowing One combo, able to do a lot of damage, poke and DPS essentially. But in the late game, it all comes down to that burst damage, right? Hessa with that Leslie. It's a relatively new addition to the meta marksman in Mobile Legends right now. And with crits that hit for about 1,500 true damage, it's just a bit too dangerous. And Amelins, only with the Athena shields, have no chance at all. In that last fight, he was instantly bursted down. And Subway also getting destroyed by, well, not destroyed, but denied by the Ice Queen's one. So, by the Winter Truncheon, sorry, not Ice Queen's one. So, Seacat again and again was in a 1v1 against Subway. And this is the quote-unquote weakness of a Hayabusa. You get countered by essentially a single items. And if we take a look at the post-game, as we mentioned already, it's a very close back and forth game. Equal distribution of the cards right here. But look at Hessa's damage, man. That is unreal. And even then, though, it's still topped off, it's still beaten by Amelens and Stormy, as to be expected. Lilia and Beach in the late game, that's a lot of damage. But one of the big issues, like Mirko and Goni mentioned, is that ATM is on a very mobile tank and they cannot land the damage reliably enough, and they do not have time because Burn X Flash, whenever ATM is taking damage, you already know everyone else is dishing it back out. So it makes it very difficult for Orange Esports to try and get this slow-paced tempo fight that they need in order for Amelens and Stormy to actually get their DPS out. The MVP for this game, though, is back and forth, so it's a bit of a toss-up. My personal pick would be Hessa, of course, because he was able to select targets so efficiently, and it actually will be ATM. That is also, he is also a big core deciding factor for the side of Burn X Flash. As Mika mentioned, having pressure in the side lanes and using the flicker so efficiently to try and outplay, he was able to bait Orange into actually making a lot of mistakes, forcing to try and make the plays happen to pick him off, but instead allowing his team to rotate and catch them off instead. So it's a very methodical, much more calculated approach coming from Burn X Flash. But if they want to try and edge it out, they have to try and clean up the early game, man, because in the drafts, it seems like they have an advantage, but they tried a bit too hard to make the plays happen in the early game. So I think the last game can really go either way. So soon we'll take a look at a bit of the highlights, obviously, from both these teams, and you're gonna see a lot of crazy moments and a lot of moments that you would say is a bit overextending, kind of, because both teams really seem to be wanting to get that decisive win, to get that dominant performance. But if they try too hard, that is where the mistakes start happening, the mispositions, the miscommunications happen. So we'll see if both teams will make that adjustment. But before that, though, as mentioned, highlights, right? We'll see what is ATM able to do to try and throw Orange Esports into this array. What are Orange Esports able to do successfully in that game to almost get a decisive performance against Burn X Flash as well? Let's take a look right here. You can see here all the way from the early game, it seems like Burn, they're trying so hard to make a play happen, but with a Mathilda, right, all these pick-off potentials become danger zones instead, because Burn thinks it's going to be a kill, but the counter-engage, the burst damage is available to the side of Orange Esports as well in the Beatrix and Lilia. It's a bit too much for them to underestimate in the early game, and this is the aftermath from one of the earlier fights where it's, as always, ATM is baiting everything out, and despite having advantage in DPS, Orange were unable to deal with ATM decisively, and Sion in particular tries very hard to get some of these steals on the Lords, but they don't really work out. And here we go. Off that play where Orange overextend to try and secure ATM, the whole team is able to collapse. Amelens is unable to escape anywhere, leaving 3 members down. And even then, they go for the re-engage. Stormy tries to make a deciding factor, decides to play, and he gets shut down, giving a lot of gold swing to Burn X Flash instead. And right here, it's Subway, so they just keep taking turns, making these aggressive plays where their team essentially don't need to do this. ATM goes in for the play here, everyone focuses on him, and before you know it, the rest of the team, the rest of the members of Burn X Flash jump on that gas pedal, and they just instantly rush down through, taking out the backline of Orange Esports, and with that Lord in hand, they just end the game. So both these teams have their own moments of mistakes. And I think they really need to clean up because in the final game, I feel like both teams understand what the stakes are. This is going to be the final best of one. And the team with the cleaner performance, they will actually have a lot more edge because we've seen that it always seems to come down to very, very small micro mistakes. We'll see. Before that though, Goni and Mirko will be introducing you to the next game.
Amazing analysis as per usual, Mr. Arashi Hoshi. But man, oh man, what a treat we got here in our opening match. It was 1-0 from the Malaysian side, but the Cambodian says, let's go to game 3, responding back to 1-1. But it's amazing to watch here. Game 3, game 2. The MVP falls to the hands of ATM, which I feel like it's a redemption. Game 1,
it is.
He wasn't really performing his best, but in game 2, the adaptation comes through.
Game 1, you can actually say that he might be the reason they ultimately lost by getting picked off in that final moment. 70-second death timers, but he definitely redeemed himself by getting the MVP in game number 2 and also getting the game-winning play, the play that turned the tide. So ATM currently, he's redeemed himself, but for Burnix Flash, the champions of Cambodia, they need to win this game if they want to progress to the next stage. Same goes for Orange Esports. If they want to get out of this elimination match, they need to win. That's the only way. There's no second chances. Single elimination, ladies and gentlemen. One team will go home. Both of the teams definitely do not want to go home. They want to progress even further. But we're going to take a look at the player cams once again for both of these teams. Firstly, Orange Esports. So they're looking fine,
They're looking chill.
They're looking chill, composed, and I think they should stay that way, right? Because in game 2, Orange Esports were not chill, were not composed. They were making so many uncharacteristic plays, uncharacteristic mistakes, overcommitting when they had the lead. They did everything that they did not do in game number 1. They were disciplined, were full of respect, and they gave every single member respect.
Exactly.
From Orange Esports to Burnix Flash. But in game 2, I don't know. It really felt like Orange Esports underestimated Burn heavily.
That's what I'm sensing too from game 2. It seems like the Malaysians here, Orange Esports, they did not I feel like they underestimated here against the Cambodian team. And Orange Esports, to keep the Malaysian flag in MPLI, they need to also just go all in game 3. It's now or never, it seems like. Orange Esports, they need to somehow win the drafts, have a clean game, because it's evident now that Burnix Flash is not here to play as well.
Absolutely, right? Here as well, honestly, we need to talk a little bit about the last 2 games, because the first pick, the blue side, has 100% win rate right now. We're going to see who gets the blue side. Oh, it's Orange Esports who gets that blue side. Right now in the series, the trend is you win if you get that first pick. That was a very interesting pick, right? The Leslie in the first phase by Burnix Flash that ultimately worked out. So right now, Orange Esports need to think about the drafts.
I agree.
They have gone with the Fanny and the Faramis. They've opted to leave the Gushin open once again. And for Burnix Flash, they're going exactly the same as game 1 right now. With 1-1 in Valentina, we might see the Grok ban next for Burn if they want to go and replicate game number 1. For Orange, they banned Gushin in game 1 with Fanny and Faramis. So if they want to replicate that, they go for the Gushin ban.
Man, the Gushin ban, right? It might fall through once again if they want to pick up the Akai first pick, just like they did in the first game. But no, there's actually a respect.
Wow.
For game 2, a respect ban falls through here. The Leslie ban comes to the fray. Burnix Flash. What are they going for here? Because that Akai was just a nuisance in the first game.
It was a nuisance, but do you think it's too expensive to ban the Leslie? First phase Leslie ban.
Orange Esports, what they're trying to do is open up heroes. here, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
they're trying to open up the Grok. They're opening up the Akai as well. Both of those will be open. Orange Esports, they found a whole lot of success with the Akai. They are most probably going to lock that in for themselves.
Not
Yushin
Grok.
Banned out. I don't think it's going to be the Grok, right? Akai
should be, yeah,
should be the choice.
Should be the choice.
Burn should take the Grok after, maybe even the Claude as well.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I mean, Orange Esports here, they are really taking their time, so they aren't really too sure just yet. But there you go, the Kai pick comes through. Burn Splash here, what are they going for? Because Grok is open, Claude is open, realizing that Leslie banned out. I think it might be a free game for Claude.
Yeah, they can go for the Claude and the Grok. Remember though, last time they picked up the Claude in the second phase, Orange Esports were able to counter the Claude with the Farsa. And they picked up a Brody as well, just to add a little bit more of that killing pressure in the gold lane. If they want to pick up the Claude here, they need to play around the Claude. They can't leave Hesa to play alone. They need to do what they did in Game 2. D7 needs to rotate over towards that bottom side, towards that gold lane. Let's see, is it going to be the Claude and the Grok? Or they might actually go for Grok and... I don't know, right now I'm just thinking about the Claude and the Grok. They go for the Mathilda and the Bene, so completely different to what we expected, leaving the Grok over to Orange Esports. Orange can go for the Grok, but if you look at just the statistics here, Solo Aim doesn't play Grok.
Okay,
so maybe that's why they left it open. But Burnex Flash have gone for the Mathilda. I think we might just not... Maybe there's just no Grok. Maybe it's an XP Grok if it gets picked up.
Yeah, we'll see here. I mean, it's still flexed. This Akai can fall to the... Yeah, fall to the roam or even XP, and of course the jungler position himself. So Orange Esports here still can play around this Akai as well. So we'll see here. To close out the first phase, 2 heroes for Orange Esports. It will go to Lolita and as well as Phobius here. So to counter that Benedetta and perhaps anticipating another dashing hero here, Phobius picked up early, but Esmeralda is still open.
Esmeralda is wide open for Burnex Flash. They've been playing the Benedetta in the jungle. They can just go for the Esmeralda right here. And Orange Esports, that Phobius might actually just be shut down from the get-go early on. To add on to that though, Phobius against Benedetta, we've seen this matchup many times, and as a Benedetta player, Phobius doesn't really counter the Benedetta. Benedetta can get out of the dashes or out of the Demonic Force every single time. To add on to that, the Benedetta can actually just bring Phobius into the base, right? Esmeralda pickup, as we expected. Orange Esports, that was a very interesting pick with the Phobius, right? I think it might have been, I think it's a miss there for Orange.
It might. I mean, well, it's a counter towards Benedetta. Also, perhaps anticipating a potential assassin pickup from the side of Burn X Flash, but it's not really clear yet because Esmeralda was wide open, and of course Burn X Flash saw that, knew that, and just picked it up straight away. So now, with the Phobius pickup as well, the Akai isn't really flexed. Well, it's still flexed, but isn't really flexed. We'll see though. Akai most likely now falls to the jungle position. Burn still banning out that Dyroth.
Smart. It's smart for Burn, actually. Like it's very smart from Burnex Flash and Coach Zico right now with that Dyroth ban, because Orange Esports can still flex this Phobius. In Malaysia, Todak played Phobius in mid lane on the hands of Chiku, right? So maybe that's what Orange Esports are trying to do. So the fact that they can still flex this Phobius pick is a massive question mark towards Burnex Flash, and that's why they have actually opted to go for the Dyroth ban. It's still a counter towards Esme, and if Orange Esports actually do flex that Phobius into mid, it would be disastrous if Orange Esports get the Dyroth. Esmeralda's not going to lane, and they will still have that pressure towards all the dash heroes. Orange Esports, though, already trying to narrow down that mid lane pick. Lilia banned out. We might see, honestly, against this composition, with the Lilia banned out, that's solid already, right? Orange Esports want Burnex Flash to pick up something like a Farsa, something like a Eve. Very easy to shut down by Orange Esports with their draft.
What's interesting to me is actually Orange Esports has yet to pick up a mid laner themselves. So banning out mages here might be
Phobius
double.
mid.
Phobius mid, you're right. We'll see though, Burn X Flash opted for a Beatrix ban here. So again, with Leslie ban out, with 1-1 ban out, and now Beatrix, the options for marksmen is also quite limited. Again, Claude and Melissa might be the choice here for Burn and Orange Esports to trade, but we'll see here. The last ban from the side of Orange Esports, what will it be? And also, I'd like to add that Dyroth can also be in the jungler position, so you're right. A very smart decision made by Burn X Flash.
Huh. Right now, the Orange, they go for the Yi ban. Alright, so they're forcing the Farsa pick right now. With the Yi, usually, I mean, you kind of have shielding, right? So it's a bit more sustainability, it's a bit more survivability if you do let the Yi open compared to the Farsa. But Burn X Flash, I think now would be a good... If they go for Sicilian, it's very easily blocked off. Very good pick off as well from Orange Esports, but Sicilian does have that mobility. Something else would be the Lunox, right? If Burn X Flash really want to just melt these tanks down from Orange Esports, they can go for that Lunox. They can also just pick up a mid lane. Gushin is... Okay, they go for Claude. Gushin was banned. They go for the Claude here, still sitting at a 0% win rate. I expected maybe Burn X Flash to go for just a standard mid laner. Maybe like a Sicilian there, and I expected Burn X Flash to maybe go for something like the carry up against so many tanky members, but no, they go for the Claude instead. Still, a lot of DPS there. Orange Esports though, gonna go for their picks first. This is where it gets scary for Burn, because Orange can pick up a mage, and Burn don't really have a lot of mages to play with right now.
Indeed, right? I mean, what are the options? Perhaps Farsa, but going up against the Matilda, Benedetta, Farsa might be very, very vulnerable here, but the Uranus will be picked up here, and Iritel. So you're right, Phobius mid here, it seems like it's gonna be the way for Orange Esports. Burn X Flash. But with this comp, right, Orange Esports, they are lacking in that burst department, no?
Yeah, they are. But you know what will be crazy, Connie, here? If Burn actually flex this Esme and play in the mid lane as well because of the matchup against Phobius, and they pick up an XP laner now, or they can flex the Benedetta into the XP and pick up a jungler, a new jungler.
Wow,
up
that's
against
a draft.
Orange Esports. Hey man, they're up against Irithel. Irithel is very, very vulnerable to something like a Ling, right? An assassin that can go and dive that back line with a lot of mobility, but I think it's a bit too risky. Burn might just go for a mage pick right now. There you go. It's a Savior.
Wow.
Savior pick. Ooh.
Quite vulnerable going up against the Uranus, so we'll see here.
Good utility though. Good utility.
I like it. I like it. High ground potential. Also front to back here. Serves the right purpose. Realize that Matilda, Benedetta, Esmeralda, and Claude will go and dive towards that composition. And you have one hero that is Savior in the back lines, just dealing and be a constant nuisance with that all as well. But the drafts from both teams has been set here. Orange Esports and Burn X Flash will go at it the last time. Who will get it here, ladies and gentlemen? The Malaysian or the Cambodian? Who will get it? Because it seems like Stormy will play that Phobius, as you mentioned. Land of Dawn, here we go. Who do you got?
Man, looking at it right now, I think Burn X Flash have the composition to do it, right? Hesat performed really well in game 1 on that Claude, but they gotta be careful because this Phobius mid is that curveball.
Ooh, let's just jump straight ahead to the Land of Dawn here to witness the last game from both of these teams, Burn X Flash and as well as Orange Esports. The battle of the Oranges, who will win? Let's see.
This mid lane is going to be interesting, honestly, right? I'm really interested. Oh my god, that flame shot!
Almost. Heart drops a little, but Xeon, with that retribution as well, collects that orange buff. Now, you can see here, Stormy as well as Solohim maintaining pressure, but take a look at Kai. His movements is actually now he wants to invade, realizing information that Xeon has no retribution. He might get the purple buff here.
Subway has the retry, so Xeon is just going to give it over. Subway gets it. Xeon. Oh, good Mystic Field.
Solo aim here, forced to use that flicker first. Blood falls to hands of G7 here. A very good pressure maintained by Bird here. Yeah, of course, Xeon does not get the purple buff, but actually, Burnix Flash manages to find a kill and burn that flicker from Solo aim.
Yeah, this is a big question mark for me. The reason I'm actually like predicting Burnix Flash to win in the draft, based on the draft, is because Orange Esports, it really feels like the Phobius was placed into the mid lane just because of that Esmeralda here though. Again, it's Subway getting the lethal, but because the Phobius is forced into that mid lane up against a Xavier, Xavier's gonna have a good time. And if Xavier has a good time free farming like that, if Benedetta doesn't really get countered hard by the Phobius, and Burn have an Esmeralda to deal with the Phobius as well, I don't see the Phobius being a threat at all.
Exactly. It was quite, I don't know. They got hasty picking up their Phobius, but now you can see here, Turtle up. Of course, Subway will have a lot of advantage on this Kai to take the neutral objective. We'll see though the execution, because Burn X Flash members, they are already within that vicinity as well. Will they go for the fight? 7 here. Quarter HP, needs to be careful and back up, but Xeon does not care. Final goal towards the backside. Retribution battle will fall to the hands of Burn X Flash. Xeon though will be caught. He gets taken down by Solo aim, but now Orange Esports will not look for another fight. It's 1-for-1 as Xeon for the Turtle. What do you think?
Honestly, I think it's worth it for Burn X Flash, right? Xeon is a utility jungler on the Benedetta, not a damage dealer. ATM gets a whole lot done in the bottom side, and guess what? They get the turtle. It was a good trade, and Xeon finally as well improving Gani. Already, so much improvement as he's leveled up in the coin farming department, maybe with the help of HSBC, with the videos that you guys can watch as well on how to farm up and spend gold in MLBB. You guys can discover that video right now, and you guys can level up your finance game in real life while you're at it.
Amazing line you said there, Miracle. But yeah, Burn X Flash now with a very slight lead here in the first 4 minutes. Oh my god, blazing duet early just to clear the waves as well. But Burn X Flash, they are doing their job description here in the early minutes.
This is what mid control gives you, man. Burn X Flash have the better mid control. Hessa's winning in a 1v1.
Oh my lord. Burn X Flash maintaining pressure here in the first 4 minutes.
All lanes. Probably the only equal lane right now is that XP lane with Uranus able to match the pressure. Subway as well is kind of a winning role as well. Up against Xeon, better clear right now. CCat, gotta be careful.
Oh, Neutron Blast Flicker connects on towards one here, but take a look at the backup. CCat though, caught in that heavy spin. Neo claiming that kill. Subway will fall, taking a lot of turret damage as well as Solo aim here. 2-for-1. Burn X Flash as the dust settles once again, winning the trade.
The initial engage was amazing by Orange Esports, but why did they commit into the dive while the turret plating is still there? Again, Burn X Flash are able to punish Orange Esports mistakes, and here you can already see the turtle being contested by Xeon, looking for it. Neo has no retry. Xeon gets it.
Oh my god, now Neo here is very, very low. ATM misses that falling Stormwind, but now it seems like Subway will collect the purple buff from the hands of Xeon. A fight brewing up here in the mid side. Heavy spin pops here. CCat and Xeon surviving. But take a look at ATM. He's still dealing damage onto Stormy here. He's 7 assisting, and Stormy needs to be careful. Million Blast to cover, but it won't hit anyone as Stormy falls in the hands of its ATM. Burn X Flash here showing their qualities, but Neo finding compensation here, chunking the turret bot side.
I don't think he's going to be able to get this, actually. Neo, oh my god, this is scary here. He gets it in the end. ATM doesn't have the mana. Good calculation by Neo to pick up that turret and to survive. A good trade as well, as Neo has found the objective down below, putting some map pressure on the board once again for the other Orange Esport members to play with. In the top side, actually, Hessa was solo killed, I believe, by Amelens, right?
Wow.
So, unfortunate for Hessa, but very good for Amelens right now, as he should have a little bit of a gold lead currently going at it. This Irithel is going to scale up as a monster, like a monster, towards that late game. And I think if we talk about that late game, though, unfortunately, I still see Burnix Flash winning it because of that Xavier, right? The Claude can just come in to finish the other members off, and the poke can be done from CCAT on the Xavier. Meanwhile, for Orange Esports, they need to go all in or nothing.
You see here, Xeon pressured by 2 members here. He's a Benedetta, he will escape, but again, the poking damage, the poking power here from the side of Orange Esports is evidently displayed here in the mid-game. Turtle, the last turtle will enter here, it seems like. Orange Esports needs to be careful. Oh, Noonan Blast caught here. 2v1, a very good setup. Hessa,
oh my God!
Blazing duet, but BMI to the rescue. Hessa outplaying the 2 members, the 2 Malaysians.
That was massive here, and they get the kill onto Ambulance to add on to that!
7 with the cherry on top.
Xeon gets it!
Oh my God, Burnix Flash is really setting up the tempo here in the mid-game now. They might look for more here as Xeon will get the purple buff. Orange Esports, what happened?
Beautiful plays by Burnix Flash. That's what happened. Orange made the right call to gank towards Hessa. I didn't expect Hessa to make that play, man. With the BMI, with the sprint, and the perfect execution, getting the stack up on his passive here. Stormy with no mid-control is going to get chunked low, and Burn are completely controlling the game here.
Oh my lord. Almost 3,000 gold lead established here, and Xeon just collected the Guardian Helmet, so extra security in that health HP. Now take a look at that. He is just having fun at this point. Final blow towards Subway. He gets taken out. Burnix Flash here saying that the Cambodian representative is not messing around in MPLI.
Definitely not. Take a look at the items. Hessa has completed the Golden Staff so early on. Not what happened in Game 1. But right now, with this, he dodges away from the BMI. He baits Stormy in, and they're looking for the play, Gani.
Oh my God, 5v5 here in the mid side. Tessa gets caught. But now, Burnix Flash needs to be careful. Do not overcommit this one. ATM here needs to escape. A very good disengage with the guiding win here as Orange Esports. They have collected the items as well, and they are feeling the power spikes here in the 8 minute.
They gotta be very careful, right? Burn, X Flash, even though they have the lead, they can't just go in like that. They still need to respect this Phobius, because if they go in for an all-in like that, it's still a lot of damage placed onto Hessa. Hessa doesn't have any defensive items, but Burn, X Flash, yeah, not able to really punish Orange Esports. Orange Esports this time learning from their mistakes again, backing off and staying disciplined. Hessa currently is still 0-2-0, even though he's been farming up a Storm, Gani. He needs to wait for those defensive items, or he needs to wait for the right opening. He can't be the one engaging. He can't be the one frontlining for his team.
It's all about timing, and I'm sure Hessa is still looking for that precise timing. Orange Esports here. Subway trying perhaps to poke damage, trying to also find the right engage. But as of now, Burn X Flash is, I gotta say, making the Malaysian fans a little bit nervous.
Oh yeah, both fans, I think Cambodian fans and Malaysian fans are shaking right now. It's a very intense game in the 9th minute. It's still anybody's game. What's interesting is Burnix Flash have opted to send Claude into the bottom side instead of the Esmeralda, but Orange Esports can't really commit onto this Lord, right? It's still Burnix Flash who has a little bit more mid-control. Stormy gonna get chunked, and this is why, again, I predicted Burnix Flash here in this match, in this game. The Xavier has so much free space to play with here. The amount of poke he's able to dish in. Look at Stormy's HP. He's so low before he can even go for the fight. My God, that's a lot of damage placed. Stormy has to recall, and this is an opening for Burnix Flash to look for the Lord take, but they don't go for it. Instead, again, it's still Hessa in the bottom side.
Yeah, do note as well that D7 now has the NOD. The Necklace of Durance has been collected. So Orange Esports, they need to be careful with that anti-regen item. They cannot somehow be overzealous here, especially now we are about to enter the late game. ATM though for G1, still quite confident now, realizing that he has opted for that sprint.
Oh, that's a sprint we spoke about in Game 1, right?
Yeah.
He went for Purify in Game 1. Subway gonna get caught in that Mystic Field here. Vernix Flash has a lot of damage to play with, and you can see that they're utilizing it. Stormy,
yikes.
He's getting, okay, he's done. He has to recall now. If they actually go for a fight, it's not gonna be good. That Dawning Light as well popped in. Burn have control in this Lord position, Donnie. And the Mystic Field, this is the utility I was talking about. Hissa has the damage, CCAT has that poke. If they combo it together, it's going to be devastating for Orange Esports.
And Burn X Flash, they are not messing around. They are showing a very good Mobile Legends of play here in the mid game. Now it seems like now it's a reset here. Both teams, they are teasing just like they did in game 1. Xeon collecting Blade Armor, so again, extra durability on this guy. The deal, the bouncing damage here from that item, but Orange Esports here, I feel like what they need to do is just protect Ambulance here. Ambulance quite vulnerable, but it seems like with the items as well, he can go for the, oh my god, CCAT caught! This is a blunder from Burn X Flash. CCAT now did not be in the game for 25 seconds. Now Orange Esports, they might go for throttle here for the Lord take. We'll see.
Burn X Flash are so scared to pull the trigger this game, man. They got Stormy low so many times, but they never decided to commit onto the Lord with a man advantage that they already have. The fact that, again, Iritha already popped in the ultimate down below. CCAT did not need to be there. All he needed to do was clear the wave again, use that Dawning Light to scout, and look for the Lord. Now with a man disadvantage, Burn X Flash are still winning. This goes just to show that Burn have had the control over the Lord. If they keep on poking Stormy, poking solo aim with a Dawning Light with Hessa's damage, they can just commit onto the Lord, but they need to commit. They need to bait out a fight with the man advantage that they have.
CCAT just got the purple buff with the Dawning Lights. A very, very good display of steel. Their timing timed perfectly. But I do agree what you're saying here. Seems like Burn X Flash, they are quite
gun-shy.
They're hesitating, but now it seems like they are going to commit to this Lord. 14,000 HP onto this Lord. Now be careful. The backside, Ambulance is targeted, but now the Lord, who will win the Retribution? Subway as well, but he gets the Lord. And now Burn X Flash, they need to be careful. They might force a fight here. Hessa gets taken down. Orange Esports, remember, they got the Lord. E7 is quite low, but now they are really forcing a fight. Stormy gets taken down. Ambulance is very, very safe here. Now solo aim might be the target. ATM, Xeon looking for the kill. They are on the manhunt. He gets it. A mega kill for ATM, but at what cost? They lost the Lord. Now it seems like ATM, he still wants more. Ambulance being the target, but of course not enough damage as of now, as they need to take care of the Lord bot side.
It's a 3-for-1 in kills, but it's a 3-for-2 technically, because Orange Esports are able to secure the Lord. It's still worth it for Orange Esports, the team that was behind, to secure the Lord, to prolong the game a bit further. Hissa for Burn X Flash needs to stop frontlining. This has been the main problem in this game. Currently, he's sitting at a very, very bad stat line right now. 0-3-1. He's been taken down 3 times. He's only gotten 1 assist. And this is because I feel like Hissa has just been in front way too much. He's been the one opening up the map as a Claude. Sure, you have that mobility, but you want to come in as the finisher, or when everyone has used up their abilities. He's coming first, right?
Yeah.
He was taken down first as well. That basically was one of the reasons as to why Orange Esports were able to create that opening to secure that Lord and to prolong the game even further. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, also realizing that this Claude Hessa is on a sprint spell, not a vengeance spell, right? So it doesn't really make sense if Hissa is the one who opens up the map. If you're on a vengeance spell, sure, you can somehow bounce back and of course deal damage towards the opponent. But with a sprint, it's more of a defensive spell on the Claude especially. So you gotta make sure that your positioning is safe, that let's say you're there just to deal damage with that Blazing Duet and then escape. But it doesn't really translate in Game 3, where actually Orange Esports, they made more mistakes, right? Especially from their drafts, they are, hero power-wise, they are slightly behind. But execution, Orange Esports, a better team.
Right now, yeah, as it stands, right? Burn X Flash with the lead that they have, they're not playing it disciplinedly, right? They're taking these fights, they're committing onto the Lord, even though, again, they don't need to fully commit. They need to commit initially when they get the poke, but if Orange Esports look for that fight, just go for that poke once again. Look for the fight and just use this back and forth. They are taking these impulsive decisions by just going for the commitments and they're sticking with it. They're always committing. They're always committing to something. If they don't want to fight, they don't want to fight at all. They just clear waves, they just go for the poke, but they don't utilize that poke. They don't utilize the clear. But when they go for the Lord, they put everything into the Lord, even though, again, they don't have to. Burn Flash currently are the team with the gold lead. Still, even after losing the Lord. And I honestly think with the draft that they have, coming into the late game, they will have more power. They will have a better time in terms of strength and in terms of that item power spike, in terms of the scaling. What they do need to do currently is to stay composed. Use the gold lead to their side. Again, use the gold lead and utilize it properly because Orange Esports somehow are able to equalize in gold with this kind of draft.
Oh my god, Noonan Blast misses with that flicker as well, and this might be a mistake. The re-engage from the Burn X Flash members, they are angry. Solo Aim here still has Immortal, but we are now seeing the pressure that Burn X Flash can give. Immortal Pulse here, but take a look at the go. And finally deals a lot of damage. Stormy falls and D7 falls as well, and ATM being unstoppable in front lines. And now we can see Burn X Flash finding two members here of Orange Esports. A very critical fight here as Orange Esports. They are in shambles.
Everything clicked for Burn X Flash. Hesa used the Blazing Duet right after all the resources have been spent by Orange Esports to get out, and you can see the impact instantly from Burn X Flash. The damage was enough, the engage was clean, and they can just now choke Orange Esports out, taking their objectives, taking their farm away, even in the Orange Esports jungle side. Hesa is a monster currently in the 15th minute of the game with the Malefic Roar, the Athena as well. Wow. He's durable and he does so much damage. The only one who can really place damage onto him right now has got to be Amelance. But
he has Steelic place as well.
Exactly.
So somehow negating the damage from Amelance itself. So we are now seeing Burn X Flash again playing with their drafts. Again, that Fulvius pick in the first phase might just cost them the game here, Mirko.
Yeah, I thought again that it could be flexed, but the thing is they forced it a little bit too early, and Stormy now.
Oh, no, CCat.
Oh, CCat gets out, no!
Guiding win to save the day, but Stormy denies it. Now we can see her falling Stormer on towards 3. Amelance, though, free hitting in the backside. He will find ATM, shut down, but now the Benedetta is angry. Solo Aim gets taken down. Zeon needs to be careful. He has the Immortal, but he is not able to escape with, oh, I might be wrong, Zeon, though. Amelance just free hitting left and right. D7 is next on the list as Hesa is the man last standing from the side of Burn. What the heck happened, Mirko?
Honestly, CCat got caught somehow there. I'm really trying to think about how he got caught there because Xavier doesn't have any dashes in his kit. He has the sprint as well. He's a walking man, right?
Yeah.
So he had to be in range of some sort of displacement from Orange Esports to actually give Stormy the position to actually look for that. And just as we say it, Gani, we cursed them. The caster curse. We said the Fulvius pick was questionable, but that's the reason they were able to win that fight.
Yeah.
Fulvius just jumped across everywhere. The reason I thought it would not work is because, again, Xavier shouldn't be in a place where he gets displaced, doesn't have dashes to actually enable the demonic force. I'm really curious to see what actually happened there because Stormy was able to jump onto CCat 4 times in that fight.
That's a lot of pressure and damage put out to the mid laner from Cambodia. But now, again, one of the factors why Orange Esports won that fight was how the positioning from Amelance was. I feel like it was just free hitting. No one can touch Amelance, and of course, at this point, the damage from that Aerithel is just evident. Now the Lord is being taken care of outside, but base turret in the bottom will fall here. One base turret will fall, and of course, Orange Esports, they might look for more here. The mid side might be the target. 7 taking a lot of damage. Lumen Blast catches one, but Blazing Duet here to find Solo Aim. A very good block with that barrier as well. And now Burn X Flash manages to defend the base turret mid-side, but Orange Esports claiming the one in the bot side. Reset once again for both teams.
Good defense by Burn X Flash. A pretty worth it trade as well from Orange Esports. Not only did they get that bottom side base turret to put more map pressure down, Wave's going to be constantly pushing in that bottom side, but they also take the top and mid lane base turret very, very low. Subway now going to be caught in that bush, forced to back off. He is an Akai, however, so he can actually withstand that damage pretty well. We saw that here, even in the moments where Orange Esports have gotten the grasp back on the gold lead, it's still Burn X Flash's Seacat, who's dealing so much damage with the Dawning Light. Coming into the late game, you know that, man, Seacat will deal even more damage, right? The Dawning Light, if it's fully stacked up with the cooldown items that he has, should only be on a 13 to 12 second cooldown. So he can just be spamming that, opening up the map, and that's why Xavier is just really good when it comes down to that late game. Burn have that late game now. They have the Claude in that late game. They have the Xavier in the late game. It comes down to the execution. Because honestly, in terms of scaling, it should be Burn X Flash who has the advantage. Seacat needs to play behind. He doesn't need to reveal himself. He doesn't need to be in the front at all. No reason to be. He has the Dawning Light, he has a sprint as well to get out, and his abilities are all long-ranged.
I agree. I mean, now it's just a matter of positioning here for both marksmen. Earthal as well. I mean, he's sitting at a 5-1-0 here, so he has positioned himself very, very well.
Xeon, oh no,
my
Xeon.
God, top wall side. 2v1. Uranus and as well as Benedetta here. Xeon, fortunately for him, he has a mono, but now we can see here a lot of damage put out, and he might be taken out. Oh my God, but the backup is here. Ambulance is quite vulnerable here. No one to cover the marksman from Malaysia. Ambulance almost get caught, but take a look at the backside. Hessa is the one who gets taken out. Immortal pops, and now we are now seeing Hessa deleted. Burn X Flash. Now, they might be in trouble here. Thankfully, Burn X Flash finding one, but is it enough? A marksman for a quote-unquote mid laner here.
Oh my goodness. Started off as Orange Esports looked for Xeon. Xeon's immortality was popped, but Orange Esports overcommitted. In the end, it's still worth it though for Orange Esports. It's the gold laner for the mid laner that's a Phoveus. So Orange Esports can definitely look for this now. Orange need to force a fight. Need to force that Xavier outside of the base. With the mid pushed in and with the Lord started, that's exactly what they're trying to achieve. Hesa is on 16 seconds for his death timer. Burn X Flash don't really have a response here. Xeon can look for that steal. But Orange are... Oh, there you go. That's a flank coming in.
Neo here. Very good flank here. 25,000 on the health. The Lord HP. Now seeing Chunks. Oh my God, a very good catch. Amalance might be in trouble here. He gets stunned. He receives a lot of damage. He gets taken out. Now, the Lord will be the main focus. The main focus for both teams here. Hessa is there with the Blazing Duet. Dealing a lot of damage all towards Neo. Neo, though, gets the Lord. It doesn't matter. 2 retributions failed, but Neo is here to find the war. But now, 3 members taken out. Orange Esports, are they able to somehow translate it to the game? Burn, he might go for the end. 40 seconds on the death timers here. 20 seconds. Oh, the Cambodian. Will this be an upset? The Malaysian team is in trouble here as they are strong with 5. Oh my God, Solo Aim, Subway desperately try to defend the game, and this is it. No minions just yet as Burn X Flash hasn't find the success to end the game.
Look at the base, look at the base!
Oh, the base Lord is now marching. This is in trouble. My God, what the heck is happening here?
Oh my God, Burn X Flash, they tunnel vision onto the base with no minions. Subway saved the game for Orange Esports. Burn X Flash able to clear the Lord in the bottom side. But man, Burn, tunnel vision again. They went for the impulsive decision. They went for the base when they could have just stopped Subway first, killed him, taken that mid wave. Burn X Flash, they need to stay composed. They're making too many decisions here that are causing them the game. That's another chance right now for Orange Esports to look for a comeback. Ambulance has the Scarlet Phantom. If you can see from the items as well, ATM actually bought a Wind Talker in that final push, so there's a lot of items that has been burnt out by Burn already.
My God, it's a reset once again from Orange Esports and as well as Burn X Flash. Oh, it's a party here. Almost all three games went through 20 minutes of game time, it seems like. Man, oh man, it's so close between these two teams. Taking away at the items, Amalan sold his shoes, bought Athena. Oh, he rebought his shoe, as I said. As I mentioned that, but Hessa here, Immortal and Athena. The rest, of course, Golden Staff, DHS, and as well as Malefic Roar. 50 seconds on the next Lord. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, CCAT also opted to go for the Glowing Wand instead of like something like the Holy Crystal here. And it shows, right? Because the game is getting to this late point, CCAT wants to deal just more damage. Stormy, just with one Mystic Field and a few shots from Hesa, has taken a half HP. That's the power that Burn X Flash have for them, going for them. Oh, Neo gonna be bursted down here. Oh, Ambulance comes in. That's it. Blazing Duet comes in as well. Whoa, what a winner truncheon, Goni.
A very good display of exchange in the bot side. No casualties from both teams. Orange Esports and Burn X Flash, they are still going at it. Here, it's clear that the adaptability from CCAT is also displayed here. Now he positioned himself way in the back. Doesn't want to be in the crosshairs of Orange Esports, and that is also a part of the winning condition. Meanwhile, Orange Esports also adapts here. Emelens covered by multiple members.
CCAT playing from behind as we expect, right? Using that Dawning Light to open up the map and to poke down Orange Esports. They got Ambulance actually with that Dawning Light. Ambulance is now going to be forced to back off, but Burn, again, that mid lane was slow pushing. They're not going into the Lord just yet. They're actually rotating again. They're playing it slow, very, very slow. They're looking for picks here. I don't think they're going to be able to get it onto the Lolita, but they might actually be able to right now as they collapse in the mid lane, Goni.
Solo Aim has no Immortal here. He needs to be careful. The Ice Queen 1 is just evident here. Solo Aim.
ATM.
Nonin. Blast was popped. ATM escapes both parties.
Oh my god!
1 HP on that Lolita. Very good Dawning Light here, but the Lord, they might have the space here. Neo taking a lot of heat with that Immortal, but now ATM here trying to buy time. He cannot see. Oh, with a Trenchant, it's the same day. Again, buying enough time, but my god, ATM survives. And now the Lord should be the focus here. Hessa will not be able to find the Lord, and Zeon claims the Lord. And now Stormy trying to find something here. CCAT might be the only casualty. Winner Trenchant pops, and he gets taken down. Stormy finding more perhaps, but Burn X Flash, they sacrificed one for the Lord. We'll see here the defense.
They finally got it. They finally got the Evolved Lord. And right now with this Evolved Lord, they might actually be looking for the end. They don't have the Savior. ATM will be caught. Guiding Wind, bring it back.
Oh, ATM is very low. He has no Immortal. He gets taken out. But Hessa in the back lines with that Blazing Duet will not amount to anything.
Mid lane.
70 seconds.
They need to cancel the recalls.
Fine. Oh my god. Can they cancel it?
Oh, he did.
The Lord is now taking...
Only Subway. Zeon can do it. Zeon can do it. Zeon can do it.
Almost here. We can see here. But now Subway trying to find the exposed space. Zeon as well. But now with that heavy spin in place, Zeon will not be able to close out the game just yet. Zeon now trying to escape with the Guiding Wind here. G7 taking the peel. But my god, 27 minutes in, it is still anybody's game.
Oh my goodness. Burn X Flash once again. Goni, they had the Evolved Lord to play with, but they go for a team fight with a man disadvantage. They could have played with the Evolved Lord. They could have just gone for a 4-man push down in the mid lane with that Evolved Lord and somehow maybe be able to take some more turrets in the bottom side, but they are again getting too impulsive. They're looking for the end. They're tunnel visioning, and it's another chance to Orange Esports to look for a chance to come back. 28 minutes in this game.
Whew, it's so sad to see. Burn X Flash, no worries, resets for both teams, right? Again, it's still anybody's game. Malaysia and Cambodia here. Remember, folks, this is just our opening match of the MPLI 2022. One Esports here, of course. But boy, oh boy, Burn and OE here. Still going at it. First game, it was the Malaysians claiming the dub. But in the second, the Cambodian strikes back. But in game 3, now we are still looking for which team is better than the other. But now we can see here, Burn and Orange Esports, 25 seconds to the next Lord. What are we on already? 6 Lords. wait. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just,
4 Lords. 3 to 4
They're
hands
looking
up.
for a pick. Stormy's going to be picked off here. Stormy going to get taken down to the bottom side. Gani, this is massive. Again, Subway has rotated alone to that bottom side. He might just be bursted down here. Subway looking for the heavy spin, gets it.
But not enough damage now. He has the Immortal, but take a look at Amalan's preheating in the backside as well. D7 though needs to be careful, but Neon Blast connecting on towards D7. Orange Esports here, they need to be careful. They are a man down, but Burn X Flash rather, they are not in control in the Lord.
No. Here with the man advantage, they will have control. Hessa clearing out that mid lane, building a slow push for the team as they look for this Lord. Now, 29 minutes in, this should be the final Lord to contest, man. Orange Esports, if they get it, they might actually be able to end. Burn X Flash going to commit to this. Subway going to be zoned away. Gani, this is the chance for Burn X Flash. We're going to take a look at it. 4v5.
Yeah, we're now seeing here, Hessa needs to position himself well. Oh my god, Solo Aim though taking a lot of damage. He has the Immortal, but now
Hessa
with the Blazing Duet, Solo Aim gets taken. Oh my god, what the heck happened? I thought he gets one, but Hessa, a little too greedy there. But
oh my god,
falls to the hands of Solo Aim. What the heck is going on in this game? Every retribution misses, and every member that has no retribution gets the Lord. And now ATM here is low, but he escapes with that guiding wind, but Burn X Flash whips it.
Burn had the man advantage, they had the setup for the Evolve Lord, yet they forced another fight. Hessa jumped in, knowing full well that there's still the heavy spin up from the Akai. Burn X Flash have thrown their lead, and Orange Esports are here to punish Burn X Flash. It's looking grim for the Cambodian champion, Zeon. Immortality popped.
Yeah, this is not looking good as Subway finds a kill in the backside towards D7. Looks like it's GG. Orange Esports finding the claim, finding the lead after half an hour game. Orange Esports, congratulations. You're moving on to the next round. Malaysian, congratulations.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen, for both Orange Esports and Burn X Flash. Orange Esports definitely deserved that final win, punishing Burn X Flash for every single mistake in that late game and forcing Burn X Flash to make a lot of questionable decisions in that later stage. They came back and they were able to pull off that Phobius pick that we doubted. A lot of people doubted. The Phobius mid that didn't do anything for the first few minutes of the game definitely came back later on with the pressure that he's able to put. Even while Stormy was down on the Phobius mid at the bottom side when he got caught, they were able to win a 4v5. I cannot believe still that Solo Aim stole the Lord. Zeon was on it. He had all the time in the world. He had the damage. He had the retry.
Perhaps it was nerves. Perhaps it was I don't know, it was Solo Aim just he was the recipient of the Blazing Duet in the backside, went into the Lord just in time to find the last hit, the last damage towards that Lord, and with that it just puts the nail in the coffin for the Cambodian rep to go on to the next round. The Malaysian here, Orange Esports, after I gotta say, a tough game back and forth throughout the 30 minutes of game time, but they managed to prevail and beating 2-1 it was a very, very entertaining series to say the least.
It was definitely entertaining. Definitely entertaining, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to throw it over to our bookman, our book boy, the analyst, Arashi, for the analysis.
What's up, guys? It's your token analytical person here, token friendly neighborhood bookman. And wow, what a game! I mean, it's just action-packed. Big team fights, big pickoffs, Lord steals. It does not get any better than that. And we're only in match number 1. What is going on, man? I mean, it's such a crazy time for Mobile Legends. And you can see why. These two regions, a lot of people are thinking it's going to be a boring match, a one-sided match. Nope, you guys were absolutely wrong. There was a very intense fight, and it really seems like at the end of the game, right? All these games go so far. That game went to 30 minutes, and it really seems that at that stage of the game, it's about hunting the gold laners, right? MLN's on that Irithel, man. If he gets taken out, his team essentially is full of fighters, full of tanks, lack a bit of DPS to deal with the team of Burn X Flash. But if MLN is able to survive, it's a completely different story. And the same can be said about Burn X Flash. If the Claude is able to actually survive and output a lot of damage, Hessa can absolutely wreak havoc. But man, it's such a back and forth game. And some moments were smart, were amazing, but you can't deny, as Mirko was mentioning, that some of these moments were just so confusing. We saw one thing that stuck out to me was when Stormy just walked up to Hessa as well as ATM, I believe, and he just got absolutely shredded. So in that late game, it seems like both teams, maybe it's stress, maybe it's just fatigue because the game is at 30 minutes. In the current meta, games rarely go on for this long, but I think there is where the mentality, the willpower of these players get tested, and today Orange Esports comes out on top. Despite the fact that Burn X Flash, they have more range advantage, they can abuse that Savior pick to try and just chip down, whittle away the HP bars. He itemized for the glowing one, he sold it and actually rebought it afterwards, but yet was still unable to do much. And ATM, being an Esmeralda, was countering the Lolita, the Phobias as well, but overall, the execution, I think, was just a lot cleaner from Orange Esports, and that final Lord Steal, I think, really sealed the deal. As you can see from the player cards, right? For the most part, Burn X Flash has it all monopolized except for the rich guy. And Amalan's is just crazy, man. He is the token damage dealer. Hessa was able to outdamage him, but you can't deny the potential, the presence that Amalan's has on this game. Whenever he is alive, it's just a lot of pressure on Burn X Flash to try and use something, do something to ensure that he gets under control. Because a 30-minute game, an Irithel has so much damage, and in a way, it's AoE, and it lasts for a lot longer than just a single Blazing Duet. And considering that you are so mobile, you don't have to stop moving while basic attacking. You can also, Ambulance was also on the sprint, and also with longer range. He was just such a big problem. And I think if you take a look at the MVP, he might be the one. Although you can't deny that solo aim with that steal. It was a very crazy moment. Drum roll here. MVP for game number 3 is going to be Neo, actually, on the Uranus. He was also a huge factor. He was a massive wall that the members of Burn X Flash just struggled to deal with yet again. We saw it in game number 2 because the Lilia can't land the shots, the Claude can't stay long enough to output enough damage, but in game number 3, he was just up and about, denying all the pressure coming in from Burn X Flash, and that's what allows the team of Orange to actually push back, because we saw that the Savior, man, was just throwing a lot of spells out and about, but with the regen coming in from a Uranus, they can just make sure that they contest all the vision and make sure that they he absorbs all the damage. And Neo was absolutely annoying to deal with for the side of Burn X Flash. And that's what smart compositioning brings to you, right? Because Burn X Flash, they have a lot more counters, but when it comes to game plan for Orange Esports, I think it's a bit more of like less is more, because they have a very one-dimensional, in a way, teamfight composition. Block everything, use your crowd control wisely, and make sure that Amalans can just dish out the damage, and then maybe Stormy can just come in and wreak havoc, zone away the Squisher members, and it worked out. So maybe Burn X Flash could be more creative. Unfortunately, today, the Malaysians come out on top, and now we take a look at some of the highlights from that game. From the early game, you can see that Ambulance has a lot of priority for the side of Orange Esports. He is the main carry. Everyone else is going to be tanking, but you can see D7, Burn knows that as well, and they use a lot of resources to ensure that he gets shut down in the early game. And in these early fights, it's just very, very sporadic. And when that happens, it very much favors Orange Esports because they have a lot more tankier members, and they can have more AoE presence in the fight as well. But in the later stage of the game, you do see that the Blazing Duet does a lot of damage. ATM gets tankier and tankier, and the only real person that can do damage to him is going to be Amalance, and which is why it's so critical for Burn X Flash to ensure that he gets picked off. When he survives, when he is just hitting back again and again, outputting that damage, they cannot deal with him. So in this fight where Amalance is not present, you can see that Burn X Flash instantly get a bigger footing in that team fight. But even then, the Lord objective gameplay from Orange was just very, very impressive. And here, Burn switches the pace a bit, gets more momentum. But overall, that steal, man, that steal was absolutely what sealed the deal in the end. And you can see, I guess, that everyone figured, wow, it's 30 minutes, 80-second death timer, we lost the Lord. It's a bit too difficult because even the late game coming in from the side of Orange Esports isn't that bad either. Strong front line in that Uranus, and the Phobius and Irithel, if they are not crowd controlled, if they don't get locked down, they just do a lot of damage, and that's just it. I feel like a lot of mistakes were made for sure, but definitely nothing to take away from Orange Esports. They have a great performance, and now we will send you guys right back to our great casters Mirko and Goni. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for a very, very insightful analysis there for Game 3. Our first match finally done and dusted. It was a very, very wild 3 games. Almost all of the games went through 20 minutes plus.
All of them. All of them went over the 20-minute mark. 24 minutes, I believe, in Game 1. It was 22?
I think 21.
I forgot what Game 2 was, but Game 3, we went to 30 minutes. Half an hour. It was such a drawn-out game because they were so equally matched, both of these teams, Orange Esports and Burn X Flash. But, hey, there's one team that won, one team that got eliminated. We are going to go for a call with an Orange Esports member, a representative from Orange Esports right now to talk a little bit about the game and how they were able to win it. So here it is. Let's call them.
Bring.
It's Valens, Amalance.
What's up?
From Orange Esports.
Hello.
How you doing, Amalance? How you doing? Firstly, after the super long game
series.
It's quite exciting and fun since our patience is tested during the game, during the 3 games.
Okay, I gotta ask you here, Valens, Amalance. In Game 3, was that Phobius in the mid lane planned?
Is actually planned, and we just pick the Phobius and we just have fun.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
So still, it's about fun. Oh, we got nothing to lose, so they're just having fun. Amalance right now. Man, your fun is pretty scary, right? Because you were able to beat Burn X Flash just having fun. Imagine if they go serious.
Wow.
So I do have a question as well, though. In the series, this is so far, well, it's the first match of MPLI, but it's a very long series. Do you think the series was long just because of your execution, your performance, and your draft? Or do you think the meta has developed to this late game meta?
Actually, the draft, both draft was for late game. So yeah.
So I guess I mean the draft somehow complements the late game. They managed to take it the late game, and I do want to ask you this: throughout MPLI, can you name one team or multiple teams that you want to meet?
Maybe Onyx ID, because Kyrie mechanic is crazy and decision making.
All right, we'll see. Maybe that'll happen again. Orange Esports, they're going to have to go, I think, to the finals or semifinals to meet Onyx ID. So best of luck, but Any final
Congratulations.
message to the fans, Amelens, before we head out?
To all our Orange fans, thank you for supporting us and love you guys. Bye bye.
Congratulations. Thank you so much again for Orange Esports. Hopefully, may the best team win. Orange Esports, good luck. Best of luck. Thank you again. Let's just get back to our next segment. Thank you so much.
All right. That was Amelens. His name was Valens, but he changed it for MPLI to Amelens. He's leveled up.
Evolved.
He has truly evolved.
He has truly evolved. We have, like you said, you mentioned the Earthel, right? Finally, it came out in Game 3, and boy, his positioning is just spectacular.
When did he get caught, right? It's very, very hard to find him getting caught. Like, in the game, he was not caught at all, even though he was on the Irithel. But, ladies and gentlemen, the pick'em results are right here. We asked you, everybody, to predict MPLI results on the One Esports Pick'em Challenge. And here's what you picked, Gani.
For the top 4 teams, y'all predicted Blacklist International, Onyx Esports, Echo, and RSGPH. 73% of you predicted Blacklist International to be the champions of MPLI 2022.
73%.
Including you.
Including me. So I contributed into that number. 73%. That's a big number, but it's for a good reason. Blacklists have been performing out of their mind in MPLPH, and they're coming in with their main lineup, Gani.
I have one thing to add.
What is it?
As for the most picked hero, it's going to be the Claude. With 21% of you guys voted for this hero to be the most picked hero in MPLI 2022. So, the question now, can Blacklist take care of the unfinished business in MPLI and take a victory and clinch a victory? Of course, stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, go ahead and check out as well One Esports for more pick'em challenges in the future, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, they're right for the Claude one. Claude was picked twice in this series.
Already.
That's the most from, I think, Esmeralda got picked
as well
a few times. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen, the next match for day number 1 of MPL Invitational 2022. RRQ Sena will go up against Geek Fam ID. A very interesting matchup. Both Indonesian teams, they have data on each other.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Indo v Indo for our next match. Which Indo team will prevail? And that is, we're going to take a short break.
Absolutely.
No worries. So go ahead,
tuned.
Miracle. We'll be back. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, but through the hurt, just to show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, but through the hurt, so show 'em my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I don't more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, but through the hurt, just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone.
After a thrilling 3 games in our first opening match of MPLI 2022, we are back for more here. Goni and Mirko is back.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 2. Geek Fam versus RRQ Sena. We're going to be facing off.
We ate McDonald's.
Oh!
During the break.
During the break.
And of course, thank you, McDelivery. But man, oh man, RRQ against Geek Fam. And please do note that RRQ is using their MDL lineup. So not the Hoshi squad. So it's going to be very interesting to watch. But of course, MPLI 2022 would not be here if not for our official partners, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, McDelivery, and as well as Logitech.
Thank you so much for making MPL Invitational what it is right now for 2022, the awesome show. We just witnessed the longest series, because it's the first series as well.
You're right.
Match 1, 2 20-minute games, and 1 30-minute game. Half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, for that final game between Burn X Flash and Orange Esports. Right now, Geek Fam and RRQ, will they be able to beat that number? That's a big number, man.
That is a big number. And of course, a big number if you are able to save up with HSBC. Level up your coin farming skills, of course, with HSBC. You can safeguard yourself in-game with these tools used for exceptional gold mining. Watch our How to Farm and Spend Gold in MLBB to translate it into your real life as well. Discover how these valuable assets can also level up, of course, your finance game in real life.
Level up your finance game in real life so that you can afford this next piece of technology.
What is
the
it?
best in the business, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. Get yourself the unrivaled gaming experience with high performance specs such as the powerful Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 and Goni, say goodbye to 8 gigabytes, 6 gigabytes of RAM, because this Z Fold right here has 12 gigabytes of RAM to take your mobile gaming to the next level.
It's really, really unrivaled gaming experience when you have this phone. So again, with HSBC, farm it, your gold up from your money, and of course, spend it wisely, invest it with this phone as well. And personally, Mirko, after I got this product here, I feel like I need more to improve my quality of life.
Well, if you already have the money and you already have the beautiful, beautiful phone, you can go ahead and get yourself an accessory, the gaming accessory with Logitech G. You guys can do exactly that. The official partner of the One Esports MPL Invitational 2022. You guys right here, welcome to the new age of play with the Aurora collection. You can see the one here displayed in the MPLI studio. Goni, look at it. Look at the colors. It's clean. It's absolutely amazing. Go ahead and check it out by Logitech G.
It is very clean. And of course, if you don't want to miss any information regarding esports, check out our platform, social media here. Follow on esports. We have Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and as well as Facebook. So we have a plethora of options of social medias that you can follow to not miss out regarding any informations that is happening globally and of course locally.
Go ahead and check it out and also register for updates right now and you guys can get the chance to win the Venom Skin Collection line. All right, go ahead on to oneesports.gg/MPLI-win to get your chance to win these incredible prizes.
Oh, well, if you have already registered it, and sometimes like I tend to overthink.
Oh, okay.
And I tend to overthink, like, what hero am I? So if you have the same question, you can check it out. oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to check what type of MLBB hero are you. Are you a Nana or are you a Zosk? Perhaps you might find out in the site.
That would be interesting, right? If you find out you're a Zosk, actually. But you know what else is interesting,
Tell
Donnie?
me.
It's the MPLI watch party that you guys can attend right now, ladies and gentlemen, everywhere, all right? You guys can check out the locations later on, but you guys can experience the thrill of MLBB Esports in person with friends and with the live streams. This is presented to you by HSBC, RSVP now, and automatically you guys, when you join, when you watch, you guys stand a chance to win $500 worth of prizes and diamonds.
That is a huge bargain. And again, when you're at a watch party, you will have a lot of connections, new friends, and you can find your squad there. Battlefy.com/oneesports is also an option for you to find your squad to perhaps enter community tournaments here. Of course, One Esports held a lot of those events, community esports, and of course, don't miss it out.
Don't miss out on any of these stellar events, ladies and gentlemen, these campaigns as well. And guess what, Gani?
What?
We had to pick them. MPLI, yeah?
Tell me.
We had to pick them before MPLI started, and here are the results where everyone has voted. We asked you guys, every single one of you guys, for the MPLI results in the One Esports Pick'em Challenge. And here's the result. You guys have picked the top 4 teams: Blacklist International, Onyx Esports, Echo, and RSGPH.
Well, who is the winner? You may ask. It is Blacklist International with 73% of you voted for this team. As for the most picked hero,
it's Quad.
As Claude, 21%. But remember, if you support not Blacklist, Onyx ID, Echo, and RSGPH, there's still a chance, you know?
Absolutely.
To upset the people that voted for these 4 teams.
But, Gani, right as we're talking about that, we're going to get into the team intros for both Geek Fam and RRQ. Sena,
Let's see.
Right here.
An amazing lineup we have for you in our second match of MPLI 2022 here on our first day. RRQ and as well as Geek Fam. Different RRQ perhaps you are seeing, but for the side of Geek Fam, it is actually their main 5.
It is. For Geek Fam ID, this is their main 5 lineup in the MPL. And we'll have to see as this RRQ Sena team, a very young team full of prodigies, but also full of veterans. Some of them are actually veterans.
Sure.
Justin, Aether, and Violence have had that MPL experience, Gani. But we're going to take a look once again at the official team lineups to dissect the teams once again, starting first with RRQ Sena, Warlord, Justin, Pranata, Aether, and Violence. When we're talking about RRQ Sena, I think the main man who creates the plays in around the map has to be Violence. He's a very aggressive roamer. He looks for these momentum-based heroes like the Atlas. We see him control the game with his aggression, like the Grok as well. He really likes these flashy heroes, and he plays to enable both Aether and Pranata and even Warlord. But for the side of Geek Fam, they also are really good here with a new lineup. It's not going to be Elzura in the mid lane. It's going to be a boy in the mid lane, Luke in the XP, Chidera, Jana QT, and Boloyski. Very similarly to RQ Sena, I think the star of this team has got to be Boloyski. With his flashy plays, he's able to enable his team, but in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about Kadira as well. He is the gold digger from the hood, so I guess with the help of Boloyski, it just enables the gold lane, enable the gold lane to deal significant damage for the team. And this is going to be your lane prediction. My personal highlight lane is going to be jungler. Jana QT from the Philippines taking on Aether. Such a raw and young prodigy here in this RRQ team.
Yeah, Aether, he's gotten that MPL experience. Unfortunately, in the MPL, he wasn't able to find that success. But since he dropped back down to MBL, he's been an absolute threat to every single team. And now up against an MPL team, this is the time for RRQ Sena, this new roster, to step up and show the world if they've got what it takes to make it into the MPL by beating MPLI Geek Fam. That's new roster because it's not Elzura.
True,
it's a boy.
true. I'm intrigued to see how a boy will translate also in this team, because Elzura, what he provides was also consistency. Chemistry was built with a boy coming in the anchor of that mid lane. Will it affect positively or negatively? Which, of course, the answer is we're gonna see here in just a bit. But then again, let's take a look at the gaming house here, the situation, the environment here from the side of Geek Fam. All smiles, all positive here from Kadira, from Baloy. Again, I cannot stress this enough, how Baloy has impacted this team.
Man, the impact was definitely visible instantly from the first game of MPL ID Season 10, where, hey, fun fact, they were up against RRQ Hoshi, right?
Right.
They were able to take game number 1. They were able to shock the world with their performance, and that was without Jana. With Jana, it took a bit more time for them to actually find that synergy, because obviously playing on stage, getting that synergy, and staying composed in the highest level is very, very tough. They were finally able to find that form, that synergy, towards the second half of MPL Indonesia Season 10. But when they found it, they were an absolute menace. They only lost to Onyx Esports after finding this form. And even against Onyx, it was 2-1. It wasn't a shutout. Onyx did not destroy Geek Fam. It was 2-1, and it was close till the final game.
So I guess enough talk here for our second match here, RRQ as well as Geek Fam. Let's just jump straight ahead into the drafts here for our first game between the Indos, Geek Fam, and as well as RRQ. Geek Fam will have the blue side, opting for a ban towards Kai and as well as Lilia. RRQ still respecting that Fanny potential, that assassin potential in the early game. Opted for a ban here, so it seems like Geek Fam with the respect already, again with that Lilia ban. So what do you think Geek Fam is eyeing here?
Well, for Geek Fam, it's... We'll see, right? Because in MPL Indonesia Season 10, the last time we saw them was in the regular season. So there's been a huge gap. 2 weeks before the playoffs and another week before MPLI. Geek Fam have had the time to actually develop, to create their own drafts again, their compositions. Last time we saw them, they always prioritized Baloy's hero early on, the Grox, the Franco even, and they always pick up the Lilia in the first phase as well for Elzura. Now, it's already a different response as they banned out both Lilia and the Yve. The Akai has been banned out as well. There's a hero that's left open. It's the Wanwan, and guess what? It's on the heads of Chidera. Geek Fam, they set this trap open, but it might also be a trap from RRQ, letting the 1-1 open to pick up a counter. The Diggy, we saw the Diggy picked up twice in the last series, but they pick up the Grok and the Gushin, two heroes that are very prio as well, but no hesitation, Gani, in this draft.
In this current patch, these two heroes has been such prio. The impact that they give from the early game, from minute 1, is significant, right? Gushin, we saw it. Last game, last match, twice being picked up. First game, it was banned. So this hero is very popular, especially in this patch. Geek fam, though, what will they close out? Because Paquito is still open, a very solid and popular here in the Indo scene that is still, I gotta say, deals lots of damage.
Well, Geek fam, they are going to pick up that Benedetta. They can be flexed from the XP lane in the jungle. You can already see the Matilda as well, a signature pick for Beloy. In Season 10, he's been able to find a lot of success with this Matilda pick. So it's just a solid composition. Still the typical Geek fam right now as we see it. RQ Sena, though, they are going to go for the Phoveus pick, which is very good here. This is the final pick in the first phase. They picked up the Phoveus. They're going to ban out the Esmeralda next. And up against the 1-1 and the Benedetta and the Matilda, that's so many dashes that can really be punished by the Demonic Force. Thing is, though, if 1-1 is able to dash properly with the Inspire, it gets to a point where the attack speed is too much for Phoveus, you can actually dodge away from the Demonic Force. Same goes for the Benedetta.
Yeah, we can see here perhaps a battle of mechanics here between Phoveus and the three heroes that can trigger that Demonic Force. But RQ taking their time here, not banning out Esmeralda just yet. They opt for a Kadita ban. Geek fam, they will try to limit the assassins here. It seems like the junglers, they are trying to minimize the options here. Link ban out RQ. I gotta say, they need to pick up Esmeralda. Are they going for a Esmeralda pickup as well? No, they need to ban the Esmeralda out because Phoveus should be in the EXP, I guess, but we'll see here. RQ Hoshi. RQ, not Hoshi, RQ Sena here opted for a Baratsman, so Esmeralda is still open.
Perhaps they might actually look to pick it up. The Phoveus was played in the mid lane, just literally the last game. It was played by Stormy in the mid lane. Ling banned out. They might actually want to go for another ban targeting Aether. Last time, well, the heroes that he's comfortable with. You know, honestly, Aether might actually just use the Gushin in the jungle, right? That's a flex pick that they can use, but still, it is going to be respect given over to Aether. It's the Hayabusa banned out. 2 assassins in the second phase. RRQ looking for that first pick. They didn't ban the Esmeralda. Maybe it signifies that they want. It sets up for the pick for RRQ now to pick up that Esmeralda, or they can go for a gold laner first. Up against the 1-1, the Irithel becomes just the best choice in my opinion. You can counter her just from the early game, and even if it gets to the late game, you scale better than the 1-1.
But no, it's not the Irithel. It will pick up the marksman here. Irithel, I mean, it's not going to be the Esmeralda, it is going to be the Irithel. So the marksman that can somehow deal damage from the backside, but a very smart response here from side of Geek fam saying, oh, you got an Irithel, that's quite vulnerable if we use an assassin, and now we got 2 assassins in our comp. Karina and also Benedetta that can just go in and penetrate the back lines, and to add their composition, they have the Farsa. That Feather Airstrike can, I guess, just give an intimidating presence towards that Irithel as well.
Now it's become so, honestly, so scary, right? Because Geek fam, sure, they've picked up a Karina, they picked up a Farsa that can be such a nuisance for the Irithel to deal with. But remember, Esmeralda was left open here. The counter towards the Phoveus was ignored by Geek fam. RRQ pick up the Amon. So we're seeing the Gushin and Amon, the brothers here in game number 1 of this match. A very interesting draft, ladies and gentlemen. Warlord going to be playing the Gushin in the mid lane up against a boy, the new mid laner for Geek fam.
We'll see how it will pan out, but I want to see your support here. Which team, which draft are you favoring more here? Is it the Geeks or is it RRQ? Spam it in the chat, folks. Which composition do you feel might win game 1? And as before we enter the Land of Dawn here, Mirko, any final thoughts?
Well, for Geek Fam, it's a very standard kind of mixed front to back and pick style composition. Before the side of RRQ, they really just want to dive at you. The Grok, the Gushin, Phobius, Irithel, and even the Amon, they're looking for that all-out fight.
It's going to be very interesting seeing the head-to-head. Can Pranada find the farm he needs ASAP to be significant and relevant in this game, or will the two assassins just penetrate him in the back lines? Land of Dawn we go for our first game. The Indo versus Indo match starts now.
You can already see the pressure being placed by Beloy into the enemy jungle. This is what he likes to do. Beloy, very notorious for doing this already. With the mid control that they've gone as well, a boy is going to help him in his endeavors to jump into the enemy jungle. Taking a chunk as well onto Violence. This typical Geek Fam aggression. Jana is looking for the steal though right now.
Oh my god, tops a bot side. Luke 2v1ing here. Luke with that petrified, but first blood will fall to the hands of Beloyski here as Aether is the casualty. Not a good start for RRQ here. Geek Fam setting up the tone perfectly as they are already maintaining pressure top side. Pranada might be in trouble here, still has the flicker, of course, but Geek Fam already chunking, invading the jungles of Aether.
The sprint, yeah. Jana QT right now, level 4 compared to Aether is still level 2, so he actually did steal the orange buff away. And in that top side, we mentioned that in this matchup, 1-1 versus Irithel, it should be the Irithel who has a little bit of an edge. But Geek Fam, they never let Chidera actually just 1v1.
True.
It's never a proper 1v1, and even when it's a 1v1, you can look at how Chidera plays this lane. He's playing it just super safe, letting the wave shove onto him like he's doing right now, and he's playing behind his turret. It's very smart from Chidera, as Geek Fam usually give Chidera free farm, not by ganking towards him, but by taking objectives and playing on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Please do note each team has Petrify here. Warlord is on that Petrify. Meanwhile, Luke on the Benedetta will have that Petrify. Beloyski already dealing a nuisance again. Aether can't farm, but take a look at Warlord trying to find something. Find a boy. Gets it. Justin will pick up the kill, but take a look at the circling eagle connecting onto a member. But Warlord here munching that blades from Luke. Gets taken down, and Luke, will he survive this one? It's a little bit too much. 2v1, Violence picking up the kill. But Geek Fam, they are really stepping on to the gas. Aether is not level 4 yet. Wow. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, Jana is now level 6. Geek Fam, they're really farming and level up their coin farming skills with HSBC. But take a look at Beloyski. He survives as Warlord, who wants to assassinate Beloyski, gets taken down.
Oh my goodness, Beloyski, what a play. Popped in that circling eagle right as Warlord looked for the engage, and Aether not even going to get that. No, he does get the gold buff in the end, but he's still level 4. Jana is 3 levels above of him. He's taken everything in the top side, completely folding RRQ's jungle, just like you guys can fold your phone if you go for the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. Get yourself the unrivaled gaming experience so that you guys can play like the pro players you see on screen.
Man, oh man, RRQ behind 2,000 here in the first 3 minutes. Not a good sign. But take a look, this is a little bit overcommitment here as a boy gets taken down. Beloyski might be next. A very good setup by Violence, but Amon will find the last kill here. RRQ slowly but surely still finding anything that they can get. Oh, another invade. RRQT will get the purple buff here, but Petrify comes in. Warlord instant deleted. Justin might find something, but the Demonic Force will not be able to amount to anything as Geek Fam calmly disengage.
Well, here Aether again is going to miss out on his purple buff. He's only taken 1 purple buff this game so far. Jana now 3 levels still above of Aether. Going for the turtle already. This is the turtle take. Chidera has the corrosion scythe. They might actually be looking for that top side right now as Pranada's gonna be taken low. In that 1v1. Look at Violence. Oh my god, Chidera!
My god, he managed to outplay Violence, and 1 HP for Pranada there. Able to survive with sprint. Beloyski again maintaining pressure towards Aether. Aether can't breathe this game. He is suffocated.
Oh my god, this is illegal. This is illegal what Geek Fam are doing to RRQ currently. Aether's not getting any space to farm, even in the bottom side. They're looking for Luke. Aether wants to look for that play, but Luke just hears it out with the Aurora collection. He's way too clean, just like the design that you guys can get from Logitech G. Geek Fam, 2.5k gold lead. My goodness.
It's a slaughter up to this point. Warlord and Aether, the brothers, Gushin and as well as Amon.
No way. Oh my
Not
god.
relevant. Take a look at that. Another steal from Luke. But now, RRQ, they need to pick their battles here. Aether recalling because he has no mana. John QT collecting another purple buff. They might force this fight here. Justin taking a lot of damage. But now it seems like Geek Fam, they are really in control of this game.
Control is an understatement, man. Aether is so far behind. He's 4
Level 6.
levels behind. He's about to be 5 levels behind right now. There you go. Jana picks up level 11. He's level 11.
Violence here, of course, will be taken down here for sure.
Oh,
But
boy.
I might be wrong. He gets taken down, but it will be insta-traded with the death of Baloyski as well. Pranada struggling to farm as well top side as the top turret will fall here. Geek Fam, a very, very dominating first 6 minutes. RQ fans, they're sad.
Very sad right now. 4,000 gold lead, and look at Jana. Aether's not getting farm at all. Another buff over.
Yikes.
And even in the top side, they tried to commit onto Chadera. He didn't even need to burn his Inspire to walk out of Pranada's damage, even though Pranada popped his ultimate. And here as well, Chadera, this is why his signature pick has been 1-1. He's absolutely lethal on it on a weak side, as a weak side gold laner, even as a strong side gold laner. And currently, he's going even against his counter.
Oh my god, we can see here, action brought side. Luke trying to find a kill on towards Amon, but covered by Phobius and as well as Gushin there. So, no kills on the board just yet here. Still 10-man standing left on. Concealed play has been popped here. Geek Fam, they might be in trouble if they're not aware of this, but now it seems like the damage output from the side of RQ is quite low. Now, Amon trying to find... Oh
No
my
way.
god, the feathered airstrike is it? No, Jana QT claims it with the retribution. No, Violence got it. Violence stole it.
It's
Unintentionally.
unfortunate.
Unfortunately.
It's either Violence or a boy, right? A boy had the feather airstrike, so again, it's so frustrating if you're Aether currently. You're not getting any farm at all. Jana QT is completely suffocating you out of your own jungle. Aether's level 8. Jana's level 12. This is insane. And look at Chadera. He has all the weakness points popped in.
Yeah, with crossbow and tank pops. 1 fall, 2 falls. Geek Fam at this point, they're just having fun. RRQ struggling in the mid-side. Warlord taking a lot of damage. Gets taken down 1 by 1. RRQ members, they are crumbling in the land of God. Aether desperately here, finding compensation. A very small compensation, that is. Taking the purple buff of the enemies. But Geek Fam, they are eyeing up to that first Lord.
That's his first orange buff.
True.
That's his first orange buff. In 8 minutes of game time, that's his first orange buff. That's how... Oh my god. Geek Fam, that's how dominant they are in this game. I am absolutely speechless as to how they're actually able to play the game. They're completely fine with giving kills away towards RRQ as long as those kills are only onto the mid lane and, the mid laner and Beloy, the roamer. It's completely fine because those 5 kills won't add up to anything when your jungle is completely being controlled by Jana QT. And a boy gets it, gets the purple buff. At this point, Jana doesn't really need any more of these buffs. He can give the orange buff towards the 1-1 Chadera and the purple buff over to a boy. And they're just going to be able to clear out the game right now. They're looking to siege down mid-turret, Johnny.
I mean, Jana QT is almost level 15. Take a look at the damage that he can bring and output towards the members of RRQ. Now, RRQ, they are in trouble here. All of the tier 1 and 2s have been collapsed by the side of Geek Fam. There remains only the base turrets here. We'll see the Lord Siege, Aether and friends struggling to defend this one perhaps. Feathered airstrike and circling eagle to top it off. Base turret number 1 will fall here as 5 members still standing from outside of RRQ. Will they engage? It's not wise, but now RRQ, they need to take care of this Lord and Geek Fam. They again are just having fun.
1,000 gold lead per minute is where we're standing at right now. Even more. 9 minutes 50 seconds, and it's a 10,000 gold lead. 9.7k gold lead now. Geek Fam, they are slaughtering RRQ currently. 10 minutes in, they might actually be looking for an end early on here with a Feather Airstrike again in the zone, Gani.
Yeah, Trickling Eagle Aether gets taken down here. RRQ defending with 4. Alecto final blow towards the backside here. RRQ struggling, desperately defend. Violence taking the heat, gets taken down. In the backside, Pranada trying to find a kill. Andre with Jana QT gets it. But not yet, Jana QT with the
crossbow tank.
But now in the backside, crossbow tank pops onto his Justin, gets taken down. The base is quite exposed here. 2 members only defending. And it seems like Geek Fam, with the 2-man down, they decided to play it slowly, backs off, and it's a reset. But RRQ, they are in shambles.
It's such a contrast to the first match, Gani. The first match went on to 20 minutes, and currently what you're seeing right now is a 10-minute game. They could have actually went for the end in the 11th minute. No, in the 10th minute just now. Yep. If only they were able to get or zone Gushin away. Warlord staying really well positioned in that position in the push coming in from Geek Fam, and they're still able to withstand for now, but at this point, for game number 1, it really does feel like it's inevitable. The longer the game goes, I would actually say that even if it goes to the 20th minute, Geek Fam will have that advantage, but I don't think Geek Fam are going to let it go like that. They're shoving into waves, creating pressure to go for the Lord, and there it is. Lord going to be going over to Geek Fam again. That's how dominant they are. They didn't even wait for the Enhanced Lord. It's too long.
Go Enhanced Lord, but take a look at this. A mistake by Luke. A very good setup by RRQ. They use 3 ultimates though, but the ultimate disengaged by RRQ. I mean, yeah, they need to take what they can at this point, and Luke was just the target here to somehow negate and eliminate the pressure. 4-man now on the offense. Can RRQ defend this? It's gonna be hard. Let's see.
It's brutal right now as they're looking for that bottom side siege first, Gani. The way they have shaped these minion waves is to end. They're not looking just to get some turrets.
Yeah, but they're gonna try pops instantly here, as Jana QT will collect the last spacer in the mid side, and base is quite exposed, but it seems like Pranada here is angry. Dealing damage, circling Eagle, but Justin is not going to survive. Crossbow and Tang will not be able to take one, but a boy gets taken out of the backside. 1 by 1, RQ actually comes back from the spy. Jana QT quite low. Aether trying to find a kill. Look, can he cover? Yes, he can. He gets Aether in the jungles. Geek Fam saying, yeah, we make a mistake, but don't get too excited yet, Aether.
Overcommitment by Geek Fam. The way they tried to end the game there, even the crossbow of Tang popped in by Chidera is very uncharacteristic. He went for a very risky play, and it definitely didn't work out. RRQ were able to get a few kills on the board, and as you can see, we're going to take a look at that replay once again to see exactly the mistake here. Chidera got the crossbow of Tang, but it's only on to Violence, who is super tanky up against the physical damage. The respect was not given over, and the punishment from RRQ was definitely a good one. But unfortunately, Geek Fam still walked out, I think, with the better trade, because they were able to get every single base turret in the first 13 minutes of the game.
Yeah, but from that exchange though, Geek Fam, they have learned, they have the knowledge that RRQ, you can't really underestimate them just yet.
No.
Can't make any mistakes up to this point still. Geek Fam though, a very comfortable lead still established here, 5,000 gold lead. And it seems like it's clear, it's evident that Geek Fam, they are not really toying with RRQ now. 40 seconds to the next lord, that should be the main agenda for Geek Fam. And now it seems like Beloyski is just being Beloyski here. RRQ though, with 14 minutes of game time, seems like Pranada has collected the items that he needs.
Let's see, once again, it's going to be a slow tempo here in the 14th minute, as Geek Fam will be looking to just clear out the waves, play it slow, freeze it out, suffocate RRQ while waiting for the next lord to spawn, which is going to be in 10 seconds. Beloy is being an absolute nuisance, opening up the map and ensuring that these waves will be slow pushed into RRQ. Lord going to be spawning in. This time it's the enhanced one, so it's going to give Geek Fam more of a chance to look for the end. Jana already on it. Violence opening up the map right now. I don't think he's going to be able to do so, right? Chidera will just get all the points here. Justin, so low already. You can see the poke from Geek Fam.
Recall equals death, and Justin decided not to recall Luke though. Oh yeah, Lord will be collected by John Akuchi. Luke trying to find the right timing and as well as buying enough time. Will be punished though by Justin. He gets taken down 4v5 now, but Geek Fam there stepping on towards the gas. This is a mistake. John Akuchi misses his kill. He almost gets taken on, and Pranada is angry. Beloyski forced to flicker away. Kadera is the casualty. Beloyski loses his immortality, and Justin and friends trying to look for that kill triggers that demonic force, and a boy is there to cover him up. Luke and Kadera, what the heck happened?
Man, Luke, alright, you can understand what he was trying to do there. He was trying to zone the members away right as the Lord was taken. Luke's death can be... You could give an excuse over to Luke, but why do they keep on going in? That's the big question, right? Losing Chidera, losing the Lord, this just gives RRQ more of a chance to come back in this game. And guess what? That's not good, right? Sure, you'll still have a little bit of a lead with the composition. You still scale better than RRQ if you're Geek Fam, but RRQ, you cannot take them lightly. This RRQ Sena squad can come back. If you guys want to take a look at the data and the information, all the latest news, you guys can go ahead and check out One Esports social media as we'll try to dissect the items here. Chidera went for the Athena instead of Winner Nature. That's why you saw Pranada was able to just gun him down, right?
Yeah, true. I mean, already built items as well.
He's building towards that Winner Nature though, so he is giving respect over towards RRQ. But like you mentioned, Gani, 16 minutes in, the gold lead's gone.
Oh my god, Beloyski needs to be careful. He gets all in, he gets taken down.
It's a
Warlord, a beautiful,
throw.
and now Luke is trying to escape with the winner's run. Here, Aether will not be able to survive though. A little too overstepping here from the side of RRQ, but at the end of the day, it will be a rover for junglers, though I gotta say, it's a worth it trade still for the side of Geek Fam.
Man, honestly, I don't know about this, right? It's a good trade in the end. I thought it was going to be a throw there because Beloy lost his life and it looked like Geek Fam wanted to overcommit, but Aether was taken down. Aether was the one who ended up overcommitting, so it ends up being worth it for Geek Fam, but remember, 17 minutes in, this is no longer going to be that game that they had in the early stage where they were able to dominate. The lead has been completely nullified right now. Sure, Geek Fam still have that 2.5k gold lead, but it doesn't matter. A bit too much confidence as they've gone in for a lot of these crazy engages.
It's a balanced game once again. What does RQ still lacking is, of course, space, which Geek Fam is building already from the get-go. But take a look at this. Luke almost gets got there. Nada already showing that he has enough damage. But now, the Lord is up. And the Lord evolved now. RQ will not sit around and just wait. See here, the opening here.
Alright, for Geek Fam, the way they're playing it here is they cleared out that top side to create a distraction, and they're just forcing RRQ to step out of the base. The airstrike was popped in already though, mid lane not cleared out. RRQ could definitely actually look for an opening here, but they have to be very precise as to how they open this up. Violence is going to be the key, Gani.
You see here, 4-man already jumping in towards that vicinity. 25,000 HP. Aether needs to be careful, but Luke jumps in with the final blow. Immortal pops here there. And Luke will not be able to survive. I might be wrong, but take a look at Justin with
my God, Luke!
Trying to find a kill, and the winner's truncheon will not survive. Justin falls. Lord falls in the hands of John QT, and RRQ Hoshi needs to disengage from this fight ASAP. And it seems like one member has fallen, and it was Justin. Geek Fam now claiming back their control.
4,000 gold lead. I think the gold lead at this point just doesn't matter, but you're right, Gani. With the 3 base turrets taken down in RRQ's base, that will mean super minions will be spawning in with the enhanced buffed minions as well, coming in from this evolved Lord. You guys can register and win the Venom skin collection right now on oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. Chidera with Geek Fam are looking to win as well with Feather Airstrike now and the evolved Lord.
Oh my god, violence here will be the sandbag. Will he survive? Forced to use the flicker as well. He gets taken down. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Warlord in the backside. Suppression comes in, and the base. It's too exposed. Geek Fam, a clinical win. It was one-sided initially, but a little nerve-wracking there for their side. RQ Sena might fight back, but GG's to the Geeks.
I wouldn't say it's a clinical win, man. That was definitely a dirty win. Because it was not clean. It was clean early on, but they really threw their lead by going in. A lot of overcommitments happened. You could see that the players are relieved, right? That's not a good thing after such a dominant 10,000 gold lead in the first 10 minutes. I think they're definitely going to learn from that. They made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes when they were ahead, and it pushed it all the way to 17 minutes. Now, with an all-new respect, right? Newly found respect for RRQ Sena, it's going to be even scarier for RRQ in Game 2.
It is. I mean, from the get-go, I need to recap a little here. Aether was suffocated. Zero chance to farm. Beloyski is just always marking this guy, knows where is he going and what's he want to do next. And it's just so hard if you're a jungler and you're just invaded just like crazy. The roamer toying you, but what am I in compared towards Arashi, which we will hear from. We'll hear from, of course,
very soon.
in a bit. But game 1, man, Geek fam, clinching the dub.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't really say it's clinching the dub, but I can't really say it's a clinical performance.
True.
It's a very weird game because it should have been a clinical performance.
I agree.
It should have been a dominant win. But Geek fam got a little bit too excited, I believe, went in for a lot of these engages, but I'm hearing right now that Arashi Hoshi is ready. Arashi, your team just lost, unfortunate, but what do you think they can do to come back in Game 2?
Take it away, book boy.
What's up, guys? Back with the book boy here, the analytical segment of MPLI. Unfortunately, as Mirko mentioned, RRQ did not get the victory, but it's all good. It's only game number 1, and you can't count out these teams in MPLI until it's actually over. So we'll have to see what will happen in game number 2. But as our great casters have mentioned, you really can't say it's a very clean, neat performance, essentially. They were doing a lot of crazy plays from both teams, and it just seems like Geek fam initially were so close to just having a quick, decisive game, but then got a bit too overzealous. They got a few members picked off, and RRQ, that is exactly where they will actually look to capitalize and mount a very strong comeback. They almost were able to do that knowing that they have an Irithel, a very strong gold laner with a huge amount of DPS output. But unfortunately, against that composition of Geek fam right here, it's a bit too difficult. Looking at the items here, mainly a boy with a Holy Crystal even on top of the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon combo, and Divine Glaive just for good measure. He is able to nuke down multiple members again and again. And if you're too concerned about that Feather Airstrike, that is where Luke, that is where Kadera will actually wreak havoc. And it's just such a great mix of magical and physical damage. And not to mention, you saw again and again, RRQ, they were trying to get a lot of pickoffs. They have a lot of pursuing heroes. They have 2 assassins as well with plenty of damage. But when there's a Mathilda on the opposing team, it's a bit too difficult. Beloyski was able to tank damage, and not only that, make sure that his allies get shielding, get mobility to escape sticky situations, and when you are too concerned chasing down the members, that is where Kadera can also find ways to pop his crossbow of tank weakness points. So all in all, it's such a difficult puzzle to crack for RRQ Sena, and despite their best efforts, despite being able to mount a bit of a comeback, bringing the game to almost 20 minutes here, it just wasn't enough. But we do see glimmers of brilliance, positioning, plays being made. On paper, having that Phobius early on was allowing them to be a lot more aggressive, to pursue a lot more aggressively. Unfortunately, when it comes down to it, it's that clean execution, it's that objective gameplay. And looking at the post-game stats right now, the turret and the Lord, 0 for RRQ Sena. Even the turtle, same story right here. Geek fam always very intellectual, very strategic with how they play the game, and it shows here yet again. They just have so much more flexibility in DPS, in dive, in burst, in long-range artillery damage as well, whereas RRQ Sena were a bit too one-dimensional. And against a team as smart as Geek fam, you know, very appropriately named, it's just a bit too risky, a bit too idealistic to think that you can just force your will without Geek fam adjusting, making the plays happen. On top of that, they also lack severely any countermeasures for the crossbow of Tang, and that makes it very difficult for even Violence to try and find an engage, because Kadera can very easily use him as almost a stepping stone because he is so ahead. And maybe that's why they have to adjust in how they want to approach this, because they have to respect the potential coming in from the members of Geek Fam. Beloyski and Kadera essentially gets their signature picks. Maybe adjustments need to be made, but the MVP right here for game number 1 between Geek Fam and RRQ is going to be Beloyski, man. 3-3 and 11, 93% kill participation, saving lives, finding kills for his team, and of course being an absolute nuisance in the front line. This man was the highlighted player, and he shows again why his name is the one being discussed again and again whenever Geek Fam is in the conversation. He's just so flexible, and even if you do ban out his heroes, he has such a wide hero pool. And what's more impressive is how smartly he's able to use the right skills at the right time for maximum efficiency to enable his team, but at the same time, just destroy the plans of his opponents. In RRQ, they have to find something that works, man. If they want to try and go against Geek Fam, maybe something a bit more flexible. They went for 2 assassins here, and you might argue that, okay, they can get insane pickoffs, and in the late game, it's going to be so valuable to get someone down for 80 seconds, 70 seconds when it comes down to 25 to 30 minutes. But with a Mathilda, again, maybe a bit too idealistic. So if they want to go for pickoff, I think Mathilda needs to be denied from Geek Fam. If they want to try and change things up, maybe right here they can also try and focus more on the gold lane. The gold lane has been so impactful in the current meta, and they essentially allow Geek Fam to make sure that Kadera has a healthy laning phase, even though he is up against a counter 1-1 against an Irithel. We'll see a bit of that in the highlights right here, and then we can see exactly what Geek Fam is able to do around the map to ensure that they do find success. Because as you can see here in the early game, the damage potential from a Gusion, from an Amon is just so amazing, but against a Mathilda, it just allows you to get baited so much, and the Feather Airstrike again and again has been a decisive tool. It's being used to zone, to secure kills, and of course to zone as well in those big lower team fights. All the way in the early game though, you can see the Geek Fam, they were just so aggressive, and Kadera, you already know this is his signature pick. The one wasn't seen in match number 1, but in match number 2 right here, Kadera was able to do a lot of damage, and he was just so mobile, and RRQ essentially has no answer except for when Geek Fam gets overzealous. They commit fully on the base, even though they were a bit low on HP bars, even though they don't really have, let's say, a Lord to enable this ending push, and that is where RRQ Sena, they find an opportunity to just go in and get a moment to allow them to pick up some shutdown, some gold swing, and that is what Geek Fam needs to make sure they avoid. Because especially with a team comp like this, with a lot of mobility, a lot of chase potential on that Phobius, a very good pick against a Mathilda, a 1-1, and a Benedetta. It's just too dangerous, too risky for you to play like that. But of course, when it comes down to it, when everything is going according to plan, that is where Geek Fam just gets the very clean, very clinical, decisive fights. They just manage distance very well. They allow their backline to do that damage, and they end the game without doing anything too crazy. So Geek Fam, they have to try and remove those mistakes, right? Calm down quite a bit. And RRQ, they must revamp and find something that works. But right now, we are going to send you back right to our casters, Mirko and Goni.
An amazing analysis, well, by, of course, the book boy Arashi. But man, on paper, 0 lore, 0 turtles, and 0 turrets for side of RRQ. But it was a 19-minute game, so there was resistance, there was fights, and Geek Fam made numerous mistakes in game 1 that they could have ended in minute 12, but mistakes were made, and it was suddenly a nervous game. But at the end of the day, game 1 was for side of Geek Fam. A reset for game 2. It's gonna be a tricky one this time for RRQ.
We'll see, right? We'll see what happens here. It starts with the draft, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to take a look at the faces of the players here. For RRQ, they look kind of disheartened here. A lot of them.
I'm gonna put the positive word here. They look relaxed.
They look relaxed. All right, you know, we'll take it as a positive. They're looking relaxed. They're looking chill, composed here for the second game. The drafts weren't bad at all, I think, for RRQ, right? They just lacked a lot of that wave clear in the mid lane with the Gusion. It's kill pressure traded in for wave clear. That's what we've seen the Gusion for a whole lot in this tournament so far. But now that's the big question. Do you think Gusion is actually prio? Because in the games that we've seen the Gusion now, I haven't really seen the Gusion pop off from any team, right? Warlord, in MPLI.
Yeah.
Stormy as well.
Wait. Was it Stormy?
It's Burn X Flash. It was CCAT.
Oh, CCAT. You're right. CCAT played the Gusion, but yeah, it's I can't really tell. I need more samples, but let's just jump into the drafts here for game 2. Now RRQ opted for a blue side, and there you go. Fanny Gusion opted to be banned out by the RRQ. Geek fan? Realizing that they're now the second pick, opted for a 1-1 ban.
Fun fact, right now, ladies and gentlemen, the blue side is still standing at a 100% win rate. Orange Esports won game 1 of the first match on the blue side. Burnix Flash then won on the blue side as well to make it 1-1. And then Orange Esports won game 3 with blue side.
Wow.
Geek Fam just won game 1 of that match just earlier on in the blue side. So if the trend continues, RQ maybe will win here. Let's see, with the Fanny, Gusion, and Faramis ban. Geek Fam, we're still going to go for it.
Valentina is forced here. Valentina ban is somehow forced.
Should be the Valentina ban.
Should be the Valentina ban here. The question now, what is RQ going to prio here? I'm quite surprised seeing that Paquito is just left wide open
no
from
one cares
match
about him
1.
anymore, yeah?
Yeah, game 1 wasn't banned, wasn't picked up as well, and perhaps we might see that again in game 2.
I didn't cure it.
Let's see, the Valentina does end up being banned away. RRQ have the first pick. The Grok is a very popular pick for their first pick, and they will just go for that Grok. Geek Fam now with the response. You know, the Farsa did so well, why not pick it up again? Or, you know what, Farsa Mathilda, yeah, we've seen this combination very, we've seen it a lot, but actually they don't go for the Farsa, they go for the Lilia. I think this combination could work as well.
Luke likes Fredrin here.
First pick though, you think?
We'll see, Geek Fam. Perhaps they are trying to go a different approach, realizing now they are in the second pick. So, RQ still with the same approach here, picking up the
Beatrix.
But no, Geek
Wow.
Fam. Beatrix early here with a fist bump from the Geek Fam members as well. RQ with the Grok, they might add a good firepower as well. They might just pick up Claude here.
The Claude can definitely work out here up against this kind of composition, but up against a Beatrix, right now, I would actually give it over to the Beatrix to win. Maybe another pick would be good for RRQ. The Cho can be an option, but I'm looking for a gold laner here to face off against the Beatrix, because if they don't pick up a gold laner, it'll most likely be narrowed down in the bans by Geek Fam in the second phase. Melissa becomes an option here to go up against that Beatrix, and they pick up the Eve as well. So yeah, we were right about the gold lane. It's the Claude, not the Claude though. I expected Melissa. Mathilda comes in the end. Very fast once again. The drafts coming in for both of these teams. RRQ trying to just nail Geek Fam down with the immobility of the real world manipulation. The CC coming in from Grok, and the damage from Claude.
I mean, Beloyski here, he got MVP on this hero in game 1. Looks for a repeat, and as well as repeating the trend in game 2 with that Matilda. Martis. We saw Martis ban in our first match. And yeah, I mean, this hero right now in this current patch is very, very strong, very annoying. Can't escape easily. Very, very lethal as well. RQ though, in the second phase, they opt for a ban towards the jungler here. Trying to limit John Acuti's hero here, banning out that lane, realizing that Eve and as well as Claude is quite vulnerable against that lane.
Alright, the Ling ban from RRQ. We saw this ban from Geek Fam actually in game 1 before. So it's already a different route here. Geek Fam have a chance to actually pick up the Ling, the Lancelot, the Assassins on Janna. We saw how he was able to utilize the Karina, and I think this game, RQ might just ban it away. It's a bit too risky to let Janna play that Karina, especially after his performance in game 1. The Terizla though, the ban from Geek Fam. So Bardas and Terizla did just get buffed in the patch. Has RRQ played these two heroes in scrims, or are Geek Fam just like, yeah, I guess they're just taking away from RRQ right now. Final ban though from RRQ now towards Geek Fam. Ling, Amon becomes a good option as well. We know how lethal Jana QT is. If it's not the Amon, I honestly think it should be the Karina. Jana QT has found many games worth of success with these heroes, with the assassins in the jungle, and it is going to be the Karina ban coming through. Amon left open for Geek Fam to take. They might just pick it up here, or they might actually leave it as a last pick. They go for Benedetta instead. It still can be flexed technically by both Luke and Jana. Jungle XP.
A very good approach here from inside of Geek Fam. They understand that this Benedetta might fall to the XP or even jungler here, so it's still flexible RRQ. They need to make up their minds here with their last two heroes. I feel like a good EXP here against this lineup. Either a Masha or a Paquito might work. And as for the jungle...
I'm thinking Uranus.
Uranus against a Lilia?
Yeah. Lilia can't really just burst them down if Uranus is able to move around. The Hayabusa becomes the option here for RRQ, but again, look at Geek Fam. A lot of mobility, a lot of sustain. They do end up going for that Uranus. Geek Fam with the final pick.
Against the Hayabusa, I gotta be honest with you, it might be... Bauman might work.
Yeah, I mean, I would think Bauman too, but Jana, we haven't seen him play the utility jungle that much. It was just the Akai. I don't think I've ever seen him on the Bauman. Usually it's just the Karina. Here, let's see. Lancelot.
Lancelot might
Amon,
work.
two heroes that come to mind instantly for me.
Early on was Julian.
You know what? Cho Jungle.
Cho Jungle
This
might
works.
Work, yeah.
It works really well up against the Hayabusa, the Claude, even the Yve. I think the Cho Jungle is the best option right now, but they do go for the Lancelot that I mentioned. So it's a very risky draft once again. Geek Fam, let's see if they can pull off the 2-0, or will RRQ force a third game in the series on the blue side. 100% win rate, remember.
Let's see here. Can RRQ pull off and extract their potential here within their composition, or will Geek Fam repeat the approach they did in game 1? Ladies and gentlemen, gather your sports, spam it in live chat, and this is going to be the 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn for game 2 between RRQ and as well as Geek Fam.
Let's see it in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag once a geek, always a fam for the support towards Geek Fam, or hashtag Viva RRQ for the support towards RRQ. Both of the drafts set in stone. Another kind of a dive composition for Geek Fam and RRQ with more or less the same, but more damage in the back line.
Well, it's going to be classic as well. Lancelot against Hayabusa, which was the trend, I guess, what, 4-5 seasons ago? And it's going to be it has that nostalgia and sentimental feeling here when Lancelot and as well as Hayabusa enters the Land of Dawn, but this is going to be it. We'll see here Beloyski and as well as Lilia, a boy. It's just a lot of pressure here for jungles of RRQ.
We'll see. I think in the mid lane, Violence and Warlord, if they stick together, they should be able to clear the wave a bit faster. In the bottom side, you can already see, this is what I mentioned earlier. Claude, it's very difficult for Claude to lane against Beatrix now. The Bennett and the Biru and Beloy to add on to that.
Man, it's going to be a very, very tough time here for Panada. Seeking back up here, Violence and as well as Warlord already rotating towards that bot side. Beloyski will be able to find the right disengage for Kadera as well. And RRQ will not commit to a fight just yet. As, yeah, both Geek Fam as well as RRQ, different story from game 1, where Geek Fam, they have seen that they are strong in the early game, can invade, but now it seems like with Eve and as well as Grok, they will not try to gamble that approach.
Also, if we take a look at the emblems here that they've opted for, Aether has the high and dry. This is the perfect moment to actually go for Beloy. Doesn't go for it though. No shadow kill.
He has the shadow kill,
but he doesn't use it.
He doesn't use it, so perhaps he does not want to overcommit things on towards the roamer just yet here. Kadera here trying to pull the minions to his side. Turtle is up though. Jana QT is already rotating towards that area, and Luke is in the top side here. Again, 1v2ing. Let's see the setup.
Well, in terms of setup, it should just be Geek Fam here who have the better position. The barrier is placed though by Violence. Very good barrier to actually reset, but look at the resources right now.
Hayabusa stealing the orange and the purple
good
buff.
steal by Aether, actually taking it away from Jana. It's a massive resource now that Jana will not have in this turtle contest, but they might actually be looking for just an engage here with Luke.
You can see here, Violence already low HP. Luke needs to be careful. He is low as well. But Jana QT will claim the neutral objective, and Luke will say bye-bye to business, as it will be no casualties for both parties, but only Turtle for the side of Geek Fam. But then again, the purple buff was stolen by Aether.
That was so well played by Luke, right? He was able to zone 3 members away, and he was able to get out without using his battle spell here. Aether, in the end, doesn't actually get that favorable trade. He gets the purple buff, but that's about it. Geek Fam still holding on to that small gold lead. I can't even call that a lead. It's just like a few minions away. But with this purple buff, Aether will have a better time here in the 3rd minute of the game. Meanwhile, for the Lancelot, Jana's gonna actually have to get some help from his teammates to farm in the enemy jungle.
We are now seeing already rotations quite aggressively here from the side of Geek Fam. 4-man rotations towards that bot side. Of course, Jana will collect the jungles. Now, the main focus is going to be Pranada. Pranada here taking a lot of heat in under the turret here. A boy trying to reposition himself as, take a look at a boy, forced to use the black shoes in the real-world manipulation here. Will he survive is the question. Good barrier. Warlord, though, 1 HP from that runner shot. Very, very good engage and disengage by both teams. Once again, no first blood in the first 4 minutes.
Luckily, that's the nerfed Renner, right? If it was the old Renner, I think it would have been a kill over to Chadera. But doesn't really matter here, because in the early game, Chadera has gotten that lead, right? He's able to actually get so much damage onto the turret shields, and Boloy is still just a nuisance.
Even when he's low on mana, he does not care now. He might be in trouble though. No dash for him, and Shadow Kill hasn't popped yet here. Jana QT now saving and collecting the orange buff. Luke trying to deal damage to the backside here. 3v1 now. He looks for the Aether kill, Shadow Kill to survive. Now, Luke is not in trouble as yet again. No first blood. Now, officially entering the first 5 minutes.
Geek Fam are complete Chads this game, and they're just walking up. They are the Giga Chads of the Land of Dawn. Literally walking up to Aether, walking up to RRQ, stealing the buffs in front of their eyes, using the retry while the turtle will spawn, and calculating it perfectly to be up right now as the turtle spawns. So Geek Fam, they're gonna go for the turtle contest once again. Oh, Violence jumps in.
Flickers wild charge, connecting onto Torn here. Torn rolls just as a defense here. The turtle will beat
Jana.
Oh, Jana 1 HP surviving when Justin gets taken down. A very good kiting play there displayed by the Geek Fam members. But the turtle will fall to the hands of RQ. Now to see here, an isolated Luke will be taken down, of course, by Aether with that high and dry.
Woo, man. Geek Fam get the kill, but it's traded in. RRQ finally able to find the good trade here in the 5th minute of the game. And they've definitely leveled up in their coin farming skills with Pranada getting the space down below. They've definitely watched the HSBC How to Farm and Spend Your Gold video. And you guys can do the same as well, watching it to gain an advantage in-game and, hey, in real life as well by building that financial game.
Oh my god, Pranada, luckily for him, he has the BMI to escape from that pressure from that circling eagle and as well as that shot from Kadira. Now, turret bot side will be collapsed by Geek Fam and RRQ. They can't do anything here to somehow save that turret. Geek Fam showing their macro sense as well is on point.
Well, you know, Geek Fam aren't really as dominant as they were in Game 1, but they're still suffocating RRQ slowly but surely. And it all comes down to technology, Gani. They're phones, right? They're unrivaled, the game experience currently, but RRQ can definitely get that because, hey, They're not looking to be folded, but you can fold your phone with the Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. Go ahead and check it out. Beloy, though.
Uh-oh, needs to be careful. The Quad Shadow connects, and Warlord will claim the kill. Beloy taking a lot of damage from that Shadow kill as well. Luckily, he has that black shoes. And yeah, it's all she wrote here. Geek Fam still leading in gold, but behind on kill points. 15 seconds to the next turtle. It seems like the item-wise here. Item-wise, Pranada has collected that gold, that DHS, so Golden Staff is next. Meanwhile, Kadira, of course, he is going for Hunter Strike. No, yeah, he is. He has already BOD.
Heptasis, I think.
Heptasis,
Yeah.
perhaps.
He wants to
next.
go for Heptasis next.
Extra penetration.
Extra penetration, better damage on the snipes as well. If he does go for the snipe, he has been on the Renner a whole lot, but Beloy might be caught again. That's a shadow kill. Beloy, oh, he's still surviving actually. Beloy gets out.
A boy with the assist there to somehow divide that shadow kill. And now we can see here the re-engage from both Geek Fam and as well as RRQ. Beloyski gets taken down in the hands of Justin. Now Luke trying to find a kill onto his Justin, forced to use the flicker. Real world revelation bounce here. Oh, Luke's in trouble. Kadira as well. He's quite isolated and vulnerable. 1 HP from Nada. Taking the last bullet here, giving the last bullet on towards Kadira. 2 members from inside of Geek Fam is down.
Man, and like I mentioned in the draft, the Uranus is just such a problem right now for Geek Fam. They don't really have anyone who can really burst the Uranus down. Lilia, sure, but if you want to burst someone down on a Lilia like a Uranus, you're going to have to stop Uranus from moving. Now that's a hard thing to do, especially considering that he has that flicker in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, now we can see RRQ already claiming more space in the Land of Dawn. A mid-turret will fall as Geek Family have no response whatsoever. So you guys got to check as well the Aurora collection here. Play your way with Logitech G.
It's a clean game for RRQ right now. They're actually just evading, weathering the storm that is Geek Fam's early game, and playing it towards their power spike, waiting for Pranada to actually get towards his golden staff. You guys can do the same thing with the Aurora collection by Logitech G. But RRQ now are looking for that bottom side turret with the lead that they have gotten now. Luke looking for the trade up top, just clears it out. He's gonna go for the turret here.
Yeah,
We're gonna trade 1-for-1.
He gets it, he gets it. I mean, seems like now RRQ Hoshi, they are a little bit lost here in the last minute, but still in very full control. Gold-wise, it's a stalemate. I gotta say, Geek Fam is the one is a little bit in trouble.
Yeah. I think the longer the game goes, again, it's the opposite of game number 1, right? Where Geek Fam, even if it goes to the late game, it will favor Geek. Now, oh, Lucas used the Eye for 9. That's the bait they needed. Aether follows it through.
Nice shadow kill and connected on towards the boy, which made him forced to use that black shoes. Luckily, Guiding Wind was there to confirm a boy's safety. But man, oh man, Geek Fam now, they are feeling the pressure from the Sena boys. RQ now trying to find an opening here. Beloyski calmly here. He has a dash, and there you go. RQ Hoshi with this Lord. Will they rabbit?
Man, the winning conditions for Geek are looking slim right now. It's mostly just Chidera. Jana needs to dive into that backline. He needs to stop the real-world manipulation just to give space towards Chidera. Good snipe by Chidera there. But again, Chidera needs to be constantly outputting that kind of damage. He can't do that if Warlord is on him, if Violence is on him. So it's up to Jana, QT, and Luke actually to dive into RRQ's backline to create a distraction to ultimately give space to Chidera.
I agree, and of course, we are now seeing Luke already in a flanking situation, in a flanking area there, but now it seems like it's just both teams teasing at each other here in the lower pit. No engages, no real engages just yet. Now it seems like now RRQ as well as Geek Fam still just toying and teasing the Lord.
It's the Lord dance, but look in the base. 2 waves cut by both.
True.
The XP laners, Justin and Luke, but Justin's definitely going to have a better time in cutting 2 waves now. He successfully did it for both mid and bottom. Meanwhile, for Luke, oh my god, that snipe from Chidera.
You can see here a shadow kill connected on towards Beloyski trying to find the damage, but it's still enough to take Beloyski down. And Geek Fam now, they are a little bit in trouble. 5v4.
Look at Aether, look at Aether.
Trying to find something here, and we can see here Aether looking for the flanks towards Kadera, does not connect, but Luke again Is this the right call here? Distracting in the back lines with no follow-up damage as Kadira and Justin. Oh my god, the stun towards Luke. That's massive. He gets taken down. And Kadira is next. Luckily, that flicker was just on point. 1 HP, but Violence at the front side.
Oh my god,
Jana! He finds the double. And now it seems like Geek Fam, they are back in full form and in control.
Man, 2 for 1 in the end. That was a great play by Jana to actually recover. It was definitely RRQ who won in that skirmish there. If it wasn't for Jana who recovered the play back for Geek Fam. RRQ still with the gold lead, but with 2 members down. Violence making his way back into that Lord pit. The Geek Fam have more pressure. Top side slow pushing, mid lane shoved in. Jana's looking for the commit.
Yeah, 10,000 in OH HP. And take a look at Jana QT with the clutch retribution now. RRQ, they force a fight. Jana QT is quite low. You can see a shadow kill on towards 3 members. The boy surviving that one. Geek Fam with the perfect disengage and the perfect momentum build up. Lord marching bot side immediately here, and it seems like Geek Fam, they have 0 time to recover, but RQ Sena now trying perhaps to defend this one. They are able to, realizing that this isn't an enhanced Lord.
The discipline as well from Geek Fam actually to, pull back right after they get the Lord. They're actually, they forced Violence to use, oh my god, Violence is slick with the movement, with the conceal.
True, he used the wall charge as well, but now, oh my god, the re-engage from Luke. Take a look at the damage that Aether brings with that passive as well. Nana with the blazing duet towards the backside here. Moloyski might be in trouble, but never mind here. Kadira trying to deal damage onto Justin. Lord is taken care of by set of RRQ. And it is just going to be 1-4-0 here. Luke being the original casualty, but never mind. Aether finding compensation top side here. And a very, very smart play here. Intelligent play from side of RRQ.
Beautiful play by Aether, but he doesn't have the purple buff. Jana is looking for the play onto him. Aether gets out. A solid decision by Aether. Coming in clutch. Even after such a shutout in game 1, his mental is absolutely amazing. Reset. And right now, he's 4-0-2. He is the standout when it comes down to the RRQ members currently. And it's all going to come down to him, how he makes these plays and how he picks Geek Fam off. Because Luke, very different from game number 1. He's getting caught a lot in this game.
Well, O2, I guess, overcommitment. Perhaps here in game 2, but now Justin and as well as Luke going at it. Justin trying to deal damage in the back. Oh my god, a boy! Forced to use the black shoes in the midst of RRQ members. Insta deleted there. Not a good sign forward side of Geek Fam. Still a minute, thankfully, for their side for the Lord to spawn, but RRQ is starting to somehow control getting a grasp into this game.
It's just looking tough right now for Geek Fam again, right? They were able to find that Lord, they were able to find a good couple of picks, but RRQ, this is an insane team currently with the wild charge connecting onto Beloy.
Yeah, forced to use that Circling Eagle Luke though in the backside, trying to find a good and deal a lot of damage there. Take a look at Warlord there surviving that one. Again, it's a reset for both teams as Aether trying to find the quad shadow, does not connect. 15 seconds to the next Lord. Both teams need to be careful.
Both teams do need to be very, very careful, right? Especially Geek Fam, I believe, because right now Aether is such a menace with that Hayabusa. His dashes, I mean, it is his main hero, honestly. This is his main hero. This is why it was banned out in game number 1. The respect was given over from Geek Fam towards Aether. But you can really see what Aether is able to do when the Hayabusa is left open. Picks it up with no hesitation in that second phase. How will Chidera escape Aether? And how will Geek Fam handle the pressure coming in from Pranada? A boy's forced to use the black shoes. Aether did not pop that shadow kill. It's just on for the quad shadow.
Yeah, I mean, boy. Oh my god! Take a look at that. Aether is unstoppable, taking the roamer down. Beloyski burnt flicker as well. As a 5v4 is a little bit too much here. Forward side of Geek Fam, perhaps. But no, I might be wrong. Trying to find a kill here, trying to find open the map. Is this the right call, Luke? Forced to use that final blow. Lord is resetted though, but Violence here taking a lot of burst magical damage from a boy. Real world revelation popped. Kadira forced to back away as
take a look at
my Justin there with that Uranus almost taking Kadira
Oh my god,
down.
Justin!
But now Justin survives. Never mind, Luke says no. But on the other side, John QT fails to find the steal as he gets taken out as well. The Lord will fall to the hands of RRQ.
3,000 gold lead now in the 17th minute. RRQ looking to equalize, looking to make it 1-1, 11-4 currently. And for Geek Fam, man, again, it's just so hard to deal with Justin. They had to use everything. The Petrify by Luke even to just peel for Chidera and a boy. And even then, the damage was almost not enough to take this Uranus down. He's such a sustainable frontliner, but the fact that he's actually down right now, Geek can actually utilize this to clear out that mid lane. The enhanced Lord coming in, that's marching down.
Need to be very careful here. Oh my god, Beloisky taking a lot of damage. Really can pop Shadow Kill as well towards the backside. Does not go to the members though. Aether surviving. Baster in the mid side will fall here as Geek Fam using the final blow, of course, to clear the waves. A very good defense, but a better offense there. They managed to take the mid turret, but it seems like now Geek Fam, they are struggling to turn this game around.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to one fight for Geek Fam if they actually want to win this game. Meanwhile, RRQ, they don't need to look for that one fight. They can just stay disciplined, play it slowly but surely with the gold lane that they've built, and obviously the map pressure that they have currently with the mid lane shoved in like that, with the base turret taken down. They will have that mid lane constantly slow pushing towards Geek Fam. But Karnata's dealing so much damage already onto a boy there. You can see the damage from this Claude in the later stages. RRQ actually want to go for it.
Yeah, real world population pops here. A boy instantly popped that black shoes. And now Luke trying to find penetration in the backside. Does not find it. Aether though, godlike collected. And Geek Fam with 4 members defending only here. As RRQ now, they might look for the base turret bot side perhaps, but now in the mid side first, Beloisky is at half HP. Again, trying to look for the right opening, but Justin and Violence, they are just too tanky.
No one can burst the Uranus down. It's a problem for Geek Fam as Justin's just soaking every damage here as Aether jumps in onto Chidera. They can just constantly do this from time to time. Look at Justin. He takes so much, but he can just go back, pop the consecration, unless a boy has something to say about it. But as you can see, Justin walks out. He was very low, but it's all chill when you're a Uranus.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, with items collected, Uranus is just so hard to take down. I want to see the items, though. I got to be honest with you. I want to see how many anti-region items here built from the side of Geek Fam. But nevertheless, Lord is up now. Of course, this is going to be an evolved one, so RRQ, if they do grab it, they have a huge chance to end this game and force the series to a game 3.
Evolved Lord, not much you can do against this Evolved Lord, especially considering RRQ's draft is very good at zoning. Beloy looking for that desperate play.
Oh, desperate play calls, desperate times call for desperate measures here as he survives. But Luke
Chidera
trying to find lone opening here. Aether almost catching Kadira in red-handed. But oh my god, Luke shutting down Aether. This might be the play that Geek Fam needs. 5v4. Take a look at Uranus here, taking a lot of damage as well in the front side. But now Beloisky trying to escape. Winter Destruction built, but no, Justin takes him down. And now it's going to be 1-for-1 though. No jungler forward side of RQ. How will Geek Fam implement this? Translated to a success. Warlord popping that Winter Destruction here. Not enough damage just yet. RRQ backs away.
They need to go for the Lord right now. Geek Fam have done it. They found Aether. It was Luke, the man who was caught out 5 times. He finally redeems himself. And now it's up to Geek Fam to secure the Lord. 15 seconds on Aether. RRQ do not want to let it go for free. It's a 4v5, Gani.
Yeah, 4v4. We can see here already a boy popping that black shoes. Is it enough? Lancelot jumps in, 10,000 HP. A boy gets taken down though. Retribution will fall to the hands of John QT, but at what cost now? 3 members is still down. Well, 2 technically from that exchange. Beloisky is about to be up, but now Luke is in trouble. He is going for, he can't escape, he knows it, he gets taken down. 2 members only defending this one. Will it be enough? Lord is up. Oh my god, the Lord won't be up for another 3 seconds. They need to delay this one. Kadira taking a lot of damage here. Barrier popped. RRQ looking for the end. Kadira gets taken down.
The Lord
is up. Is this enough time here for side of RQ to end? Real world relation. Beloyski insta deleted. Lord taken care of here. The minions.
It's over
in the mid side, and there you go. RRQ forcing Geek Fam a game 3. Still 100% from the blue side.
The MDL team taking down an MPL team 1-1 currently.
Wow.
RRQ Sena with a statement back towards Geek Fam with a comfort pick towards Aether. They're able to win the game in the end. What a play. What a moment for RRQ Sena currently. You can see the smiles from RRQ as they're just completely full of confidence here. Very good decision by RRQ Sena there. A lot of moments where, again, Geek Fam were able to make a good decision onto the Lord, but RRQ make an even better decision by punishing them in the team fight. Looking at it, Geek Fam forced that Lord so they could punish the members, and that's exactly what they did. They even committed onto the base. Good calls from RRQ to equalize it 1-1.
Yeah, they know that the Lord take was a forced approach from the side of Geek Fam. RRQ just stood and stayed in that vicinity, dealing damage to the players, not the Lord. And once, sure, they got the Lord, but they managed to punish the members of Geek Fam, and there you go. We got a game 3 in our hands, folks. In hindsight, I gotta say, I doubted that Hayabusa pick, but boy, Aether proved me wrong.
Aether definitely deserves the MVP here, but a solid honorable mention would be Justin. Because, man, I said it, right? The Uranus pick would just be massive there. They picked up the Uranus because literally no one could burst them down. Sure, you could say Lilia, but if Lilia wants to burst this Uranus down, Uranus needs to stay in place for the damage to be placed onto him. Thing is, Uranus never going to stand just still in front. He has the flicker as well. Justin brought the flicker, and with his dash, he can just get out of the glooms.
Indeed, and very good display of, again, extracting the full potential of the composition from the side of RRQ. Justin played a huge role. Hayabusa, the assassination is just also a very, very good display, I feel like, in Game 2, which it just makes me can't wait to see Game 3. But then again, Arashi is ready for his analysis. Book Boy, Arashi, please take the stage.
What's up, guys? This is Arashi taking the stage as requested. What a game! It's always so close, and today's matches, man, it's just been so back and forth, so close. And game number 2 here between RRQ and Geek Fam. I really thought that Geek Fam had it in the bag, but RRQ, they just find a way to make it happen. And this is what happens when you don't really respect, I guess, the potential. Because RRQ, even though they were doing not so well in the early game, even though Geek Fam had control, once the momentum starts shifting, you can see that RRQ have a plan of their own. It was a bit of a rocky start for them, but once they have the resources, once they have the control necessary to actually apply their game plan, it kind of worked out. They have an advantage when it comes to the front line, and they can also actually do a lot of work when it comes to the DPS advantage. And if you take a look at the items here, we can see, I think, a bit of what makes it so difficult for Geek Fam to deal with RRQ. Obviously, off the bat, they do have a lot of tankiness in the front line, violence with the full tank build, especially for the physical damage, right? Ensuring that Kadera won't be able to do as much damage to him. And with the Radiant Armor, it also works well against a boy on that Lilia, who actually has an Antikyros just because of the sheer amount of burst coming in from Aether. Aether on the Hayabusa man was doing so much damage, and of course Warlord on the Yeef, zoning everyone away. He has 0 deaths in such a high-paced, high-action game. And with that combo, the Ice Queen's one and the Glowing one, it's a lot of damage that the members of Geek Fam need to walk through to actually participate in any kind of engagement. And with the Brute Force Breastplate, he is also just a little bit safer from all the dive potential, like Luke and Janna, which is why when we see them dive towards Warlord, he is able to actually maintain a bit more of his position without being pushed away by the threat of those dives. And if you take a look at the items for Kadera, I think it tells a huge story. He still has a huge amount of damage done here, 85,000. But he is still itemizing for burst damage. We see a Malefic Roar, we see a BOD, as well as a Hunter Strike, I believe. And yes, you do a lot of damage. His snipes was able to chunk Warlord or Pranaya down to half HP. But then, whenever he's doing damage to Violence, to Justin, for example, the beefier members, he just doesn't do as much. So if Geek wants to out-damage, right, out-DPS RRQ Sena, then they need to actually itemize for that as well. If Kadera has maybe, for example, a Demon Hunter Sword, it won't guarantee their success, but it will ensure that Justin won't be able to shrug off his damage as decisively. And we saw how big of an issue it is for Geek Fam, because if they want to dive towards that backline to try and get Pranaya or Warlord, then Justin and Violence stands in their way, absorbing damage. And of course, if they miss position, we see that Violence knows exactly when to make that decisive play, that engage, try and ensure that they get a great combo going on. The MVP for this game, though, is going to be Warlord on the Eve. Very solid positioning, and the real-world manipulations being used in this game is so good. It zones out members, it denies entry to certain objective fights. I think considering that the game plan for RRQ is a lot more front to back, Warlord played so well, considering, again, that there's a B-trick that does a lot of damage from far away with the snipes, and there's also a Benedetta and a Lancelot. The amount of threats towards Warlord on that Eve is pretty intense, but he is still able to actually withstand that. And as Zero does, 83% kill participation, solid performance, and he is still outputting a lot of damage in tandem along with Pranaya on the Claude as well, allowing Pranaya to actually wait for the exact moment, because he's not forced to go in to force his way into the back line. He just needs to wait for the right opportune moment, and you can see that again and again. Pranaya just waits for the right opportunity, and the Blazing Duet essentially just shuts down the whole team of Geek Fam. So they seem to have found a way to deal with the Matilda. Instead of going for picks, we go for a front to back. It makes sense. It's working so far for game number 2. But of course, we have one more game to go, as is the pattern for today in match number 1. That's the case. In this match right now, that will still be the case as well. So, will RRQ yet again outsmart Geek Fam, or will Geek Fam's executions be better? But now, we take a look at a bit of the highlights from that game to see how exactly were RRQ able to actually get ahead, because early on, you see that Geek Fam with the Matilda, with the burst damage available coming in from a boy, from Luke, a lot of very strong, intense early game damage. But here is where we can see it fall apart quite a bit. Having a wild charge onto 3 members is dangerous. Having Kadera picked off in the beginning of the fight, that is definitely not ideal. And look at that. Kadera is just so susceptible to getting burst down. And in this fight, Jana Kitty was able to salvage the situation. But overall, considering that front to back is the name of the game for RRQ, it really didn't end up being a massive factor as well. They were able to contest, get the Lord decisively, wait it out, make sure that they can pick off Jana Cutie to ensure that there won't be any steals happening. And then just like that, they just maintain the position and they ensure that their backline is relatively safe. And you can see that Geek Fam gets a bit confused. They want to go for the objectives, they want to go for the kills, the priority targets as well. And despite having so much mobility, they get caught out again and again because RRQ has a lot more pressure. So you can see that there are dashes on Lancelot, on the Benedetta as well. But when RRQ can just cut you off your exit path like that, it's a bit too difficult. Right here, the Lord does spawn, and it does buy a bit more time, but with all the high ground, all the AoE available, RRQ just brute force their way, take out the Lord, take out any members available left, and they go for that decisive end. So RRQ, this is a winning formula, but of course, in MPLI, you cannot repeat the same things again and again. Teams will adapt, so let's just go straight back to our casters to anticipate what's going to happen in game number 3. Mirko and Goni,
amazing execution from Arashi there regarding the analysis from Arashi for game 2 of RRQ, and as well as Geek Fam. Boy, oh boy, what a series we got in our hands. I mean, first match 2-1, and confirmed game match number 2 also 2-1. The question now is who will win, RRQ or Geek Fam? Geek Fam in game 2, I gotta say, lacking in their chemistry.
I don't think chemistry. I actually think just draft, right? Tournament lives on the line here, by the way. Just another heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Both Geek Fam and RRQ are fighting for their lives right now. And for Geek Fam, I don't think it's synergy. I think in terms of synergy, they got that already, especially Chadera and Beloy. They're just really good together. Jana as well. But the draft was a bit questionable in my opinion. Picking that Lancelot last, we agreed on Cho. That would have actually been an answer.
Better.
Lilia can damage, can burst Uranus down. How? If you have someone to lock that Uranus down. Single target. Cho provides exactly that. And guess what else he provides? Cover, peel against the Hayabusa. When Hayabusa jumps in with a quad shadow, it can be instantly punished by that Cho in the jungle. It was a perfect pick in my opinion. Jana plays it really well, the Cho as well, but it just didn't come through. We didn't see it happen. And the Lancelot pick in the end, although he was able to find a lot of good moments on that Lancelot, I don't think it was enough to take the game. Not at all. And Lancelot's not that carry that we know from the past anymore.
I have to agree with you. I mean, it's tough to see Game 2 if you're a Geek Fam fan. But as Mirko mentioned, the blue side, the first pick, is still at 100% win rate here in MPLI 2022. And if stats don't lie, we already know who's the winner here. Geek Fam with the blue side, RRQ now on the red. 3 bans from side of Geek Fam, Yves, Grok, and as well as Kai. Meanwhile, RRQ opted for a Valentina, Fanny, and Fermis is somehow forced here from our Geek Fam.
You know, is it a weird coincidence or is it actually the first pick being so good currently in the patch, right?
I think there's a slight coincidence factor here, I'm not gonna lie. Because technically, right, as a second pick, you can have more control because you can pick up 2 heroes. But oh my god, Ferris is open.
Oh, it's open, but the Wanwan's open too. They opt to go for the Wanwan, Chadera's signature pick. A hero that we've seen most from the man, the myth, the legend, Chadera, but the Fermis will be picked up. No hesitation from RRQ. Grok has been banned this time around, but we might see. Honestly, right now, RRQ, what do you want to see? They have the Fermis already. I think they can just go for something in the XP lane right now, right? They can actually flex this Fermis, so there's no real reason to pick up a mage or a roamer. It still can be flexed amongst these 2 players, amongst these 2 rosters. You pick up a Cho, which is another flex, right? Can go into the jungle, can go as a roamer.
Or XP.
Or XP. We haven't really seen it in the XP lane, but yeah,
might work.
Still can be flexed. Geek Fam with a response. Up against Cho, up against Fermis. They need something to disengage. Mathilda becomes an option that's just very evident. It's very visible right now for
But it's
Beloy.
banned out.
Exactly.
So that's going to be a very, very tough decision here for side of Geek Fam here to somehow withstand the pick potential from that Cho to protect more from that Wanwan. I guess, does DG work here for side of Geek Fam?
I would say it does, but it doesn't fit Beloyski's style of play. The Lilia has picked up the Gushin as well, so this basically means that the Gushin will be the jungler here. Onto the hands of Jana QT. Remember, there's a single target lockdown hero from RRQ, so the Gushin needs to be very careful without Petrify. RRQ now the final pick. Up against this style of comp. Usually, I mean, looking at their comp already, you know what? Pick up the Irithel. I think the Irithel is going to be a solid pickup right here. It didn't work out for them in game 1, but hey, it's a solid counter. Now you have a little bit more sustainability with a Cult Altar. I think it'll work.
I agree.
Or
they pick up the Irithel.
Let's go for Haya.
Hayabusa now that's questionable. I'm thinking Atlas, but no.
See?
Oh, Haya now, wow. Hayabusa now, sure, it's a counter. But I gotta be honest with you, 3 squishy heroes here already for side of Geek Fam.
It's very good for the Haya.
True. So we'll see now. RRQ, what will they ban out? I mean, Haya found success, Aether found success in game 2 with that Hayabusa. they have enough CC now with that Wave Dragon as well as Jet Kundo. So the question now is actually the hot seat is on Geek Fam.
Looking at it right now, honestly, I think RRQ had the better draft so far, right? They have an answer to the Squishies, they have an answer to the Assassin, they have the answer to the Wanwan as well. The Lolita gets banned out, Iritha will be banned out, so Geek Fam want to now just... They're going all in. They're going all in on the Wanwan right now. They need to stop any form of counters in that gold lane because Chidera is the key currently with the Gusion and the Lilia picked up. The flex potential is gone.
I agree. RQ here with their last ban. Perhaps they might go for the Atlas ban here. It might work for side of Geek Fam, realizing that they are going for that semi-team fight composition with Wanwan, but then again, they have Gusion who likes to pick off heroes as well. Perhaps Atlas might be the perfect balance here to go for the pickoffs, go for the team fights, but no RQ to actually go for the Benedetta ban here, realizing that Luke was a nuisance as well in game 2.
For me, honestly, looking at it right now, Geek Fam, a pick that would really fit, that would really suit them is the Fredrin for themselves. They go for a final ban onto the Phobias. Again, just stopping any form of counter from towards the Wanwan. RQ now with the first pick. Cho most likely going to be the roamer, Faramis mid lane, so they are going to be going for either a gold lane or XP lane. In the gold lane, the Claude becomes a solid answer right now up against the Wanwan. Not that bad. Both of them are just going to be farming, stalemate. Another option would be just to go for the XP lane first. Up against this comp. I wouldn't say Uranus because of the burst that Geek already have.
But it will be Claude first. They will secure the marksman first here. Claude, again, a solid addition here within their comp to secure and balance out the mid and as well as late. But yeah, Fredrin was predicted there. Luke really likes this hero as well. And now to secure the Atlas, the roamer position here rather. I gotta say, Kufra might work even though it's not popular.
It's not Beloy. It doesn't scream Beloy. I'm thinking about a hero that fits Beloy right now. Rafaela comes into mind with the Lolita, Mathilda, Cho, Akai, Grok, all just banned or picked out.
Selena? Does Selena work?
Selena can actually work out as well, but up against a Cult Altar, you gotta be very careful. Rafaela, Natalia, Selena. Oh, wait, we completely forgot about the Franco.
True.
Hey, that works.
True. We forgot about this hero.
I can't believe I forgot about Beloy's Franco, man.
With Franco, it adds the right amount of crowd control with that Bloody Hunt. When I guess that Blazing Duet popped with the right positioning, it might catches the Claude red-handed there, but RRQ responding with a very, very disgusting hero. Unique hero as well. It's a peculiar pick within that Glue.
Did Glue get... Did Glue get buffed?
In the current patch, I gotta ask Arashi, man.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at it right now, both of the drafts, though, have been set for the side of RRQ. They're looking for Dive instantly with Glue, Claude, Haya, Cho, and Baramis. Instant Dive, all in is the name of the game for RRQ. For Geek Fam, they're looking to slow the game, slow the engages down with the Franco CC, with the taunt coming in from that Fredrin. The burst coming in from Gusion, and obviously the consistent damage per second and burst from this Lilia and Wanwan. Who'll take the game? That's the big question, as we are ready for this match.
It's gonna be I guess a lot of highlights will be put out here in Game 3. The last match between the Geeks and as well as the Kings. Who will prevail here? Geek Fam or RRQ? Spam it in live chats, spam it in live comments here. Again, man, I can't wait to jump straight ahead to the land of Dawn after a thrilling series from Game 1 until, let's see, the epic conclusion between these two teams.
Make it or break it. Tournament lives on the line. It's back to a best of 1. We're gonna wait for the game to start.
You're right.
I heard, Gani, that there is actually a pause That's the reason we're not into the game just yet. But give us some time. Be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We need to give the players enough time to resolve their problems. Fair play is our #1 priority here at MPL Invitational 2022.
I gotta say here, composition-wise, it's looking quite balanced. I gotta say each component here, like crowd control, the burst, and as well as DPS, is similar. The hero power, if we're talking about hero power here from both parties, it's quite similar. So it's gonna be very interesting to watch here with Hayabusa and as well as Gushin now entering the Land of Dawn. One peculiar hero though, that purple goo, or aka Glue, is in the Land of Dawn now. What will he bring? Justin is gonna play this hero, and it seems like its job description is of course to zone and isolate the members here. If possible, that Gushin is gonna be a very easy target.
We're ready, Gani. Take us in!
Let's go, Land of Dawn. Game 3 between Geek Fam and as well as RRQ. Who will go to the next round, or who will be eliminated in the MPL Invitational 2022.
Here you can already see that this signature aggression from Beloy. Violence taken low already. Very low in the mid lane. Beloy getting that iron hook, and a boy putting the damage down with the glooms.
Well, I guess Violence calmly handled that situation. He does not use the flicker, so now it seems like a reset. But now Beloyski with the hook, 2 for 2 now in the first minute. This guy is illegal when he's on the Franco.
And here in the gold lane, you can already see the 1-1 being a nuisance in this 1v1. Pranata not really going to have a good time in lane if he goes for trades. If he just waits for the lane to shove into him, it's all good. But you can already see the pathing as well from Jana QT, who's opted to go for Mystery Shop. No Demon Slayers for both of these junglers. They're looking for a dive down below. Good read by Pranata, knowing that, again, Gushin was pathing towards that bottom side.
Yeah, it's a 3v1 here in the mid side early. Warlord forced used to pick up early, but Gushin jumps in and dive. But Aether finds a weakness in a boy, finds a kill, and even a boy burnt that flicker. So a very good exchange here for the RRQ side.
Man, Aether is an absolute menace on this Hayabusa. You really need to respect it here. In a 3v1 just now, he just jumped in, got the right target as well. As now they're looking to actually go and convert on to the next objective, which is going to be the turtle. You can see the setup placed by RRQ, shoving in the mid lane and that top side. Luke has the taunt though, dealing some damage onto Justin, but they're not going to contest Gani.
Seems like they are not going to contest here. They are not going to force because
Beloy.
The rotation here. Oh my god, Beloy jumps and flickers in the turret. And take a look at the outplay by Pranata. He gets the blazing duet on time, jukes the members, and Beloyski burned that flicker. Oh my god, Kadira's in trouble. Crossbow taking pop, but no damage just yet here. Geek Fam. A little slight miscalculation there by Beloyski.
Oh, that was not good, man. Pranata read that out. That was a nice try by Beloy. I know what he was trying to do, getting the kill. In the end, it did not pay off for him. And hey, that's some gold over to Pranata, who's just been bullied in this lane against the 1-1. That gives him a little bit more gold to play with to get to those item power spikes. Now Geek Fam are forced to rotate down below. They need to look for some trade here. Again, Pranata, they need to shut him down. If Pranata actually gets the items that he needs, the farm that he needs, it's going to be a very scary Claude in the mid stages with that golden staff. Aether as well, though, with the picks that they have, they can actually just play it slow. Again, RQ have the lead. The fact that they are able to play this slow and also get kills in the same time, it's bad for Geek Fam, Goni.
It is looking bad for Geek Fam here, it seems like. Now we can see here the rotations from the side of RRQ with a 4-man rotating bot side. Will it amount to anything here? It seems like it's very slow-tempoed game here in the early minutes of Game 3.
Very slow indeed. Beloy is just waiting for an opening right now. He's looking for Aether, but there's no one here to actually help Beloy. Beloy goes in for the hook, but again, it's not really going to connect. Both teams playing it very slow, just farming it up. That gold lead that RRQ had in the early stages is now gone. It's only a 400 gold lead they were able to get. Geek Fam should still have more prior when it comes down to that gold lane, and that's exactly what they use to set up for the next turtle. Chidera was able to zone Pranata away. Beloy's looking for an opening here. Violence looking for the play. Gonna be caught in the bloody hunt, Gani.
Oh my god, this is not good here, but
Pranata?
see here. Oh, Pranata with the Blazing Duet, dealing a lot of damage here. Boy forcing to use that black shoes, but in the backside, Luke gets taken out. A very intelligent play there. A boy survives as well, and that Cold Altar was very clutch.
Very good call alter and a good decision by RRQ to actually punish Geek Fam. That was a turtle traded in for Luke's life. But look at that, Jana actually picks up a solo kill on Aether. 1 kill, finally Geek Fam on the board, looking to collapse in the bottom side, but RRQ are here as well with the response. Chidera, almost Beloy, getting that iron hook onto Pranata. Here though, again, it's just a slow build-up once again, right? They don't need to go for anything too crazy. It is the early stages still of the game, and currently it's equal still.
It is very equal. Now we can see here already item-wise, Genius 1 for Jana QT, so burst potential is definitely there. On the other side, Hunter Strike for that Hayabusa, so penetration plus movement speed is definitely in the Aether area as well. And now, Geek Fam still with a slight gold lead, but it's still anybody's game at this point, I gotta say.
Aether has actually opted for Swift Boots, right? So he's going for like a glass cannon build here. It's very easy to kill, but he's also going to have a good time killing people, dealing damage. Beloy was looking for that play. Beloy no, he doesn't have the flicker. Not just yet. Saving the time.
Seal though. Beloyski eyeing a member here, and that is going to be Violence here. Going, oh my god, Violence survives there. Using that flicker as well. A resource, a lot of resource were given, but he survives. And now, Geek Fam, they are setting up a tone here on towards the mid side. Aether though is there, and well, calmly collected. Oh, that iron hook misses, but the turtle is up here. Geek Fam, what are they going to do? Justin opening up that split on towards the backside, catches Beloyski. Beloyski with the flicker to escape. And now we can see here, Beloyski desperately trying to go under the turret.
Justin isolated.
Actually now, the glue is quite isolated now with no backup whatsoever. He gets taken down. Now continue to taunt on towards Violence. He needs to be careful here. Pranata and friends, they aren't able to find the compensation that they need. Justin is down 5v4. Aether looks for the kill. Blazing Duet on towards Jana QT here, trying to shoo away Jana QT, but Beloyski in the front lines gets taken out. Jana QT still survives, and the turtle will fall to the hands of Geek Fam.
Oh, Luke goes in for the taunt though, onto Violence. That's a kill over. A boy picks it up, but the shadow kill comes through. Oh!
Call Alter was well placed. Luke trying to find the taunt here. Warlord is in trouble, 1 HP with the flicker, securing the kill. And my god, both teams now was a quiet minute. Even Jana QT finding a kill under the turret towards Pranata. This might set the tone forward side of Geek Fam.
Man, that early game was so slow paced. It was literally
instantly
the calm before the storm. And the storm's here, man. Geek Fam instantly, definitely not gun shy, goes in. And they're able to find a lot. Luke here, oh my goodness, almost soloing Aether, but look at who's there. Look, it's Jana waiting in the midst, in the bush. Aether gonna be taken down again. A good read by Jana, and
the disrespect. And take a look at Kadira though. RRQ finding compensation, taking down the gold laner. Yeah, I mean, sit down, Jana QT. Take care of your gold laner is what RRQ is saying. And now it seems like now Geek Fam, they are expanding their lead still comfortably with 2,000 goal lead. But turret-wise, they are still behind, so no. It's worth equal, but now Violence here and Pranata trying to connect, finding a kill. But man, oh man, game 3 was a rather slow game, slow 4 minutes. But now take a look at minute number 9, 6-5.
It's already just such a bloodbath here in game number 3. You can see both teams with their pick compositions, with their team fight comps just going at it. A boy as well here, having a bit of a better time compared to game 2 on this Lilia. Just because, again, you're not up against that Eve that has so much pressure. Violence though, limit to play. Black Shoes popped in, Luke.
Oh my God, Luke here trying to open up the map here. 5 members, Kadera has yet to give any impact, I gotta say. Now, concealed play by Violence, trying to find a little opening. Catches too, Way of Dragon.
Whoa.
Juked away there. A very, very good flicker from Beloyski.
Wow.
Now we can see here, Geek Fam entering in the vicinity. Oh my God, the hook catches one. Goal alter place. Justin survived though in the backside. Violence trying to find anything with that crowd control.
Crossbow attack,
crossbow attack, pops on towards 1, on towards 2 now, but only a member, Wind of Nature, Pranada gets taken down. Aether now looking for the right play, but Geek Fam, what a messy fight from RRQ.
Man, what a hook by Beloy as well, onto Justin. With Justin being locked down and bursted down by Geek Fam there, that basically just takes away the frontliner. RRQ's composition, it is a dive comp, but it needs that front line to be present if they want to actually dish out damage without taking as much from Geek Fam, because guess what? Geek Fam in terms of damage output has the same amounts, maybe even more. Oh my goodness, Beloy!
Oh, the timing there. Warlord is a very, very good target. As no Cold Alter now for only 10 seconds, luckily for side of RRQ. But man, what a display of Franco we have here from Beloyski.
Man, early on, it was 2 for 2. Then we saw a lot of misses from Beloy, but he's found his form back in this game. He's gotten 2 massive picks, and he's looking for another. Oh, that almost connecting onto Pranada. Jana, opening up the map. That's the Athena popped in already with the Lord marching in the bottom side. They're actually going to be looking for more here, right? That mid lane is open. You can see the sentry popped as well by RRQ just to get vision down in that bottom side jungle. Lord in that bottom side. Meanwhile, mid lane is still not taken down. Geek Fam want to actually look for that base turret.
Yeah, now we're seeing Violence trying to open up the map. Justin is using the split, trying to find the casualties as well. Lord taken care of here, right side of RQ. Now they are focusing, shifting their focus. Oh, what? Beloyski with a flicker. Pranada though taking a lot of damage there, popping that blazing duet as well. But now the base turret will not fall in the bot side, as all of the tier 1 and tier 2s in the mid and as well as bot is down. Now standing only the tier 2 top side. Violence with the conceal. Trying to find something, some play desperately, but not just yet. Geek Fam now established a 7,000 gold lead.
Don't be too confident, I think, right now even, right? Because, hey, look at what happened in game 1. Geek Fam had a 10,000 gold lead, and it was just nullified by RRQ. Geek Fam now, well, if RQ wants to look for a comeback, they have to look for something crazy, but not like that. Violence jumps in, gonna be missing out a lot of damage. The Blazing Duet pops as well into that back line. A boy still able to kite away. That's gonna be a 1-kill trade over the side of RRQ as Beloy gets taken low. Now the crossbow tank is ready. Chidera doesn't pop it just yet. Luke looking for that taunt, not able to find it. Geek Fam still getting the better trade, trading the XP lane for the roamer. 7.8k gold lead, Luke clearing out that top side. And again, RRQ, if they want to come back in this game, it has to come from a massive pickoff for Violence into someone like Jana or Chadera, or even a boy, perhaps, or Geek Fam making a massive blunder to throw the game. Right now, Geek Fam, they're looking on point. Even with that crazy engage by Violence, Geek Fam did not falter. They stayed composed, and they were able to get the better trade. With the Enhanced Lord spawning in, Gani, it looks like Geek Fam will have full control.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at RRQ though. No spells are active, so I guess Geek Fam has a slight advantage in that regard. Luke trying to find an opening. Luke
Violence!
Finding Kadera, finding the right target, but now Violence is vulnerable. Call Alter plays, silence as well. But now take a look at the Lord. Jana QT gets its crossbow attack pops one by one. Member of RRQ gets taken out. Pranada, Justin, Warlord, Aether, they're all down on the ground. Now Violence looking for the buy time, but now it's not enough. Confirmed. Jana QT finds the wiped out. Geek fam, welcome to the next round. RRQ, nice try. 2-1.
2-1 to Geek fam as they recover in game number 3. And guess what? 100% win rate for the first pick for the blue side still continues here in match number 2. A very interesting statistic, but Geek fam will be able to move on forward to the next round. That was looking very scary for Geek fam up against RRQ Sena. But in the end, the picks coming in from Geek fam, the way they play the map, and Jana absolutely smurfing there on the Gushin. That was such a good performance on the Gushin, man.
I gotta agree, man. It's so refreshing to watch and see. Like, RRQ, they did their best, right? In game 2 especially, but they're still young, they're still raw, so perhaps take this MPLI experience as a learning curve, you know?
First international
for
appearance
Justin, for perhaps Aether as well. Played very well this series, but it wasn't enough. Geek fam, led by Beloyski, of course, just showed that they were the better team.
Yeah, it was just, in the end, a very good performance by Geek fam. And the draft, I think, was what made that, right, special, what made that good in the end. Initially, I thought it was RRQ who had the better draft, but Geek fam definitely recovered as well with the last 2 picks. Franco to nullify any sort of dive from the Cho, from the Claude, and that Fredrin to do the same thing with the taunt, right? Not that single target lockdown that you would expect, but guess what? It's still a lockdown. It's still something to peel for your team, and that's why I thought the Fredrin would just fit so perfectly. With the taunt, with the knock-up as well, Hayabusa can't do what he did in game number 2. A bit harder, a bit tougher to do that, especially up against a Franco as well, Donnie.
I guess that Franco pick, I mean, we forgot about
I can't believe I forgot
Beloy's
Franco.
But then again, with that pick, he managed to find a lot of great hooks, massive hooks. And again, his impacts to this team inside the Land of Dawn, and I do believe outside of the Land of Dawn as well, his impact has been so refreshing to see Geek fam stepping up every tournament that they are in.
We'll see. How will they face off? Because right now the brackets have been set for Geek fam, actually. They're going to be meeting up against Orange Esports, who just won against Burn X Flash. That matchup will be, I think, in day 3 or day 4. But right now, Gunny.
Yeah.
Let's phone it in to the man. His team got knocked out.
Arashi Hoshi. We got to throw it back to you. But before that, of course, you got to bring your paper to write down everything.
He doesn't need it. He's a book man.
For the viewers.
His brain is a book.
All right, but there you go. Arashi, take it away. I'm ready with my notes.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, in this day and age, it's the age of digital, so I don't have a paper with me. It's all in here. But man, unfortunate for me, but of course it is what it is. One team must win in order for one team to actually get that victory. And of course for Geek fam, it was a very intense match for sure. And credit to those who eventually come out on top. But I think it's to be expected, right? We saw Beloy on the Franco and instantly we have expectations. And I dare say it's pretty good. For the most part, the game has been back and forth. But I think overall, it's just a more calculated, in a way, approach from both teams. I think it all comes down to the main execution. You take a look at some of the items here for both these teams, and look at that, having that Faramis along with the glue, right? Glue's counter is Faramis, so having it on your team is actually making a lot of sense. And if you actually combo with the Claude as well, you can allow Pranata to actually go in and do a lot of damage without any real concern for his life. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work out. Because if you look at the DPS coming in, a boy and Kadera, man. There's a lot of talk about Kadera and the 1-1, and usually it's being respected, but here we see it in action, and it's deadly, and it's very mobile. and it's definitely something that RRQ Sena need to try and find a way to deal with, because otherwise it's just too difficult. Of course, Beloy having 8 assists, the grand scheme of things, maybe it doesn't seem like a lot, but I think the pressure that he can exert on your opponents, on his opponents, and how he's able to actually be a constant threat plays into like how he's supposed to pressure and how he's about to force you to make mistakes. And Jana Cutie on the Gushin, I think it's just to be expected. It's Jana who wants to play mechanical heroes and he wants to play really, really aggressive. But of course, if you look at the cards here, Kadera has 2. I mean, I keep saying it's to be expected. It's a signature hero and he always finds a way to just get so much resources, even though most teams don't really want him to do so. They try and deny it, but he just finds ways. And if you look at the stats here, it's a bit sad in a way. 1 turret for RRQ Sena definitely shows how one-sided it is. And 2 Lords, that's all it took. It's a relatively short game compared to the previous ones. 14 minutes where Kadera was just able to absolutely pop off. And it seems to be a pattern since game 1 where RRQ, they seem to be very content in letting Geek Fam get their signature heroes. I mean, Luke with the Fredrin, we can see Kadera with the 1-1 and Baloyski with the Franco. I think it's just a bit too difficult. But the MVP here for the final game, it's going to be, drumroll, it is Jana QT on that Gushin. Showing again why this hero is so flexible in the mid lane, but also very deadly in the right hands in the jungle as well. Plays very solid, and I think the mechanics speak for themselves. In the right hands, Gushin has just so much potential. And it's scary because it's not only single target damage, right? If you do clump up a bit too close to each other, there's potential for that damage to actually get spread out and hit multiple members. That is something that definitely plays a part here. So Jana on the Assassin is something to be looked out for, although we haven't seen him on a lot of utility tanky junglers. Maybe that is something that teams can look to exploit next time. But wow, Geek Fam showing again that they are strong contenders. They're here to stay, and they can switch it up. They want to play aggressively. They want to play for dives. They can actually do a lot of different things, and they can show that if push comes to shove, they know exactly when to adjust and change things up according to their opponents. Soon, we take a look at a bit of highlights from that game, and in a way, it's a lot more clinical than we've seen from the previous games. Look at that, all the way in the beginning, Jana just doing a lot of damage, but it's always matched up coming in because the Hayabusa from Aether, he's also trying his best to do a lot of kills, but the damage speed is what makes a difference here. Jana's damage comes out so quick, you need to react really fast before it's too late. Whereas for Aether, for Hayabusa, it really isn't as decisive, as quick, and that is a big factor in deciding who actually comes out on top. And even though Violence is on the show, he's unable to actually get those massive plays. And overall, you can look at Kadera finding ways to actually do a lot of damage. And he has no issue at all diving into the front, staying in the heat of danger, provided that he does get the opportunity to absolutely deal an insane amount of damage that you come to expect from his 1-1. And if you're tunneled too much on that 1-1, that's when you can see a boy just doing a lot of AoE damage, and of course Jana looking for the priority members on your own team, and before you know it, you get taken out, especially when the Lord is in play. As we mentioned, burst damage coming in from Gushin is a lot stronger, a lot faster, and it's a lot more comboable as well. So if you have a team as strategic, as synergized as Geek Fam, who are communicating perfectly, they just have so much more potential. And in the early game, Franco, Gushin, as well as Lilia, I think it's way too much early game, and that allows them to secure a strong laning phase, and they can transfer that pressure to the gold lane. And we already know what Kadera can do on that 1-1. So it's a great game plan for Geek Fam, and some teams, or a lot of teams, definitely will have that in mind next time they go up against Geek Fam. Soon, we're gonna send you guys back to the casters. Mirko and Goni, take it away.
Amazing 2 matches already done and dusted. Both matches going to full series 2-1. And boy, oh boy, Geek Fam in game 3 managed to convert. A boy managed to convert team fight towards objective. They were the better team RRQ say bye-bye to your journey here in MPLI 2022. So let's talk to the one and only member from Geek Fam here. Who are we calling?
I think it might be Beloy, it might be Jana, it might be Beloy Jana, or it might just be another member. But here you go, it is Beloy. How are you doing, Beloy?
Oi, Beloy.
I'm good. I'm good.
Feeling good after the win?
Yeah, baik.
Okay. He's learned Indonesian.
Yeah, I gotta ask you. Sure, you're feeling great. You're feeling ecstatic, I bet. But which player from that RRQ lineup caused you the most problems?
Actually, they're mid lane.
Oh, Warlord.
Because in game 1, I try to respect his eve because I study their game. They highly prioritize their eve. And then he's really playing good. But in game 2, I disrespect and give it to them, and we got astonished by them, by him.
Definitely, man, right?
Yeah.
Game 2, Warlord was the MVP as well.
True.
But Beloy, right now, in this current meta, you know, we're seeing a lot of crazy picks come through as well. For you, do you have any hidden strats later on that you're hiding still? I see that smile.
Spill it to us.
Definitely, because for me, if we don't surprise, not disrespecting Orange Esports, if we win in Orange Esports, if we don't have reserve bullet for Blacklist, we will have a hard time. So for now, we will just keep on using what we playing normally.
Okay, so Beloyski, I gotta ask you this. MPLI 2022, which team are you looking forward to meet, or you wish that you could meet?
I think Blacklist and Onyx.
All right. Well,
Yeah, but more, I'm looking more on Blacklist because I haven't played against them recently.
Yeah, all right. We'll see, right? Because if they win against Orange Esports, they will be facing off against Blacklist. But here, I have another question. Because you're facing off against Orange Esports, what do you think about their performance just now against Burn X Flash?
I think their performance is just good, but for me it's not so good. But yeah, good.
Oh, okay.
I actually expect Burn X Flash to win, but we will face Orange Esports and but they're good. They can also beat us, so let's see.
Okay, one final quick message to all your fans supporting you.
Shout out sa girlfriend ko si Cole, tsaka sa family ko na nanonood sa Pilipinas. And then shout out to all Indonesian fans that's supporting Geek Fam. Thank you and keep on supporting us against Orange Esports.
Thank you. Very heartwarming interview. As always, Beloyski, enjoy the win because tomorrow, well, the battle for MPLI isn't over yet. See you around, Beloyski.
Thank you.
Man, always as humble as ever, even
Right.
after the victory right there. But you can see, right? He even admitted it. Game number 1, respect given to Warlord. Game number 2, he wanted to see what Warlord was made of. Let the Eve go. And Warlord definitely showed up. That Eve performance was absolutely amazing. And Aether as well on the Hayabusa.
All right. And well, the matches today isn't over yet
No.
we got Indo v Indo. We got Malaysia v Cambodia. Now we got PH v PH Omega going on RSGPH right after the break. See you soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting what's in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop. Like like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Put through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for match number 3 here at the MPL Invitational 2022 for day number 1. Back at it again. First onto the caster desk, it's Mirko, joined here by not Gani anymore. It's Bella Jave.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the third match. Today we are having a very long match. Apparently we are having 2-1, and by the captain's drop, apparently all of the teams that is picking the teams into playing for this one want to see how much they can grow up to this match. But apparently it's like a very, very strong matchup between both of them.
Absolutely, not a single match has been boring, not a single match has been a stomp, and this MPLI continues to just prove that it is the best, obviously with the help of our partners and sponsors, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, McDelivery, and Logitech G.
Yeah, that is actually right here in front of you. This is the collection of Aurora. This is one of the very cute and also very, very charming collection coming from the Logitech G that is gonna be accompanying us for the gaming industry. And for this one, we also have the HSBC here. Level up your coin farming skills by HSBC here. Go climb up all of your gaming quality and also like step up your investment inside of the HSBC.
Absolutely. There's also some videos out there by HSBC on how to farm and spend your gold in MLBB. You guys can watch it right now to get, to discover how these valuable assets can also level up your finance game in real life. But Bella, if you get that money, you get that boosted money, good financial status, you need a good phone.
Definitely, I'm gonna switch into the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G because unrivaled gaming experience. This is just like the screen is just like so good for mobile just because it's like dynamic AMOLED 7.6 inch and 2 times Infinity Flex display. It's just like so good for mobile legend, and it's 120 Hz refresh rate. It's crazy. So crazy. For Mobile Legends, it's gonna optimize us to play much better for the Mobile Legends, and also with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 and also 12 gigs of RAM. 12, Miracle.
Wow.
It's 12 gigs.
12 gigs of RAM will mean that not only can you play MLBB, you can split screen and watch MPLI while you're playing MLBB. Maybe if you want to get the best audio quality, you want the accessories that look like this, clean, you guys could play your way to victory with the new Aurora collection by Logitech G, the official partner of One Esports MPL Invitational 2022. Go get yours today with Logitech G. Look at it, fella. It's so clean, so cool.
And it's like cloudy things.
Yeah, it's timeless. The design is timeless.
It is. And don't forget to follow the One Esports inside of the Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and also Facebook. Go follow it right now because they have all of the updates for this MPL Invitational. Not only for MPL Invitational 2022, but they also have tons of news. Tons of it. The newest update, they will got it.
Even not just news, fella, but they're also really funny, right? There's a lot of memes posted by the admins. But hey, speaking of One Esports, you guys can go ahead and check out the website oneesports.gg/MPLI-win to register and win the Venom skin collection.
Oh my god, the Venom skin? The 5 of them?
Yeah, no, not all 5, but you can get, technically you can actually get all 5. Technically.
You can get all of 5 of them. Just go directly for that one. And you might want to know what type of hero are you inside of Mobile Legends. Just go directly to the oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB. Go get it. I think I am a Lunox, but I'm gonna take it later.
What do you think?
Well, how about you?
I think because of the hair.
Gashian? Oh, okay.
Right? Maybe. Because of the hair. Maybe just the hair, though.
Okay, just the hair.
Just the hair.
The skill?
We don't talk about that here. But hey, if you guys want to go and watch the top level skill MPLI together, you guys can join the MPLI watch party right now, ladies and gentlemen. Presented to you by HSBC. RSVP now and automatically stand a chance to win up to, get this, $500 worth of prizes and diamonds.
Oh my god, that is plenty, because I heard that this watch party is everywhere. It's in Philippines, it's in Jakarta, even in the other places. So go directly reserve your place right now and also find your squad in the community tournaments of One Esports here. Battlefly.com/One Esports. You can go find your squads, get the community, and maybe we'll win tons of things, right? Win a diamond or maybe prize pool because, again, One Esports always love us, right?
Absolutely.
Especially for Mobile Legends.
And not just that, Vela, but you can also get a lot of experience, right? Just by playing in a tournament. But hey, fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, before MPLI started, One Esports had a pick'em challenge for all of you guys, and here are the results. We asked you to predict the MPLI teams who are going to win or who are going to perform well. And right now for the top 4 teams, it is Blacklist International, Onyx Esports, Echo, and RSGPH.
Ooh, 3 teams from Philippines here, and apparently the one that they thought that gonna be winning this MPLI Invitational 2022 is actually 70% predicted Blacklist International.
73%.
73%.
That's a lot.
That is more than half.
Wow.
It's tons of you guys that actually vote for Blacklist International. And most of pick hero for this one is actually 21% is for Cloud.
Well, right now so far, Claude actually has been picked up quite a lot in the series in the past 2 matches. But can Blacklist take care their unfinished business here and clinch victory in MPLI 2022? Stay tuned to find out, because right now we're going to move on over to match number 3 where, 2 Filipino teams are going to be going at it against one another, RSGPH and Omega. These teams are very, very interesting, right? Especially this matchup, because not only are they 2 very good Filipino teams, Vela, but both of them are Southeast Asian champions.
Yep, and they are very strong right now in the Philippines area right now, and Smart Omega against RSG Philippine. I bet like they have like tons of things to be shown, especially inside of MPLI. I just want to know what kind of things that they will try to bring, because with the previous couple of days ago updates, I feel like tons of hero can be picked inside of the Land of Dawn. But so far, I haven't seen so much differentiation with the previous MPL. So I want to know what kind of things that can be brought out by Philippines, since Philippines is one of the region that always bring out something new to the meta. So I want to know what kind of things that can be brought out for this 3rd match, especially both of them are very strong teams. So what kind of strategy that they will try to bring out, or what kind of meta hero Leomord Martis are they going to be picked here? Because both of them, I mean, like, I've been playing for days now, like I always seen them every single match.
There's been a whole lot of Martis, Leomord, even Tigreal. Not Tigreal, my bad. Yes. Terizla. It was banned as well, right? The Terizla was banned earlier in the match, if you guys watched it, by by Geek Fam in game 2. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, both Omega and RSGPH are going to be going up against each other. Let's see their lineups right now. Man, as you can see, 2 teams, Smart Omega here with a new roster. Technically not new, but it's a different one from before.
Yeah, with Kill, Fiji here, Renzio, Calra, Raisin, and Mirko. Sorry, Miko, I meant.
Miko. Not Mirko. Mirko can't play Rome. So no, it's Miko. But this team, man.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Just like what you've mentioned, a new kind of lineup is put put inside of the MPLI. Like this MPL, we are seeing tons of new things, new player inside of the new lineup that is being brought for this MPL Invitational 2022. I feel like they want to try something new, and they might be, because this is one of the way you might want to. It's like international scrims that you can try every single thing. It can come from the players, it can come from the draft, it can come from the gameplay that can be shown for this one. But definitely with the Smart Omega that is bringing this kind of lineup, I really want to know what kind of things that they can show for this one.
Especially here, as we are going to take a look as well at the defending MSC 2022 champions, Exort, Nats, Kosei, Irad, and Light. So again, it's a new roster, a new lineup for RSGPH. No Aqua, no Iman, and no Demon Kite. Those three members, alongside with Nats and Light, they really made RSGPH that strong, dominant team in the Philippines. Now, with a couple of changes in their roster, in their lineup, I honestly don't know what to expect, right?
Will they be one of the strongest one, or maybe they won't be that too strong, or they will try to play more aggressively, or maybe they will try something new. Definitely is gonna be shown right here for this one. But this is the lane prediction for both of the teams that is gonna be competing for each other. I really want to see what kind of thing that can be brought out for this one, especially coming from Kiel. I want to know what kind of hero that he will try to use for this mid lane later on, because I feel like the ability to pick over mid lane right now, it's like the option is not too much, but you need to explore more to know what kind of things that you can try to put inside of the line of dawn. I mean, like, the options are limited, but if you want to explore more, I bet like there are plenty of options that you can try to pick over this one.
It's a very risky move to go for these experimental picks in the mid lane, but hey, it pays off sometimes. Few in MPLPH Season 10 in the playoffs went for the Gushin in the mid lane with the Petrify, and since then, it's become meta. Now, a lot of mid laners have played that Gushin Petrify, and it has worked out many times. Gushin finally coming back to the meta, but for Smart Omega, with this lineup that they have, it's a bit safer than the one that they previously had with Etomax and Chaknu. With Miko and QVJ, they're a bit more just safe, right? They don't go for those crazy aggressive engages as much as Chaknu usually does.
So we will see, are they going to be picking more into the high grounds kind of hero? Because actually like Farsha, Eve is still one of the options that can be picked inside of the Land of Dawn, or they might want to try another kind of hero, maybe playing quite aggressive one. Yeah, you mentioned like about mid lane that can be picked. We know that actually from Malaysia, I know like one or two teams are playing kind of like Huvius mid lane or different kind of mid lane that can be picked. But before we were also witnessing like Amon along with Gushin pick
together.
I feel like it's okay if they can try to play it with very intense pick off, but apparently before it doesn't really work out. I feel like because they left out some moments for the other team to try to grow up with the ability to play as a big team fight, not a pick off that they just need to bring out. So yeah, I mean, like, if they can try to work on that part, I feel like Gushin Amon pick is still gonna be a very good one. But it depends on the draft, because we are going directly to that situation. It's still like a lot of possibility here, but Kandita and also 1-1 is being left out already.
Let's see, once again, I think the main man for Omega that you guys need to look out for has to be the man you see on screen right now, Kelra. You can see the 1-1 ban already from RSGPH. Respect given over to Omega, as the Kadita and Akai will be the first two bans from Smart Omega. Remember again that this is a new lineup for both. No, for RSGPH more so, right? Because Exort stepping in for Aqua. Irad, a new member in the team. Irad is the one I'm looking forward to see the most right now. Because previously, before joining RSGPH, he was in an amateur team in PH that was able to take a game off of Blacklist International.
It means that he is playing really well, so he is being brought out to this big team inside of Philippines. But Akai is being left out. We know that actually Varamis have a couple of nerfs lately, and I think like it's not really an out hero to be prioritized. So I feel like Goshen is more able to be more contested inside of the lineup down, so it's very good to be denied here. But Valentina is still left out. We still have seen Paquito that actually still have a huge chance to be picked inside of the lineup down. But actually, it's a Vanny that we know that the ability of playing quiet, aggressive in the early situation, which is going to be very great with a steel cable along with the Takatro.
Yeah, very interesting to see, right? Because funnily enough, the Paquito hasn't been picked at all today.
That
match
is
1, match 2, the entire series, even though it went to full 3 games, Paquito has been ignored completely, right?
Yeah.
We've actually seen a Martis before we've seen a Paquito, which is crazy.
True. That's true. I feel like so surprised because the even the Marty is not using the Demon Slayer. It was using the other jungler kind of
yeah, it was a bounty.
It is. Is it? Oh yeah. It's just like very, very unique kind of thing that happened. Also, along with Leslie that actually being picked out before.
And it won.
And it won, which is very interesting. Despite it's not a DK damage that I want to see actually inside of the MPL Invitational 2022.
Oh, Valentina has been left open though for Smart Omega to take. Kill VJ. I think we'll just pick it up here as the first pick. It's a bit too expensive to leave open, but hey, it's Smart Omega. They play around the man, the myth, the legend in that gold lane, Kelra. So they will just secure the first pick, Claude. Shows you how confident Kelra really is, right? Because when a Valentina is open and you don't go for the Valentina, you instead go for a marksman, a Claude. Just shows that confidence is oozing out of Kelra right now.
And we know that actually, for some teams, they already know how to actually counter the position or maybe the gameplay coming from Valentina, because Valentina is continuous damage that is given by that hero. So it means that you can try to play around it. Or maybe they are not going to be picking over the Valentina. They might want to secure 1 or 2 heroes to contest this gold laner, such as Claude, or maybe they were going to try to do something else about it. But no, actually Valentina is still one of the heroes that is being prioritized here, along with Cho that is going to be very versatile. They can put it inside of the jungle. Even going for the roamer, it's still going to be a very good one coming from this Cho. But focusing on the Cho that able to do the Way of Dragon to focus over the Cloud, it's going to be a huge disaster if it's going to be a Cho damage.
Yeah, good flex pick, right? From RGPH currently. For Smart Omega, it's you know where the Cloud's going. It's not going to be a flex pick here, but it is a prio hero currently. You are going to see the Fairness though, that was left open.
Ooh.
To be picked up by Smart Omega, so they already have the Claw that's so hard to kill on the hands of Kelra. They pick up a very good utility hero as well with that Cult Altar. The Benedetta gets picked up to add a little bit more mobility to this already pretty stacked team when it comes down to mobility, right? So there's a lot to play with here if you're Smart Omega. RGPH right now, this is a chance for them to try to flex the Paquito, not the Paquito, the Cho, into the jungle. Maybe going for something like an Atlas up against the Faramis, up against the Bene though, it's pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah, it is. But I was thinking about the Povius here because I feel like these two heroes is just like gonna be very hard against a Povius that is gonna be very easy to mobilize. Even the Demonic Force is just gonna be open up most of the times due to the ability of the dash coming from the Benedetta along with the Cloud. But I was like thinking about something else that can be shown here, but it's actually lastly that is being prioritized. You mentioned this once to me before, that actually lastly can be a counter for the Cloud before, right?
I did.
Yeah, you did. You did mention that one. The second skill coming from the Leslie.
You can cancel the Blazing Duet with your second skill. You can get out of the Blazing Duet. You're untargetable when you use that first ability. And right now, Leslie has shown up 3 times in total with this one, right?
Yeah.
So it also was played actually by Kelra in MPLPH.
Ooh.
When they lost to Bren, the first game they lost to Bren was when Kelra picked up the Leslie. So it has had mixed results right now. Maybe RSGPH are trying to open up those wounds from Kelra, showing him maybe this is how it's done. Kosei, let's see if he can pull it off up against one of, if not the best Claude in the world.
This is going to be very interesting coming from the Smart Omega along with the RSGPH, but Karina is already being banned here. One of the options to go for the jungle. We know that actually this Benedetta can go for the XP laner that we know it's also can for the jungle. So it's still a very, very flexible pick coming from the side of the Smart Omega. But I was like thinking about, you know, the RGPH need one hero that can go to the upfront and not being disturbed by the player coming from Smart Omega. I was thinking about Uranus.
Yeah.
It's still a very good options here because it's, I mean, like the ability to just go with the skills that he have is just going to be very good going against them. But aside of that one, we are still having Fredrin to be the options here for the side of our CPH, but apparently it's Ling that is actually being banned from the side of Smart Omega.
Agreed, right? Right now, for RGPH, they're definitely lacking. Firstly, it really depends on where the Cho is going. If it's a roamer or if it's a jungler, you can already see Smart Omega. They're thinking the Cho is going to be the jungler. I mean, the roamer. That's why they're already going for the jungle bans. RGPH respecting Miko, going for that Atlas ban. But like you mentioned, RSG are also lacking a solid front line here in their composition. With a Leslie, you really need to have a solid frontliner. And hey, you expected this. The Phoveus is not going to be picked up. It's going to be banned away by Smart Omega. First, knowing that they have a lot of dashes already in their composition. RGPH though, once again, Uranus becomes a solid option for them. They can also just pick up a jungler or a roamer. Again, really depending on where the Cho goes first.
Yeah, I think like they're still gonna be flexing this one.
Yeah.
So it's better to go for the XP laner first, so they can try to flex it first for either jungler or what, because they need to see what kind of hero that need to be picked from the side of the Smart Omega. If they are picking over the assassin, I still supporting the Cho to go for the jungle, but if later on they are picking over the fighter,
there you go.
But it's actually a Paquito that is being picked by RZPH.
And again, it's a flex pick.
It is!
It's a very good pick for RSG because not only can they flex the Cho, now they can flex the Paquito as well. You still don't know whether it's a Paquito XP, whether it's a Paquito jungle,
That's true,
a Cho jungle, or a Cho roamer. And this is that curveball you want to send over to Smart Omega. You need to try to win in the draft here. Coach Panda versus Coach Pakbet. It's a chess game right now, and Smart Omega, what do they want to go for now?
What if they are going for a Palmer or any kind of fighter? Oh, Leomord. Can you go for Leomord? Actually, if they are going for the Leomord, it's going to be very
against
good.
Leslie, yeah.
Yeah,
they got to be careful against the Cho.
It is.
Single target lockdown.
But it's very tanky. I don't know why, but Leomord is very hard to be killed, right, Ho? And it's Fredrin and also Ruby. So it's Benedetta jungle, I presume.
Yeah, it should be the Benedetta into the jungle. They secured a roamer as well, so it is going to be a mage Faramis, not a roam Faramis. Fredrin in that XP lane. Fredrin is just good all around. If you go up against the Paquito, it's pretty good. If you go up against something like an Esmeralda, if RSGPH want to go for it, a signature for Nats. But hey, they pick up the Mortis again, and that'll be your jungler for this match, ladies and gentlemen. Kosei. Okay, it should be, yeah, there you go. Nats on the Paquito, Light on the Cho. The drafts have been set, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think, Bella, based on the drafts here? I think RGPH definitely have a very... It's a risky draft, right? It's an experimental draft.
It is a very, very risky draft, but I feel like if they are playing quiet into the early game, I feel like they have a tons of chance to win this one. But if you are talking about late game, I'm not gonna put my money on the other side. Cloud all the way for the late game.
Really? Against Leslie even?
Yeah, I feel like Cloud still have a lot of chance with the Blazing Duet along with the Battle Mirror Image to jump on into the Leslie E. Despite we know that actually Leslie can try to cancel the Blazing Duet itself, but I still feel like Cloud still have tons of way, especially with the team fight heroes such as Ruby, Varamis, Benedetta, Fredrin. They have tons of ability to do it, to try to control the movement coming from RSGPH. But if you're talking about pick off RSGPH, take my money on it.
Well, let's see how it plays out as we enter the Land of Dawn for Smart Omega versus RSGPH. Match number 3 of MPL Invitational 2022, day number 1. Ryzen and Irad in the jungle. And Irad, again, right? I want to put my eyes on Irad. I really want to see what he can bring to this RSGPH roster. Because he's shown some brilliance before. Now he's on a very unique pick.
Yeah, it is. And now we're seeing the Martis going with the Demon Slayer, which is regular...
Not bounty, yeah.
Not bounty, yeah. So it's a very, very good emblem to be picked for this one. Especially we know that actually the damage that can be given later inside of the hand of Martis, it's going to be very, very good. But it depends on Asura Aura, depend on the movement and also the ability to follow up coming from the SGPH. They really need to stick on together in the early stage, especially for the Cho and also the Paquito. If they are able to pick off some of the heroes to be given in the hand of Martis, it's just going to be very good for the side of our SGPH.
Yeah, it really seems that, again, the Martis is clearing at a very fast pace, right?
It
Looking at it
is.
here, we're going to see once again, because Arad has already taken the gold buff and the lethal wanderer, already invading to the enemy jungle as well. Mid control becomes super prio in the current meta, has been super prio in the current meta, and right now you can actually see that Light is giving over that mid lane pressure to Smart Omega, opting to actually go towards that bottom side. And again, they're just playing it still very, very slow, not really going for anything too crazy early on.
Yeah, but I feel like they really need to move on a little bit faster for Kosei. They left out Kosei to try to farm on his own. And I do feel like still with the Cloud on the landing phase, I think like Cloud is going to be winning a lot rather than Lassie in the early stage. But look at that one, actually not able to get one kill.
Yeah, Kill VJ gonna be taken down. First blood over. Oh my goodness, Ryzen steals the turtle with that final blow to the back lines. Renzio gets out. It's a 1-for-1 trade here in the second minute. That was such a good steal by Ryzen, but who comes out on top here?
Yeah, but I do feel like they are lacking of something. Like the movement that is given by the side of Ryzen is just like coming really good with the Phantom Slash coming on and doing the retribution. The retribution battle is not really good in the side of the RSGPH, but they're still bleeding inside of the gold. So it's still a very, very good condition on the side of RSGPH, especially because they need to push Kalra to go back and do a recall, while the Lassie still farm pretty well in the lane, in the own lane.
Yeah, and you can see just the farming coming in from both of the teams shows that with HSBC, you can really level up your coin farming skills. Let's see. Oh, Kelra lost that one.
Yeah.
Kosei a bit too clean with the farming skills with HSBC. But again, it's just a very slow-paced game. This is what you would really normally see, though, from RSGPH. They are so good at controlling that early game, getting that gold lead going for them, but as usual, they're trying to funnel as much gold as possible towards Kelra, who has rotated into that mid lane.
We know that actually they are not supposed to do it in this game because we know that the hero that they are having is more into the early team fight situation. They are not supposed to hold themselves when, especially because they reach at certain level already. Destiny is dealing tons of damage already coming from Marty, so they're supposed to do the rotation to try to pick off somebody. But who is the target? That's the main question.
Exactly.
You want to go for the Cloud, but the ability to dash up with the Battle Mirror image, they really need to consider that one. That's why they need to move along with one particular hero, such as Cho, which is going to be very great to pick off this hero. But remember, on the other hand, Smart Omega still have a very big battle skills, such as Ammo Bandit or maybe Varamis that can come along to help this situation in the gold lane. But that's why they are having like quite a struggling time here from the side of RSGPH.
RSGPH, though, back off that distraction by Nat's going to be able to secure the turtle right now as the way the frag will be connected by Light over to Miko, who's going to be taken very low right there. Still able to get out with the help of the Cult Altars. That's going to be the damage coming through once again. Miko looking for the play, but the Blazing Duet comes in, cancelled out. Double kill picked up by Nats as he's looking for more. Renzio very low. RSGPH going to be able to find the better trade as Exor's looking for that kill. No kill over to RSG, but Nats, he's hunting, he's smelling him down, flickers forward under the tier 2, picking up another kill, and it's 4-0 for RSGPH.
It's a mega kill for an XP laner,
Oh my
and not
God.
only that, because he's helping another point here. This is Paquito, not as a jungler, but as an XP laner. But look at that one, 4-0-1. It's a huge thanks on the hand of Paquito. Not only that, because actually in the bottom lane, they're gonna take another thanks.
Oh man, Kelra just got folded there, just like you guys can fold a Galaxy Z Fold for 5G. Go ahead and get your unrivaled gaming experience, but you're right. Kelra not having a good time here with that 4-man gank.
Yeah.
I think Smart Omega in general not having a good time. RSGPH currently 6-0 up. They're looking really good, Vela.
It is. And we know that actually the nerf that happens to the Varamis is like you cannot get out from a certain circle. So it's very, very good for Paquito with the jab, with the heavy left punch. It's easier for them to get even the double kill, triple kill that it's been held by Nats before. It's easier for RZPH to control the movement coming from Smart Omega because of the cult altar. And that's why so far we are seeing a lot of things, but in the top lane.
Renzio still able to get out of that one with the flicker. Irad though looking for the damage once again. Nats. This man is just such a menace currently in this game. 4-0-1, you're right.
Yeah, that is just so huge coming from Axel laner. We can even see the Martis is only helping with 3 assists, while we know that actually the one who executed it's Nuts. And he have this confidence to just jump in even to the second turret.
It's crazy, right?
It is.
It's typical Nats though right now as they are going to go for the turtle. Miko opening up the map, gets some damage done, gets the stun as well. Omega looking for the opening right now. Final blow popped in the back line. It's going to be the steal coming in from Ryzen as they back off. But the Cult Altar is going to be placed by Exort. The steal away with the IMU. Miko losing that Cult Altar life of himself. Light jumps in, looking for that final damage. Nats once again jumps in as well, but it will just be Smart Omega who finds the turtle. No kills on the board. Both teams backing off.
I thought it's gonna be turtle for RCPH, but the one that is coming really well, the slippery movement coming from Raisin is just like coming really well with the retribution to able to secure the second turtle on their hand. But the gold difference is still quite far from RCPH and also Smart Omega. We are saying that actually they are leading by 3,000 gold so far, and we know that actually the gold from the side of Cloud is also catching up with the situation with the Demon Hunter Sword, the Steel Plate as well to handle the damage that is given by Leslie. That already finishing the Berserker's Fury along with the Windtalker, but we are seeing the mid lane right now. The movement from this Marty is still unable to get anything from Smart Omega.
The anti-CC coming in from his dashes as well. It's just such a menace. And guess what? Does he steal that? I think he did.
He still have it.
It's still the retribution from Ryzen. Both of them actually popped in the retry, but Ryzen was able to take that one. 3,000 gold lead now down for RSG as that's again Renzio who's trying to look for that pick, but that anti-CC once again catches him off. Nats goes in for the knockout strike onto 2 members. Ryzen looking for that final blow. Irad once again trying to find a pick, but for both of these teams, it's a bit too early on to look for a full 5v5 commitment.
The Mortal Coil is just like very annoying. Azura Aura Mortal Coil coming in, coming out. He's just playing around with the player coming from Smart Omega. They want to commit to this one particular hero, but the anti-CC, just like what you've mentioned, is just make easily to go out from the movement, and it's just like having so much trouble for the side of Smart Omega, because when they want to commit into this one particular hero, the one who opens up is always this Martes.
Yeah.
It's always Martes on up front, and aside of that one, maybe what? Paquito? They're not gonna go all in for this Paquito, who already claiming so much kill on their hand, which is a big trouble here for the side of Smart Omega. They really need to do something over the movement. And we can see that actually the Cloud is not having quite hard time. We know it's supposed to be like lastly controlling the movement coming from the Cloud, but it's not. And they are not even doing a rotation to that lane. They tried once, but after that they are not coming and commit to go over the Cloud when they know the Cloud will be one of the hero that gonna carry Smart Omega for the late game.
Yeah, Kelra is definitely not getting any space to farm, not any space to do anything currently. The gank's happening towards that gold lane from RSGPH. They're trying to shut Kelra down as fast as possible, and right now they're doing a good job at that, right? You really got to give props over to Nats. Because this man is the reason RSGPH can actually go towards that gold lane constantly and not lose out in that XP lane. Nats, this game, he's outclassing Renzio currently, right? You can see just based on how he's cutting the waves, how he's roaming, and even how he's trading against Renzio. There's not really much Renzio can do on this Fredrin currently.
Yeah, but I feel like RCPH need to have more pressure towards this Cloud, because I still feel like after this, he will finish up the golden stuff, which is gonna create one certain moment for this Cloud to clear off the movement. And we know if they don't want it to happen. Definitely they don't want it to happen. Because every single movement that they try to do, they just like dragging some time. When we know the movement so far from them, they are unable to get something from RSGPH. Okay, they got some kills on the hand of Paquito, but remember, this is like very, very like mid-game situation. They are not reaching the late game yet. I know the power coming from the Valentina with the IMU to try to steal something called Altar, or maybe the other thing, I am offended. But that they really need more damage coming. Who is going to be the damage dealer? It's going to be Paquito and also Leslie, right? But we know that actually Paquito need also to build up more tanky kind of items instead of the damage one, because they don't have anyone else to be the frontliner. Who is it going to be? And they're not going to depend it on Chol.
Agreed.
The Chol is very, very squishy if you compare it to the others. Well, for the side of Smart Omega, they will have the Fredrin, they will have the Ruby. You name it. Even the Call Alta will help them, right? Well, the damage that can be given is can come from Cloud, can come from even from the Benedetta as well, with everything that they will have. So I still like, this is like 50-50 battle. It depends how the situation that can they try to put inside of the line of down. If they are ZPH able to like do the pressure that they were having at the moment with the pick-offs to the side of Smart Omega, it's going to be good for CPH. But if Smart Omega want to win this one, they need to put more open space for this Cloud along maybe for this Benedetta to try to do something at this moment.
They need to be very, very smart with how they actually go for these engages. Smart Omega right now are 6-0 down in terms of those kills, right? Maybe even more actually. No, 6-0 down. They have secured 2 neutral objectives, which is the first 2 turtles, or first turtle and then the third turtle, because the second one was secured by RSGPH. But currently, if the snowball keeps on going, it's the death ball that we've all come to know from RSGPH. This is their style of play, the death ball strategy. Getting that goal lead from the early game, bringing it over to the mid stages and taking over completely. Smart Omega, they usually have that Omega timer. It's usually when Kelra gets his item power spike. On the Claude, I think that's been delayed a bit because of the ganks towards that gold lane, because of the shutdown towards Kelra so early on. And now, for Omega, I'm really trying to think when we'll see Kelra get that item power spike. I think it should be around the 9th to 10th minute mark where he has the Wind Nature as well with the DHS and Golden Staff. Because if he doesn't have the Wind Nature, I don't know, there's so much damage that can be outputted from RSGPH. They can take him down.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. Wind of Nature will be a very, very good item at this moment because of the Paquito presence, Marquise as well, along with Leslie, but Golden Staff is there. So they're having like quiet moment here to clear out all of the movement coming from the waves and everything. But I also like want to heads up for this reason. I think like this player need to do some split up at this moment. Try to put up much movement to the side of RSGPH, so they are feeling in that kind of pressure. So the movement here, because we know that actually 66.6% chances for Smart Omega going for the objective is higher rather than RCPH based on the first 3 turtles that they are trying to compete with the Retribution. So we will see what is actually going to happen for this Lord. This is the first Lord.
Look at that damage, man, from Nats. Good cut. Renzio, though, still able to open up the map. Miko getting chunked. The Lord is low, but that's going to be the Conceal coming in. Miko, look at that. I'm offended. Able to find Irab, but look at that. It's going to be the Cult Ulcer coming in from RSGPH. The damage comes through once again by the final blow towards that back line. Kara still holding on to that Blazing Duet as Renzio holds Nats off. The taunt comes in. Nats gets out with the 2 strikes there. Prazer's Wrath by Renzio as he flickers out away from Light's damage. I cannot believe it. Man, PH games, PH matches, that fight, nobody got taken down.
Nobody got taken down, and I feel like from RSGPH, they are unable to do so because the Way of Dragon was being used to kick out before that big war happened. So they are losing some of resources to try to punish from the side of Smart Omega. But we are seeing...
Oh my god! Nats, once again, just such a menace. I can't believe he gets out of that one too. He bought enough time for the rest of RSG to get the setup on towards that bottom side. But because Nats is low, he's going to have to sustain back up. has that Bloodlust Axe, so will be able to do so with the mid lane. Ryzen controlling this once again. Light trying to open up the map. Miko's low, he gets caught out there. That's the damage coming through, but Miko's still able to sustain for now. Irad going in, but the Cult Altar is beautifully placed down. Now the Blazing Duet to the back line right now with the hell of the final blow as they take the Cult Altar HP. Kelra's massive, but not as massive as Nats, who's in that back line, getting the turret as well. Look at the damage coming in as the way the Dragon locks down Kill VJ under the turret. Ryzen looking for the trade, gets Kosei. 1-4-2 currently as Smart Omega are currently losing in this particular trade. Nats hunting Kelra down as Ryzen tries to get out from this 3v1. Ryzen finally gonna be taken down there by Irad in the bottom side. Nats is just a menace! Kill VJ just respawned! And Nats says goodbye to him once again.
Oh my god, Nats is just able to screw up all of the movement from the Smart Omega. They have like a very, very strong movement here from the side of RCPH. But you know what? Whenever Smart Omega wants to jump in, Nats just able to push the two different heroes into the split up position. So they are able to distinguish who is going to be a very, very important part from the Smart Omega. And when they do it, they pick up some of the important hero. While we know that actually Ryzen is on the very awkward position on the top lane just now. But they are able to stay here a lot, which is going to be very important from RCPH. They're already leading in a lot of terms, 11 points compared to the 1 kill only that is only been taken by Smart Omega. It's a very, very huge different things here. And Smart Omega, I think like they really need to defend on the high ground situation right now.
Wow, man. RSGPH, it's a clinical game. And again, I just have to mention Nats. The impact he's had in this game as the XP laner, as a Paquito. You know, we didn't see a Paquito pick at all in the first 2 matches, and now you can really see that Paquito still in the meta for sure. Nats is showing everyone that this Paquito is something to be feared of. Light gets away the dragon with the Jiku no flicker combo. KillVJ still has a Cult Altar, but Renzio gets melted down outside of the Cult Altar. Miko falls as well. Ryzen, Kelra, and KillVJ 3 versus 5 as RSG completely wiped all the base turrets. Extort jumping in towards Kelra. KillVJ looking for the Shadow Stampede. That's gonna be Kelra jumping in again with the Blazing Duet, but it's not gonna be enough to take Exort down. Ryzen looking for the finisher, but it's KillVJ who gets taken down. Nats once again zoning it away. Kelra gets out, but not towards the bullets coming in from Kosei. It's a wipe out for RSG as they secure game 1. Dominant performance.
Oh my god. I thought like when they're having a quite big team fight, it's supposed to be on the hand of Smart Omega based on the hero that they were having. But again, with the zoning that is coming from the side of Paquito here, that is so crazy. Not playing really, really well for this game, and it's showing quality here. To be honest, like the Cho is also doing a very good job with the targeting, with the Way of Dragon. They just like finishing the hero coming from the side of Smart Omega. They are unable to finish off the team fight that they won. Even like what Cult Altar being open countless time, but unable to hold up all of the damage that is given from the side RCPH. And despite the Blazing Duet dealing tons of damage, the position from RCPH is just like very intact, and the jab coming with the heavy life punch from Paquito is just punishing them really well. The difference, the gap of the level is also like very, very hard to handle from the side of Smart Omega. They're like dropping quite hard, especially from the 401 coming from the first moment for this Paquito. Nats.
He's blonde now. He dyed his hair, and right now he's scared. Yeah. Oh, maybe, right? Me and Nats, we're pretty close in terms of skill. No, I'm joking. But Nats, he's so good on that Paquito. Man, I would give the MVP over to Nats, right? He was.
I do agree with that.
He dictated. He helped RSG dictate the tempo of the game with his. Firstly, with his clears, right? The way he cuts the wave and the way he maneuvers around that XP lane to actually create space as a distraction, and obviously as just to enable his own rotation towards the neutral objective.
Yeah. And I think he will got the MVP for
I think
this
so.
one. Yeah. I think like all of the kills is dedicated to this Nats only. The movement that is being shown by him, the way that he is able to stop the movement, and even the jabs along with the heavy left punch. I don't know that it will deal that much damage. Crazy. I never think. I mean, like, Paquito is still in the meta. We were mentioning it before, but no one's picking it. And now, just the quality coming from this Paquito will change everything. And the way that they're playing it with the draft that they are having is the one that led this game one into the side of RSGPH. How they are able to going out from the war without losing any member, that is crazy. How you're using your resources is also very important coming from this game.
This is why, again, Philippines have been just so good. A lot of people are looking up to Philippines as the best region in the world. And from these team fights, you could see 5v5s, they all use their abilities. The quality. The quality of games definitely was absolutely phenomenal. It was a good game to cast, but hey, it's going to be a good game to analyze as well, as Arashi is getting ready. The book boy, the book man, he's going to take over. Let's throw it over to him to analyze this match.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the analytical section. And as Miko mentioned, already a huge difference. Everything just seems a lot neater, a lot more strategic, and this is what you come to expect from the Filipino region. There is a reason why this region is considered the powerhouses. You can't really deny the stats, the evidence. And wow, that was a very intense game. And it seems like at every moment, there's so little action, but at the same time, anything can happen, and that is the excitement that we've come to expect from a game of this caliber. RSG against Omega, I think the objective control was on point, but how they planned out the game all the way from the beginning, right? The laning phase, the roam, which lane to actually prioritize, which lane to start trying to get the snowball. I think it all really adds up, and that is why it's so dangerous if you don't have a solid, a mature plan to go up against a team from the Philippines. Before we go into that though, we take a look at a bit at the items, and Ryzen was playing with the tank Benedetta, and he was able to actually secure a lot of retribution, so credit to him for being able to do so. But Nats is on a completely different level in this game, man. He was so aggressive in the lane, and even out of the lane, he just knows exactly what to do to be the biggest problem for Smart Omega. If you see him in the fights, he is not doing the same thing every time. He will occasionally just crowd control as many people as possible, following up on Light's Jeet Kune Do. But if he sees an opportunity to completely wreak havoc in the backline, deny participation from some of the members of Smart Omega, he goes for it. And with the goal that he has, the EXP that he has, how ahead he was, it's just so difficult for Smart Omega to deal with him. And all things considered, with how aggressive he's been playing, he didn't get taken out at all in that game, and that is very, very impressive. Of course, Exhort with the Valentina, able to copy the Cult Altar. Kill VJ needs to be a lot more careful if he wants to use the Faramis against the Valentina. He needs to hide away and ensure that they don't trade Cult Altars, because if you put those two together, essentially a Valentina with a Cult Altar and a Faramis with a Cult Altar, the Valentina has a lot more utility to bring to the table, a lot more damage as well. Now we take a look at the post-game stats, where you can see the turrets and the lords one-sided towards RSG Philippines. Only one turtle for them, but it doesn't even matter. In the early game, they were very patient with how they want to approach the fights. They have pressure in the mid lane and in the jungle, with a Valentina strong lane, with a strong roamer like a Cho, and an amazing strong fighter/assassin like the Paquito available to them, and of course Marquis being a fighter. All these heroes are very strong in the early game, and RSG completely abused it. They were orchestrating dive left and right, and they always picked the right target to ensure that Smart Omega were always caught off guard, they were always confused. And even with their best attempts, Kara was still doing a lot of damage, but it's not comparable to Kosei and Nats, man. With how dynamic they're able to play, they can go front to back, they can essentially dive as well. And if they want to go for the pickoffs, they have the crowd control necessary. It's just a very solid game plan. But the MVP right here for this very exciting game will be Nats on the Paquito. No surprise there. 7-0-3, 62% kill participation. It doesn't seem really high, it's 90%, but his impact on this game is completely undeniable. He was able, as we mentioned, to actually win in the lane, and somehow, some way, play very aggressively and avoid punishment. He was diving turrets alone, essentially, against two people, and he will do all the calculations perfectly to get out with a small sliver of HP, and occasionally his aggression would even bait out the members of Omega into making mistakes themselves. This is a dangerous laner in the lane, and they have to try and respect his hero pool, or maybe get something of a counter, because if you leave him alone in the lane, it's going to be very, very difficult. And if you want to put your resources towards stopping an EXP laner, now your gold lane will suffer as an exchange. So it's a very lose-lose situation. Omega is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that is not where they want to be. I mean, the team is called Omega Smart. They want to play it a bit smarter. So we have to see the adaptations being made, because the early game, they're losing out quite a bit. Let's see a bit of that in the highlights for this game. As you can see, all in the early game, the Cult Altar has been so impactful, but of course, when it's being able to be matched by your opponents, it really loses some value there. And look at that, the crowd control game, the Jeet Kundos, the knockout strikes coming in. These are what the fighters can do for your team. In the early game with 3 very strong fighters that can impact multiple lanes. Look at Kelra, without any support here, there's nothing he can do. And even if Miko was there, you can make an argument that they are way too tanky to get punished by a single I'm offended. And that seems to be the same story again and again. And look at Nats whenever these fights happen. All the way in the side. And even when he's dipping out of the fights, he is taking out turrets, doing everything so efficiently. He never wastes a single moment. He always looks for something else on the map once he's done. And with that advantage, with how mobile the players, the heroes from RSG are, they're able to continuously cut off people and catch them off guard. And with that advantage, with the gold lead, they are able to actually secure with this aggression. They just go for the end, and they just go very aggressive towards the base. And Omega were they're just a bit too slow in the responses, and who can blame them? RSG was pushing the pace really, really fast, and you need to actually have a solid game plan at the beginning, because by the time you realize that, oh, we're behind, we need to play it a bit safe, that is where your opponents are already so far ahead. And with so many fighters, and with a Leslie to even guarantee the late game situation for RSG, they have all their bases covered, and for the most part, it's just a very solid plan all the way from the drafting phase. And I think Smart Omega, it will have to start there, and then they have to try and tweak some plays in the map as well. But right now, we go into the next game, so Vela and Mirko, take it away.
Thank you so much for the analysis, Arashi Hoshi. And once again, this RSG roster, the new roster, there were a lot of doubts before they performed here on the MPLI stage. But man, this RSGPH, they're looking scary.
There, the discipline that they have, the ability to control your greed is very important.
The discipline.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? When you have like so much greed to get that point, but they are able to hold it up and set up a very good match, very good war, even not only once, twice, but it happens every single time.
Every time.
That's why they only give 1 point to the side of Smart Omega, while they are having like more than 11 kills on their hands. So it's just like very, very clean movement coming from RSGPH, and I really want to know what kind of situation that they will try to bring out from this one. And this is actually break the 100% win rate for the blue side.
Exactly. So RSG, they're
Because
that good.
Yeah.
They broke the 100% win rate from the blue side. So fun fact for everybody who's just tuning in now, before this match, the last 2 matches that went all the way to 3 games both. So there's a total of 6 games already just in the 2 matches. 100% win rate for the blue side.
Okay.
Every team who gets the blue side wins. Omega, they got the blue side earlier. They did not win. RSGPH, wow. Again, yeah, you're right. They finally broke the trend. No more 100% for the blue side. And maybe RSGPH can start a new trend for match 3 and 4 for the red side this time.
Does it like curse coming from Goni?
Oh,
it can be.
Or maybe when Goni plays, it's always blue.
Okay.
When Bella casts, it's always red. Is it?
Oh, is it gonna be like that? We will just witness it because we will see the draft.
But RSG is a blue team.
Okay.
Fun
Is it gonna be a game tree? Okay, we will see. We will see, because actually, I really want to see game tree here. Smart Omega, just like what Arashi have mentioned, they really need to step up their game. They need to play smarter, especially coming from the ban and peak phase. If they are able to put something inside of the ban and peak phase and not allowing the side of RSGPH to have tons of disable or maybe CC, it's going to be very good. And they need to remember, they really need early game damage as well.
They do.
Because in the previous game, we are lacking on that particular part. They don't have early damage. We are seeing that actually the one who gives so much damage is Frederick. If I'm not mistaken, even Benedetta and also Faram is unable to do so. So that is a huge information that they are lacking on something. So they really need to work on their draft for the second game. Are they going to be having a different kind of situation? Because so far they're still banning the Vanny. They're 1-1, Gushin, Rock, that is still the same, just like the first game, along with the Povius. Very interesting. Why Povius? Are they going to be picking some assassin kind of movement? Or maybe another Matilda going to be big inside of the Land of Dawn?
Yeah, that's very interesting, right? We'll see what RSGPH actually are looking for here with the Phobius ban. Feramis has been left open. Omega have banned out that Valentina, so there's not going to be that response from the Valentina. RSGPH, I think in game one, it was an outdraft as well, right? RSGPH were able to counter everything. All the weapons that Smart Omega drafted for themselves, with the Leslie for the Claude, with the Paquito against the Fredrin, and even the Valentina against that Feramis. So RSGPH now with the first pick, no Valentina. Do they want to go for the Feramis, or perhaps do they want to secure that Paquito? If it worked so well in game number one, why
Don't
not
fix-
do it again?
Yeah.
No, it's a Feramis. It's a Feramis.
Okay, why though? I mean, like, don't fix what is not broken.
Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see. Smart Omega.
Okay.
Claude again. They really want to make this work, but
It's 21% being
Yeah.
voted by the viewers
For most
here.
pick.
Yeah, for most big hero, and it is pick most of the times here.
But
Claude.
But Vela,
The win rate is not so good. You're
the
gonna
win rate,
mention.
yeah, the win rate is not so good, but I personally believe in Kelra. Thing is, though, I also believe in the Leslie being such a counter towards the Claude. In a way, I don't really see this Claude working out if RGPH pick up the Leslie again. This time, though, it can be countered if they do actually go for it here, because, hey, Smart Omega, they have the last pick in the first phase. They can pick up just a hero to dive into that back line.
You know what? If you Smart Omega really want to go against this one, they really need to pick Assassin Hero to be focused on Leslie. And need to do that. Need to rotate to that lane. Need to focus on that one. Aemon is still available inside of the Land of Dawn, so it's still a very good options. But Benedetta along with Leslie. So far we are still not seeing Cho, Paquito, or CC Hero right now inside of the Land of Dawn. Nothing. Not so far. So it's still a very good condition, but Liliape coming from Smart Omega is actually creating so much mess for RCPH, because later on, when the Cold Altar opened up and the Lilia is still there with the Magic Shockwave and everything, along with Atlas, it's gonna be so huge. The combo is just like super dope so far.
Yeah. And it's Miko's Atlas.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Miko performs on the Atlas here in the international stage. That Atlas pick will be accompanied with a Digiban. Should be accompanied by a Digiban here for Smart
Definitely.
Omega. It should be, right? But maybe they might just save it for the final ban. They might not ban it right away, right now. They might actually go towards... I think Paquito ban, I think you want... It can definitely show itself right now. Nat is pretty nasty, man, on that Paquito. We'll see, though, what Smart Omega actually goes for. Diggy. Okay, they do go
Diggy
for
right
Diggy.
away. Yeah. I mean, like, I do agree if it's like Diggy along with the Paquito, because I feel like the Paquito is one of the strongest things that is being shown from the side of RSGPH, unless they want to pick the Paquito.
Okay, we'll
They
see.
can pick it as a jungler here to the side of RSGPH. They can dive in using the Paquito to jab, and also to try to pick off over the Benedetta or maybe the Leslie Soul. It's a very good options here, since they are not banning over that one. It's still a huge probability here for Omega to try to pick over that one. But it's Cho, Fredrin, Degi. What is another thing that they are gonna be trying to ban? Or they are gonna be the one who ban over the Paquito.
Yeah, they might actually go for the Paquito ban now, knowing that Smart Omega still are looking for a jungler, an XP laner as well. Paquito can be flexible to these roles. RGPH might just want to take it away from Smart Omega, or they might want to contest it. There you go. Link.
Okay.
Banned out. Smart Omega now with the pick for Ryzen and Renzio. XP lane and jungle. I don't know, looking at this right now, I want something that can dive, an assassin towards that Leslie.
Yeah, I do agree with that
We
one.
saw Hayabusa earlier on. We saw
Haya is
3
good.
Hayabusas.
Lancelot is good actually. If
Lancelot works actually.
Amon is also like very, very good for this one. It depends on what kind of hero that they want to pick. But I don't think they will show it now. They might want to show it later so it can be a flex pick. They can go to the XP laner first. So Paquita's still one of the options if they want to go for it. Or if not, they still can have over the Uranus or any kind of hero that is sustained up front. But we are seeing Karina right now.
All right, the Karina makes sense, right? Because with your first ability, you can actually just nullify a lot of the basic attack damage coming in from the Leslie. So with this, you are going to be able to be a solid frontliner, taking that true damage away from RSGPH's Leslie. Thing is, though, this sets up for a very dive-heavy XP laner, right?
That's
for Smart
true.
Omega right now, you said Uranus, but honestly, looking at the Leslie, I think they might want to put more kill pressure, more dive pressure in that XP lane. Something like a Yudong, a Khalid, or a Lapu, but RSGPH, they have a solid answer already. They pick up a Kadita. That's going to be massive here up against Omega's draft. And Irad, once again, on the Martis. It's going to be Nats on the Benedetta.
Whoa.
We saw him on the Paquito, man, and he was styling. Now on the Benedetta, let's see if he can find the same success. Smart Omega, though. Yuzong, Lapu, Khalid up against Leslie. You need some dive.
Yeah, Khalid is actually going to be very good here, if you mentioned that one. But Yudrong, I think it's going to be very... But it's not. It's actually going to be Matcha.
Yeah.
Still a very good one.
Very good.
Thunderclap directly to the Leslie is going to be nasty. But is it going to be that easy since we know the push over coming from the Leslie can try to put Masha on a very tough situation.
And remember as well that this arm is going to be very good here, taking away the basic attack from the Leslie. Masha also does pretty well in lane against the Benedetta. They've drafted themselves a winning lane this time. And honestly, Smart Omega, they have a chance to equalize here.
Yeah.
With the Atlas, Karina, and that final pick. Let's see if they can do it.
It's going to be very hard, especially if the Atlas with the movement later combo with the Cloud, but it depends on the situation. Are they going to be able to put up the Cloud to win the condition? Not like before, that when the Cloud is quite hard, losing in the laning phase even. And the presence of the Lilia, the clearing of the minion in the mid lane is going to be very fast. We know that actually Kadita not going to be doing it very fast compared to the Lilia, and the rotation might be coming quite faster rather than before from Smart Omega.
Let's see though, ladies and gentlemen, Smart Omega down a game. One more game can seal their fate, knocking them out of MPL Invitational 2022, or they could equalize right now up against RSGPH. We'll see how both of the teams perform here as we enter the land of Dawn for game number 2. But as for the draft, fella, who do you think wins here?
Okay, but based on the movement so far, I feel like Smart Omega will take the second game because of the drop that they were having. Like the Masha, I really like the Masha pick along with the Lilia. I feel like it's a very good pick coming from Smart Omega. Like the ability from these two heroes is just like so huge, especially with the black shoes and also the damage that can be given by the Lilia later on. Imagine that is early game coming from Lilia. Late game is also going to be very painful coming from her. So it's still a very good one. And also the Karina pick is just like very smart, just like what you've mentioned. The anti-physical damage type of assassin that can dive and focus on Leslie. But remember, they need to focus on Leslie. If they are unable to do so, the rest of the player coming from RSGPH with the Called Altar, with the Kadita as well, the presence of the Breath of Oceans, along with the Ocean Oddity and Rockways, will single target burst one hero coming from the Smart Omega. And it's a huge possibility for RSDPH to counter the movement. It depends on how they are going to be doing it inside of the lane of down. So it needs to show their mechanics on the gameplay.
Oh, Petrify though popped in, Ryzen to be caught there. The damage comes through from Nats as he jumps in all the way to the back line. Final blow placed as well. Ryzen taken low, still able to survive. Meanwhile, Irad as well, very, very low, still able to get out. Kill VJ on the chase, but Nats is going to be able to get out. Perfect match though, popped in by Miko. Nats has the eye for an eye. Beautiful timing on that eye for an eye, getting out of the perfect match stun. But RSGPH will lose out in terms of the setup here for the Turtle. If you look at the map, Kelra has just been spamming that BMI recall.
Yeah, it is. I feel like Kara is having a quite hard time in the laning phase against the Kosei here with the Leslie. But this particular Turtle will be very, very important for the side of Smart Omega. Will they able to get it?
Well, the answer is here. First blood by Light over to the jungler. Nats picks up the Turtle. It's a disaster for Smart Omega as Miko gets taken down. Kill VJ next on the board as Nats and Light sandwiches in both there. That's going to be the Breath of the Ocean connecting. Kill VJ going to be taken down by Nats, who jumps in under the turret. Kill VJ still surviving with 1 HP. That's super close, but RSG, they've definitely found the position here to actually take that favorable trade, the Turtle and a kill.
That is so huge coming from Nats. That is leveling up all of the coins farming skills here for the side of RSDPH with HHBC. It's just like so huge movement coming from the side of RSDPH. They know how to do it, and with an eye for an eye coming from, I feel like Nats is giving so much things for the RSGPH, the strongest point so far for RSGPH, and with the movement, the ability to move dash in, dash out easily from the side of Nats is just creating so much problem from the side of Smart Omega. Like, I feel like they are unable to control who is the main target from the RSGPH, because when they want to target over Nats, they're not... Oh my god. The burst is just coming really fast and huge coming from the Kadita.
Oh, but wait a minute. Kelra on the bottom side actually stops the first ability there with his first ability as well. X-Short looking for the play, but like you mentioned, that burst coming in from Light, it's unrivaled. Just like the gaming experience you guys can get with the Galaxy Z Fold for 5G. Get yours today. And I personally like to do this. When I use my Z Fold and I win, I fold my phone in front of my opponents.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're gonna fold them into a nightmare because just like what RSGPH tried to do right now, they are creating another nightmare.
That's illegal, man. How many times are you gonna do this, Light? Oh my goodness, Smart Omega every single time. That's the roamer. That's the roamer. He tried to open up the map. He tried to do his job, and he can't.
Because the presence coming from the Kadita, Breath of Ocean, that is the main point here from RSDPH, because they are able to give up some vision with this kind of hero, and also the ability to at least burst one particular hero in front of them. So I think like they are still continuing to do so.
Oh, but Miko is going to be chunked very low, brought back to the team. The execution coming in from Irad to pick up the kill. Gets the purple buff as well. Breath of the Ocean popped in. Ryzen trying to run away, but it's going to be gunned down, taken out. First ability still, buying a little bit more time before Irad comes in to get that one last slash over towards Ryzen. Another 2 for 0, a 3 for 0 if you count down the mid lane turret falling as well. Nats in this lane against the Masha, winning as well.
Winning, and it's creating so much space for the side of RSGPH. They are winning by 3,000 gold so far. This is like 6 minutes, and they are already having like 6-0 from the side of RSGPH. And look at the item right now. Nats already collecting the Bloodlust eggs and going for another thing here. Nominous Eyes might be one of the items that can be picked here, since we know that actually they really need to minimize the attack speed coming from the side of Kelra later on. But I do feel like this Irad is also like giving so much things with the Mortal Coin and also the Azura Aura. How he is like focusing to get this particular hero to be on his hand. But I feel like it's more complex rather than in the first game. Like the first games, he's like just creating some movement from the side of RGPH. But right now, he is being the finisher for RGPH itself. And now they are going to be having like so much potential to push over Smart Omega to do war over war because they are unable to farm really well.
Oh man, even at the top side, they're looking for a dive here. Renzio forced to recall up top as a Masha. If you can burst a Masha down that much, what can you do towards Kill VJ, towards Kelra? Miko looking for the play. Kosei, brilliant flicker to get out of that one. Miko still has the flicker though. Kosei needs to be careful. But look at the backup coming in. Kill VJ gonna be chopped down. Has to pop the black shoes. Still able to get out though. RSG now. In the midst of it all, caught. Miko has that flicker. Nats trying to run away. The final blow gets out. Miko using the flicker, but it does not matter. Nats able to withstand the damage, able to sustain back in the mid lane. As Smart Omega has used 4 ultimates earlier on. Exor pops into Cult Altar, just a zone rising away. It's a clean execution from RSG. And Smart Omega have no response.
They are unable to do anything. When they want
literally nothing.
Yeah, literally nothing. They want to burst on, there's this Cult Altar. They want to jump in, they need to be careful of the presence coming from the side of Irad. Or maybe the Nuts that is outplaying the other player with a Electro-Vital Blow along with an eye for an eye. It's just like coming really huge. Look at the level gap here, 2 level gap between XP laner coming from the side of Omega along with RCPH. It's showing how messy the movement inside of the let-up down right now. Even it's already like 2.5 minutes happened since the previous kill happened. It's like still 6-0, but the objective is still gotten by the side of RCPH. Every single movement, they really know how to translate all of the movement that they're having.
Oh man, RSGPH into the enemy jungle. Irad finds the purple buff, gets out as well. Out of the Fatal Links, they've baited it out. The Cult Altar was placed as well with a Purify, but they get out of that one. It's another steal over. Concealed though, popped in by Smart Omega. Leave to play. Cancelled out by Irad, who's still able to get out of the perfect match. Smart Omega gonna be petrified by Nats, who jumps in onto the other members. Find a time. Light jumps in with the Breath of the Ocean, goes in for the rough waves. Unable to connect onto Kill VJ, just does a little bit of damage. But man, Smart Omega getting obliterated by RSG.
And they're forcing a big team fight when they know that Smart Omega are not gonna be ready for that one. Cloud, they doesn't have enough item for the Cloud. Well, for the Lilia, yeah, they know that Lilia gonna be loving this one, but difference, separating the damage for 5 of them, that is focusing on the heroes coming from Smart Omega that jump in with the Monster Coil or maybe jumping with the Argent Oddity along with the Rock Waves. It's just like so much things that happens that creates Smart Omega to be like scattered from the team fight that they want. They want to do this pick off. Even Renzio, unable to jump to the backline because whenever he pops somewhere, he is burst out by the damage that is given from RCPH. So he's unable to do the movement that he wants. Unable to focus on the target that he wants as well because Kosei is just staying behind, being taken care of by the rest of the player coming from RCPH.
It's a shutout right now, fella. RSG are completely shutting Omega down. Not much they can do, and you can see the Lord dance once again. Raz just going onto the Lord just to buy some time, just to bait Omega outside of the base. Kelra picking up that purple buff, gonna be flanked though by Nats, who's still able to get out with the eye for an eye. Miko is looking for it. Nats is gonna be able to escape, and look at that. It's all just a distraction for the Lord take. Irad now jumping in onto Miko, who still has the Fatal Links, but will not be able to use it there. He finally gets it with a Blazing Duet comboed in. Kelra goes massive, but it's not enough. Look who's chasing him down. It's Irad. Once again, it's a 3-for-1. Smart Omega finally get a kill on the board, but it's too late. 10 minutes in, a 7,000 gold lead. The death ball is at full throttle.
Oh my god, how disciplined the movement coming from RCPH is a big shout out. Okay, they're having one player to control the movement from Smart Omega, but when they are doing the Lord, they are focusing on that one and they are committing on that one. And when they got it, they just go. The movement that they're having, like, I don't know, like the symphony that they have is just a big thing here from RCPH. How they are going in, how they are going out from a war, it's just showing beautifully inside of this game. It's much more intense rather than before even, because right now they are having 8,000 gold lead along with the Lord that is going to be going to the side of Smart Omega that needs to defend on the high ground, which is not going to be very easy for them.
Definitely not. Final blow there popped in. That's going to be Miko trying his best to go for a Fatal Links, but no one got caught there.
Miracle, this is Atlas with the Fatal Link. They're supposed to love this kind of movement from the side of RCPH, but not even a single Fatal Link that I saw coming from Smart Omega. They are unable to do it because whenever the Atlas showing his body, he's like already half HP down.
Exactly. You know, he's always poked down.
Yeah.
There's always this the disengage as well. Honestly, from RSGPH, for Nats is that eye for an eye. For Irad,
Yeah.
he can't be CC'd. For
With the
Light,
Mortal
rough
Coil.
waves. Right? There's always an answer. The only one who you can really target is Kosei, but he's so far behind
yeah.
every single time. His positioning has been absolutely phenomenal. That Smart Omega, again, like you mentioned, can't really look for anything. And
yeah,
RSG
it's very
are
hard.
opening up the map like this. They're disrespecting Miko, but there's nothing Miko can do. If Miko goes in for the Fatal Links, Nats has that eye for an eye.
Yeah, and they can ignore the movement, or maybe if Kosei get picked off, maybe it get Fatal thing. Are they gonna be able to burst it down easily? Since like Kosei will have like tons of way to disengage from the situation with the flicker, with the second skill, with everything that he have. I mean, like, it's a clean movement. Only Light being taken down once, and it's because of the Thalassophobia is not ready yet, so it's not really good.
Renzio gonna be sandwiched here. Nats dealing a little bit of damage, trying to bait out Renzio. There you go, use the disarm, and that's the perfect time for Kosei to deal damage as well. They don't want to overcommit, however, into that top side, knowing that Omega are definitely still in this game. The level of discipline from RSGPH is just insane, right? They don't want to go for any unnecessary fights.
Yeah, because they really know that this is gonna be the Lord popping out. This is the fourth. This is the first Lord. This is gonna be very, very important for them. So if they are able to pick this Lord on their hand, it's just gonna be very good from the side of RSGPH because it's already 13 minutes going for 14. But we are seeing Raizen.
Ryzen still able to get out with the first ability there. That's going to be the damage coming from Irad as the Cold Ultra is placed. Miko's Fatal Links does nothing. Nats wild onto the back line. Renzio flanking but doesn't find anyone. Kelra falling as well. Kosei gets the double kill. Looking for the triple kill right now as they're trying their best to melt Renzio down. But RSGPH are stomping on Omega.
Oh my god. Renzio trying so hard to do the flank, but it's walking too far because it's bringing much time for the RCPH to just finish everyone from Smart Omega, and the gap of the level, the gap of the item is just showing at this moment, and this might be end.
It might be it. Miko with a perfect match, trying to buy the time right now. Renzio jumps in as well. Rough waves popped in. Renzio melted down. Final blow just to cut the waves here. Nats gets out. Exort has the Purify. Beautiful play by RSG once again. They get 2 base turrets and the Lord micromanaged by Irad. RSG. This is M4 level RSG.
Oh my god. You can see the Electro-Vinyl blow, the position of the Electro-Vinyl blow is clearing 2 waves from the mid lane and along with the bottom lane, which is creating so much things for another movement from the RSGPH. And with the Lord coming from the side of RSGPH, they might want to go straight in here. They only have like 1 base turret from the side of Smart Omega. It's only on the top lane. Well, we are seeing all of the jungle, all of the resources is being taken care on the hand of RSGPH. They are just having everything. And Irad even with that movement, I don't know what to say anymore, actually, Mirko.
We'll see, man, because same, I'm pretty speechless now as Nats jumps in, using the final blow to clear out the waves. They're looking for the end here with the Lord. Renzio looking for the flanks once again, jumping in onto Kosei, but will be peeled, will be covered by the rest of the RSG members. Smart Omega defending for now. Again, it's just so impressive to see RSGPH. The way that they're so disciplined here is amazing. They're looking for another engage once again.
But I do feel like just now it's even giving so much thing for Smart Omega because they tried to focus on this Leslie, and when this Leslie is being coined out by Smart Omega, they just like retreat disciplinedly, but it's making Omega having more time to recover from this situation. Maybe they're gonna be waiting for another Lord. It means that they need to freeze the lane. If not, the farming keeps going to the side of Omega, and they still gonna be able to keep up over the differentiation right now because Kelra I do feel like he really needs Wind of Nature, but he's not going for that one. He's directly, respectingly to the brute force to hold up all of the damage that can be given from the side of RSGPH. While we are seeing from Kosei even VOD, Endless Battle, man, Windtalker.
See, I think the thing is, the reason he's not going for the Wind of Nature is because Kosei does true damage, right? So even if he goes for that Wind of Nature, I don't know. The true damage is still going to go
The
through.
Decimate is going to be very hurtful, bro.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, RSGPH, once again, if Omega wants to come back in this game, the way they can do it is through a mistake from RSGPH. I don't really see another way that Omega can come back. In a team fight, RSG needs to make a massive mistake. Kosei needs to misposition for RSG to actually lose in this team fight, because right now, I mean, it's not looking like Kosei will, right? Kosei, he's been playing like he's been playing so far behind. There's no way anyone can flank him.
That's true. But with this discipline from the side of RSGPH, will they ever make a mistake? That's the question. Or maybe if they are able to steal this Lord without having anyone to be taken down, it's gonna be a huge thing for the side of Omega, but will they be able to do it? Since like the movement from the side of RSGPH is just like very, very disciplined along with very painful damage.
My goodness. Miko just got deleted. Renzio looking for the flanks once again. Kosei running for the hills. Kosei and Renzio just running there. Kosei trying to run again. It's going to be the cover from RSGPH. Renzio, he tried his best to look for the flanks as Ryzen is trying to open up the map, but will be shot down by Kosei. Goes invisible one more time. Renzio looking for the damage. Thunderclap coming in, but Kosei is able to use that second ability, knocking Renzio back. That's going to be the Lord Steal. No, it does not happen for Ryzen. Kelra, though, with a Blazing Duet, is able to buy the time now, finding the kill on towards Exort. Getting another one now, but Irad is able to eradicate Ryzen. Light jumping into that back line. Kelra still alive. Smart Omega are able to find a trade, but Exort respawns instantly as the Faramis Lord coming down now.
Oh my god, this is not looking good for Smart Omega. They are losing one player, Ryzen here. The jungler from the side of Smart Omega. Will they be able to hold up all of the damage given from the side of RSGPH? Because Lord right now is the main target, but the base...
It's wide open. Nat's already onto it. Irad as well joining it in. But look at Kelra dealing out so much damage with Blazing Duet. The Lord's on it. Everyone's on it. Smart Omega knocked out in the first round of MPL Invitational 2022 by RSG Philippines.
The discipline, the quality of the gameplay is just coming really huge from the side of RSG Philippines. How Nat's playing with that Benedetta is also showing how good he is. And the Masha, the one hero that we thought gonna be a disaster from the side of RSGPH, is not able to do anything. Running over Lastly will left you running for yourself, because apparently the help coming from the side of RSGPH with the Martis, Kadita, Veramis that always been there for the side of Lastly is just... I don't know, man. Masha running for... Lastly, no. Masha is the one need to be run from the side of RSGPH.
It's crazy. Smart Omega, first round knockout against RSG Philippines. RSGPH, holy moly. We're speechless here on the caster desk. We don't know what to say after that performance. Arashi probably has a lot to say. Tell us what happened in that game, man.
Hello. Welcome back to the analytical section. And man, RSG, they're just crazy, man. It's such a solid game plan. You just have to sit and wonder and think to yourself, what exactly was Smart Omega able to do? It really seems like at every single turn, at every single attempt, Smart Omega was trying and do something. RSG is always one step ahead and they say, no thanks. And they just block it. They nip it at the bud before it even starts to take shape. And that is insane, considering the caliber of both these teams. Yes, there are a bit of there are changes and arrangements in the roster, but even so, this is a crazy performance, and it was a nice try by Smart Omega, but right now RSG are looking just way too solid. For starters, looking at the team composition, all squishy, but they have the Faramis to try and fall back on, and the only person with the Purify is that Paramis, because the only way that they can actually get caught out is if the Cult Altar doesn't get popped up. But with the Purify, Exort just ensures that his team at all times will have that kind of coverage, be able to buy that much time. And we talked a lot about how the Blazing Duet essentially does get countered by the Cult Altar, because now after the initial burst is over, Clot's damage is relatively small. And considering that the game actually goes into the late game, you can see that the Leslie's damage is quite insane. It's consistently about 1k, 1 to 2k crit true damage. And as Mirko mentioned, that is not okay. That's a lot of damage. It goes through the majority of your defenses. And in that late game, with how elusive the Leslie is, and when your only solution to the Leslie is to send the Masha running, as Vela mentioned, you can get kited so easily. And Leslie, as you can see here, Kose just had so much better of a time just walking away. And it's just such a dominant performance because there's only one kill from the side of Smart Omega. And even then, that's the roamer, that's light. Everyone else was sitting on 0 deaths, and they are so calculated. Every single maneuver on the map, they seem to know what exactly they're trying to go for, what they need to find, and how they have to react if they encounter any kind of resistance. The Lord and Turtle completely dominated as well. They just really abused the Faramis, because we talked a lot about teams using fighters to abuse the Faramis and being able to facilitate dives and really over-aggressive plays, and yet have a security net with the Cult Altar. But for RSG, it's fine. We don't even need the fighters. We go with the squishy assassins with okay fighters and like the Martis, and also with the assassin/fighters like Naz on the Benedetta, and even a Leslie, and we will still use that, abuse that. And if you think about it, right, the fact that Naz is able to actually do more damage than Kose on that Leslie, that is ridiculous. We talked a lot about how this guy is a problem. He is a monster, and he shows it yet again here. This is a 20-minute game where the Leslie has full items and is doing a lot of true damage, free hitting onto a Masha, yet he was still on top. Although the MVP for this game is going to be Irad on that Martis, man. 7-0-7, 82% kill participation. And you can see that his aggression all the way in the early game. Knowing that crowd control is the name of the game, he picks a hero that has CC immunity, and he is able to actually go in aggressively again and again. And for the most part, Omega didn't have the damage, and they can't use the CC to punish him. And so, the early game was just so difficult, and the late game, considering how RSG was positioning and how the Cult Altar is being used to essentially deny any kind of Fatal Link's initiation, it's just so difficult because RSG has answers at every turn, and it's not like Smart Omega wasn't trying new things. As Mirko mentioned, they were trying to flank around, find new approaches, new paths for different approaches, but RSG saw through all of it. And even Kose being chased by a Masha with a sprint, with alone essentially, without the backup of the team, he's able to just buy so much time, and that is just how it's gonna go. And especially in that late game where with the true damage, Masha has a lot of HP, but it won't even matter. Take a look at some of the highlights here from that game, and all the way in the early game, you can see that the burst coming in and the mobility, right? It's just mobility and burst coming in from the Kadita as well as the Benedetta. And Irad is just an absolute menace in the front line. He's just going very aggressive, because even worst case scenario, if Omega tries to match them in that aggression, the Cult Altar is just so much more efficient, and without a Valentina able to actually steal it back, they can't really mimic the same approach. A Smart Omega can't mimic the same approach that RSG was doing in the previous game. And once they have a bit of an advantage, it's just rinse and repeat again and again. And with Light being on essentially an assassin with a lot more dive potential, nowhere is safe, man. The front line is getting chunked open by Nat, by Irad, by Kose as well. And the back line is always under constant threat of the Kadita, of Light just showing up and deleting everyone. Because if Kadita is actually snowballing, actually getting a lot of kills, she might as well be a mid laner. She might as well be a secondary carry. That is exactly what RSG put to use. And the scariest part is that a team at the caliber of Smart Omega was only able to secure a single kill. RSG is so good at getting a lead, and once they do have anything, even the smallest of leads in their hands, they are not going to let go. They just slowly but surely constrict you, push you into the base, and they are so patient. They make no mistakes. Even there, when they, at the 13-minute mark, when they had a chance to just brute force and go for a fight to end the game, they say, okay, that's a chance for Omega to come back. So we will back away. We wait 70 seconds for the Lord to spawn again. We use that to get a fight, and then we end the game decisively. But unfortunately, that's all the time we got. So I'm going to send you guys back to our casters, Vela and Mirko. Take it away.
Once again, thank you so much, Arashi Hoshi, for the stellar analysis on match number 3. 2 dominant games by RSG Philippines. And I think he put it very well there. A team as good as Omega
Yeah.
just got
Beaten.
annihilated.
Yeah.
Annihilated. That wasn't even close. RSG, the way they played that game, man, that was
is
a
one-sided
statement.
team.
That was
Yeah.
a statement to the rest of the teams in MPL Invitational, and RSG has come here to conquer.
Oh my god. Who is picking RSGPH before in the bracket? But yeah, before that, we also gonna be talking with the winner, right?
Yeah, we are going to be talking with a representative from RSGPH. We'll see who it is. Oh, it's the whole squad. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Congratulations on the win. But
thank
I don't
you.
know. I'm just very curious. Like some of you guys are just new inside of the T's team, right? But you guys play with. I might say that it's a very clean game and it's almost no mistake game. How do you guys able to put up everything together? Like how is the bonding happen for you guys?
So like our bonding is strong and we really have big trust towards each other. So like we're really confident right now and we are very comfortable with playing to each other.
Definitely shows, right? That confidence, especially Nats there. He was dancing there behind you guys, dancing. But Nats, all right, I'll ask a question to you because you're so confident right now. You just got 2 insane performances, Nats. No, don't get away. Hey, no, Nats. Come back. Call him back. No, Nats. Hey, Nats. What? All right, is this a buff for you? Blonde hair, you become so much better again. How do you improve so much after every tournament?
Wait, I'll translate. Translate. Wait, I'll translate.
Para sa akin, ewan ko, lagi lang akong malakas eh.
He said that he doesn't know because he's always so strong. He doesn't know why.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, I don't
He
know why.
always so strong.
No one knows why. But you have another question over to RSGPH. You know what? I have a question. With this new roster, right, there was a lot of doubts coming into MPLI. No Aqua, no Demon Kite, new players coming in. But again, you guys, this was not just a win. This was a statement. So do you have a message to send to every other MPLI team?
To other MPLI team, like to all the MPLI teams who are belittling us, we will just let our skills do the talking.
Do you have anything to be said to the Team Hawk as the team who pick you to go against Smart Omega for this one? Do you have anything to be said to Team Hawk, the one who puts you against Smart Omega for this bracket?
We were really sad and quite mad because we really don't want to beat our sister PH team. So to hack, wait for us. In case we will battle, we will give it our all. And we will show you that you will regret picking us in your bracket.
All right, man. But thank you so much, RSG Philippines. We will see you later. I'm sure of it. But good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Wow.
That is a big statement, actually.
I mean, the gameplay speaks for itself. That was a statement. And
it is.
I love the interview as well.
Yeah.
All the players so confident. And again, this is a special team. Like looking at it now, this roster, so many doubts. Everybody, I personally doubted this team.
Yeah, but they trust each other. That's why they are having so much bonding inside of the game. The symphony of the movement, also showing the quality of the gameplay. But next match, we will see a little bit from Indonesian brothers here. Alter Ego versus Rebellion Zion.
Let's see. These two teams going to go up against, well, the winner is going to go up against RSGPH later on. So we'll see. Is it going to be Alter Ego or Rebellion Zion? Mirko and Vela will be back after this break. So stay tuned for the next one.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of being my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of being my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of winning. Stand in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt, so show 'em my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm putting what's in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt, so show 'em my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go.
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL Invitational 2022 for day number 1. Still on the caster desk for your final match of the day. Match number 4, Alter Ego versus Rebellion Zion. It's me, Mirko, and
Bella JF are gonna be accompanying you guys for this last match. That is gonna be 2 Indonesian teams fighting for each other here. Who is gonna be fighting RSGPH later on? That's a big question, and also a tough battle later on. But definitely Rebellion Zion and also Alter Ego here will be showing their best
sure.
movement because this is back again, single elimination.
Single elimination, nothing to hide. You can't hide anything. But special thanks once again to our official sponsors and partners, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, McDelivery, and Logitech G for sponsoring this event, for helping this event be so awesome right now. As you can see, the event currently, man, with all the matches we got, the first 2 matches was all 3 games, and then the third one was a statement.
It is showing a very, very different movement with a very huge gold leading in the first and second game. It can also level up your farming skills with HSBC. Safeguard yourself in-game with these tools used for exceptional gold mining. Watch our How to Farm and Spend Gold in MLBB videos to discover how these valuable assets can also level up your finance game in real life.
Oof, man. When you level up your finance game in real life, you guys can have a lot of money in your bank account, in your HSBC bank account. Now, when you have a lot of money, you need to spend it on something that is really good. Technology.
What is it?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G is something that I would personally recommend. Unrivaled gaming experience, ladies and gentlemen, with high-performance specs such as the powerful Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 and a 12 gigabytes of RAM means that, hey, you can actually play split-screen Mobile Legends while you're watching MPL Invitational 2022. 12 gigabytes of RAM, that's more than a computer.
It is. It is so crazy, and also the display, that dynamic AMOLED 2 times Infinity Flex display, and also 120 Hz refresh rate. That is so cool. It's 120 for play Mobile Legends. You will definitely going for mythical glory, not epical glory.
For sure, right? I mean, with such a good screen, with such a good phone, you guys are bound to fold your opponents, and you guys can just taunt them like I usually do on my Z Fold. I do this right after I win the game because it's always cool to fold your phone.
And also like fold the mouth from the players on their opponent's side, right?
You know what else is cool though? Aurora. Right now, the Aurora collection for the Logitech G. Look at the series, all right? So cool. The official partners of One Esports MPL Invitational 2022.
Go grab it now.
It's
because
timeless.
It's so crazy, and it's like a cloud. It's just like so good for ladies like me.
You don't even feel like you're wearing a headset when you're wearing it because it's so light. It's wireless as well.
Yeah, it's so cool. The collection is so crazy. The Aurora collection this time. This is my lovely things. But also don't forget to follow One Esports inside of Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and also Facebook, because we have all of the updates for MPL Invitational 2022. Not only that, because all of the news, all of the information, all of the things that you want to know is inside of that one. Not only information, but they also have a lot of things to be given to you guys. Register and win in oneesports.gg/MPLI-win here to win a lot of diamonds and also a lot of prize pool, right?
Venom skin collection is up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. All you need to do is register and you guys can get the chance to win. But hey, maybe, you know, after registering, you're like, hey, Mirko, sometimes I really wonder what kind of MLBB hero I am, right? I don't know what I am. Hey, you can take the quiz, oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to know what type of MLBB hero you guys are. Are you a Selena? Are you a Nana, right? Are you a Tigreal like Gani?
Or maybe Paquito, like Nats?
Oh my god. No, Nats is everything. Nats is everything in the XP lane. He's everything.
Okay. Then everything you want to know is also like watch the MPLI watch party. Go reserve it now as soon as possible because you might want to see the RSGPH or another team that you love to be seen inside of the MPLI, watch party, because there will be another prize pool for 500 USD as well.
Presented to you by HSBC. $500 worth of prizes and diamonds, and you're watching it together with your friends. You're getting a community filled with players or just people who are very passionate in the esports world. And hey, if you're passionate, if you have a team and you think you can compete for glory, you guys can do it right now in One Esports community tournaments for MLBB. Find your squad right now at battlefy.com/OneEsports. Participate because there's a lot of crazy rewards, and there's also the ones that are, you know, just for free.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like stepping up your game, or maybe you want to go inside of the pro scene but don't know how. Yeah, One Esports got you, bro. One Esports have the way to do it, and you just can collect everything. Maybe you will find someone who can be your partner later on. But yeah.
Speaking of, right, MPLI Invitational 2022 right here, ladies and gentlemen. The pick'em results are here. We asked you guys to predict the MPLI results for in the One Esports Pick'em Challenge, and here's what you picked. The top 4 is Blacklist International, Onyx Esports, Echo, and RSGPH. So RSGPH have just qualified for the next round. You guys were right on that. 73% of you, however, predicted Blacklist International to be the champion. So 73%. That's a massive number. And for the most picked hero, it's Claude. 21% of you guys voted for Claude.
And so far, Claude is always being picked inside of the
win rate
matches.
not so good, but it's still being picked up by every single team.
Yeah, Mirko right about that one. So if you want to keep looking on that one on One Esports for more Pick'em challenge, and I think like so far it's just like so crazy how we are seeing the first 3 matches that happen. Orange Esports versus Burn, first 3 games coming along with the RQ versus Geek. That is showing a lot of potential, new hero, new strategy. But RSGPH, this is just like a massive movement from them. How is the symphony of the movement being shown inside of the Land of Dawn? How is this discipline? Will we see another matches like Omega versus RSGPH? That is going to be coming from the 4th match here between Alter Ego and also Rebellion Zion. That is going to be very interesting because they know each other.
They do.
They know each other, and the lineup might be very, very interesting as well, coming from the Alter Ego along with Rebellion Zion, because we will just say it.
Yeah, we will see the main lineup here for both of the teams, for Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. Both teams have history against each other, but let's take a look at their lineup. There you go, the official main lineup for both Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego. No Sally Boy for Alter Ego. It's going to be kids from the MDL. He was promoted after Season 5 to the MPL, but he's only played 2 matches in MPL ID.
That is very, very unique here coming from the Alter Ego Esports, Odil, Pai, Nino Kids, and also Death Coach. We know that actually the main character coming from Alter Ego is actually coming from Odil. We know that actually if he's having his hero Farsha or maybe Julian, it's just going to be so hard to beat. But if they don't have that kind of hero, what kind of things that going to happen? Because we see that so far, Pai Nino is also like one of the strongest player inside of their laning, because I feel like Nino and also Pai is just like having this kind of gameplay that is just like very, very good and very strong as well. And Kiz, I barely know him because just like what you've mentioned, he's only playing for 2 times so far. But definitely they're putting it in the lineup. It means that they are having something already for, especially for this MPL Invitational 2022, along with Death Coach on their lineup.
That's interesting, right? No Leo Murphy for Alter Ego Esports. So Death Coach is going to be playing. He has had, like, I think a few times he's played in the MPL. I don't know about this experience though. I think it's just a few games that he's played in the MPL. So we'll see, because Rebellion Zion, their entire team, they've been sticking with this roster since the 2nd leg, and they've been able to find a lot of success. First playoff run for them as well. First time they made it to the playoffs with this roster. Suelo, Dyron, Highs, Fearless, and Ouija Narco.
Yeah. I feel like Rebellion Zion always give us surprises in this case on gameplay and also like heroes. They always have things to be shown inside of the Land of Dawn, and I want to see because they have like quite a long time to prepare for this MPL Invitational 2022. So I bet they already have like secured some of the things to be shown, especially coming from the Alter Ego. It might be a weakness point and also like a strong point coming from Alter Ego because they have like two players that is quite new for this one compared to what Rebellion Zion have. I mean, like just like what you've mentioned, since the second leg, they're already sticking up with this kind of lineup from the Rebellion Zion. It means that the bonding and everything, they're supposed to understand more. But kids and also from Death Coach, they might give the element of surprises coming from Alter Ego that can try to contest the movement coming from Rebellion Zion. And I want to see, I mean, like Leo Murphy, he is really good with team fight kind of situation, team fight hero as well. But Death Coach, they might be using some new technique or some new strategy to be shown up to the side of Rebellion Zion.
I think he might be a bit more versatile when it comes down to the hero pool. Again, Leo Murphy, he is one of, if not the best roamer, only if he gets his comfort heroes. The Cho, the Atlas. We've come to know him for these heroes, and he needs to play those heroes because when he's forced onto a hero like the supportive ones, the ones that aren't too flashy, that's when Leo Murphy actually falls. That's when he doesn't really find his comfort. And with Death Coach, I think that's what they were missing. The deep hero pool that Death Coach has in the roamer position. He can play those supports. He can also play those pure tanks. And with Kids as well. Now, last time we saw Kids, he was an assassin player, very similar to Selly Boy. He really likes to play the assassins. Here, though, with a few, with the amount of time that he's had to prepare for MPLI, he's definitely learned some utility junglers as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he performs here. But you can see for Rebellion, they're very relaxed. They're sleeping.
Yeah, they're actually chilling out one to another, and I feel like they're having a very, very good confidence coming from the Rebellion Zion because they don't feel pressured at all from this situation. I do feel like they're quite we're just gonna have fun for this one. And I think if you're having that kind of mentality, as long as you're playing it really good draft, I mean, right now, draft is determining 60% of the chance to win instead of the line of down later on. So I'm just gonna be seeing what kind of hero that is gonna be prioritized for this one because from the 3 matches, correct me if I'm wrong, but Julian is not a prioritize anymore, and it's not a hero that is being picked up a lot inside of the MPL Invitational. That is gonna be very, very unique, but we will see. Are Paquito gonna be contested for this one, or they're just gonna left it out and try to use another kind of hero because Balmon is also quite missing, or maybe we will see another Martes, another Leo Mort. I don't know. A lot of heroes can be picked for this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of heroes right now that are open for both of these teams. Alter Ego, though, knowing that Rebellion Zion really like to go for the first pick Claude, they are going to ban it straight away. A comfort hero for Highs in that gold lane. The Fanny, though, going to be banned out from Rebellion Zion, respecting it towards Kids, who we've seen on the Fanny before in MDL. No MPL performances on the Fanny, however. So for the next ban, Alter Ego taking that Grok away. We might see an Akai ban coming in next, but it might just be from Alter Ego because, again, Kids, we haven't seen him on utility junglers that much.
I mean, I hope we are seeing more into it. Maybe because of these new patches, it's just gonna be very interesting coming from them. But I mean, aside of that one is still gonna be banned here. They're not letting go. We are seeing it from last couple of match. There's no Vanny, there's no 1-1. Valentina might be one of the hero that is gonna be banned from the side of Rebellion Zion. It means that the Varamis might left open again if Alter Ego not gonna be focusing over that one because the options are Akai or maybe Varamis, but actually Akai is the one that is being respected here, not being picked inside of the line of dawn. Varamis, Valentina, or they're just gonna open both of them and try to ban another hero.
They are forcing that. They are forcing the trade to happen right now. Alter Ego are forcing Rebellion Zion to either ban one of the Valentina or the Varamis, either one, and then Alter Ego gets to pick one with their first pick, or they're just forcing Rebellion to, hey, let's go for the trade. I'll pick up Valentina or Faramis. I can do that any day. Rebellion.
Or maybe they're gonna go, okay, you go for Valentina, I can go for the Gushing and everything.
Exactly.
It's gonna be very interesting, but it's not. It's actually Varamis is the one that is getting banned from the side of Rebellion Zion. It means that Valentina can be picked up by Alter Ego if they are going for that one, unless they're going for the Gushing or any kind of another hero.
Okay, it's go all first pick Gushing. Oh my goodness, first pick here. Even more prio than the Valentina. That's how prio the Gusion is currently. And it's a flex pick still. We don't know if it's going to be on the hands of Udil in the mid lane or in the jungle. We see a Beatrix first pick for Rebellion Zion, and we should see a Valentina as well here.
Or they're going to be pucking over the Franco.
Ooh, I don't know about that, right? Region Arco, he has had that stellar performance on the Franco in MPL and even MDL, but the Valentina might be a bit too expensive to let go, especially considering that Alter Ego have already secured that Gusion. There we go.
Okay, the Valentina is still gonna be picked here from the side of Rebellion. Zion here. It's still a very, very good pick here coming from the side of Rebellion Zion with the Beatrix and the Valentina. It's just like coming really bold from them because they know that Beatrix is having a very, very huge amount of damage in the early stage, but remember, Valentina is more into the continuous damage rather than the burst damage from Rebellion Zion. They really need to maybe thinking about a burst hero on their hand for more early damage. Despite I know that actually the damage coming from Beatrix is pretty huge in the early stage, but from Alter Ego, will they go for more CC or maybe another Teresa?
I think, right?
It is possible to be used inside of the XP lane though. I mean, like the Teresa, the buff that it happens to the Teresa will make it monster actually. Along with the Matilda pick here from the side of Alter Ego, the in and out battle is just going to be very huge. But I don't want to know what kind of things that they're going to try to pick later on.
That's very interesting. The first Terizla pick of MPLI 2022. Rebellion Zion now with the response coming in. Final pick in the first phase. Is it going to be that XP lane for Dyron? Something like a Paquito to go up against a Terizla? Or did he want to actually just go for something like a Yuzong? Because Yuzong does quite well up against the Terizla. It is going to be the Fredrin, however. They want to get just the easy trades. Fredrin right now in MPLI not too successful, sitting at a 33% win rate after being picked up 3 times.
Because I don't think that they will try to pick over the Paquito. The CC that Teresa have is just too huge to handle. I don't think it's going to be like that. But yeah, Fredrin pick is coming really well from the side of Rebellion Zion. But will they be able to stay with all of the movement and also the ability from the side of Alter Ego? I feel like the mobility coming from them is very fast, especially with the Gusion and also Matilda, will help out a lot inside of the Land of Dawn. But we are seeing that actually Eve is getting banned here, so they still consider discussion going for the jungler instead of going for the mid lane. So I think like there is still a possibility going for that one, unless they will give us more surprises by having the Gusion going for the mid lane and having another kind of jungler that can contest the movement from the Beatrix and everything else. I'm still thinking about the Paquito. That's still going to be a very good options from the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, Alter Ego can definitely pick up that Paquito to put in the jungle, perhaps right now. We still don't know if the Terizla is actually going to be the XP lane.
Yeah, you're
honestly.
right.
We've seen Terizla in the roam position when Terizla just got buffed, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
But Alter Ego, already here, the ban, respecting Ouija Narco, that Ruby. Yeah, I do agree with this. Ouija Narco on the Ruby in MPL ID. I think he possibly is the best Ruby player in ID. The amount of plays that he's able to just create, the amount of space and the engages from Ouija Narco is insane. Rebellion Zion though. Final ban coming in is the Lilia, so again 2 mid lane bans, knowing that maybe Udil, we haven't seen him on the Gusion, right? We've never seen him on the Gusion. We've never seen him on anything else aside from the Farsa, Yves, Lilia, Valentina, and Julian.
And
those
all
are
of
the
them,
5 picks.
Yeah, and all of them are gone unless Farsha.
Unless they go for the Farsa,
Yeah.
but looking at the Farsa.
I don't think it's Farsha going to be a very good one because of the Valentina, but still.
Fredrin as well.
But still, it's a very good options to be picked for the side of Alter Ego. But one last man here from the side of Alter Ego. Seeing with all of this, they still need roamer. So if they want to opt out the hero from Region Narco, it's gonna be very nice. Atlas, it's still there though. But yes, there you go. Atlas ban directly from the side of Alter Ego. But Rebellion Zion, will they try to pick over the roamer first before revealing who is gonna be the jungler from the side of Rebellion Zion? Unless they want to pick off hero for the side of Rebellion with a very strong jungler here.
Let's see. A jungler could definitely come through here for Rebellion Zion up against this composition. Remember the Gusion, you may need to look for that single target lockdown. We know Fearless for his jungle Cho. He was the first one to bring it in ID, to pick it in ID. He might actually just go for something even tankier, right? I don't know though. The Barats usually needs the Matilda to help with just the mobility. I don't think we'll see the Barats here, but it's definitely either a Cho or an assassin.
Oh, Vendetta.
You go over to Benedetta here. This should be the jungle. This should be a jungle Benedetta for Fearless.
Yeah, Benedetta is very good one, but with all of the CC from the Alter Ego, especially because we are not sure what kind of Terizla is this.
Yeah.
Is this going to be an XP Terizla, a Roamer Terizla? Is it possible for jungler Terizla?
Ooh, that's an interesting idea, right? That is a very interesting idea. But if it is a Terizla jungle, then the Gusion will go to the mid lane. And honestly, I'm not too sure how Udil
gonna be playing with
them.
them.
I don't know if Udil can actually play the Gusion in the mid lane. Definitely he can, but
he can.
In the level of MPL here.
We are not sure, but yeah, we will see here. It's actually gonna be
it is!
Uranus and also Eretal. So it's gonna be a mid lane Gusion and jungler Terizla?
Oh my god, wait.
Is it? Or jungler? I don't think it's gonna be a jungler Uranus though.
Yeah, it has to be jungle Terizla. Or Terizla Roam and Mathilda Mage.
I don't really like that one.
Yeah,
I don't really like that
to
one.
our imaginations right now. We'll see for sure what Alter Ego have drafted themselves here. Very interesting from Alter Ego.
It is.
The way that they're drafting.
The mobility is very fast. The tankiness coming from Terizla and Uranus is very sustainable coming from them. The damage, the early damage coming from Gusion along with the Retail for the late game, it's super convincing. But one last pick for Rebellion Zion. Is it going to be a very good roamer?
It's the Jawhead.
That's a nice one.
I don't know about the Jawhead though. Up against this kind of composition with so much disengage, so much mobility as well. Udil is on the Terizla, so it's a Terizla mid, Gusion in the jungle, Death Conch on the Mathilda. A very interesting composition for Alter Ego. Udil on a very uncharacteristic hero for him, right? We've never really seen Udil play something like a Terizla in the mid lane. The craziest thing we've seen from Udil was Julian mid, Esmeralda mid back in the day, but Terizla mid.
This is something new, but we know that actually the gameplay from Udil is more into like trying to burst out the player, trying to punish the player. So maybe that's the idea here with Terizla, with amount of damage and also the CC that they can have along with kits with the Gusion. The follow-up will be very fast. It's going to be creating so much thing for the side of Alter Ego. We will see, will they be able to do that, or Rebellion Zion with the Jawhead? Will they be able to do something?
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 in the final match of MPLI 2022 Day 1. Fearless is on the Fredrin. It's a Fredrin jungle, and it's Dyron who's going to be playing the Benedetta in the XP lane. So it's not just Udil who's gone with a very unique pick, it's also Fearless.
This is Omwawa's prediction.
Yeah.
This is Omwawa's prediction. He always mentioned Fredrin jungle, and I always say, no, it's not going to happen. No. But it's actually happening here with the Fearless going for the Fredrin in jungle, and it's just going to be so... We know that how sustained Fredrin is as the XP laner, but imagine this is as the jungler, but look at that one.
Legion Arco bringing Udil back. First blood instantly to the hands of Dyron with the execute. Udil needs to be very careful here because Ouija Narco on these pick heroes, he's really lethal, and you can already see that early on.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the power of the Jawhead. You can just like toss somebody and get the early stage of point here. A really, really good condition from the side of Rebellion Zion in the very early stage, but it doesn't mean they have everything already, because Udil, I think like Udil will be having like quite struggling because he's a melee hero, not like usual. He was using a range type kind of hero, and they really need a good setup.
Well, Udil going to be caught again, brought back with ejector, but look at it, re-engage coming from Kids, picking up a kill. Fearless jumps in, looking for that Appraiser's Wrath, doesn't connect it onto anyone. Alter Ego able to equalize early on. It's 1-1.
Yeah. I mean, like, the ability of the Matilda, that's the key. I mean, like, with the movement, with the power of the Matilda, they will be able to secure a lot of movement in the very early stage. But remember, they still need to opt out this Gushen, because the Gushen will be the key here from the side of Alter Ego. Will they be able to do that? Because Turtle is actually being initiated.
Well, Udil is already opening up the map, gonna get ejected back to the team, but will have that guiding wind to escape. Dyron now looking for re-engage. Swalo with the IMU, steals it away. Udil taken down once again. Swalo taken low, but still able to escape. Dyron now in the mid, still able to escape. That's gonna be Defcosh jumping into the circling Eagle. Region Arca with the unstoppable force onto Kids, ejects him away. Good disengage from Rebellion Zion, but Pi wants a piece of Region Arca right now. Unable to find that kill, but will be able to burn that flicker out. Rebellion 1-0.
The targeting coming from Region Arco is just like so crazy, because he is able to focus on this Gushen. Because if there is no Gushen, there is no early damage from the side of Alter Ego. That's why they are unable to do any point from the side of Alter Ego. Well, for Rebellion Zion, look at that one. Dyron is actually taking 2 kills so far, and with the Iron for an eye, it's just like giving so much damage to the side of Alter Ego, and we are seeing the Benedetta in the full potential so far. We don't know what is actually going to happen later on by Udil, because Udil, whenever he tried to open up the map, whenever he tried to open up a skill, he always being picked up, just like just now. Like, he revealed his position, and the ejector is always there, always ready to try to pick him up.
It's always just insane, right? Right now, Alter Ego, they have mid control. Udil has better wave clear compared to just the Valentina, if it's just clearing waves. The thing is, though, in these team fights, Udil is so immobile as he jumps in once again, but Fearless is able to find the retribution onto the turtle right now. Circling Eagle popped in. Udil going to be taken down for the 3rd time in this game, and it's an absolute disaster for Alter Ego. Defcoch, Udil taken down. Rebellion find the turtle. There's nothing for Alter Ego to take.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you always want to have the fight because you have like Udel, but you know what? Kid's unable to jump in, because whenever he wants to jump in, he always like having a struggled moment for all of the movement that happened. But don't forget to level up your coin farming skill with HSBC here, because we can now, Rebellion Zion is still on the lead for the 1.6k. Maybe if he's trying to invest in more to the HBC, he will get more and more gold here. We're seeing that Udil is struggling quite huge here, and it's just like making so much things that happen. But Defcoach
gonna be caught again. That's the penalty zone by Sway Low. Defcoch taken low, still able to get out. Nino popping that sprint, looking to re-engage right now as he places the damage onto High. Sway Low still in the bush. Udil over the penalty zone, knocking him up for Kids to take, folding him, just like you guys can fold your Samsung Galaxy Z Fold for 5G. Go ahead and find yours today to get your unrivaled gaming experience.
That is the key. That is the key. If the penalty zone connects with the damage that can be given by Kids, it's good. But if it's not, it's creating so much trouble for the Alter Ego. They need to drag on the movement, so they really need to put out this Jawhead to not controlling the movement from Udil. Because if there is Jawhead, they always lose the movement. They always lose the moment. And that's what they don't want to do. They don't want to happen inside of the movement, since they're already losing the mid lane turret, which is creating more vision to the side of Rebellion Zion compared to the Alter Ego side.
It's just really tough right now for Alter Ego, because their composition, it relies heavily on Udil getting that snowball in the mid lane. If he doesn't get that item, if he doesn't get his lead, at least in the early game, Rebellion are just going to be able to outscale Alter Ego. And in the end, maybe build a snowball for themselves right now. 1.5k gold lead. Fearless already in enemy jungle. 2 levels ahead of Udil, 1 level ahead of Kids, but Kids finds the retreat, gets the purple buff. Udil now caught in the midst of it all. Gonna be knocked up, still able to escape. But it's still Rebellion Zion who has the tempo, who can play with their own tempo.
Yeah, and I think like Rebellion Zion needs to respect the damage that can be given by Kids later on by making more into the magical defense here. Because I do feel like they are relying so much into Kids. When Kids unable to do anything, it's going to be a huge problem. But Pi in the top lane, I don't think he will survive this one.
What is that damage from the smart missiles and from the Valentina bottom side? Dyron going to be taken down, but It's only one turret traded in. Meanwhile, Rebellion are able to dish out some damage onto the tier 2 turrets up top. Highs is one level ahead of Nino, and again, if this continues, then Rebellion Zion can play their way to victory, just like you guys can play your way to the new Aurora collection to get that victory as well.
Yep. Go get it now. Just like what Kid already do with the glowing one on his hand. He's playing with a very good item so far, and I think like they really want to control from Rebellion Zion because it's very tanky. The lineup coming from Rebellion Zion with the Fredrin, with the Valentina, along with that with Janarko, with the Jawhead. It's just going to be creating so much things. And also penetration will be very important. But look at Nino. Nino is actually collecting so much things by having a 3 Aziz so far. And it's Irrital. It's an Irrital that is unable to be stopped so far when it's actually the purpose. Supposed to be the purpose for having the Jawhead to focus on the Irrital. But the Irrital is just very free. Udil is just like sacrificing his health to be the main target from Rebellion Zion. Well, we know that actually Udil won't deal too much damage. He will be doing something, but look at that one.
What? Pi again just got melted down by the smart missiles and ejector. Sure, Highs and Sway low too, but Pi is supposed to be the front line coming in for Alter Ego. Fearless jumping in, knocking Dev Koch up, taunting him up as well. Janarko with the ejector, looking for play, has the flicker as well. Udil with the penalty zone, only finding Sway low, but there you go, another penalty zone by the IMU. The damage coming from Kids as he goes in and he steals the Lord away from Rebellion Zion. Kids now on to Fearless, looking for the damage, not enough. It's a 2-for-1. Kids, this is the man that you need to look out for if you're Rebellion Zion.
Oh my god, the damage from Kids and also Nino. How is Nino also having the free hit here to try to get over something? Kids already finishing the Divine Glaive. This is another penetration to the side of Rebellion Zion. And I don't think Rebellion Zion have anything to hold up the damage yet. I do see the one plate coming from the Fearless, I think, to respect the damage from Kids. But Kids is just like wandering around, having the potential for the early game. But Odil, what will happen? Penalty zone?
Yeah, he does. The penalty zone gonna get knocked up as well, but it's all just a setup. Janarko losing that immortality, losing his life as well. The monster kill picked up by Kids, and Alter Ego somehow are able to just turn the tide with just one team fight up top and that Lord Steal.
Yeah, I think like they are focusing over Udil when they are not supposed to do that. They need to focus over Kids and also Nino. Look at that, 2 heroes. Both of them are just like dancing freely to keep the damage that they are needed. So look at that one, Pi. Just gonna be a distraction, but they are taking another movement by objective. Look how many objectives that they're already collecting. They have like 5 turrets.
They were playing the stalling game so well, Alter Ego, right? Rebellion Zion had the lead for such a long time, and Alter Ego just stood there and took the damage. They stood there and defended. They gave the tier 1 turrets in the mid lane and that top side, and they opted to actually stay back in the tier 2. So losing the tier 1 in the end was actually valuable for Alter Ego because they were able to just play Turtle in their own base. Now, with the lead that they have, Pi is finally at a point where he's very, very tanky. But look at this, Janarko with ejector once again, Circling Eagle connecting with the penalty zone, but look at the damage from Kids. It's a double for Kids as he's looking for more right now. Darwin gonna go wild onto the back line, but will be gunned down by Nino. Look at that, Kids is massive. Oh my goodness gracious. This is the Gushin damage. This is the reason he's been prio.
Oh my god. Look how the gameplay is, and look at how that coach able to secure the movement for Kids to really roam inside of the top lane. And we are seeing how everyone from Rebellion Zion unable to do everything. I mean, like, the penalty zone coming from Udil, and he's just, I'm taking all of the damage, and the resources is focusing on Udil. Well, Nino and also Pi also like trying to focus on the backline from the side of Rebellion Zion, open up incandescence and everything. The blade is just like penetrating into the Rebellion Zion, and I don't think they are gonna be ready for the next movement because Fearless even receiving too much damage. We can see it from the replay. Look at that one with Janarko. And Fearless, whenever the incandescence happen, Gushin just like giving too much damage. Even, I don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah,
it's just like the movement from Alter Ego. At first, I thought like it's very messy movement.
Very messy.
But turns out it's just like bringing it's like make Rebellion focusing over Udil and forgetting the rest. they forgot to pick up our kids. I mean, like, they're supposed to focus on that one.
Oh man, we'll see once again. Alter Ego have turned the gold lead around completely. 4,000 gold lead now built up by Alter Egos. Nino is just chunking onto that Lord. Reset coming in as Def Koch might actually be looking for an engage. Once again, a penalty zone finds two members as the Circling Eagle will be able to lock Fearless down for the damage to come through from Kids. Nino guns him down. A snipe comes in from Highs, but Janarko is caught very, very low. Alter Ego stay disciplined. They go for the Lord right after that fight. No jungler for Rebellion Zion. Dyron needs to back off as well. They're trying to zone them away. Swaylo has stolen that penalty zone, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Kids just melts that Lord down like it's nothing.
It is like nothing, and it's level 15 already for the Kids itself. Circling Eagle? I don't think it's gonna be working for the side of Alter Ego. So far, Alter Ego needs to wait for the Lord, and maybe they really need to focus on the top lane to get this last outer turret from the side of Rebellion Zion. And I think if they want to go in, they really need to wait for the penalty zone. I feel like it's on point, very on point coming from Odil, despite he's like losing 3 times in the very early stage. But aside of that one, all of the penalty zone is being an open up for the side of Alter Ego.
And the
it's
reason,
a huge one.
Yeah, and now you really understand why they went for the Terizla, right?
Yeah.
It's because with the penalty zone, it locks everyone in place for Kids to deal damage. Meanwhile, as I was speaking, Dyron gonna be caught. Def Koch with the Circling Eagle, buying a little bit of time, zoning the Rebellion Zion members away. Def Koch still has the immortality. Will be gunned down by Highs in the end in that top side. Def Koch still with the guiding wind, getting out. Kids coming in, looking for the kill onto Highs. That's going to be the kill. Over to Def Koch by Highs. Swaylo with the penalty zone onto 4 members, my bad. But there's no follow-up. It's just a defensive maneuver from the side of Rebellion Zion as they're looking to burst Janarko down. 1 HP, jumps in with an unstoppable force, but it's gonna be High Kids again. What in the world? That damage is illegal.
It is. And it's just like a non-stop snowball for the Gusion. You know, like first taking 3 kills, 5 kills, and it's unstoppable. You see, there is no one is... Kids is not being picked up even once. Even same with Nino. Nino is like not being picked up. They just let go some of the hero. And I do feel like the Valentina is always doing a very good IMU with the penalty zone. But they don't have any follow-up after that. I mean, like, okay, they want to use what? Like the Vital Blow by Benedetta? Or maybe like Beatrix? I don't think there is enough damage for that one.
Definitely not.
There is not enough damage, and there's nothing much Fredrin can do for that one. Okay, Fredrin is a very sustained hero, but there's no damage for the contest. I don't get it, actually. I don't get it, because I don't think at first Odil will be working really well for that kind of condition because of the pressure that he's having, because all of the things that he is pressured on.
Exactly, right?
I'm still calculating the damage and everything here.
You finally understand why they picked up the Terizla. It's to set up for Kids to deal that much damage. The penalty zone locks everyone in place, knocks them up, stuns them up for them to be just oh my god. Again, I don't know what word to use for that Gusion damage, right? Because it really felt like the members from Rebellion Zion just disappeared.
The Thin Pepper.
Disappeared. They got melted every single time Gusion threw his blades. Everyone in his sights just gone, disappeared.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what word to use. It's a barrage. It's just so much damage.
I think our analysts will know what is actually the word for that one. Arashi, Hoshi, please take it away.
What's up, guys? Back with me, Arashi, in the analytical section. And as our casters have mentioned, what a game and what a pick. We've seen a Phobius in the mid lane, and now we see yet another fighter, Udil on the Terizla. And the word you're looking for maybe is barraged, bombarded. It's a lot of damage, man. It's a great combo, and in a sense, it's like a mini Fatal Links, but with less telegraph. It comes out so quick, you're not exactly prepared to actually deal with it. And unless you have a great source of disengage, it's going to be quite difficult. And if you look at the composition of Rebellion Zion, there were they have two tanks essentially that are not supposed to play passive. They don't have disengage. They don't have a wide scale crowd control. They are meant to try and go in and get pickoffs. And in the early game, with the damage they have, with the possibility of making those plays happen when people are just rotating around the map, it's possible. But in the late game, when everyone caught up, when everyone is sticking S5, you finally see the composition of Alter Ego take place. Good engage, good AoE, and now they're confused. Who are they supposed to actually target? They have a strong front line, they have a good mobility, and Dev Coach on the Matilda allows their team members to be aggressive, but yet still be able to dash out of danger, provided that the situation calls for it. I think early on, Rebellion Zion was doing so well. They were snowballing quite heavily, but then it seems that Wijanarko tried to make a huge play in the mid lane, and it got turned around. When you are up against a team as dangerous, as volatile as Alter Ego, that is dangerous. At any moment, the game can turn on its head, and just like that, Alter Ego is gonna be the winner of game number 1. And Nino showing us again that he is an absolutely solid gold laner, but Kids also stepping up, showing that, alright, I got big shoes to fill, but I got big feet. So you can look at the Lord, the Turtle. Rebellion were getting the early neutral objectives, but the Lord is all in the hands of Alter Ego, and they were very solid about it. And Kids, with the right tools, with the right opportunities, you can see that the damage is very insane. Even though Rebellion Zion has a lot of damage on their own hands, they just didn't have the same kind of engage, the same kind of combo that they were actually that they required to try and counter Alter Ego. And even further than that, I do feel like they're caught off guard with how effective the penalty zone is from Udo, and so they were just a bit too slow in adjusting, and this is something that Alter Ego is usually critiqued for. But the MVP for that game is going to be Kids, 11-0 and 4, 100% kill participation. If it's a squishy, we delete him. If it's a tank, we delete him as well. Gusion, very flexible in the mid and in the jungle, and you just do it all, man. AoE, pickoff, mobility, and especially Kids. With all the doubters, with all the haters talking about him, he just shows up massively in game number 1. And as we mentioned, Rebellion was also putting up a very great fight. The Jawhead from Wijanarko is just deadly. It's dangerous and it's very quick. So in game number 2, I think there's possibility for Rebellion to just replicate the same kind of success, but they must be careful because Alter Ego, this is what they do. When you count them out, when they are in the hot seat, this is where they step up and show the competition that we are here to stay. So, without further ado, we are soon going to take a look at several highlights perhaps, showing what exactly was going on in game number 1, because it was very intense and it was a very high pace, something that we've come to expect from the Indonesian region. So let's take a look right here. Although in the early game, that ejector play again and again coming in from Wija, the pickoff potential is just insane, and it's something that Wijanarko very much enjoys. We've come to expect this from his Ruby, from the other supports as well. He's very flexible, and here with the Jawhead, throwbacks to Season 7, the pickoff is just insane. The tankiness is there as well to facilitate these dives, and the early game was just dominant, was just dangerous. Again and again, it just happened so quick. The flicker ejector combo just catches Alter Ego again and again, but when it comes down to those big team fights, right, the combos start rolling in and it's just dangerous. And of course, the steal on the Lord coming in from Kids here is massive in ensuring that the game actually gets long enough. And here, look at that, it's an amazing flicker ejector, but they were unable to get the kill and everything gets turned around. I think this was the beginning where everything just falls apart for Rebellion, and when they are already now corralled into small choke points, that is exactly where Alter Ego wants them to go. And with the penalty zone, they were able to do a lot of damage again and again, and that is just the same story. They don't have to adapt to change anything because Alter Ego hasn't done anything too crazy, anything too different to try and maneuver around or strategize around this crazy engage and the crazy follow-up. They don't have the right crowd control to try and stop the fusion, even though they have the Fredrin and the Jawhead. They were just a bit too ahead, and Kids, as we mentioned, very fast on those hands. So now they know that Kids is a threat to behold, but of course only game number 1. So casters, back to you.
As you throw it to us, we shall catch. Arashi, thank you so much for the brilliant analysis. Once again, back at it on the caster desk with Mirko and Vela Jave for game number 2. And it really made sense by the end of it, right? At first, we were like, all right, Terizla pick. We will give them the benefit of the doubt. But then Udil started dying. He got picked off 3 times in a row. And then we were really doubting it. We were like, oh, Udil, not really a good performance here. But hey, it was planned. That was what the plan was for, right?
Yeah.
To use Udil as bait.
Yeah. And kids is just like very free, just like what Arashi have mentioned, very fast hand coming from kids and 100% kill participation. 100%.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
As an assassin.
Because they need the damage coming from Gusion because they are not gonna be depending on Teresa, Matilda, Uranus, or Irrital. I mean, like the Irrital got the free space, yeah. He is because he is farmed happily with all of the assets that he have. But aside of that one, the Gusion that is being protected by the side of Alter Ego, they even like switch lane when they think they are not gonna be able to do the war really well for the side of Alter Ego. So it's just like so crazy how they are like determining for the movement coming for the side of kids and how they are like make this player to reach the highest level and also the highest goal possible from the hand of kids itself. Are Gusion gonna be banned? That's a big question because right now Rebellion Zion will be on the first pick. Are they gonna be prioritizing Gusion, or there will be a lot of surprises coming from kids? Are they gonna be using Ammon or using another kind of assassin that can be picked right now?
We'll see, right? We'll see what they go for here. Alter Ego instantly with the Claude ban once again. There's just so much respect over the Highs. And Highs, he actually got another signature pick. Sure, the Claude was banned as well in game 1, but he got his hands on the Beatrix. It did not work for him. Rebellion Zion now with the bans. It seems like they are going to go for the same route. Still, Fanny, Faramis banned out. Valentina going to be banned here for Alter Ego.
Yeah, are they going to be using the same kind of pick here, or they're going to be doing something?
They banned the Gusion.
They banned the Gusion. But Teresa still left open. Again, they can use it with another kind of hero here.
They can.
There's no Gusion, no problem. They still can use maybe same strat, different hero. It's still possible. Or maybe they have a different kind of approach for the second game because they are basically being red for the first game, right? So definitely. But for the first pick here, there's a lot of versatile hero that can be picked. Akai is still available right now. Or they can try to go over 1-1 that is still not being banned yet. Here, who is going to be the last ban coming from Alter Ego? Are they going to left out the 1-1? Or maybe they're going to left out the Akai that can be picked by the side of Rebellion Zion, which is going to be... Because if they let go of 1-1, definitely Rebellion Zion will be going for it.
Exactly. It's a bit too expensive to let go. The 1-1 is going to be banned out in the end for Alter Ego. Rebellion Zion with the first pick. Valentina is up for grabs, but they go for the Akai. A secure pick, a safe pick over the Fearless in the jungle position. Alter Ego now have the chance to pick up.
Do you think Akai...
actually, so yeah. No Valentina.
Do you think Akai is still a very good one for a roamer here? Because there is still a possibility for doing that. Because I do feel like lately, by the start of MPL Invitational, I do feel like they're picking more assassins, more damage hero rather than tanky hero, sustain hero inside of the jungle.
Yeah.
So far, I'm not really sure. I mean, like, they have a lot of possibility, but they can pick here. That is very interesting because we see DK 2 times and it's used as the tanky DK. Not the damage one.
And the Benedetta as well. So Benedetta, we usually see this as a response towards the Akai with the Eye for a 9, with the mobility that she has as well. She can really negate a lot of that CC, a lot of that utility that the Akai brings to the table. But yeah, what you said earlier, Vela, I think the Akai can be used as a roamer, right? It's usually used to bait out that Atlas pick. So if the enemy team actually goes for the Atlas, you can flex this Akai over to the roamer. Once you put that in the roamer, it's very hard for the Atlas to look for these crazy engages because, hey, that heavy spin is always going to be there to pin you down as well. And maybe even your team if you use the Fatal Links to bring the Akai over to your team. Beatrix, though, going to be picked up once again. It lost in game number 1 for Rebellion Zion, but they are still confident in this pick for Highs, and they pick up the Lilia for Sway Low in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lilia is a very good hero here with all of the damage that he have with the black shoes as well. But the element of surprises need to be given on the side of Rebellion Zion. I mean, like Akai, Beatrix, and also Lilia. It's gonna be working really well if they have a pin out one of our two heroes that is gonna be very important by Alter Ego. But you know what? They already have Diggy. Why don't try something more unique for this one? Maybe put more CC into the side of Rebellion Zion rather than just letting go with the time journey on the hand of Diggy. They need to have something on to be given to the side of Alter Ego to give this one, because actually the first game, to be honest, Rebellion Zion is being dropped by the movement and also the gameplay from Alter Ego. And with the Eve that is being picked by the side of Alter Ego, I still think Ruby is a very good pick here for the side of Alter Ego. So it might be bad later by the side of Rebellion Zion. While we know that from the Rebellion, they still need jungler or roamer plus XP laner, which is going to be very, very important because they need a hero to stop all of the heroes coming from Alter Ego. And I still think Paquito is a very good one. If not, Cho is also a very good hero to be picked by the side of Rebellion Zion.
It's really tough now for Rebellion Zion if you look at their composition, because they picked up the Akai as first pick. The fact that Alter Ego were able to counter it instantly with that Diggy pick, it's going to be tough for Rebellion because they don't really have a means to really go for that pickoff that they initially wanted. Maybe even the neutral objective control that they want to have in the game is not going to be available for them anymore. Firstly, you're up against a Benedetta who can nullify a whole lot just in a 1v1 against the Akai. Plus the Diggy now that, okay, now your heavy spin is completely useless, right?
Yeah.
Even in these team fight situations, not in a 1v1 against a Benedetta. So, we'll see. Rebellion Zion are doing a good job though in the second phase. They're already starting to narrow down the hero pool for Nino in that gold lane. The Melissa ban coming through. Honestly, we might see a Brody ban as well, right? Just limit Nino's heroes down and try to enable the Beatrix that they have in the gold lane as much as possible, because currently their main win condition, which is that neutral objective control from the Akai, is no longer available because of the Benedetta and Diggy.
Yeah, and I feel like they have purposely something with the Esmeralda ban here from the side of Alter Ego. Do they want to pick over the Povius, or maybe they want to pick over the something else that is going to be very, very strong on their movement? But Irrital is the one that's being banned here, so they don't want the Irrital, the one who get a very, very good, well farm in the first game, to have the movement again. But the Brody, just like what you've mentioned, is still left open and still a very good options for the side of Alter Ego. But if they want, they can also still going for the Popol and Kupa to play more past to the objective gameplay, because they have the real manipulation to control all of the movement using the AoE, along with the Benedetta here with the Iron Eye, Electro Vital Blow, you name it, with the time journey as well. So if they want to go for war, they still have a lot of good things, but if they can go for the clean, it's also going to be very good. But actually, it's a Bruno. So it's a mix-up between like a damage and also like objective gameplay as well.
Yeah, and hey, guess what? It's a good mix of the two, I believe. You mentioned Popo and Koopa if they really just want to bully the Beatrix. Well, hey, Bruno can do the same thing. It's a bully in lane.
Same concept.
And this is brilliant because, again, Alter Ego have already drafted themselves the Diggy. What does Diggy usually do? Very, very... It's just annoying pressure, right?
It
in
is.
that gold lane. It's to add into the pressure that you already have in a winning lane. Bruno versus Beatrix, it's a winning lane towards the Bruno. With the help of the alarm bombs, with the help of the reverse times, Hive's just gonna have a tough time unless Rebellion Zion actually are able to pick up something that can withstand this pressure, or can maybe dish out the same amounts of pressure as the Diggy in the row position. Paquito is gonna be the answer for the XP lane. And the Rafaela becomes the choice for Rebellion Zion up against Diggy. So their response towards the poke, towards the pressure from Alter Ego is sustain.
Sustain. But will they be able to sustain more with this kind of lineup? So it's going to be Paquito XP laner. It means that this Paquito needs to win a lot over the gameplay later with the Alter Ego. Will they try to change over the jungle here? Benedetta still can go with the Paquito with an Iron Eye. An eye for an eye, and also like the Vital Blow, or they just gonna go along with it with a very good XP laner. Fredrin is still there if they want to play over CC, or maybe Ruby for that one. But Tarizla again, they're still using the same concept here But is it gonna be?
It's XP lane Terizla. It's a normal Terizla this time. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Udil on the Eve. This is what we've come to expect from Alter Ego. This is what I expected to happen in game 1 as well. I expected the Terizla to go to the hands of Pi. Didn't happen in game number 1, but here it is. The draft wrapped up once again for both of these teams. Rebellion Zion, their main weapon is going to be the Lilia and the Beatrix, right?
Yeah. But they have one particular hero that can have a differences rather than the first game, which is going to be Rafaela. Like this engage that is have by the Holy Heal coming from the Rafaela is going to be very good whenever they are getting punished by the penalty zone. But if they are unable to go out from the penalty zone, remember, Wave of the World coming from Bruno will be a huge problem along with the real world manipulation, Alec the Final Blue, a lot of resources coming from Alter Ego. So it's going to be a huge thing. It depends on the setup.
Let's jump into the Land of Dawn to see once again a clash of styles. Rebellion Zion with a front-to-back composition versus Alter Ego with a full dive composition. Aside from the Bruno, who's just going to be able to dish out damage from the back end, Udil as well.
Yeah.
But early on, this is what you expect. Udil, oh my god, so low already. Forced to use the regeneration, and even that regeneration was cancelled out by a basic attack from Sway Low.
And Last Retribution, you know that actually Last Retribution going to be creating so much problem from the side of Alter Ego, and this is like early stage and you have like so much problem. Well, Death Coach, I thought that Death Coach will be focusing into the gold lane. It's not. He is focusing into the mid lane to focus on the presence of the kids, so kids will get level 4 easily and help out Udil a little bit. While you know that actually this Bruno is still going to be very okay going against Beatrix. But in the bottom lane, we are seeing that actually Pi is winning the laning phase against a Paquito that struggles so much.
Yeah, when it comes down to just a trading game, Terizla, this is one of his strengths, right?
Yeah.
When you trade against Terizla, it's never really a trade because of just the range and his first ability, honestly, right? You do so much damage in these trades. You win out in trades and you win out in all-in. But this is, again, what we said in the drafts. Death Coach putting in some additional pressure that basically just multiplies Nino's pressure that he already has here. As you can see, the damage comes through. Swaylo going to be taken down. First blood over to Alter Ego, and it's Nino.
And you know what? This is Diggy using the Impure Rage. So it might be a damage Diggy. So it's gonna be a very, very painful Alrom. So they're gonna be depending on Pi, but it's enough in my opinion, because if they are using the reverse time alarm time bomb here, this is just punish Rebellion Zion. It's gonna be a huge thing, but we're seeing here.
Penalty zone popped in. Fearless able to steal the turtle away. Pi looking at that damage. Udil actually just popped in real world manipulation to get the additional HP or the shield coming in, as Dyron will be able to finish him off. Pi looking for the damage again onto Dyron, who doesn't have the sprint here. Pi gonna be taken low. Kids looking for the play. Regen Arco comes in with the Holy Healing. Kids might be caught now as the booms comes in. The Holy Baptism as well to lock him down. Dyron picks up another kill on the board. Goes in for the knockout strike, but will not go for that one final kill on to Pi. Alter Ego now losing out in this trade.
Yeah, I feel like Rebellion Zion doing a very good job, especially Tyron here, that is focusing into the kids and the help coming from Regen Arco. I've mentioned it before, that actually the Holy Heal can make so much differences for Rebellion Zion, because the ability with the movement speed and also the surprise element, it's just like coming really good for the side of Rebellion Zion. The element of surprises and also the damage that can be given can be handled up really well.
Well, here it is. Wow, brilliant wave of the world there to cancel out the hero's passion. The Holy Baptism by Regen Arco. Death Conch is here. Fearless looking for the play. Time Journey is available. Will be popped. Fearless not going to be able to stun anyone down. Udil with an amazing real-world manipulation, but it's not enough to save him from the damage coming through from Sway Low. It's a kill over once again to Sway Low, as Fearless is able to go for that steal. Going to be ran down, though, by Kids. But, again, that's an Akai. You can't really go and kill him here solo as the Benedetta.
Yeah, and unrivaled gaming experience with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G here. Go get it right now. and fold everything, because right now, Rebellion Zion try to fold up all of the movement from Alter Ego, because Alter Ego right now is gonna be very hard for them to try to push over to the side of Rebellion unless they have a very good setup, and they need Pi for that one. If they don't have Pi, I mean, like, what kind of setup they will have? I mean, like, they only have the slow movement, maybe reverse time, or maybe the final blow. But aside of that one, they don't have CC. They're really depending on the Pi. And while Pi is having, like, so much things to handle, like, he really needs to control the movement from the Paquito, unless they're going to be losing a turret and everything. But look at that one.
Okay, to the final blow, going at it, looking for the steal right now with the help of Udil, but Fearless finds the retribution on the turtle. 2 levels ahead now. Kids falling behind, and Alter Ego have lost their lead completely. Not even in that gold lane do they have the pressure they had early on.
And with the Fearless, I thought, like, it's gonna be a very, very useless heavy spin, but it's not. Actually, it's worked really well, and even, like, giving so much pressure to the side of Alter Ego. Nino, the top lane.
Okay, Snipe's not connecting. Holy Baptism as well. Nino's able to dodge away from that one, but Defcoach is very low, Sway low. Jumps in, picks up the kill, instantly moves back with the black shoes, and that's Fearless pinning Nino down for the kill over to Sway low. Double kill picked up. Udil gonna be soloed by Fearless as Kids just clears out the wave. Rebellion in this game are completely outclassing Alter Ego. Looking for the siege once again in that top side as Kids just goes in to clear out the wave, defending the turret once again.
Yeah, and I do feel like the Fearless is just, like, very patient over the skill that he wants to use. He used it in the perfect time. So whenever like Time Journey is already being popped, and he waits for that one, and he is using the heavy spin after that, and he locked into really right target from the side of Alter Ego. Look at that one. Actually, the item progress for Alter Ego is, like, stopping quite hard. Well, we know that actually they are already finishing up the Bloodlust Eggs, which is going to be very good. And Fearless going directly for all of defensive to respect the damage from Udil along from Defcoach is just going to be so huge. Whenever they try to dive in, both of them are not going to be useful for the fight itself. So I do feel like Alter Ego need to try to pick over something, but look at the damage! Oh my god!
Highs has definitely... Okay, he's found a jam finally, right? And Kids, again, gonna be pinned down. Dyron has the damage. Kids taken down. Killing spree over to Dyron on his signature pick. Nino, with the flicker, gets out, but will not be able to dodge away from the shots from Highs. Like you mentioned, Bella, the damage is unreal right now. Highs is definitely a problem. And Alter Ego do not have anything to really respond to this problem with.
Yeah, they don't have anything. They want a setup, but they are unable to do it. They want to play aggressively by having the Digi along with the early movement with the Bruno Digi along with Eve, but the Eve even being shuttered for 3 times in a row for Udil. Like, Udil having a hard time to just farm really well. He only have the Enchanted Talisman, not even progressing to the Ice Queen one yet, because like, that's how much he struggled. He is being locked up by the Fearless using the heavy spin most of the time. Well, for Defcoach, he's unable to hold up all of the damage.
Let's see, Sway low. Damn, the moves there. Kids able to dodge away as well, but again, you can't dodge away from the guns from Highs. Flickering forward, gonna get caught in the penalty zone. The way the world comboed in with the penalty zone. Finds the kill, it's a shutdown, it's a double for Nino. Alter Ego are able to find 2, and it's on to the member. That's Highs, that's a shutdown. Massive for Alter Ego.
Yeah, that's the only thing that they can have with the penalty zone along with the wave of the world. Because both of that is the CC that they really want. That's the only CC that Alter Ego have. And there is no coming back from the Rebellion Zion. I mean, like, Udil with the slow, with the real world manipulation and everything. But look at that one, Kids. Actually being pressured so much. Even the purple buff, it's being stolen just like that. There's no one to control the jungle of Alter Ego itself.
He's 2 levels below. compared to Fearless. And honestly, I think Alter Ego are making the right decision here. They know that Kids has fallen so far behind compared to Fearless, right? Against Fearless. So they're just putting all of their marbles in that top side, letting Nino, enabling Nino to get his farm and to get to a point where he can actually carry the game with that combo, that wave of the world and the penalty zone. We saw it earlier, and we might be able to see it again. It's all going to come down to Nino right now.
Yeah.
Pi jumps in with a penalty zone, but look at the back lines. Pi not able to get any follow-up on that penalty zone. Meanwhile, look at Lord. It's already being taken down by Rebellion Zion. There's not much that Alter Ego can do. Fearless is 3 levels. No, still just 2 levels ahead of Kids.
Ho, 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 ho. Because you know what? The Dyron is like focusing into the Nino side. So Dyron is having like struggling so much when, Nino is struggling so much when he wants to follow up the penalty zone that is being opened up by Pi. But right now we are seeing the movement from the Alter Ego is like Pi going along with Nino most of the time because they really need that combo to get the win. But the thing is, Rebellion Zion have like 3 ways to try to control the movement from Alter Ego. They can go through with the 3-lane push that they were doing at the moment because Fearless can do it on his own, while Paquito can do it as well. Well, we see that actually Benedetta try to do something else, try to cut up the minion to slow down the tempo from the side of Rebellion Zion. And I think like right now, that's the only thing that can be done by Kids.
Agreed. Alter Ego though now in full defense mode. You can even see Nino. He's forced to pop the Wave of the World just to clear out the minions here as Lord will be dealt with. Pi jumps in with a penalty zone. Onto nobody. Gonna be taken out there. Flickers out to safety, but that's a flicker burnt for I guess nothing, right? He jumped in for the penalty zone onto a Lord that's been cleared out. I think he wanted to go for a pick. He wanted to find someone in that knockup. Kids now though, way too overextended. Luckily, he does have that final blow to kite around a little bit more, but in the end, it does feel like it's going to be inevitable here. Dyron going for the damage. Kids has the eye for an eye just for a bit. Dashes in forward, looking for one more minion, but will fall to the hands of Sway Low. 7.7k gold lead for Rebellion Zion.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's too much already. Like, it's 11-3 in the 11th minute, and 7,000 gold lead is just, like, quite huge. But if we are talking about the high ground situation here, from Alter Ego side, I feel like with the Wave of the World, along with the real-world manipulation, they're still gonna be able to hold up a little bit. But look at the players' gold. Look at the top 4. The top 4 is coming from the side of Rebellion Zion, not even one coming from the Alter Ego side, which is we are showing the quality of the gold difference here from the side of Rebellion Zion. They're different. They're dividing the gold really well here between 4 heroes, 4 core even, with the Lilia, with the Fearless here, with Akai, Paquito, along with Beatrix. So with the Beatrix, we saw the damage that is given by that Beatrix, 1 shot and 1 down directly from the side of Alter Ego. Especially Dyron that is already finishing up the Malefic Roar. The penetration will be more crazier rather than before. It's gonna be a very tough situation, but we see how Alter Ego able to drag up the time by keep having Cats to do the split push. Despite he needs to sacrifice himself, but it's bring more time for Bruno to grow up to have more damage for the late game later.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the only thing that they can do.
And Alter Ego's draft is very one-dimensional in the sense that they really needed to look for that snowball early on.
Yeah.
If they go and look for scaling, if they want to play it and stall it to the late game, it's only Udil that I can really say that actually scales up to the late game. Bruno, sure, you will have damage, but you're not going to have as much damage as a Beatrix, as even a Lilia, who can just burst you down super fast. Thing is, Nino will not be able to just go glass cannon, right? He needs to have some defensive items as well, and that just takes away from that damage output that you need to have here. And Kids, again, overextended, going to be stunned up by the Holy Baptism. It's a 4-man gang towards Kids. They're just trying to bait out some of the members from Alter Ego to look for a save. But nice save there. Very good movement by Fearless, but in the end, it was not... They weren't in range, they weren't in the proper position to actually commit onto Kids, but you saw that. He baited the eye for an eye.
Yeah, I feel like they're putting so much here to just give the pressure to the side of this cat that is unable to do anything. But the Lord is already marching to the mid lane. Base turret will be the huge cost for the side of Alter Ego, and I don't think they're going to be able to defend that one.
Real world inflation popped in, a penalty zone as well on the top side. It's just to defend, but look at the damage! Oh my goodness, that Koch gets melted down. Dyron is able to zone the members away from that base turret. Top side, mid lane out, taken down. Rebellion built up a 10,000 gold lead. Kids has to mirror all the way in the bottom side of the map to actually look for just gold, XP. That's how desperate Alter Ego have become. And look, oh no, they spotted him.
I don't think he will be survive this one. But oh no one saw it in the ambush right there. Okay, but right now, I feel like Alter Ego is just like desperate to have more time to go up everything. But yeah, I do agree. Like if you're talking about Bruno in the late game, it's not gonna be as painful as Beatrix. But so far, I do feel like they just try to bring out everything they can, because Dev Coach is also building over the magical item here with the Necklace of Durance along with the Enchanted Talisman here. But I feel like Dev Coach is receiving too much damage here from the side of Fearless.
That's so much damage, man. What? Just came in. I think that was just the cursed helmet, and yeah, the base damage from Fearless there. It baited out the time journey. Now with no time journey, this is a chance for Rebellion Zion to actually look for the end, perhaps. No time journey. This is the opening.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they won't be able, well, they will be able to actually dive in, but they won't choose to dive in. That's the base, right? It's gonna dish out a lot of damage to you. It's a bit too risky. So Rebellion Zion, again, using their lead. Kids gonna be caught in the Holy Baptism, perfectly placed. Has the eye for an eye though. Pai jumps in with a penalty zone. Able to catch Regent Narco, but he's still able to get out with the Holy Healing. Swalo. He's looking for some damage there. Gets some damage onto Death Conch. And the reason Death Conch is this squishy is because, like we mentioned earlier in the game, he went for Impure Rage. He went for damage. He did not go for the tank build.
Yeah. And I do feel like just now, they cannot go jump it because they want to secure over this Lord. Will they be able to do it though?
Oh man, Kids gonna go in. Penalty zone popped in, but Fearless finds it. Kids gets gunned down, melted out of the Land of Dawn. It's a 1-0 trade. You might as well say it's a 2-for-0 because the Lord was also taken kind of for free there. Not much contest. Alter Ego just didn't have the resources necessary to contest.
Yeah, it's like 3 Lords in a row for the side of Rebellion Zion. They really need to try to finish off the game because look at that one. I mean, like Pai is growing stronger and very, very annoying apparently. But we are seeing the time journey is being opened.
Yeah, there's not much they can do. Rebellion Zion equalize in a dominant game 2. We're seeing a 3rd game in the series, ladies and gentlemen. They go all the way.
To be honest, this is like a downfall here. I do feel like Alter Ego losing so much things, like the first 5 minutes, they're supposed to have like a very good snowballing with the heroes that they're having, such as like Eve with the Deke along with the Bruno, but turns out it's not really happening because they don't have enough CC. I do feel like they don't have enough things to be shown, and I do feel like from the side of Rebellion Zion, they really trying not to focus on all of the movement from the Dicky. Like the Akai focus on to try to go for the Rizla, and it's like having a struggle time for the Rizla along with the Benedetta to try to contest the movement from Rebellion Zion, while the Rebellion Zion have the Paquito and also Rafaela. Like you counted the damage, but because of the Holy Heal coming from Rafaela, you are unable to finish off the players from the side of Rebellion Zion. And the in and out from the battle using the Holy Heal is just like creating so much improvement for the Rebellion Zion. They don't want to get baited for 2 times in a row with the penalty zone that is coming out with the Terizla. But aside of that one, I do feel like Rebellion Zion just like executed with a very wise decision rather than going for like all in into the one-way condition.
Yeah, it's a very sustainable team, and they don't stick together as often because they've learned from their mistakes in game number 1. The penalty zone was a massive problem for them, and here in this game, they were able to nullify the Terizla despite having the Paquito lose in the early stages of the game. They rotated towards the Terizla, and hey, they actually rotated towards the jungle as well, creating a massive lead for Fearless, and just there, it's done and dusted. When Fearless is 2 levels ahead of your jungler, he is going to have more neutral objective control, and that win condition just gets enabled once more. But Arashi, dissect the game even more. We're going to go for a deep dive with the bookman himself.
Yo, what's up? It's the bookman himself. I don't know why I did that, but that is a crazy game, and honestly, man, ask and Widja shall deliver. This man is so flexible, and there's been so many talks about him being able to do so many different things and play so many different heroes, and today he comes up with the Rafaela against a team as aggressive as Alter Ego. You would think that he would have a hard time struggling to try and stave off that aggression, but he delivered just fine. And as we mentioned earlier, Rebellion, they seem to have such a good time in the early game. And since the previous season, they've always been good in their early game. It's about staying disciplined and limiting mistakes towards that late game where they suffer their defeats, which we saw in game number 1. But in game number 2, adjustments, and adaptation. Rebellion played so calculative. They made sure that there's no moment, there's no big team fight that Alter Ego can take advantage of to try and turn the game around. They focused the right members. Nino was having trouble, Fearless having trouble, and they understood, as Mirko mentioned, that they cannot group together in case the big engage happened. Before we dive into what actually happened throughout the course of the game, we take a look at a bit of items from both these teams. Widja on the Rafaela is building tankiness, having a bit more mana regeneration, building towards that enchanted talisman, but the necklace of endurance is what he used to make sure that, let's say, kids as well as Dev Coach, the shielding, right, from the Yves as well, everything gets cut down to a lot less than it should. And you can see that several times it looks like Udo, for example, would tap on the real world manipulation to try and get a bit more shielding, but it's not nearly as much as he would hope because of that necklace of endurance. In addition to that, there's also the Dominance Ice coming in from Dyron, and this guy on the Paquito, it's not surprised. He's just so aggressive, he has the sustain, and he knows how to make a point, especially if as a team, everyone is on the same page. They're able to pressure all over the map, and using that pressure, shutting down lane by lane, one by one, and then translating that lead into the jungle as well. That was a very, very tough time for kids in the jungle, man. We talked about him being an MVP, doing so much in the previous game, but in this game, Rebellion, knowing that he is a problem, he is an issue, they shut him down. They don't even allow him to play the game at all. Look at the stats, man. Turret advantage is one thing. Not a single neutral objective, Lord and Turtle, all monopolized by Rebellion Zion, and Sway Low on the Lilia, man. This guy is great on those mages, and on that Lilia, no exception. He is just doing so much damage to everyone at the same time. That's the danger when you try and fight against the Lilia. And it's so versatile. You can use it as poke, you can use it as burst damage, and funny enough, the only member from the side of Alter Ego that can actually match that kind of damage output is Dev Coach on the Diggy. As Vela mentioned, with the more aggressive emblem, he went for more damage, but he's also forced to itemize more defensively or more for utility with the Necklace of Endurance as well, knowing that the healing, the sustain, the shielding coming in from Rebellion Zion will be a big, big issue. And this is what we talked about. Rebellion Zion can grasp an advantage, and if they don't let go, teams are going to find it very, very difficult to try and turn the game around, provided they don't make a mistake of their own. So the game MVP is going to be Sway Low on that Lilia for 1 and 7, 79% kill participation. Having pressure in the mid lane has been so critical. And part of why Rebellion Zion is just so dangerous right now is they can get that advantage in the mid lane, and then they are so actively moving around off the back of Widja Narco as well. Especially if you look at the composition, having a Rafaela in the composition allows them to just be a lot faster in those rotations. And in that early game, that is critical. Before Alter Ego were able to actually group up together, like we saw in game number 1 after that big team fight, Widja Narco was just able to actually move around, made sure that he was such a nuisance, healing people up, slowing people down, and of course, boosting his teammates to go for those aggressive plays. And the holy blessing is also so on point as well, and it's rare to see a Rafaela play so versatile, right? You can play defensively to try and protect, but at the same time, Ouija knows exactly when he wants to go aggressively and use his ultimate in a more aggressive manner, and it shows. Again and again, Alter Ego, despite going up against a Rafaela, not a Jawhead, not a Kufra for instance, it's a Rafaela, they still have to respect the engage potential, and that's also due to the follow-up, which we can see here in the highlights of that previous game. In the early game, as you can see, the healing, the sustain coming in is just too difficult, and Kids gets caught out, and Dyron on the Paquito, just so aggressive, ensuring that Pi also can't make too many crazy moves, and once they have advantage, once they have pressure, what do? They keep going to a side lane that they want to shut down. Nino is constantly targeted, and even if he tries to get away, all the ultimates, all the resources used to try and make sure he gets taken out, because they understand that Nino is one of the main win conditions for Alter Ego. When he is able to, out of nowhere, get a double kill, get a triple kill, that is where Alter Ego can turn the game around. But here, they made sure that Nino is just way too weak, and even then, there was a moment later on where Alter Ego, right here, very good ultimate from the Terizla and followed up by the Way of the World. It's still a double kill, but all things considered, Rebellion Zion still maintain control, and Kids is forced to do so many difficult things, make so many tough decisions here because there's no option left open by Rebellion Zion. They predicted what Alter Ego is going to do, and they just wait for that engage because they know it's coming. They have seen that Alter Ego likes going for that combo. They saw how it worked well in the right moment, so they were just expecting it, and they were making sure that they were all in the right position to punish it. And with all the AoE and crowd control available on the roster of Rebellion Zion, they have more than enough unless Alter Ego is able to catch them off guard. But alas, if they are so far behind, they have no pressure, no vision advantage, it's going to be very difficult to catch Rebellion off guard because Wijanarko is just so active. And now it's back to a best of one. So casters, Mirko and Villajave, take it away.
Again, thank you, Arashi Hoshi, for the analysis on game number 2. We're stepping on over to, like you mentioned, another best of one because it's tied 1-1 this final game. Whoever gets it will be able to move on, and whoever loses will be eliminated. 3 teams today have been eliminated so far. 1 more team will follow through. Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego. Tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, and they really need to step up the movement here since you know later on, whoever wins this one will be going against RSGPH. That is a strong opponent. And I do feel if they are playing like the first or second game, it's not going to be easy to fight against RSGPH. But I feel like the surprise element are gone coming from Alter Ego side. Like they are being read easily by the side of Rebellion Zion. They're coming up with the solution really fast into the second game, and how they are stepping up their game into the second game, which is very good and fearless. Hard mention, it's a big shout out for him in the second game because the ability, how he managed all of the resources that he have against a DK with a time journey that is supposed to be a hassle for you to use the heavy spin to be able to control all of the movement from Nino, from Udil, from everyone.
Well, right as you say Nino, he's face planted to the table. I don't know what he's doing there. I don't know. That's a new technique. Yeah, that's a new technique to get motivated. All right, Nino. We see your strat. Let's see if it works out here for game number 3. But I agree, right? I think Alter Ego need to play for Nino a bit more, especially in that game. They already had Nino off to such a good start, but they did not utilize that. They did not continue doing that. They instead look to enable other members on the map, and that instead just made it equal for Nino against Heinz. It gave Heinz the opportunity to actually, again, equalize up against Nino, right?
Yeah.
Play around the bro. If you have a winning lane like the Bruno and you have a Diggy, play for that lane constantly. Just get the turrets and snowball from that lane, convert it on to the other lanes. But here we go. Vela, so far in this series as well, 100% win rate for blue side. Still,
no, it's not.
Alter Ego game 1, Rebellion game
for this match, yeah.
This
Yeah,
match.
this match, yeah. Because in the previous match...
RSG transcends the trends.
Yeah, but yeah, blue side still have that one. But are they going to be having the same thing here again? But I do feel like you are right about that one. A lot of things need to be improved from the side of Alter Ego. Will they have it? Or Arbelian is the one that's going to be giving the element of surprises, because so far it's Cloud, Akai, Vanny, along with Gushin that is not being let go, along with the Faramis here. One last ban here coming from Rebellion. Are they going to be banning over the Valentina? Or are they just going to ban over the Wenwan that is still open so far?
I think the 1-1 is a bit too expensive to let go.
Especially Nino.
Nino, yeah. I know this because, hey, I'm on the leaderboards too. I'm nowhere close to Nino, but hey.
I do remember, I hear that you were getting triple kill with your hands up.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, I do hear the story.
It's a fun one, right?
Yeah,
in
it
MPL.
is.
But Nino, he's number 2 in Jakarta, right?
Yeah.
I am number... I think it's 30 in Jakarta.
30?
It's not bad, but Nino's number 2, right? So you do not want the number 2 Jakarta 1-1 to have a 1-1 here, to be playing a 1-1 in the series. So there you go, the 1-1 ban comes through. Alter Ego with the first pick. Once again, Valentina is up for grabs. Akai has been banned out, but remember in game 1, they didn't go for the Valentina first pick.
They don't. They go for the Cushion in the first pick. Before.
But it's banned out now, so it should be the Valentina, right? Unless they want to go for a Grok.
Or they have something else to be shown. They don't want to play over the Valentina here. It's still a possibility because Lilia is still there though if they want to go over the Lilia, but is it gonna be the prioritized here? Or Beatrix is gonna be the one that is picked by the side of Alter Ego? Or they have another element of surprise. It's Narizal first pick maybe, but no, it's not. It's still Valentina first pick. Despite we know that actually the win rate for Valentina is not really good inside of this MPLI, right?
Not that crazy. It's not the number that you would expect for Valentina being so prio. But yeah, Valentina gonna be first picked here for Alter Ego. It's a bit too expensive to leave the Valentina open for Rebellion Zion. And the reason Valentina is still prio, even though in terms of that win rate, it's standing at an okay, it's not a crazy OP hero, is because Valentina dictates the draft. When you pick up the Valentina, it's instant. The instant response from the enemy team is, alright, we cannot pick these game-changing ultimates anymore because there's already a Valentina that can steal that with the IMU.
Yeah.
So Rebellion, they go for the Matilda and the Beatrix. 3 games for Highs, 3 games on Beatrix.
Still 50-50 here for the Beatrix from Highs itself, but the Matilda is a very, very good game changer here.
Agreed.
With the Circling Eagle, with the Soul Bloom, and also everything. I feel like Matilda is still on the top notch for playing aggressively to the opponent side, which is mean we are going to be seeing a new hero to be picked by the side of kids. They are not going to be playing the same kind of type of movement just like the previous game. But what kind of things that is going to be shown? But it's Invitational that is bringing up the first game along with another Teresa. It's going to be Teresa that is being used by Piet, right?
It should be,
because
unless
they are going for the Roamer Terizla. That's what you're gonna say?
I mean, they can. There's a lot of ways to see it right now, right? For the Terizla, we've seen it on Udo, we've seen it on Pi. Hey, maybe we might see it on DevCoach next, right?
Or
I don't know. It's very interesting to see because again, Valentina is actually a flex pick as well. It really depends. For Blacklist, it is a flex pick, because they can play it in the mid lane and in the jungle. Now, that's the question that I want to ask right now. Does Kids play the Valentina in the jungle? Because if he does, this Valentina can be flexed into the jungle and they can play the Terizla in the mid lane again for Udo. But this time it's going to be a bit tougher if they want to play that Terizla in the mid lane because of the Eve constantly spamming, constantly poking you down, and actually is slowing you down with a lot of the utility that she has.
What if this Valentina is going for the XP laner instead of going for the jungle, and the Terizla going for the mid lane again, just like what Udil does in the previous game, and they can have like different kind of, I don't know, it's very first style coming from Alter Ego right now. It's a lot of things that can be shown, but the real world manipulation from Eve is definitely going to be stolen by the hand of this Valentina with IMU. With this kind of lineup, I don't know what kind of hero to be banned here for the side of Alter Ego, but it's actually the jungle. It's Ling ban. respecting hero for Kids here because Kids, so far, he's using more into the Assassin's kind of hero rather than going for the sustain or also resourceable kind of hero from the side of Alter Ego. But Rebellion Zion, they might want to eliminate another jungler, but it's gonna be a huge problem because so far they still not having that kind of situation as well. So if not over the jungle, the XP laner can be option as well. Since Rebellion Zion, they still can go for the Fredrin, they still can go for the Uranus. And I think like more sustained hero to be left out, it's gonna be better. Especially they are having Teresa along with Irital that needs more things. But there is no ban coming from Alter Ego.
Huh.
Very interesting.
I think it should be a little bit of I think it should be a bug. I don't think they actually did. We're seeing confused faces as well from Rebellion Zion. So maybe you're right. Maybe they didn't go for a ban. Yeah, all right. We're seeing some
pauses here.
Maybe we might have a remake for this draft, ladies and gentlemen. Just a disclaimer right now, as again we are going to take a look. It is going to be the Zilong ban. Yeah, it is a remake in the draft because maybe a ping issue occurred right there as Alter Ego were not able to ban. We're going to have a remake on the drafts. So give us a second. Give us a minute. Be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen.
But that is very interesting because we still don't know what kind of hero that is good. I mean, like Valentina, Irital, and Tarizla. If we can find it out bluntly, it's gonna be Valentina mid, Irital, gold lane, Tarizla, XP laner. But it's always a surprises inside of this game, and I feel like with this kind of things that always been brought by Alter Ego, we might still see surprises to be shown later on. And I feel like Rebellion, they watch it out with the presence from Teresa. They already know the answer by having the guiding wind with Matilda, which is gonna help one hero definitely going out from that bad situation, but also need another thing to follow up with that condition because they already have Beatrix, Matilda, and Eve. They still need a very good explainer to help them set up or counter initiate. Ruby is still a very good option. If they want to go for Fredrin is also going to be very good. But remember, back again, Valentina, just like what you mentioned, big resource or maybe big resourceful skill. It's just gonna be super crazy.
Yeah, the game-changing ultimates there will not be available for the side of Rebellion Zion unless they want to gamble it with Valentina stealing it away, right? But again, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back in with the game very soon. For everyone's convenience, we are going to be remaking the game because due to some issues in the draft. And again, fair play is our #1 priority here in MPL Invitational 2022. We're going to give the chance for every single team to take as much time as possible to resolve the problem. And again, please be patient with us because for the teams, they are also going to be remaking.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is going to be very interesting. So far, MPL Invitational 2022 give us a lot of surprises, right? And how the captain's draft showing a lot of potential, like 3 games, most of the matches, like 3 games, 3 matches, all of them having like 3 games, which is very interesting, back and forth situation, a lot of strategy to be shown. This is only the first day. We still have like plenty of days because it will be held from 2nd until 6th of November. And contesting for $100,000 US.
The big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. 5 days of MLBB glory for all you guys to watch. So again, stay at home and watch MPL Invitational 2022 because hey, if the first day is this exciting, I can't wait for the grand finals. I can't wait for the next day, right? Every single day is going to continuously become even more intense, more stakes for all these teams as well, more pressure for the players, which means you'll definitely see a better performance from these teams later on as they match up against one another. And just as a reminder, the winner of this match right here, Rebellion Zion versus Alter Ego, will be facing off against RSG Philippines.
And you know what?
Scary.
This is like MPL Invitational 2022 is like a startup.
Uh-huh.
How to see M4 later.
It's a teaser, yeah?
Yeah, it's a teaser because we see how most of the teams are stepping up their game. Most of them is just like showing the quality and how they are going to be able to bring out something out of this MPL Invitational to be brought off later to the M4.
Maybe.
Which is going to be very interesting. What kind of hero, what kind of strategy, things to be opt out as a very good resource for the M4 later. So for you guys, don't forget to follow One Esports on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and so Facebook because you can learn a lot here. And even they put out a lot of videos inside of TikToks over this MPL Invitational 2020.
A lot of highlights, a lot of memes, a lot of just information if you guys want it. Esports news across the board on One Esports. Go ahead and follow it on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook. We've got you all covered. So whatever social media is your preference, One Esports is there to help you out with your esports needs, ladies and gentlemen.
Because whenever I need information, I go for a One Esports directly.
One Esports.
Because they
Why?
always
Because they're number one, no?
Because they always put out a really good fact and also like very fast on delivering the news.
There you go.
Yeah.
The speed and it's always trusted.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. It's One Esports.
It is One Esports. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a very short break before we get into game number 3 for the draft. It's been Mirko and Vela J. Don't go anywhere because in a bit, we'll be back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting to my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting, you hear what I'm saying, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane, stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test, like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of winning my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I almost drive the Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of winning my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I almost drive the Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission to win. Changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt, so show 'em my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go.
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game and the final match of MPLI 2022, day number 1. Alter Ego Esports versus Rebellion Zion. It's 1-1. It's back to a best of 1 currently, because whoever wins will progress and whoever loses will be eliminated from MPLI 2022. You're still on the caster desk with Mirko.
And also fellow GF here for our third game. And it's going to be very, very interesting for the third game. We don't know what is actually going to be shown for this one. Are they going to be using the same kind of draft, the one that they were showing before? Because it's actually, yes, going to be the same Valentina, Ebrital to Rizla, and Brethren Band coming from the side of Alter Ego and directly answered by the presence of Atlas that is being respected. Do not being peaked to the side of Alter Ego. What kind of resource hero that they can try to pick over this one? Because I think like they really need more CC. If they have more CC, it's gonna be very good for the penalty zone. Don't forget, there's a Rital that can deal tons of damage.
We're starting off where we left off just now, with the Fredrin now being banned out by Alter Ego. And like you mentioned, Fella, and like we've kind of speculated, we still don't know where this Terizla is going to go.
Yeah.
It can be a... Could it actually be a jungler Terizla as well? I mean, technically right now, I'm just waiting to see where it's going to go. But it's going to be the Martis ban from Alter Ego towards Rebellion Zion. Now, with the first pick in that second phase, they already have a roamer, a goal lane, and a mid laner. They're missing an XP and a jungler currently. For Fearless, you can always just put his hero last. It's completely fine. He's a very versatile jungler.
Yeah, it is. But it's very interesting how they are banning over the Martis with the anti-CC kind of hero. So
they want to lock him down.
Yeah, they want to lock him down. They want to have something with this one. So what's the thing? What's the surprise? But before that, Rebellion Zion, it's a Paquito pick here, which is showing a really good win rate so far, 100% win rate with 2 picks inside of the MPL Invitational 2022.
And both of these picks came from the XP laners. For RSGH, it was Nats. For Rebellion, it's Dyron. So 2 Paquitos, 2 victories. Alter Ego on that Tigreal with 50% win rate because it was picked twice. But to wrap things up, these 2 picks are basically going to determine where these heroes are going to go. The flex pick will not be available anymore. Alter Ego need to make a decision now. As you can see, they've been transported to a different gaming house here. But there you go. We've been waiting for it. It's the Leo Mord making its debut in MPLI. The jungle for Alter Ego will most likely be this Leo Mord. And they picked up the Rafaela as well, adding into the mobility that this Leo Mord already has. What a draft. Let's see if they can pull it off, though.
Yeah, I mean like Leomord. We really want to see this one. I've been mentioning like where's Leomord? Where's Leomord? And here you go. Along with the Rafaela, the one hero that creating so much problem in the previous game for Alter Ego with the Holy Heal and also Holy Baptism, but with the one on their hand right now, Red Retribution, Penalty Zone, Phantom Street, Phantom T. Oh, I'm just gonna be waiting what kind of things that is gonna be shown by Alter Ego, but remember, Rebellion Zion, they still have Fearless with this Barats that can swallow up one member from the side of Alter Ego. And I think they really need to focus on kids with that Leomord. Because to be honest, damage from Leomord is insane and unexpected. I hate it so bad.
I think everyone hates it right now, right? Because currently, Leomord is just an absolute menace.
Crazy!
Yeah, the amount of damage you can actually do with the Phantom Steed is definitely going to be the question here, right?
Yeah.
Because they are up against a very tanky composition with the Barats. The Barats can actually lock down this Leomord with its Deathness Welcome. We'll see once again though. Barats versus Leomord. Two riders.
Woo!
As you can kind of say.
Yeah,
Interesting drafts for both of the teams, but final thoughts, Vela, before we jump in.
I do really want to see this Leomord. Also Alter Ego for me because I think like the presence of Death Coach using the Ravela also gonna be determining a lot of the movement from the side of Rebellion Zion. It can be used for, Arashi did mention it before, it can be used for defensive but also offensive, like how Light Retribution is giving slow movement to the side of Rebellion Zion, but as a defensive mode with the Holy Heal, you count the damage, but you cannot do it whenever there is a presence coming from Ravela. And also the rotation that can be shown with the mobile movement coming from the region Narco, it's gonna be so great coming from Rebellion from the side of the Alter Ego. I mean.
Absolutely. Here though, we are in the game, into the Land of Dawn. Again, early on, you can actually see that Kids has opted to go for the Killing Spree emblem. Bottom side, Nino gonna get chunked down. Ouija Narco just putting down some pressure to help Highs to enable him in the early game. Fearless will probably have a better time when it comes to clear because he's on that Demon Slayer, but so far it's looking like Kids is clearing pretty fast as well.
Yeah, the damage, especially when using the Killing Spree, I feel like this Alter Ego wants to go for war most of the time. That's why they are taking over the Killing Spree instead of Demon Slayer. Because if it's Demon Slayer, you are focusing to get the farm. You get over the jungle area, jungler things here. But if you're going for the Killing Spree, it means that you want to do war over war. And Rebellion Zion needs to be ready for that one. Yeah, we know Fearless is going to be good to contesting over the objective gameplay with the Demon Slayer. But if it's talking about pick off, it's also going to be very necessary from the side of Alter Ego.
It's refreshing to finally see the Leomord in the Land of Dawn in competitive play. But again, we still don't know whether it's going to work out here. Rebellion Zion are first onto that turtle, but instantly cancel it out after seeing Alter Ego setup here. They have rotated 4 members up towards that top side. They are ignoring that Irithel and the gold lane completely. Kids going for it. Diamond, look at that steal, but will be caught in the damage coming in. Diamond still able to disengage with the knockout strike and the dash. Real world manipulation popped in by Sway Low in the mid lane, actually to clear out the minion wave to create some more pressure. But hey, Udil still has the real world manipulation that he stole with the IMU. Pile leader to play. Doesn't have the penalty zone anymore. I think this might just be, oh my god, a good Holy Baptism, but it will not amount to anything because it's still Fearless who picks up the turtle with the Retribution.
Yeah, I think like if Kids is there, it's still gonna be able to be stolen. But you make, because you know that actually the movement with Retribution is very, very like a slight moment that can be stolen by the side of Alter Ego. It's just like a very, very good condition. But Paquito just now, I feel like Paquito is one of the heroes that can be good to contesting this Leomord with the heavy left punch, knockout strike and everything. Because we know that actually how powerful the damage that is given by Paquito based on the previous games that we are seeing and witnessing with the Paquito on the lineup. But on the other hand, we need to know the movement coming from the Leomord is very fast. That's why they're opted for the sprint rather than going for flicker because I do feel like the presence coming from is too fast.
You're right, but look at the Phantom Steed down below. That's so much damage onto Highs. Instantly deleted as they're going on to Fearless right now. A good turn back here as Fearless jumps in with a Death to His Welcome with the two real-world manipulations on each other. That's going to be the guiding win, bringing him back away. Kid taking low, still having the shield. Region Arco taken down by Udil as he dashes forward. An Alter Ego, this is the skirmish that they were looking for. And that's the skirmish that they got. Dyron, though, going to be able to sandwich Alter Ego, looking for the play. Has the sprint as well, but will choose not to dive under the turret. Playing it safe here in the 4th minute.
Oh my god, Kits 101 along with Nino 002. Remember, before Nino able to climb up a lot of gold, try to saving up a lot of gold in SHBC, obviously, but hi, almost get caught here. I think still gonna be able to run away from this kind of situation, but...
Oh, it's a bait once again. The penalty zone locks them in place for Kids to run wild on the Rebellion members with the Phantom Steed. Dyron looking for one more pick right now. He goes over the knockout strike, but will not be able to find Pi until the very last second, but he will lose his life in the process. It's a 3-4-1 trade. Alter Ego once again leading.
Oh my god, they're using the same technique just like in the first game. They're baiting out these Pi, using the Terizla to make a way for Cats and also the rest of the players coming from Alter Ego to try to follow up with all of the damage that they're giving. Oops. But the reward manipulation is just being opened up to stop the movement coming from Alter Ego. But who is going to be taking the turtle? That is the biggest question here because Fearless again for the second time collecting the turtle. Objective gameplay, objective-wise, I do feel like Rebellion is still on the top notch here since they are having 2 turtles so far. And I feel like they need to translate it into the turrets, but it's not going to be very easy since the rest of the player coming from Alter Ego really wants to go for a fight. And whenever they go for a fight, I don't think like a Rebellion have the chance right now, but later on they still have a lot of things to be done.
Well, Fearless is going to be caught here in the midst of it all. That's a penalty zone as well. Fearless got melted down as a tanky, quote-unquote tanky member. The amount of damage he took there was definitely... didn't feel natural, right?
It is not. But actually the penalty zone along with the Phantom Suit, it's just like... How come?
That's a combo.
Yeah, that is a combo. And it's like opening up a way for Valentina to just like giving damage from the side. But look at that one.
Uh-oh, Udil's gonna be targeted down, but the Circling Eagle actually helps Udil escape from the real world manipulation. And Alter Ego will be able to disengage from that play. Udil's been making a whole lot of these crazy plays where he actually dives under the turret. He needs to be careful, man, because one of these times he has to be caught. Like, one of these times he's going to be caught, right?
Yeah, definitely, because he is playing quiet, gambling with the situation. But Dyron, Blood Retribution always gives up a way to know where's the position of the opponent. That is a one heads up for the Ravella. I mean, like, the Ravella have the ability to do so, and the escape mechanism with the Holy Heal is also going to be very good. Look at that one. They're securing their first turret here from the second turret, apparently for Alter Ego.
Yeah, they've been really putting their emphasis on turret taking. Even during the turtle takes where Rebellion Zion were able to secure the second turtle, Alter Ego responded not by contesting the turtle take, but actually by rotating and mirroring that movement over the top side.
Oh, and I think like with this like Cats that is ready to do another war, the penalty zone will determining a lot here. Pi, they are going for the turtle. It means that they want to contest the movement. While on the top, they are losing a turret by the presence coming from the Paquito, which is going to be very good here for the side of Rebellion Zion. But whenever they see Pi and also Cats together, they don't want to contest because they know the CC and also how powerful it is.
I don't know about this though. Look at the top side. Dyron is actually doing so well in the split push here. Rebellion Zion are glad to give over that turtle for the base turret passive that must have been procced by Dyron, who's able to shove the wave all the way into the base turret here. Kids gets his lead even further now, 2 levels ahead of Fearless, but I don't know, this map pressure that Rebellion have in that top side is going to be crucial for the Lord takes.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. The turrets that is being poked by Rebellion Zion. And I think like the Paquito will be going for the bottom lane next because they still can go for pushing up over the turrets from the side of Rebellion from the side of Alter Ego, since Alter Ego is focusing to do the war. Because if they are not doing the war with Pi and Kids together, they don't have the combo. They don't have any other combo to be put out for this one. But kids, whenever the Phantom Steed is already being used, the rest of the player from Rebellion Zion is like, I want to disengage from this one because they know it's depend on the resource from having the Leomord. But look at that one.
Jiren with a knockout strike, able to get out from the real world manipulation as well. Good snipe by Highs there, opening up the map as well. But again,
that is a very
Rebellion.
good sprint actually by Paquito.
Oh, look at Pai! He cancels Swaylo's real world manipulation with the penalty zone as Kids is here with the Stampede. He's going to go on to Highs, forcing the flicker out. Swaylo has been taken low, and Kids just rotates towards that bottom side, looking for the turret now. He should be able to dish out a little bit of damage, but because Highs and Ouijanarco has rotated down below, Kids will opt to just back off.
That is very fast. Actually, the Phantom Steed coming from the Leomord, it's coming really fast under the cooldown. It's just like, I don't know, they keep using it. And look at that one. There's another one that is coming up. And they keep using it to push back Rebellion Zion. And Rebellion Zion, whenever there is a Phantom Steed that is being opened up by Kids, they don't want to do war. Because they know that is the power, that is the damage that can be given by the side of Alter Ego. But the reset is just like coming very, very strong, but Death Coach almost get out at this time. And I think Rebellion Zion will give the pressure over and over again because in the top lane, we are seeing that Paquito doing the split push again.
This is the strength of the Paquito. You're so mobile, you clear waves really fast, and the kill pressure has definitely got to be a strength as well. Tyron bursting Death Coach down, and that was actually set up by Fearless in the mid lane, who was actually able to help burn the flicker away from Death Coach, enabling Dyron to look for that play. And now because Rebellion have the man advantage, they're going to go straight for the Lord. Set up already. Dyron pushed up that top side. Irithel going to be forced to actually micromanage that, but will be called into this bottom side. Udil popped in the real world inflation. Penalty zone popped in as well. Skids jumped into the Stampede, going out to Fearless, who's going to be taken down. Killing spree picked up by Udil. Jungler taken down for Rebellion Zion. This shouldn't be a fight that Rebellion want to take. They reset the Lord, and Alter Ego are able to recover.
Yeah, they are losing a Fearless. Definitely they don't want to contest this situation, but look at the damage that is given by Nino after finishing off the Scarlet Phantom. One attack speed, also with the critical damage. Nino definitely already scaling up to going for the late game. And actually, I want to be honest, this is 11 minutes, but doesn't seem like 11 minutes because the gap, the difference of the goal is not too far between Alter Ego and also Rebellion.
The pacing of the game has just been so fast, right?
Yeah.
11 kills per minute right now, because in total we have 11 kills, and again, it's 11 minutes in, so just the pace, the amount of action on the map, it really doesn't feel like we've been in this game for 11 minutes. It really feels like it's a bit longer, but you can see the damage dealt. It's actually not Kids. It's Udil who's number one as the Valentina.
That is a huge damage that is given by Udil right there. But with the Lord that is going to the bottom lane, I do feel like Alter Ego need to manage all of the wave here, because if not, Paquito is just like a huge struggle here for Alter Ego itself. Like the ability to just pick up the hero or maybe do something well in the top lane.
Okay, that's a dive attempt from Alter Ego. Darren able to withstand that dive, able to get out actually with the help of the sprint. But Alter Ego do not want to stop there. They're just utilizing that top side dive to enable these mid lane and bottom side pushes with the Lord. They need to take care of the base turret passives though that are still up right now. There you go, gonna be cleared out. Rebellion Zion forced to back off from the real world manipulation popped in by Udil. This gives them the space for Alter Ego to actually look for the turret, but maybe actually caught in the immobility of the manipulation from Sway Low. But in the end, Alter Ego, with a very good disengage, gets out. But Nino had to actually use that sprint.
Yeah, but I do feel like the Rebellion know the answer to the penalty zone already, especially from the Paquito, using that sprint to just like move back from that kind of combo from Alter Ego. The nasty combo, to be honest. That is nasty. It's just like, they did it really well to back and forth, but back again, that coach with definitely the Holy Hill is just like helping Alter Ego to engage back to the side of Rebellion Zion. That's why they keep having kills over kills, because total it's like 8. They're still stacking with 8 kills so far, but Paquito doing another job again to just like put back all of the waves to the side of Alter Ego, make them struggle in the laning phase again. Oh my god, this is just like so crazy coming from the Paquito because he is able to control the movement. It's make Alter Ego have more homework to do because they need to control back the wave. They need to focus on the Paquito while the rest of the player can focus on something else. Try to climb up the goal, the difference, because the difference back again is not too far because it's 14 minutes, but the difference is only like 5,000.
And this has always been the style for Dairon, right? In MPL Indonesia as well, the way he plays the game is he's very lane-oriented. If you compare his playstyle to a lot of other XP laners, it's very unique because most XP laners don't play for the lane. They actually play to enable other lanes. They clear out their waves, cut their waves, and then they proceed to actually rotate around the map. Meanwhile, Dairon, he really just likes to stay in that lane, pushing it constantly just to act as a distraction. So in the end, it's the same goal, but it's a different way to achieve it. Fearless, though, gonna be caught, has the guiding win from Wijanarko. Nibiru's passion popped in to enable that escape to come through. Fearless, low, has to go back, has the regeneration, and will be able to clear out that little creep in the jungle to get his HP back up. Rebellion Zion looking for the re-engage right now, knowing that Alter Ego do not have a lot of their resources. 4 ultimates were burnt out there, but Dairon's gonna get chunked now, forced to back up. Rebellion Zion resetting once more.
That's why I do feel like they know that is the fact Fearless was using the retribution before. That's why they're just like, okay, back, because they might want to go for over the Lord. But after they see that actually the Paquito is joining the war, so I do feel like they want to contest over the Lord itself and they want to set a very good opponent right here. You're seeing?
Oh my god, Kids does it! He steals it away, but he's gonna get taken down there. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Fearless going in, looking for another Alter Ego. Was that worth it?
I think like it's still a very worth it movement here from the side of Alter Ego because at least they will be able to try to push it off to the side of Rebellion Zion despite they're losing their combo, the nasty combo that they have with the Leomord plus Teresa. But at least they're supposed to be able to take down 2 base Siren. Will they be able to do that? Oops!
Oh no, another fight breaks out. Pi defensively using the penalty zone right now. Wijanarko caught, still has that guiding win. Lord still marching down that bottom side, but it's a very, very good pick-off by Rebellion Zion. Again, Udil, like we mentioned, he has been playing this risky game, this dangerous game, multiple times. Highs.
No, it's not worth it anymore.
Spotted out by Pi, but he has the guiding win. He's all good here.
Yeah, but it's not worth it anymore.
Definitely not.
Because at first they were losing Kids, okay, but they are now losing the Woodell. But look at the penalty zone. It's being opened, but no one is being caught yet. Oops.
Oh, that's so much damage placed onto Nino, and that's the Lord taken down. The longer the game goes, Rebellion Zion might actually be able to get a comeback going for themselves.
Yeah,
in the later stages, Leomord falls off.
I do agree with that. And actually the gold is also like leading to the side of Rebellion Zion because it was like 6,000 lead before, but Phantom State again being called.
Okay, Wijanarko still able to sustain back up, but look at that. The real world inflation locks them in place. Kids picks up a double, and just like that, it's all coming down on Rebellion Zion. Alter Ego taking the base turret in the mid lane and the bottom side down. Looking for the base right now as they just collapse all 2 Highs, who's still able to flicker back to the base right now, but look at that. The base is going to be targeted, still alive. Not for long, as Alter Ego have done it. They progressed to the next stage in MPLI, and they've knocked the Blue Bulls out from MPLI 2022.
I do feel like they put a lot of cards for this one. They really want to win against Rebellion Zion, and Rebellion Zion almost got it. If they drag this game longer, I don't think like Alter Ego will be able to try to finish off the game because I feel like with the Beatrix and also the Matilda that is sustained really well and the Paquito that is creating so much disturbance to the side of Alter Ego, winning over the lane again and again, pushing it back, and also Barats that is very tanky. A lot of things growing up coming from the side of Rebellion Zion. But yeah, one single moment. Actually, if the Leomord not jumping in with the Phantom Suit to just going to take over the double kill, I think like Rebellion will still able to hold up the high ground.
Agreed, right? They really understood the assignment.
Yeah.
The game plan that was set by the coach in the drafts, they really understood it. They needed to look for those crazy, risky dives. And hey, it happened. It happened. They were able to do it. because of the execution, because of the setup as well that was planted not just by Kids. Kids was the executioner, right?
Yeah.
But it all was set up by the team early on. The penalty zone was popped in. A lot of the resources were burned early on. Even though Udil was caught, he burns a whole lot of resources. Remember, that real-world inflation as well from the Eve was popped to clear out the Lord in the bottom side before the play to end the game ultimately happened. So without that utility, with Kids having so much space to play, he knows exactly when to pull the trigger and to go for that dive, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Like also like the ability from Udil to just get over the things is just like so crazy. But we will hear it more from our analyst here, Arashi Hoshi. What is actually gonna say about this game?
Thanks a lot, Mirko and Vela. And I saw that, Mirko. I think this game was very, very interesting, man. Both teams went back to their roots. What exactly gave the success? Altrigo with the unexpected, the crazy picks, and Rebellion coming in with the early game aggression. And we see it again. They're able to actually do a lot more work in the early game. But Alter Ego, whenever they have their hands on a secret weapon, you never really know what to expect, and that's always the case with Alter Ego. It's almost synonymous with how they play, coming up with something crazy, so crazy that it might just work. Now we take a look at a bit of the items before we delve deeper into the game. First and foremost, I think we have to mention that the Necklace of Durance is an item that has not seen a lot of use in the past few seasons, but right now with the amount of fighters, the amount of healing, the new meta essentially, where like there's a lot of fighters here with a lot of regen, I think it just finds itself in a much better place, a much more useful position, and both teams have it to ensure that if they go for a kill, it will be a kill and it won't be a missed opportunity and it won't bait you into a bad engagement instead. Obviously, first and foremost, talking about Kids on that Leo mode, a lot of people have been talking about how strong this hero is. Even Vela have been talking before the match about the possibility of this hero making an appearance, and we see it right there. In the early game, it's strong, a lot of utility, a lot of flexibility. In the late game, damage, tankiness, also a lot of regen, a lot of spell lifesteal is just so strong right now. And without the right tools for the job, you cannot really throw a wrench in those plans. Rebellion and Zion tried their best to try and mount a resistance, have a front line using a Barats in the jungle. It's a smart move. It allows them to be a lot more static and withstand the initial impact of the assault. But overall, with Alter Ego being the aggressors, being the ones that pull the trigger on each team fight, they just come out on top because they have initiative. They are the ones initiating these plays, and Rebellion and Zion are forced to try and adapt and predict what they're gonna do, and Alter Ego are so good at mixing things up and confusing it. But if you look at the post-game stats, Lords, all for the side of Alter Ego. Kids, you can say redeeming himself, but also showing that it's solid and he's flexible. And the damage dealt, funny enough, is so close between Nino and Udil, but Nino barely edges him out. He is the carry, and it's just a common thing. When Nino is on a strong marksman and he does have the backup, the follow-up from his team, he can output a lot of damage, and he has that killer instinct. He knows when to go in, and if Alter Ego gets that decisive engagement, he just goes in and he knows the limits. And more than that is also the fact that their pressure forces Rebellion Zion to burn a lot of spells. Like Meko mentioned, the MVP though is going to be Udil with a 3-1 and 7 score, 83% kill participation on that Valentina. Very critical in matching the high ground potential with the quote-unquote fake world manipulation, right? Stealing it away from the Eve, from Suelo. And also just adjusting very well, providing a lot of damage, and it's always so low-key. You're worried about Pi on the Tarizla. You're worried about Kids on the Leomord, but the highest damage dealer after Nino is actually Udil, and it's so subtle you don't really notice it until you actually take a look at the post-game stats. And of course, it's a very tanky, very survivable hero as well, so the Valentina is just a strong hero, and with a creative mind like Alter Ego's behind it, it has a lot more potential, especially in the hands of Udil, man. This is a guy with a lot of experience, and he shows it here. He can play the Valentina several different ways, and picking the right ultimate for the job is ultimately one of the main things you need to be able to do on the Valentina. And now we take a look at several highlights showing again Alter Ego, and the crazy plays they make all the way in the early game, going for an all-out brawl here and barely coming out on top. Everyone very, very low, including kids on that Leo mode. And this is how they play. And if it works out, it's great. But obviously, a lot of teams have learned, and against different opponents, it might not be as effective. Here with the Lord in the situation, they just go for that play aggressively. And they just are so good at managing distance. They weave in and out of range, making sure that Rebellion have to continuously keep guessing, keep being worried about the potential threats. And when they are overthinking it, that's where Alter Ego will pull the trigger, and it happens so quick. We talked about the penalty zone and how fast it comes out. That is exactly what they abuse in this game. And Rebellion were actually able to survive for much, much longer than I expected. They do have a lot of tools to save their members. They also have great high ground with the Beatrix and with the Eve. But when the Leomar just comes in like that, when your ultimates have already been expended to stave off initial feints, aggressions coming in from Alter Ego, it's just way too difficult. And ultimately, with that Leomord pick, Alter Ego has come out on top. And I think a lot of people have been a bit surprised because, remember, Alter Ego comes in with a replacement Kids in the shoes of Steady Boy. And Steady Boy is a great player with a lot of achievements, so it's big shoes to fill. But as we mentioned in game number 1, Kids has no problem doing so. He is showing that he is confident. But now I have to send you back to our casters, Mirko and Vela. It's your time.
I like how you put it, Arashi. It's our time, but maybe it's also Kids' time right now. Selly Boy not playing, but Kids so far has been absolutely phenomenal playing on the Gushin, on the Leomord. So very unique picks coming in for this man. In 3 games, he's played 3 different heroes, Vela.
It is, and it's showing how is actually the strategy inside of the lineup that can give us tons of surprises. And it's, you know, that actually the ability of these heroes still can be stepping up again, but we're gonna be having a conversation with the winner team.
Let's see, Alter Ego, who's it gonna be? Oh, Udil and Coach Casius. Hello.
Hello. Hello, brother.
How are you feeling firstly? Mau pakai bahasa Indo terus di-translate atau gimana?
I prefer to use English, but...
Oh, all right, all right.
Okay.
All right. Casius is a man of culture. He prefers to be interviewed in English.
Okay. So I'm like in this 3rd game, we are showing you guys showing a 3 games Terizla, which is crazy. And I want to know, is just like you guys have these cards hold up for the 3rd game, or are you guys like having more things to come up later on?
Apa itu? Kalau beda, poinnya kita kenapa all out banget gitu kan? Apa yang bikin kita itu apa all out itu berarti?
Because it's last tournament, so we don't have anything to fight except MPLI. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the answer.
I see. All right. But maybe for Udil and for you, Casius, this game, there was a lot of unique picks, right? The Leomord, the Terizla. Do you still have more crazy picks for the later stages?
Yeah.
No, it is wrong pick.
Oh, it's a wrong pick.
Okay.
It's wrong pick. Uranus ya. Itu it's our fault lah.
Okay.
Pick Uranus.
So it's supposed to be Uranus, not Terizla.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened? Why did you pick the Terizla?
No, Terizla pick was right, but we did mistake in Uranus pick. So I forgot I already picked Terizla, but I think I need more magic damage, so I pick Uranus. Then it's like yaudah.
Yeah,
Terizla mid maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
So they want to pick something with the magical damage, such as a Terizla, such a Uranus, but turns out they're picking over the Terizla. That actually works pretty well for them as well. So it's still a very good thing.
We're just riding the wave, you know.
They're surfers, man. They're just riding the waves.
Oh, so you're a surfer now.
Well, you know, it worked out for them. It worked out in the end. But Udil, Cassius, I do have a question for you guys. Right now, you guys are qualified to the next round. You're going to be facing off against RSG Philippines. Did you watch RSG Philippines' performance up against Omega just now?
Yeah, they play perfectly against Omega. But
Itu best deal sih ya.
yeah.
All
I
right.
just want to say, apa ya, Coach Panda.
Yeah, Coach Panda. Hello, Panda.
Hello, Panda.
So hello, Panda. But what are your thoughts right now for your matchup personally up against RSG? How confident are you?
I don't know, maybe, but I think we already wait for this match.
Oh.
Yeah, for too long.
Okay.
We always have many screens with them. So yeah. We have a conversation like let's meet at M4, but we lose.
Both of you guys lost, so it's fine. No M4 for both of you, okay? But MPLI. This is the time.
MPLI. Yeah.
Yeah.
But all right.
So much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right then. But thank you so much again, Cassius and Brother Udil. See you, man. Good luck for the next one.
Yeah.
So crazy. So they were like talking that they want to meet in the M4, but turns out they're gonna meet here, fighting against each other, and how they are having a very they're
it's a
picking
wholesome moment, yeah?
A wholesome moment because they have a wrong pick, but turns out really well for them. So it's like a very confusing.
I don't believe Udil. I don't believe Udil on that one. Honestly, I don't think it was a mistake. He says things like that, but you know he's crazy, right? He likes playing those kind of crazy heroes. And hey, it worked out. There's no way it was... Okay, now I'm really asking, now I'm doubting myself. If that was actually a wrong pick and they made it work out in the mid lane, how good... How did they make that happen? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's planned. I don't think it's out of the blue, but if it is out of the blue, if they were telling the truth, then Udil's got some crazy, I don't know, crazy mechanics, crazy macro to actually pull that off.
But it can be like that, you know.
Could be.
No, he mentioned that. It does make sense.
It does make sense because if you look at the draft again, on paper, it doesn't make sense, right?
It is.
Really didn't make sense, and we actually doubted it. But hey, it worked out, so there's no doubt. As long as you win, no doubts.
No doubts. It's okay. Everything went well, so everything went great here. That is for today, all of the matches. So this is the updated bracket. We are witnessing 4 matches today, but tomorrow there will be more matches to go because we are actually gonna be seeing from the other side of the bracket here. Tomorrow we might be seeing EVOS versus Eco, Brand versus Bigetron Alpha, Slate versus Toda, Onyx Philippine versus Aura, which is gonna be very interesting because the left side of the bracket is showing 3 matches so far for 3 matches in a row, 3 games, and it's showing a really good quality RSGPH. Everyone will be looking out for you guys, but we are definitely going to be waiting for another surprises from the right side of the bracket.
Tomorrow is going to be a lot of crazy matches. Again, like you mentioned, Vela, EVOS versus Echo, Bren versus BTR, Slate versus Toda, Onyx PH versus Aura. My personal favorite one is going to be that final match.
Oh,
2 crazy teams.
I thought it's going to be Brand versus Bigetron.
No, I don't even know. I don't know. No. No, maybe that one too, right?
Maybe.
But also EVOS Echo. I think every single matchup is very interesting, right? Because for EVOS Echo, it's just, we want to see that happen, right? For Echo, number 2 in the Philippines, up against EVO's new Legends roster. For Brand and BTR, 2 teams that still need to prove a whole lot right now with a new revamped roster.
Yeah, and also the classic Slate versus Toda. What is going to happen? Who is going to be winning over this match? And just like what you've mentioned, Onyx PH versus Aura, one of the team that is actually coming from the bottom of the not qualified team in the previous MPL to the top 3 of MPL ID Season 10, showing a lot of quality coming from Aura. What will happen if they are going against Onyx Philippines?
Well, you know, for both of these teams, what I'm interested to see the most has got to be the draft. Both of these teams are absolutely crazy. And when I say that, it's an understatement because you'll see when we get into the draft tomorrow for Onyx PH and Aura Fire. And you'll understand why.
Tomorrow, especially because there is Todak as well. Slade? I don't know what is actually going to happen. But the one thing that I know is safeguard yourself in game with these tools used for the exceptional gold mining. Watch our how to farm and spend gold in Mobile Legends Bang Bang video to discover how these valuable assets can also level up your finance in the game, into the real life.
In game, in real life, manage your finances with HSBC because you guys are going to get the most value out of it. But speaking of value, once you save up all that money, once you have a good financial status with HSBC, there's something I personally do want to recommend here. Vela, the thing is, it's so versatile. It can be big, it can also be folded. You guys can go ahead and check it out very, very soon right now, Vela, Jave. But I wonder what it is because I've heard it's unrivaled. It's a fold. This
Samsung Galaxy Z
Fold
4 5G.
Go ahead and check it out with high performance specs such as the powerful Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 plus Gen 1 and 12 gigabytes of RAM. You can do everything at once.
Games.
You can play games, you can take notes while you're playing games, you can take notes while you're playing games, while you're watching MPLI, you can do everything. The multitasking is absolutely phenomenal on this phone. I've tried it, that's why I know. With the 7.6-inch dynamic AMOLED 2x Infinity Flex display as well. It's just such a beautiful screen to watch anything on. My personal favorite is obviously watching MPLI.
Definitely, and 120 refresh rate. It's just
keep
so
on adding.
crazy.
Samsung, you're too good.
You are too good. To play Mobile Legends, it's going to be so crazy, and it's going to be unrivaled gaming right now. Experience it now. But also, we have this beautiful player weight Aurora collection from the Logitech G. Don't forget, it's just like very light to the headphones and also the keyboard. It's just like so pretty along with the armrest. It's cloudy. It's very pretty coming from the Logitech series.
Man, the Aurora collection, you guys can play your way to the top of the game. Oh, don't steal it yet. Maybe after the event. We have to put it here for some time, for 5 days. It's fine. Okay. Logitech. But Logitech G, go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. The official partner of One Esports MPL Invitational 2022. Play with the Aurora collection by Logitech G for clean gaming, clean audio, and a clean setup. But once you already have that clean setup, go ahead and follow One Esports to follow and to get into every single esports news. Don't miss a beat with the news coming in on social media.
Never miss it. I always go for One Esports. So all of the news, all of the information, the facts that they were stating is always right. And they are
Trusted
always
source.
giving, first resource for everything. And also, you can register and win a lot of things by go to the oneesports.gg/MPLI-win to win a lot of things and also win the Venom skin collection for an update about MPLI 2022.
Well, you know, with the Venom skin collection, there are a lot of heroes in that collection, actually, that I wondered sometimes, hey, maybe am I one of the Venom skin collection dudes?
Perhaps.
Am I one of the heroes there? Maybe, right? Well, I don't know. I'll have to take the quiz, and you guys can also take the quiz on oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to find out what type of MLBB hero you guys are.
Yeah, go check it out. Maybe it's your favorite hero inside of the Land of Dawn. Are you one of that or not? But aside of that one, you can also watching the
together.
MPL watch party reserve now because it's limited slot. You can get the chance to win up $500 worth of prizes and also diamonds. So a lot of things can be given in the MPL watch party. I really want to attend one. I think I'm gonna reserve one later on here because they have one in Jakarta.
Absolutely. And this MPLI watch party is presented to you by HSBC. But let's say, hey, you know what, Mirko? I would love to join the watch party. But after the watch party, can I join some tournaments as well? Of course you can. Community tournaments from One Esports right here. Find your squad at
battlefy.com/oneesports. Go get it. Go grab your squad and take the glory, and maybe you can be one of the pro players later on. But aside of that one, we also have some of the players that is already picking 4 teams on the predicted from the pick'em results here. And we know that actually the 4 teams that they predicted is actually Blacklist International, Onyx Esports, Eco, and also RSGPH.
Oh, 3 Filipino teams. And most of them, 73% of them actually, predicted Blacklist International to be the champions of MPLI 2022. And for the most picked hero, it's the Claude. But in the last game, we didn't see the Claude.
We don't see the Cloud.
It was 21%
But
of
also
you.
like pick and also most banned. So it's very unique here. 21% voted for Cloud. Cloud going to be the winner for this one because it's going to be very interesting. And also can Blacklist International win against all of the teams that is going to be playing because most of them are very strong.
Very strong, right?
Yeah.
We saw RSG today, we saw Alter Ego, we saw Orange Esports, and obviously Geek Fam. And guess what? Orange and Geek Fam will be facing off. The winner of that matchup will be facing Blacklist International.
Cool.
So there's a long road, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the first day of MPLI 2022. And in the first day, it's already so awesome, so intense, and so fun.
It is. It is. It's so grateful to be here for you guys for this match. But tomorrow we will be back for another amazing match for Best of Cheat for tomorrow for the right bracket. Who will be taking the win for tomorrow? But we are very grateful. Thank you for everyone that is watching. I'm Velajiv.
And I'm Mirko. Stay tuned.